Young Suyu, a prodigy in the art of swordsmanship, found himself in a dilemma on the school's grand stage. The entire school watched as Su Qingya, the school's beauty, suddenly confessed her feelings to him. Under the bright sunlight, Su Qingya's cheeks blushed with a rosy hue, and her bright eyes were filled with anticipation. However, deep down, she was secretly pleased with herself. If Suyu accepted, she would hand him over to her father. This confession was, in fact, a meticulously planned trap. As Suyu looked at the fair-skinned and innocent Su Qingya standing before him, he felt a moment of confusion. Her soft, tender voice was as heartwarming as a first love. Yet, a sense of unease arose within him. This was an arena meant for honing combat skills. Was such a confession truly appropriate here? Just then, a mysterious system voice echoed in Suyu's mind, presenting him with three choices. First, accept the confession and receive the unyielding golden spear. Second, reject the confession and declare his preference for men, earning the elastic divine sword. Third, reject the confession and publicly kiss his deskmate, Long Qianqian, to obtain the job change mystery box. Each choice came with tempting rewards, but also carried different risks and consequences. In this gamified world, everyone had their own attribute panel. Suyu's attributes were quite ordinary, but the system rewards could propel him to greatness. He knew that the choice he was about to make could drastically alter the course of his life. After careful consideration, Suyu decided to reject Su Qingya's confession. Taking a deep breath, he said, Su Qingya, you're wonderful, but I'm sorry, I already have someone I like. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Su Qingya's face showed shock, and she was secretly furious. Then, Suyu turned to look at his deskmate, Long Qianqian. Although she had an average appearance, she had a stunning figure and a cheerful personality. Suyu's action instantly electrified the crowd. Long Qianqian was stunned, never expecting to become the center of attention so suddenly. Before anyone could react, Suyu had already walked up to Long Qianqian. He gazed deeply at his longtime deskmate, filled with a sense of apology. The next moment, Suyu did something that left everyone in utter disbelief, gently removed the mask from Long Qianqian's face. As the crowd remained in shock, Suyu pulled Long Qianqian into his arms and kissed her passionately. This scene hit Su Qingya and the other girls who secretly admired Suyu like a heavy blow. However, what shocked everyone even more was that Long Qianqian did not resist. Instead, she shyly accepted the kiss. At that moment, a mysterious force surged through Suyu's body. It felt as if his body was being torn into countless fragments and then reassembled. The sound of countless swords resonated within his heart. As he sensed the enormous changes happening to his body, Suyu immediately opened his attribute panel. Name, Suyu. Race, human. Talent, S level. Level, 7. Class, Sword Immortal. Unique hidden power, unknown. Attributes, agility, 105. Spirit, 105. Stamina, 105. Skills, 1. Innate sword body passive, LV1. All sword-type weapons deal 100 more damage. 2. Crescent sword / active, LV1. Wielding a sword-type weapon, slashes forward emitting a crescent-shaped sword energy, dealing 200 damage and causing a knockback effect. 3. Sword control technique active, LV1. Controls sword-type weapons for ranged attacks, dealing 200 damage to enemies. Suyu stared at the semi-transparent attribute panel floating in front of him, his eyes wide with disbelief. His talent had been elevated to full. Among the billions of people in the Dragon Kingdom, only a handful had ever reached this level of talent in the past 1,000 years. This meant that his rate of gaining experience would increase significantly, laying a solid foundation for future challenges in the Profession Trial Tower. Even more astonishing was the fact that all his attributes had soared to 105 points, far surpassing those of his peers and even higher-level class changers. Whether it was strength, agility, spirit, or stamina, he had reached an unimaginable level. Even newly class-changed professionals would find it hard to compete with him. Suyu's gaze fell on the skills section, and he couldn't help but gasp. The innate sword body passive skill seemed tailor-made for him, doubling his damage as long as he wielded a sword. Crescent sword slash and sword control technique granted him formidable close combat and ranged attack capabilities, making it nearly impossible for enemies to escape his blade. Overwhelmed with joy, Suyu couldn't help but grin foolishly. However, his smile quickly faded at Long Qianqian's reminder. Stop grinning like an idiot. Everyone's watching. Long Qianqian's cheeks were flushed, her tone a mix of shyness and mild annoyance. Snapping back to reality, Suyu hurriedly apologized. Oh, sorry about that. Long Qianqian huffed, pretending to be angry. Apologizing now? It's too late. My reputation is ruined because of you. Seeing Long Qianqian's shy yet slightly pouting expression, Suyu found her incredibly adorable. Usually exuding an air of authority, she now looked like a cute girl with twin ponytails, adding a unique charm to her demeanor. Suyu paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility." Long Qianqian raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you plan to take responsibility?" She thought to herself, her true identity had been exposed, and more importantly, my first kiss. Just like that, it's gone. Suyu sighed inwardly, not having had the chance to savor its sweetness. His eyes sparkled mischievously, and a sly smile played on his lips as he teased, "Of course, I plan to live off you." Long Qianqian, not to be outdone, puffed out her chest proudly and shot back with a challenging glint in her eyes. "That depends on your performance." Suyu straightened up confidently and declared, "I'll make sure you have sleepless nights, losing your voice from all the fun." Long Qianqian rolled her eyes at him dismissively, a slight smirk on her face. "Let's hope you're not all talk and no action." As the two bantered back and forth, they paid no attention to the changes in the arena. The moment Suyu left, Su Qingya automatically won the match. Yet her eyes were fixed on Suyu and Long Qianqian, who were flirting not far away. Listening to their exchange, tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Su Qingya raged internally, feeling her reputation and dignity were shattered by this shameless pair. She gritted her teeth, vowing to make them pay. Just then, Fei Xiaohu quietly approached Su Qingya, comforting her softly, "My princess, don't cry. I'll avenge you, and give Suyu a beating he'll never forget." With that, he turned to Suyu and shouted, "Suyu, you clipped my wings, so I'll destroy your paradise. If you're a real man, fight me. If you lose, you have to fulfill Qingya's wish." Seeing Fei Xiaohu's dramatic challenge, Suyu felt a wave of disgust. He longed to punch some sense into this sycophant. 3 years of unrequited pursuit, showering her with gifts, and still, he couldn't see that Su Qingya was just using him as a cash cow. Suppressing his revulsion, Suyu coldly asked, "You want to spar with me in the arena?" Fei Xiaohu, full of arrogance, sneered, "Exactly. If you lose, you do whatever I say. If you don't accept the challenge, it proves you're a coward." Before Suyu could respond, Long Qianqian, full of disdain, said, "Suyu, go up there and beat him so badly he can't speak." Wei Lai, equally repulsed, chimed in, "You, give him a good thrashing." Lu Dali, standing nearby, looked worried. "I want Suyu to beat Fei Xiaohu senseless too, but can he really do it?" Sun Yuehui shook his head and analyzed, "It's tough. Suyu is only level 7, while Fei Xiaohu is already level 8. Lu Dali added, "Well, he is the son of the Yunluo Guild's leader. He's had help leveling up." Sun Yuehui continued, "Plus, he's a berserker with upgrade talent." Wei Lai couldn't take it anymore and glared at them. "You're boosting his morale while undermining our own. From now on, your prices go up by 10. Sun Yuehui protested. "Wei Lai, that's too much." Lu Dali, eyes gleaming with an idea, suggested, "Wei Lai, how about a bet?" "No bets." Wei Lai refused flatly. "Heh, afraid of losing?" Lu Dali taunted. Wei Lai retorted, "Me lose? As if. Then let's bet." Lu Dali pressed on. "If Suyu wins, we'll accept your price hike. But if he loses, you have to lower our prices." "Fine, a bet it is." Wei Lai agreed. "No way I'm backing down. It's just money, no big deal." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Lai realized he might have been tricked. He looked at Suyu, feeling the sting of potential loss, and muttered under his breath, You better not lose too badly. Your bro's losing a lot of money for you here." Others began to speak up, despite their clenched fists and the urge to punch Fei Xiaohu to shut him up. They had to admit that this rhyme-obsessed sycophant was indeed very strong. Everyone thought to themselves, Suyu might be in big trouble this time. Just as Suyu was about to accept the challenge, a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Ding! You have a new task to claim. Please check." The system then listed 3 options. 1. Refuse the challenge and kneel to beg for mercy. Reward: golden knees. 2. Neither refuse nor accept. Reason with him. Reward: iron teeth and copper jaw. 3. Accept the challenge and win. Reward: weapon blind box. Suyu chuckled inwardly. Was there even a need to hesitate over such a choice? "All right, I accept your challenge." Suyu agreed without hesitation. First, he helped Su Qingya down from the arena and softly comforted her. "My little princess, don't cry. I'll avenge all the grievances and humiliations you've suffered. I'll guard your path in life." Then, Suyu returned to the arena to face Fei Xiaohu. Fei Xiaohu picked up 2 wooden swords and charged at Suyu while saying, "Suyu, my little princess, I will return all the humiliation and pain to you tenfold." Suyu calmly met his attack, his wooden sword clashing with Fei Xiaohu's. With a loud bang, the swords collided and quickly separated. Fei Xiaohu was pushed back several meters, his face full of shock. "How can your strength be so much stronger? You're not the same as before," Fei Xiaohu exclaimed, still rhyming. Suyu responded calmly, "You're no longer a match for me. Just admit defeat. Fei Xiaohu refused to back down. Admit defeat? Never. I still have my ultimate move. Behold my bloodthirsty dance. He swiftly approached Suyu, unleashing his bloodthirsty berserker skill, his two wooden swords slashing wildly, striking 20 times in an instant. Suyu couldn't help but mock. Wow. To keep the rhyme, you actually changed bloodthirsty assault to bloodthirsty dance. Facing Fei Xiaohu's frenzied attack, Suyu remained unfazed, swiftly swinging his long sword. He struck 21 times in one breath, not only blocking all the attacks but also delivering an extra strike that hit Fei Xiaohu hard. Fei Xiaohu's health bar instantly dropped from 100 to 1. The arena rules took effect, and he lost. Fei Xiaohu stood there in a daze, muttering, "Impossible. How could you win? This must be a dream." At that moment, no one cared about his rhymes anymore. Everyone looked at Suyu in shock, unable to believe he could block Fei Xiaohu's ultimate move with ordinary attacks. Only a first transition professional with strong attribute advantages could achieve such a feat, like their homeroom teacher Li Mingyong, a second transition professional. Suyu was only at level 7, one level lower than Fei Xiaohu. Yet, here he stood before everyone, a triumphant smile on his face. "Ha ha ha, Yugu won. He won." His classmates cheered excitedly. Turning to a few classmates who had lost their bets, Suyu said casually, "Let's discuss something for the future, shall we?" Seeing their hesitant expressions, he raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you planning to go back on your word?" Realizing he might have been a bit too smug, Suyu softened his tone. "You know, both of us use our pocket money. Never mind. Let's just say I was joking earlier." He then turned to Wei Lai, sincerely saying, "Boss Wei, you're so generous. Your business is sure to prosper." Apart from Wei Lai, Lu Dali, and Sun Yuehui, the other classmates were also stunned by Suyu's performance. They stared at him with surprise and admiration written all over their faces. They had seen Suyu in action before, but never this dominant. Long Qianqian stood in the crowd, a distinct gleam in her eyes. She looked thoughtfully at Suyu, thinking to herself, "So, he's finally decided to stop hiding and show his true capabilities?" Suyu was also acutely aware of the consequences of his actions this time. He weighed his options in his mind. Since the system has awakened, an extraordinary path is inevitable. Instead of hiding, it's better to openly display his strength to gain recognition and protection. At that moment, a familiar notification sounded in Suyu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a weapon blind box. Do you want to open it now?" Without hesitation, Suyu answered in his mind, "Open it." Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the exclusive weapon for a Sword Immortal Qianshui sword. Do you want to equip it? A sapphire blue longsword lay quietly in Suyu's inventory. He quickly glanced at its attributes, unable to suppress his astonishment. Qianshui sword. Blue. Growth potential. Level requirement 5. Class requirement Sword Immortal. Attributes: attack power 200, strength 100, agility 100, spirit 100, stamina 100, durability 100,100. A top-tier blue weapon. Suyu was thrilled. Ordinary blue weapons require at least level 11, which is post-first transition. Their attack power caps at 190, and they usually only boost 2 attributes modestly. Suyu recalled Li Mingyong once showing off a blue battle axe. That axe had initial attributes of attack power 120, strength 86, and agility 70, and he cherished it dearly, refusing to sell it even for tens of thousands. This Qianshui sword, if auctioned at the national level, would start at 1 million and could easily fetch over a billion. It's a growth weapon, meaning it can be continuously enhanced, potentially becoming a mythic weapon. Though, that potential is another matter entirely. Without hesitation, Suyu chose, equip. Ding! Congratulations on equipping the Qianshui sword. This sword cannot be dropped or traded. Non-droppable means it won't be lost if he dies. Non-tradable means he can't sell it. Suyu thought, even if I got hit by a truck, I wouldn't trade it. Looking at the Qianshui sword in his weapon slot, Suyu was tempted to take it out and examine it. But he quickly realized this wasn't the appropriate place. Just then, a cold voice cut through the classroom's chatter. "Well, I just went to an emergency meeting, and you all are causing an uproar." Li Mingyong strode into the classroom, a cold smile on his face, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Suyu. His eyes were filled with accusation and dissatisfaction, as if to say, You're the ringleader, aren't you? Suyu, you really are my best student, aren't you?" Li Mingyong's voice dripped with sarcasm, echoing across the arena. Just about to leave, Suyu halted at the words, reluctantly turning to face his teacher. He took a deep breath, trying to explain. "Mr. Li, you know me. I was just acting defensively." Li Mingyong let out a cold laugh, a hint of frost flashing in his eyes. He had been in the midst of explaining combat techniques to his students when the principal urgently summoned him. Upon returning, He used his teacher's privileges to replay the classroom footage and was shocked by what he saw. Is that so? Li Mingyong asked icily. Then how do you explain your silent confession and close contact with Long Qianqian? Suyu glanced at Long Qianqian, standing to the side, and after a moment of silence, he lifted his head to meet Li Mingyong's gaze. Sincerely, he said, Mr. Li, Qianqian and I truly love each other. Please, let us be together. The surrounding students gasped. Suyu's courage was astounding. He dared to confess so boldly in front of Mr. Li. Even Long Qianqian, usually quite bold herself, blushed deeply at Suyu's words. Wei Lai silently gave a thumbs up to his good friend, while Su Qingya felt her heart break once more, tears welling up in her eyes. Just then, Fei Xiaohu suddenly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. I also genuinely like Su Qingya. Please, teacher, grant us your blessing. Li Mingyong was so infuriated by these back-to-back confessions that he trembled with rage. Unbelievable. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were proposing. As students, instead of focusing on your studies and honing your professional skills, you're wasting time on romance. And you're even willing to fight in the arena over it. You certainly have energy to spare. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Since that's the case, Su Yu, Fei Xiaohu, Su Qingya, and Long Qianqian, you four will clear the Death Valley dungeon. You can leave school only after you clear it. As his words fell, a system notification suddenly echoed in Su Yu's mind. Ding! You have a new mission available. Please check it carefully. Current available missions. 1. Reject the request and curse them for being single forever, then walk away. Reward. Single dog enemy badge mythical level. Single dog enemy badge. Made of unknown material, 10,000 to all attributes. Effect. Inflicts 100 additional damage to single enemies. However, you will automatically be targeted by all single individuals. 2. Accept the request and quickly clear the Death Valley dungeon, giving them a taste of your Sword Immortal prowess. Reward. Equipment blind box. Equipment blind box. Sword Immortal exclusive gear, random grade. Produced by the system, guaranteed quality. Suyu weighed the options in his mind. The badge's attribute boost was tempting, but the downside was too significant. Reluctantly, he decided to follow Li Mingyong to the dungeon hall, with the other students trailing behind. Death Valley was renowned throughout the central domain, specifically designed as a trial for senior students. Although it had existed for decades, few students had ever successfully cleared it. Its difficulty was recognized as infernal, nearly impossible for professions below the first rank to conquer. The students whispered among themselves. Mr. Li is really going all out this time. No kidding. That's Death Valley. While it won't cause real death, the experience is far from pleasant. They brought it on themselves, confessing in front of Mr. Li. Don't you know? Mr. Li has been through countless failed matchmaking attempts and is still single. No wonder he's so furious. Considering he didn't injure Suyu on the spot, he's showing remarkable restraint. So, let's make sure we never show affection in front of him. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Li Mingyong thought to himself. A bunch of kids who haven't even reached the first rank think I can't hear their whispering. He quickened his pace, leading the restless students towards the dungeon hall. The group quickly arrived at the dungeon hall. Inside this spacious hall, 10 dungeon entrances were neatly lined up, emitting a mysterious glow. Suyu's gaze swept over each entrance, making mental calculations. Apart from Death Valley, which was an artificial dungeon, the other 9 dungeons were naturally formed. Suyu recalled how these dungeons were originally scattered around the outskirts of Luo City. For the students' safety, high-level experts had relocated them to the school grounds. The main difference between artificial and natural dungeons is that defeating monsters in artificial dungeons does not yield experience points. However, Death Valley was specifically designed to test and train students. Suyu's eyes passed over the other 9 dungeon entrances, recalling his past adventures. He had explored 8 of them, battling various monster slimes, mountain chickens, kobolds. These seemingly weak creatures had helped him level up 7 times. There was only one dungeon left that Suyu had yet to explore. It required a minimum level of 8 to enter, and he wasn't qualified yet. In contrast, Death Valley had no level restrictions. Even a level 1 novice could challenge it. However, it was a solo dungeon, meaning one had to face its unknown dangers alone. Li Mingyong stood at the entrance of Death Valley and turned to face Suyu, Long Qianqian, Su Qingya, and Fei Xiaohu. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "What? Do I need to invite you in?" Su Qingya looked at the dark entrance, her face showing signs of fear. She hesitantly said, "Teacher, I'm a bit scared." Li Mingyong was silent for a moment before walking over to her. His voice suddenly softened. "Don't be afraid. I'll help you." Before he finished speaking, he abruptly pushed Su Qingya into the dungeon entrance. Seeing this, Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Fei Xiaohu exchanged glances, thinking to themselves, "No wonder Teacher Li is still single. This behavior is really off-putting." Not daring to delay, the three quickly followed her into Death Valley. After a moment of disorientation, Suyu found himself inside the dungeon. The sky above was ominously dark, as if eternal night had fallen. Looking around, he found himself standing at the entrance of a narrow valley. Not far away, 10 skeleton soldiers were wandering, their bones emitting an eerie glow in the dim light. Suyu immediately used his identification skill, and information flooded into his mind. Skeleton soldier. Race, common, abyssal skeleton. Level, 9. Attributes, strength 86, agility 80, spirit 82, endurance 83. Equipment, rusty iron sword green, rusty shield green, tattered staff green, broken bow green. Skills, wind slash, shield bash, fireball, wind arrow. Traits, using rusty weapons may cause tetanus effects on enemies. Evaluation, they are cannon fodder from the abyss, a truly worthless existence. But if you can't defeat them, what does that make you? Suyu was secretly shocked. These seemingly ordinary skeleton soldiers had nearly maxed out level 9 attributes. Moreover, they were fully armed, with complete skills, and could even inflict a tetanus debuff. No wonder so many students couldn't get past them. And this was just the first wave of monsters. The next 9 waves would only get tougher. Suyu hadn't had time to think it through when the skeleton soldiers launched their attack, their rusty weapons cutting through the air with a chilling arc. They looked like they would fall apart at a touch, but once they moved, their forms were surprisingly stable and fast. Suyu watched the skeletal soldiers, noting the clear rhythm in their attack patterns. The archers drew their bows first, followed by the mages who cast fireballs. After 2 rounds of ranged attacks, the skeletal warriors charged forward. Wielding shields and iron swords, the skeletal warriors closed in with astonishing speed. Suyu deftly dodged the arrows and fireballs, drawing his Qinshui sword from his back. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his chi and unleashed the crescent slash. A brilliant crescent-shaped sword light swept out instantly, as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the sword light struck the 5 nearest skeletal warriors. With a resounding bang, their bodies shattered instantly, and the soul flames flickering in their skulls were extinguished. This single strike annihilated them on the spot. Suyu nodded slightly, feeling satisfied. Ever since he transitioned to the Sword Immortal class, his attributes had increased rapidly, nearly reaching the level of a second-tier profession. Coupled with the Qinshui sword, if he couldn't even one-shot these low-level monsters, he might as well find a piece of tofu to smash his head against. Not giving the remaining skeletal mages and archers a chance to react, Suyu immediately used his sword control technique. The Qinshui sword transformed into a sharp sword light, flying towards them like a bolt of lightning. Bang, bang, bang. Continuous explosions resounded as the skeletal mages and archers were all shattered by the sword light, killed instantly. By the time the fireballs and arrows they launched finally arrived, Suyu easily dodged them and approached the skeletal soldiers remains to inspect them closely. However, these monsters neither dropped experience points nor equipment. Suyu muttered to himself, "What a bunch of trash." Continuing along the valley path, Suyu soon encountered a second wave of monsters. This time, it was elite skeletal zombies, also part of the abyssal bone race, still at level 9. Their attributes were slightly stronger than the previous skeletal soldiers, and their skills were similar, but their equipment had improved. At least they were wearing clothes now. This time, Suyu decided to handle the battle from a distance. He used his sword control technique to maneuver the Qinshui sword, which flew around the skeletal zombies, efficiently killing them all. The third wave consisted of level 10 elite iron armor zombies from the abyssal bone race. Their 4 main attributes exceeded 110 points, and they were equipped with green quality armor and weapons. Despite this, they still couldn't withstand Suyu's sword prowess. Using the sword control technique again, the iron armor zombies fell instantly, unable to fight back. Next, Suyu encountered several waves of different elite level 10 monsters. The 4th wave was the fire demons, radiating intense heat and capable of causing burn damage with their fire spells. There were also 4 melee fire demons among them. The 5th wave was the ice demons, emitting a chilling aura that slowed everything around them, adept at ice spells. The 6th wave was the sand demons, who liked to set traps with quicksand and were proficient in earth spells and rock attacks. The 7th wave was the sea demons, the 8th wave was the moon demons, and the 9th wave was the mechanical demons. These monsters had increasingly stronger attributes and equipment, but they still fell easily to Suyu's sword control technique. However, when the 10th wave appeared, Suyu finally encountered some trouble. This wave was a mix of all the previous monsters, each type represented. Just as Suyu was about to employ his usual tactic, a figure suddenly leaped out from the shadows, brandishing 2 sharp daggers aimed at Suyu's waist. Suyu reacted quickly, sidestepping the lethal blow. Nonetheless, he was grazed, and his health bar dropped by 10. Simultaneously, the other monsters swarmed in, launching a fierce attack. Relying on his high attributes, Suyu barely managed to dodge most of the attacks. He swung the Qianshui sword at the ambushing moon demon, but the strike hit nothing. The moon demon had already vanished into the shadows again. Faced with this sudden crisis, Su Yu's mind raced, quickly formulating a strategy to counter the threat. Sword mastery. The sword's light sliced through the air, striking at 9 alien monsters. Bang, bang, bang. After 9 resounding impacts, the health bars of the 9 aliens were left at 1. Su Yu frowned, thinking to himself, what's going on? Elite monsters shouldn't withstand even one of my strikes. Could they be commander-level monsters? He quickly cast an identification spell, and the results astonished him. These aliens were indeed commander-level monsters, with their 4-dimensional attributes nearing 120 points. Coupled with the green gear bonuses and various buffs from the sea demon aliens, it was no wonder they could withstand the sword mastery attack. Su Yu snorted softly. If one strike won't kill them, then another one will. With that, he once again wielded the Qianshui sword, its light sweeping towards the alien monsters like flowing water. At that critical moment, a shadow Flashiden alien from the moon demon race. It held a dagger in each hand, aiming straight for Su Yu's throat. Su Yu knew well that if vital areas like the throat, heart, or kidneys were hit, it would cause critical damage, and even if he survived, he'd be severely injured. Humph, I've been waiting for you. Su Yu's lips curved into a slight smile as a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was the green sword he had equipped earlier, crafted by his father, Su Tianlin. As a top-tier green weapon, it had 30 attack and 35 strength attributes. After becoming a Sword Immortal, Su Yu could naturally dual-wield weapons just like he did as a swordsman. One sword for attacking from a distance, and one for close combat defense. This strategy made him more adaptable to complex battle situations. With a swift movement, Su Yu deftly dodged the moon demon alien's fatal strike. Then, with a flick of his wooden sword, he performed the crescent slash. The crescent-shaped sword light pierced through the moon demon assassin's body in an instant, vanishing into the distance. The assassin didn't even have time to react before being killed on the spot. Simultaneously, the Qianshui sword in the distance completed its mission, annihilating the remaining 9 aliens in one fell swoop. With that, all 10 waves of monsters were slain, marking the end of the Death Valley trial. The entire process took only 15 minutes, with a fifth of that time spent traveling. Just as Su Yu was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His bright eyes warily scanned the distance, where a hexagram summoning array had abruptly appeared. In a flash of light, a figure emerged from the array. When Su Yu saw who it was, he couldn't help but be taken aback. What a gigantic chicken! It stands over 2 meters tall, covered in golden feathers. Su Yu looked like a tiny speck in front of it. Su Yu focused his mind and silently chanted appraisal. Instantly, a stream of information appeared in his mind. Overlord Chicken, Bronze Boss Species, Abyssal Demon Rank. Attributes, Level 12, Strength 893, Agility 873, Spirit 842, Stamina 856. Skills. 1. Golden Feathers Passive. Reduces incoming damage by 12. 2. Ruthless Claw Active. Causes a shockwave around itself, stunning enemies and increasing its own movement speed. 3. Piercing Crow Active. Emits a piercing crow that stuns enemies and lowers their defense. Evaluation. The King of Chickens, mutated by abyssal power, becoming the loudest horn of the abyss. Su Yu pondered. When the rooster crows, the world awakens. Who wouldn't admire the King of Chickens? This is a first-tier bronze boss. He recalled the boss rankings: bronze, silver, gold, star diamond, epic, legendary, mythical. This kind of bronze boss usually appears in 35-player dungeons for levels 810. With its attributes and skills, there's no way a single job changer can handle it. You need a full party of at least 5 to take it down. Su Yu frowned. Who designed this dungeon? Putting such a bronze boss at the end is just brutal. Its attributes are 4 times mine. How did those before me clear it? Without hesitation, Su Yu launched his attack. He activated his sword control technique, sending the Qianshui sword whistling straight at the Overlord Chicken. The giant chicken hurriedly dodged but was slightly too slow. The sword grazed it, and with a bang, the Overlord Chicken's health bar dropped by 5. 20 strikes and I can kill it, Su Yu calculated, constantly retreating to kite his opponent. However, sensing the threat to its life, the Overlord Chicken suddenly used Piercing Crow. The ear-piercing crow stunned Su Yu instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the Overlord Chicken unleashed Ruthless Claw again, causing the ground to tremble and stunning Su Yu once more. The giant chicken's speed surged, charging at Su Yu. With a bang, Su Yu was sent flying, his health bar plummeting by 30. Just regaining his senses, Su Yu saw the Overlord Chicken charging at him again. He quickly swung his sword, unleashing a crescent slash. The crescent-shaped sword light struck the Overlord Chicken, knocking it back a few meters and taking away one of its health. Green Gear Sword's attack is too low. Taking off one of its health, it's thanks to the Qianshui sword and my own attributes, Suyu thought, grateful. The Qianshui sword landed another hit on the Overlord chicken, taking away another 5 of its health. In the blink of an eye, the Overlord chicken had 87 health left. This time, Suyu didn't retreat but instead launched a full-on assault. Crescent Slash and the sword control technique targeted the Overlord chicken. The Overlord chicken tried to use its skills to stun Suyu again, but Suyu didn't give it a chance. The Crescent Slash quickly approached, interrupting its casting. Meanwhile, the Qianshui sword kept slashing, taking away another 5 of its health. There's hope. Suyu continuously activated Crescent Slash and the sword control technique. Crescent Slash knocked back the Overlord chicken, interrupting its skills. The sword control technique inflicted constant damage. The Overlord chicken became a sitting duck. Finally, in a flash of unwillingness, the Overlord chicken's health bar hit 0 and it vanished in a burst of white light. Suyu snapped back to reality, recalling the battle with a shiver. I got a bit carried away. I could have kept my distance and kited it to death with the sword control technique. Instead, I chose to go head-to-head, which was unwise. I'm a Sword Immortal, not a berserker who loses their mind in battle. I must never make this mistake again. A Sword Immortal must always be fully prepared. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu decided to exit the Valley of Death. Just as he exited, an elderly man with white hair in Longdu, the capital of Long Kingdom, slowly opened his eyes. Someone actually cleared my Death Valley dungeon in just 20 minutes. The elderly man with white hair rushed over upon hearing the news, his brows furrowed in disbelief. Since its creation, Death Valley had seen very few successful attempts, each one warranting his personal review. On one hand, this was to prevent anyone from exploiting glitches to cheat. On the other, it was to discover new prodigies in the Dragon Kingdom. After all, he knew better than anyone the difficulties and dangers embedded in this dungeon he meticulously designed. Anyone who could clear it was undoubtedly of extraordinary potential. Activating his access privileges, the old man pulled up the real-time footage of Death Valley. When he saw Suyu effortlessly annihilate the first 9 waves of alien monsters, he couldn't help but gasp. By the time the 10th wave appeared, his hands were already trembling slightly. As the scene of Suyu slaying the Overlord chicken played out, the old man could no longer contain his excitement and sprang to his feet. Excellent! 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 He exclaimed repeatedly. Suyu's performance had far exceeded his expectations. He was about to summon someone to share the good news, but restrained himself. After calming his excitement, the old man began to review Suyu's personal information. When he discovered that Suyu was only at level 7, he stood there, dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. After a long pause, the old man let out a deep breath and marveled. I never thought I'd live to see a true dragon appear in my lifetime. This is a blessing for the Dragon Kingdom and humanity. Just as he was pondering over Suyu, another notification of a dungeon clearance rang out. Upon checking again, a peculiar expression appeared on the old man's face. It's that girl Qianqian, he muttered to himself. Wait, didn't she go to Luo City First High School 6 months ago? Suyu seems to be a student there too. Could it be she specifically went there to find Suyu? Thinking of this, the old man couldn't help but laugh heartily. Heh. Meanwhile, in the dungeon hall of Luo City First High School, Suyu had just emerged from the entrance of Death Valley. Teacher Li Mingyong was about to reprimand him. How does it feel to taste death? Do you now realize your limitations? You need to seriously study combat techniques from now on. Your talent. Teacher, I cleared it. Suyu interrupted. Cleared it. Li Mingyong started to say, but then his eyes widened like saucers. What did you say? Suyu repeated. Teacher, I cleared Death Valley. Li Mingyong was momentarily stunned, his face full of shock. Su Qingya, who had been eliminated early, stared at Suyu in surprise, her lips slightly parted. Fei Xiaohu, who had just experienced death, forgot his fear and stared at Suyu in disbelief. Weilai, Lu Dali, Sun Yuehui, and other classmates were also in a state of shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. Although Suyu's defeat of the level 8 Fei Xiaohu with his level 7 abilities had already amazed them, claiming that Suyu had cleared Death Valley was still hard to believe. After all, they had personally experienced the difficulty of Death Valley, and very few in the entire central region had managed to clear it. Fei Xiaohu was the first to recover and loudly questioned, Impossible. With your strength, how could you have cleared Death Valley? It's really unlikely. Suyu thought to himself as he stared at the entrance to the Death Valley dungeon. He remembered his own experience as an 8th level knight, decked out in green gear, yet unable to get past the 5th stage. Even the renowned Qin Tianming from Zhongzhou City, a 10th level hidden class Saint Seiya in green gear, had failed at the final stage. Qin Tianming? He's nothing. My bro, you, is the real deal. A classmate suddenly interjected, snapping Suyu out of his thoughts. Wei Lai, hearing this, turned provocatively to the classmate. If Suyu doesn't make it, should I livestream myself eating something disgusting? What if he does make it? Will you guys do the same? Humph, live streaming gross stuff is so outdated. Another classmate retorted defiantly. If he makes it, I'll join Tianmei Media and live stream their internal workings. Is that a punishment or a reward? Wei Lai shot back. Did you know that Sensei Shinda just signed with him? Cough, cough. The classmate quickly waved his hands. I don't know any of those teachers like Mikami Yua, Shinda Yume, Akari Mako, or Kawaiaya. Don't tarnish my reputation. As the banter continued, Mr. Li Mingyong snapped out of his daze and used his authority to check Su Yu's dungeon results. The Death Valley leaderboard displayed, first place, Su Yu, time, 16 minutes 32 seconds. He cleared it and broke the record. Li Mingyong exclaimed, eyes sparkling with excitement. Startled by the sudden enthusiasm, Su Yu took a few steps back. Mr. Li, what are you planning? Li Mingyong took a deep breath and forced a smile. Su Yu, I never really understood you before. Let's get to know each other better from now on. Hearing this, Su Yu immediately hid behind Wei Lai, eyeing Mr. Li warily. Mr. Li, please. It's just Death Valley. Realizing his overreaction, Mr. Li quickly composed himself and announced to the class, I just confirmed it. Su Yu has indeed cleared Death Valley. The class erupted in amazement. The students looked at Su Yu with newfound admiration. The gap was so vast that it inspired respect. Fei Xiaohu noticed the admiration in Su Qingya's eyes and felt a pang of jealousy. He silently vowed to win back her attention. Just then, another figure emerged from the Death Valley dungeon entrance. Long Qianqian. Seeing Su Yu, she paused for a moment, then understood. I gave it my all and used every trick, but I was still a step behind him. Su Yu truly deserves his reputation. Long Qianqian, how did it go? Did you clear it too? Mr. Li asked casually. Yes, I did. Long Qianqian confirmed with a nod. Mr. Li was stunned again and quickly checked the results. The leaderboard displayed, second place, Long Qianqian, time, 19 minutes, 47 seconds. We've hit the jackpot. Mr. Li thought ecstatically, 2 students from my class cleared Death Valley, and they took the top 2 spots. I can brag about this forever. Maybe I even have a shot at becoming the principal of Luoqing High School. Suppressing his excitement, Mr. Li addressed the class. You two did a great job. Everyone else should learn from them. Got it? Learn what? How to publicly confess, kiss, and flaunt their relationship. A voice from the corner quipped. Mr. Li was momentarily stunned. It was Wei Lai speaking. This wasn't the first time Wei Lai had challenged him. He recalled a previous lesson on combat tactics. The weak point for some monsters is their backside. If you can hit it, you'll deal critical damage. In severe cases, it might be a one-hit kill, Mr. Li had explained seriously. Wei Lai had scoffed, I doubt it. Pressed for an explanation, Wei Lai had reluctantly added, that's only for some monsters from Sakura country. They not only didn't mind this kind of attack, but actually enjoyed it. Before the speaker could finish, Li Mingyong's hand was already raised high, ready to deliver a loud slap. However, he quickly realized that this was a classroom, not a highway where he could drive recklessly. Instantly, the previously joyful atmosphere vanished. Fuming with anger, Li Mingyong threatened to send the person to the Valley of Death. But Su Yu quickly intervened, stopping him. Su Yu knew well that Wei Lai's strength made venturing into the Valley of Death a death sentence. After a moment of contemplation, Li Mingyong nodded in agreement. After all, they had to show some respect to the top player on the Valley of Death leaderboard. Once he calmed down, Li Mingyong led the students to the arena to continue the lesson. As the class concluded, he raised his voice to announce to all the students, I have an important announcement. Next week, our school will be conducting field training in Zone A8. You need to prepare thoroughly. Make sure to have your weapons and various potions ready. The students responded with excitement, clearly looking forward to this senior-exclusive monthly course, which seemed far more interesting than dungeon runs. After the students dispersed, Li Mingyong hurried to the principal's office. As he opened the door, he saw Principal Luo Yuzina Short, stout middle-aged man engaged in an intimate conversation with his female secretary, seemingly about to reach a critical moment. Li Mingyong quickly closed the door, cursing the pleasure-seeking old man inwardly, yet couldn't help but envy how he lived by the motto, if there's work, let the secretary do it. If there's no work, do the secretary. Moments later, Luo Yuzhin's voice came from inside. Come in. Li Mingyong cautiously opened the door and entered to see the neatly dressed secretary standing beside Luo Yuzhin. Luo Yuzhin asked, Mr. Li, do you have an urgent matter? Li Mingyong hesitated, glancing at the secretary. Luo Yuzhin waved it off, saying, it's fine, she's one of us. Seeing Li Mingyong still silent, Luo Yuzhin frowned, thinking this teacher was being quite disrespectful. Recalling the awkward scene earlier, he lightly patted the secretary's bottom, and with a soft hum of displeasure, she reluctantly left the office. Once the secretary was gone, Li Mingyong finally spoke, Principal, 2 students from our class have cleared the Valley of Death. Luo Yuzhin's chubby face instantly showed a look of shock. He widened his eyes and asked in disbelief, "Really? Are you sure?" Li Mingyong's voice trembled with excitement. "Not only that, but they are ranked first and second." Hearing this, Luo Yuzhen immediately accessed his privileges to quickly check the relevant information. When he saw the undeniable data, he burst into laughter. "Heaven is truly on our side. Mingyong, you've done an excellent job." His laughter was filled with joy and anticipation. He then sternly instructed, "From now on, make sure to protect these two. Understand?" Li Mingyong immediately grasped the significance and replied firmly, "Rest assured, Principal. Unless I'm dead, their safety is guaranteed." Luo Yuzhen pondered for a moment, then took out a pair of blue shoes from his drawer and handed them to Li Mingyong. "I went through a lot of trouble to get these. Consider them a gift." He added meaningfully, "Whether our school can secure more resources this year depends on them. Don't let me down." Li Mingyong accepted the shoes with both hands, his face full of excitement and gratitude. "Thank you for your support, Principal. I won't let you down." After a few more words, Luo Yuzhen let Li Mingyong leave. After waiting for a moment to ensure Li Mingyong was far enough away, Luo Yuzhen quickly took out a communicator and contacted a familiar number. Well, if it isn't Principal Luo, who's always so busy. What brings you to call me?" The projection of a sharp-looking man in his 30s appeared, his tone teasing. Luo Yuzhen snorted. "Ouyang Hao, if you keep that up, I'll hang up. Don't come crying to me later." Ouyang Hao immediately dropped the teasing tone. "All right, what do you need my help with?" Luo Yuzhen's eyes sparkled with cunning. "We're old classmates and friends. Of course, I have good news for you." Ouyang Hao looked Luo Yuzhen up and down, half believing. "You, having good news for me?" Luo Yuzhen maintained his smile and laid out the condition. "Promise me 2 pieces of top-quality green gear, and I'll share this good news with you." Ouyang Hao quickly calculated. Regular green gear costs a few thousand, but top-quality green gear is as expensive as some blue gear, easily tens of thousands. 2 pieces would be at least 30 to 40,000. His expression turned serious. "Are you serious?" "Absolutely. As serious as it gets." Luo Yuzhen replied firmly. Ouyang Hao paused, then made up his mind. "All right, I agree. But if you're lying, you know the consequences." Luo Yuzhen said confidently, "You'll thank me when you hear this. My school has 2 students who cleared Death Valley, and they are ranked first and second." Ouyang Hao was momentarily stunned. "Really?" Luo Yuzhen shrugged. "You're the admissions director of Shanhai Academy and a level 56 paladin. You can check for yourself." Ouyang Hao's expression turned serious. As the admissions director, he knew the value of the top 2 students on the Death Valley leaderboard. Recruiting them early would be invaluable for both the school and his career. Luo Yuzhen waved his hand. "Just remember to bring those bottles of wine if you're grateful." Ouyang Hao laughed and cursed. "You rascal, still thinking about that." Luo Yuzhen sighed. "Unlike you, I don't have much else to look forward to." At that moment, the office door opened again. A female secretary, dressed in a professional top and a short skirt with black stockings, walked in, batting her eyes at Luo Yuzhen. "Principal Luo, how do you like my outfit?" Luo Yuzhen was so startled by the sudden scene that he coughed repeatedly. He hastily said to the communicator, "I have to go. Real business calls." He then hung up and looked at the secretary with gleaming eyes. Sure. Next time you dress like this, remember to knock first," Luo Yuzhen said, pretending to be stern. Zhang Shushu replied coyly, "Got it." She then closed the office door behind her. Inside, the atmosphere quickly turned intimate. Meanwhile, in a dungeon at Luoqing No. 1 High School. Do you have to play like this?" Wei Lai complained. "If you keep going, I won't have a chance to act." Su Yu glanced at him disdainfully. "You're a tank. What use is your attack? Might as well be tickling the monsters." Wei Lai sighed deeply. I don't want to just be an accessory." Su Yu sighed as well. "Honestly, I don't want to deal this much damage either. But what can I do? The system gave me such overpowered gear." Thinking of this, Su Yu couldn't help but look again at the equipment he got from the blind box. The flowing cloud robe, a blue piece of growth equipment, shimmered with a mysterious light in Su Yu's hands. He carefully inspected its properties. Level 5 requirement, exclusive to Sword Immortals. Attack 200, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Stamina 100, Durability 100. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Su Yu's eyes as he thought to himself that this exceptional equipment truly lived up to its reputation. He could already picture himself showcasing his skills in the Valley of Death with the flowing cloud robe. The formidable tyrant chicken would probably be slain in advance, and even the level 9 bronze boss would be no match for him. Just as Su Yu was lost in his thoughts of future battles, Wei Lai remarked with a hint of sarcasm, If you keep this up, you'll end up with no friends." Su Yu retorted nonchalantly, "Oh please, weren't you just as focused in the dungeon earlier?" Wei Lai cleared his throat, trying to change the subject. "How about I send it to you to have a look?" Long Qianqian suddenly chimed in. "Remember to send me a copy too?" Seeing this, Wei Lai quickly diverted the conversation. You? Aren't you at level 8 yet? Suyu responded. Just a little bit more. Wei Lai sighed. It's a pity you can only run the dungeon once a day. Otherwise, we'd definitely get you to level 8 today. Suyu shrugged. No worries, we can run it again tomorrow. Long Qianqian huffed impatiently. All right, let's go. Let's head back. The three of them left the dungeon, tidied up briefly in the hall, and then left the school. As night fell, the lights of Luo City began to twinkle, and the street lights came on. Chatting and laughing, they soon arrived at the Yuhu Tianxia residential area. At the entrance, Wei Lai bid them farewell and headed towards another building. Su Yu and Long Qianqian entered the elevator together. Inside the elevator, with just the two of them, Su Yu was about to speak when Long Qianqian burst out like a machine gun. What? Are you planning to deny everything after taking advantage of me? Do you believe I won't go to your house and tell your parents? Then, let everyone in the neighborhood know you're a jerk. Su Yu hurriedly explained. That's not what I meant. Long Qianqian snorted. Then what do you mean? Turning to face her, Su Yu looked her in the eyes and said seriously, what I mean is, I'll take responsibility for you. If you're willing. Long Qianqian angrily retorted. What? Do you think I'm not good enough to be your girlfriend? Su Yu took a deep breath, his gaze falling on the young girl. Half jokingly, he said, if you really became my girlfriend, the Su family ancestors' graves would need to burn for 3 days and nights to be worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qianqian burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. As her laughter subsided, Long Qianqian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and suddenly asked, do you think I should keep wearing the mask? Su Yu shrugged casually, that's your decision. Just then, the elevator dinged and the doors slowly opened. They both stepped out and walked down the hallway. Long Qianqian's room was conveniently next to Su Yu's. She pulled out her keycard, about to enter, when Su Yu suddenly spoke up. I think you shouldn't wear the mask. With a face as pretty as yours, why hide it? Long Qianqian glanced back at Su Yu, who had already slipped into his room. A slight smile tugged at her lips. Men, she muttered softly as she pushed open her door and stepped inside. Once inside, she closed the door and collapsed onto the soft sofa, feeling a sense of relief. She closed her eyes, glad that she had managed to prevent that event from happening. Su Yu shouldn't turn into that cold and ruthless person anymore. Her thoughts drifted back to a scene from her previous life. In a bustling slave market, she had recognized Su Yu immediately. He had seen her too, his eyes filled with coldness and disdain, but he still bought her. After that, they fought together on the battlefield against gods and demons. Eventually, during a battle with a demon god who wielded the power of time, she was killed. Before dying, she saw Su Yu slay the demon god and then place the god core into her body. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back to a day 6 months earlier. After some contemplation, she realized she had been reborn. Sorting through all her memories, she disregarded her family's objections and moved to Luo City, becoming Su Yu's deskmate. She clearly remembered that Su Yu's descent into darkness, his apathy towards the Blue Star humans, began after he accepted Su Qingya's confession. Though she didn't know the specifics of what happened between them, she had now altered the course of history and could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, her communicator rang with a piercing tone. Glancing at it, her face showed a mix of annoyance and disdain. She answered, and the projection of a handsome young man appeared in midair. Oh, my dear sister, what a lovely day it is. Are you enjoying yourself? The young man asked with a bright smile. Long Qianqian rolled her eyes, her tone impatient. Long Outyin, get to the point. I don't have time for your nonsense. Really? Long Outyin raised an eyebrow. I heard you were taken advantage of by some guy named Su Yu today. Long Qianqian's brows furrowed, her tone cautious. Are you spying on me? Long Outyin quickly waved his hand, laughing. How could you say that? We're just concerned about you. After all, you are the eldest daughter of the Long family. So, what do you want? Long Qianqian asked directly. We just want to know. Long Outyan's expression turned serious. Are you serious about this, Su Yu? I forbid you from doing anything reckless. Long Qianqian's tone was firm. So, you are serious. Long Outyan nodded thoughtfully. And if I am? Long Qianqian retorted. It's simple. Long Outyan clapped his hands. Let him prove he's worthy of you and the Long family. Long Qianqian scoffed, mocking. Ranked first on the Death Valley leaderboard? Is that worthy enough? Long Outyan was visibly stunned, hardly believing it. Are you serious? Check it yourself if you don't believe me. Long Qianqian said confidently. I can lie, but the leaderboard can't. Fine, wait there. I'll confirm with the old man. With that, Long Outyan hurriedly ended the call. Shortly after, he called back. Long Qianqian answered, seeing the shock on Long Outyan's face. No words were needed. She knew the result. Do you believe me now? She asked challengingly. Long Outyan quickly composed himself, feigning calmness. That score is just passable. He might be qualified to be my sidekick. Ignoring his self-aggrandizing, Long Qianqian asked, anything else? If not, remember to take care of those tasks I mentioned. Long Outyin grinned proudly. Already done. Just as you said, the rewards were plentiful. Long Qianqian nodded slightly, reminding him, keep an eye on those people too. Patting his chest, Long Outyin assured, trust me, I won't let any problems arise. And remember, Qianqian, being my sister means facing trials. But don't worry, I'll make sure you don't suffer too much. When I become a god and rule the world, I'll ensure you live happily. By then, those old geezers won't dare to trouble you anymore. Long Outyin's words were abruptly cut off by the crisp sound of a phone hanging up. Long Qianqian irritably tossed her phone onto the sofa and rubbed her temples. She couldn't stand Long Outyin's self-important tone, as if having a name like Long Outyin actually made him the master of everything. After a moment of silence, Long Qianqian's thoughts drifted back to her memories from before her rebirth. On that monster-ravaged blue star, Long Outyin's luck had been good for a while, but in the end, he couldn't escape his fate and became a slave along with her. When they met again, he had become an experimental subject for gods and demons. Even after being rescued, he couldn't escape death. Although Long Outyin's arrogance annoyed her, the bond of blood was something she couldn't sever. Moreover, in their previous life, Long Outyin had given her the greatest opportunity, allowing her to survive until she met Suyu. Because of this, Long Qianqian shared the opportunities she knew with Long Outyin after her rebirth, while she went to Luoqing to find Suyu. Having been given a second chance, she was determined to change everything. Pushing aside her chaotic thoughts, Long Qianqian stood up and walked to the kitchen to take out the meal she had prepared. The meals and the cleanliness of the room were taken care of by someone she hired having lived another life. She understood that strength was the foundation of everything. After finishing her meal, Long Qianqian headed straight to the training room to practice her skills. She knew that aside from increasing her mission level, improving her skill levels was equally crucial. Skill level improvement depended on proficiency, which was gained through daily training and practical application. Standing in the center of the training room, Long Qianqian brought up her attribute panel and carefully examined each stat. Name, Long Qianqian. Race, human. Talent, SS level. Level, 10. Class, elemental warrior. Strength, 99 agility, 99 spirit, 99 stamina, 99. Skills, hand-to-hand mastery passive, LV3. Increases all hand-to-hand damage by 60. Elemental mastery passive, LV3. Increases all elemental damage by 60. Lightning fist active, LV2. Adds electric element to punches, increases punch speed, and deals 100 double damage upon hitting the enemy. Wind God kick active, LV3. Adds wind element to kicks, increases movement speed, and deals 100 double damage upon hitting the enemy. Time manipulation active, LV1. Consumes all stamina to control the opponent's time flow, slowing, accelerating, or freezing it. Compared to her previous life, Long Qianqian was surprised to find her talent had increased from S level to SS level, and her attribute values far exceeded the previous cap of 48 points. The newly acquired Wind God Kick should have been learned after her first class change, and time manipulation might be related to the Time God core she obtained before her death. These changes were undoubtedly positive, but Long Qianqian did not become complacent. Focusing her mind, she began to diligently hone her skills. In the training room, a wooden dummy stood in the center, with damage numbers continuously floating up as Long Qianqian attacked. Her punches and kicks were like a storm, each strike imbued with powerful elemental energy. The wooden dummy shook under the relentless onslaught. At the Su family dinner table, the aroma of 4 dishes and a soup filled the air. Su Tianlin, Su Rongrong, and Suyu sat around, enjoying a simple yet hearty meal. With a mouthful of rice, Suyu excitedly announced, Dad, Mom, I cleared Death Valley today. Su Tianlin paused, looking at his son with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. What did you say? It wasn't until Suyu repeated himself that Su Tianlin was sure he hadn't misheard. Then, a hearty laugh erupted from him, echoing through the dining room. As his laughter subsided, Su Tianlin stood up, walked to the wine cabinet, and took out a cherished bottle of wine. He poured himself a glass, raised it in celebration, and said with pride, Well done, just like me in my prime. Su Rongrong, however, was unimpressed. She scoffed, what prime? You were just a blacksmith. Despite her sharp words, there was no joy on her face, only deep concern in her eyes. Seeing his wife's worry, Su Tianlin took a sip of his wine and spoke gently yet firmly. Xiaoyu has grown up and has his own plans. Besides, he's a born swordsman. He can't spend his days forging iron like me or making clothes like you. Su Rongrong nodded silently, knowing her husband was right. As a blacksmith and tailor, they led safer lives away from the front lines. But Suyu, born with a combat vocation, was destined for a different path. Sensing his mother's worry, Suyu smiled and reassured her, Don't worry, Mom. I'll take care of myself. One day, I'll drive all those alien monsters out of Blue Star. Su Tianlin laughed heartily again, his eyes shining with pride. Good. That's my boy, full of ambition. Come, drink with me. He poured Su Yu a glass of wine. Just then, a system notification sounded in Su Yu's mind. Ding. You have a new task to receive. Please check it. Current available tasks. 1. Refuse the drink and advise against excessive drinking, stating you'll never drink in your life. Reward, bottle of Fountain of Youth. Mythical grade, made from unknown materials, can hold water from anywhere. Effect, water stored in it over time permanently increases life points. 2. Accept the drink and down it in one go, praising the wine. Reward, equipment blind box. Exclusive to Sword Immortals, random grade. System produced, guaranteed quality. Su Yu mentally grumbled. This system is really something. Releasing tasks for drinking wine. But he quickly made up his mind. Does this even need thinking? A sword immortal who doesn't drink? That's not a sword immortal. With a sword in hand, I roam the world, drunk in the beauty of life. With that thought, Su Yu raised his glass without hesitation and downed the wine, exclaiming, Great wine. Su Tianlin nodded in satisfaction, about to pour another glass for his son, but Su Rongrong stopped him. The family continued their meal in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, Su Yu volunteered to wash the dishes. Once he finished, he returned to his room and quietly closed the door. Alone, Su Yu's lips curled into a smug smile. Got the equipment blind box. What will it be this time? The last two were top-tier blue items. This one should be good too, right? With anticipation, Su Yu murmured. Open the blind box. The system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Immortal exclusive equipment wine gourd. Wine gourd? Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Am I supposed to become a wine sword immortal? Intrigued, Su Yu examined the gourd's attributes. As he read, he couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. Wine gourd attributes. White, can grow. Required level, 1. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, attack 50, strength 10, agility 10, spirit 10, stamina 10. Durability, 100,100. Effect, a gourd for storing wine. The longer the wine is stored, the richer its flavor. Each drink increases attack power. Wow, it's a basic item. So you couldn't help but complain. System, what were you thinking? You promised top quality items. However, upon closer inspection, Su Yu realized the equipment's effect was quite useful. This could be a powerful burst skill, but I'll need to work hard to defeat bosses. Su Yu played with the gourd for a moment before placing it in his equipment slot. He appreciated the game's data-driven world, where all items could be stored in the character panel, avoiding carrying issues. More importantly, equipment effects could be hidden, and appearances could be altered. Su Yu thought of his flowing cloud robe, a traditional white robe. It looks cool, but others might feel inferior. He chuckled, so, for their sake, he changed the robe's appearance to a regular tracksuit. Actually, the main reason is, Su Yu pondered, I don't know how to explain its origin to others. Finally, he glanced at his character panel and thought, as long as I don't show it off, no one will know these secrets. With that thought, Su Yu ended his evening filled with surprises. Even high-level experts using appraisal magic can only see the name, race, and profession. Everything else is completely hidden. Su Yu nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, this is perfect, no issues at all. With this thought, he waved his hand, and the Qianshui sword flew out from within him, skillfully darting around the small room. The blade emitted a faint blue glow, as if celebrating its master's success. Meanwhile, in Luoqing at Su Qingya's home, a tense conversation was taking place. Su Qingya sat on a soft leather sofa, her hands clasped tightly, her face full of grievance and unwillingness. She looked up at her father, Su Mingjie, standing in front of her, and said with a trembling voice, Dad, the task wasn't completed. Su Yu refused no matter what. Su Mingjie stepped forward and gently stroked his daughter's hair, trying to comfort her. It's all right if you didn't agree. You've worked hard. Su Qingya raised her head, her eyes filled with curiosity, and asked, Dad, why did you want me to confess to Su Yu and bring him home? Su Mingjie's hand paused slightly before he continued to stroke her hair, answering calmly, didn't you always say how handsome and outstanding Su Yu is? I just wanted to meet him. Su Qingya frowned and pressed further. But why did I have to be the one to confess to him? Su Mingjie didn't answer directly but instead asked, do you know why I became the president of the Luofeng Guild? Without waiting for her reply, he continued, it's because I was proactive and seized every opportunity. Su Qingya nodded, somewhat understanding, but still said, I still don't quite get it. At that moment, a deep male voice suddenly echoed through the air. If she still doesn't understand, then I'll explain it thoroughly. As soon as the words fell, a burly man appeared out of thin air in the living room. The man stared intently at Su Qingya, a chilling smile on his face. He spoke slowly, his voice tinged with menace. The order for you to confess to Su Yu came from me. Your father was just following my command. Now that you've failed the task, your father will face severe punishment. He took a step forward, his gaze growing more dangerous. Pretty girl, you wouldn't want your father to suffer, would you? Su Mingjie immediately stood up, positioning himself between the man and his daughter, his face full of anger. Uemoli, don't push too far. Uemoli sneered and retorted. Oh, and how do you plan to explain your failure? Su Mingjie stood firm, his voice resolute. I'll find a way to complete the task. But if you dare to harm my daughter, you'll pay a heavy price. Uemoli seemed to realize that Su Qingya was Su Mingjie's Achilles heel, and didn't press further. He turned his head to look at Su Qingya again, a wicked smile on his face. Goodbye, pretty girl. With that, his figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared into the air. The room fell into a brief silence. After a long moment, Su Mingjie exhaled deeply and turned to his daughter, asking with concern, Xiaoya, are you alright? Su Qingya looked at her father with a complex expression and hesitated before asking, was that a UMO demon? Su Mingjie nodded, his tone pleading, just pretend you don't know, okay? Su Qingya was silent for a moment, then looked her father in the eye, her voice low and firm, Dad, does our family's success have anything to do with him? Su Mingjie closed his eyes and sighed deeply, his voice full of helplessness. These matters, you shouldn't ask anymore. Su Qingya stood up, her gaze still fixed on her father, and asked, what will happen if you can't complete the task? Su Mingjie suddenly opened his eyes, exuding a powerful aura, his tone confident. I'm nearly a 4-turn expert. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. He changed the topic. So you cleared the Death Valley dungeon today. Next week, we'll be heading to Zone A8 for field training. After hearing her father's words, Su Qingya silently left the living room and returned to her room. Su Mingjie watched her departing figure, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He made a silent vow to himself. This time, Su Yu must die. The next morning, after having breakfast as usual, Su Yu called Long Qianqian to come downstairs with him. When she appeared, Su Yu was taken aback. She had removed her mask, revealing her true face. You're not planning to hide anymore? Su Yu asked, snapping back to reality. Long Qianqian, pleased with his reaction, chuckled softly. Is there any point in hiding anymore? She then took Su Yu's hand willingly. With the atmosphere already set, Su Yu didn't hesitate. After all, they'd already shared their first kiss. Holding hands was nothing in comparison. Hand in hand, they headed to the entrance of Yuhu Tianxia residential area. Wei Lai, upon seeing them, was stunned. Is that really you, Qianqian? What? You don't recognize me after just one day? Long Qianqian smiled warmly at Wei Lai. Or should I go tell Oldly about your side hustle selling photo collections and videos? Same old Qianqian, same old tricks. Can't be wrong. Wei Lai suddenly understood, and then looked at Su Yu with a touch of envy. You? It's one thing to become impressive, but to get a girlfriend who's more beautiful than a fairy? How am I supposed to live with that? Su Yu shrugged and laughed. I wanted to stay low-key and be friends with you, but my abilities just wouldn't allow it. As Wei Lai's eyes grew increasingly resentful, Long Qianqian burst into laughter. The three of them chatted and joked on their way to Luoqing High School. From the moment they arrived, Long Qianqian's stunning beauty captivated everyone's attention. Her charm was irresistible to both men and women, and it was especially impactful on the students of Luoqing High School. If it weren't for Su Yu and Wei Lai by her side, countless boys would have already approached her for her contact information. The three of them walked into class 31 and sat down. Only then did many of the boys quell their inner excitement. Su Yu shook his head slightly. I didn't expect you'd cause such a stir. Isn't it normal? Long Qianqian leaned forward and looked at Su Yu. How about it? Do you feel a lot of pressure? Su Yu's breath quickened, his Adam's apple bobbing unconsciously as his eyes were drawn to her impressive curves. Yeah, it's quite a lot of pressure. Ugh. Long Qianqian blushed and sat back down, her cheeks burning. The other students in the class were shocked by this scene. Someone whispered, if I had known Long Qianqian was so rich and beautiful, I would have taken a shot. Are you kidding? She never even acknowledged you when you tried to talk to her before. At least I tried. Unlike you who didn't even dare to approach. So you is really something? He beat Fei Xiaohu yesterday, kissed Long Qianqian, and even cleared Death Valley. Sure. Keep it down. Fei Xiaohu and Su Qingya are watching. So what? Su Yu and Long Qianqian are a perfect match. And them? Well, they're just a pair of sycophants, destined to be together forever. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Fei Xiaohu walked over with a dark expression, glaring down at the boy who spoke. The boy stood up, meeting his gaze without backing down. I'll say it again. Qingya and brother who are a match made in heaven. If they get together, they'll be happy and joyful. Am I wrong, brother who? Fei Xiaohu's face softened, and and he patted the boy's shoulder. You're right. Stick with me, and you'll have a bright future. With that, he returned to his seat, but his good mood vanished when he saw Su Qingya's eyes fixed on Su Yu. Just then, Li Mingyong walked into the classroom and began the lesson. He covered topics like the anatomy of alien creatures, the advantages of various professions, teamwork strategies, field combat tips, and the 6,000-year history of the Dragon Kingdom. After class, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai went to the dungeon hall and completed 2 dungeons. Su Yu leveled up to 8 and checked his character panel. Name, Su Yu. Race, human. Talent, SS level. Level, 8. Class, Sword Immortal. Unique hidden class. Strength, 120. Agility, 120. Spirit, 120. Stamina, 120. His skill levels hadn't changed, but his 4 primary attributes had increased by a total of 15 points. This meant that after becoming a Sword Immortal, he gained 15 points to his attributes with each level. It was said that those with S-level talents only gained 5 points per level. Moreover, the attribute bonuses for the Sword Immortal class are not balanced. Some attributes might only increase by 2 or 3 points. This discovery made Su Yu even more excited. He thought to himself, the Sword Immortal class is insanely powerful. The stronger and more overpowered it is, the more I like it. His satisfaction was evident. Turning to Wei Lai, Su Yu asked, are you almost at level 9? Wei Lai nodded and replied, just a bit more to go. Long Qianqian chimed in, one more run tomorrow, and you'll be there. Su Yu added, today is Saturday. If we grind again tomorrow and reach level 9, we'll be better prepared for real combat the day after. Just as the 3 were about to leave, they were stopped by Li Mingyong. Su Yu, Long Qianqian, come with me to the office, Li Mingyong said with a hint of mystery in his tone. Su Yu and Long Qianqian exchanged puzzled glances. Su Yu thought, did the school conclude yesterday's issue already? That's unlikely. Old Li is impatient. If it were about that, he wouldn't have waited until today. Could it be something else? Maybe it's a reward for clearing the Death Valley dungeon? Long Qianqian seemed to read Su Yu's mind and whispered, we should be lucky if we're not punished, and you're thinking about rewards? Dream on. Despite their silent conversation, they couldn't figure it out. With a mix of anticipation and anxiety, they quickly arrived at Principal Luo Yuzhen's office. Luo Yuzhen greeted them warmly, saying, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, you two make a perfect pair. Please have a seat. Seeing Luo Yuzhen's enthusiasm, Su Yu and Long Qianqian immediately realized this wasn't about trouble. Sure enough, once they sat down, Luo Yuzhen got straight to the point. First, congratulations on clearing the Death Valley dungeon and bringing honor to our Luo City High School. Second, as a reward, the school can only offer each of you a top-tier green item due to limited resources. As he spoke, he took out 2 pieces of equipment sent by Ouyang Hao from his drawer and handed them to the 2 students. Su Yu and Long Qianqian accepted them gratefully, saying in unison, thank you, Principal. After they received the items, Luo Yuzhen continued, thirdly, we'd like to know if you're interested in joining the special training camp held in the central region? Su Yu and Long Qianqian had ranked 1st and 2nd, respectively, on the Death Valley leaderboard. Participating in the Central Region training camp could significantly enhance their future prospects. Hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in their eyes. Upon hearing Luo Yuzhen's words, Su Yu's eyes lit up. The Central Territory Special Training Camp, ostensibly a training camp, is actually a selection contest held by the top 10 transfer universities in Longhua. Participants are all outstanding individuals from various cities, just a step away from their first transfer. Although it's called a selection contest, the participants gain substantial rewards. As long as they perform well, resources such as equipment, skills, and treasures are within reach. Long Qianqian also keenly sensed the opportunity, her eyes glinting with anticipation. While she wanted to rely on Su Yu, she was equally eager for her own growth. Luo Yuzhen, with his rich experience, immediately noticed their interest and added, the rewards for this year's Central Territory Special Training Camp are quite generous. The first place winner will receive an opportunity dungeon, the second place winner will get a set of top-tier blue equipment, and the third place winner will obtain a piece of purple equipment. He went on to explain the unique nature of the opportunity dungeon. Unlike other dungeons with fixed portals, an opportunity dungeon opens randomly. It could be triggered by defeating a small monster, or might not even open after defeating an epic boss. Some specific items can also open an opportunity dungeon, but they are expensive because the dungeon might drop hidden profession transfer scrolls, epic equipment, legendary materials, and other rare items. Luo Yuzhen continued to describe the value of the other rewards. A set of top-tier blue equipment can be used until the early stages of the third transfer, and a single piece of purple equipment is worth over 1,000,000 yuan, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. He pointed out that even someone like Li Ming, a second transfer professional, is still using blue weapons to emphasize the preciousness of these rewards. After hearing this, Su Yu and Long Qianqian agreed to participate without hesitation. Luo Yuzhen had anticipated this and smiled as he said, "Prepare well. After next week's practical combat, I'll arrange for someone to escort you." He added that the Central Territory Special Training Camp is held in different outdoor locations every year and lasts from half a month to a month. After seeing off Li Mingyong and the two students, Luo Yuzhen contacted Ouyang Hao to arrange the escort. Ouyang Hao expressed his gratitude, to which Luo Yuzhen casually responded, only asking him to ensure their safety. The scene shifts to Wei Lai, who is solemnly bowing to Su Yu and Long Qianqian, calling them his adoptive father and mother. Su Yu joked, well, what a good son you are. Long Qianqian, however, dismissively said she didn't want such a grown son. Wei Lai was unfazed and promised that once he took over the Wei family, he would write Su Yu's name on the first page of the family register. When Su Yu and Long Qianqian obtained 2 pieces of top-tier green equipment, they barely glanced at them before putting them away. The next day, when they saw Wei Lai, they directly gave the equipment to him. Wei Lai was overjoyed, and Su Yu defended him, even joking about Long Qianqian's figure. Long Qianqian angrily punched Su Yu, arguing that Su Qingya still had some chest. Watching their playful banter, Wei Lai's joy was instantly halved. Noticing his change in expression, Long Qianqian asked what his ideal girl was like. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Lai replied, I want to find a girl with toothpaste stains on her clothes. Such girls are innocent, naive, cute, and carefree, without any ulterior motives. As Su Yu listened to Wei Lai's description, a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. He mercilessly exposed. Just say you want a girl with a big chest. Wei Lai didn't mind and chuckled. A true friend sees through but doesn't say through. At this moment, Long Qianqian suddenly interjected. I actually know such a girl, but... Before she could finish, Wei Lai's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, but what? Long Qianqian glanced at him and replied calmly, but she's a bit of a social anxiety. Wei Lai, instead of being deterred, became even more excited. Social anxiety is great. That means she won't socialize and will just stick with me. How perfect is that? Long Qianqian patted his shoulder and said meaningfully, then you'll have to work hard. Wei Lai immediately understood, his expression dimming slightly. He realized that Long Qianqian's friend might not be an ordinary person, and with his current status, he might not be worthy. Seeing Wei Lai's reaction, Long Qianqian took out a photo from her pocket. Take a look, it's her. Wei Lai took the photo, and with just one glance, he was captivated. The girl in the photo was slightly shorter than Long Qianqian, but her chest was even more impressive, and her face was adorably charming. Wei Lai thought to himself, a perfect combination of a baby face and a voluptuous figure, exactly my type. Her name is Yun Yuyu, and she's at Longdu No. 1 High School, Long Qianqian added. Wei Lai clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. I understand. I'll work my hardest. Su Yu, standing nearby, encouraged him. Go for it. Your godfather will help you too. The three of them chatted and laughed for a while before heading to class. After class, they began to grind dungeons to level up. After the dungeon run, Su Yu reached level 8, Wei Lai reached level 9, while Long Qianqian remained at level 10. To continue leveling up, she needed to complete the challenge in the professional trial tower and achieve her first class change. So, while Su Yu and Wei Lai were farming monsters, Long Qianqian focused on honing her skills and increasing her proficiency. As night fell, the three of them went home, ending the day quietly. The next morning, the trio arrived at Luoqing No. 1 High School and boarded the bus that was ready and waiting. The bus started and smoothly passed through the city gate checkpoint, heading out of the city. Li Mingyong stood up and sternly reminded the students, once again, let me tell you, within 10 miles outside the city, except for a few official roads, the rest of the area is filled with traps. These traps can severely injure even a level 6 professional. If you go in, don't expect to come out alive. So, when you return to the city, don't wander off. Otherwise, no one can save you. He paused and continued, additionally, when you're fighting monsters in the wild, none of the teachers will intervene unless your lives are in danger or you encounter other special circumstances. A group of students gazed out the window, the serene landscape reflecting in their eyes, yet it failed to stir any emotion on their faces. They had seen this view countless times before. The traps designed to protect the city and fend off monstrous invaders had long become a mundane sight. Long Qianqian sighed inwardly, aware that while these traps were effective against monsters below level 5, they were inadequate against more formidable foes. She recalled her past experiences, knowing that even traps capable of handling level 6 monsters were of little use in defending the dragon capital. In the face of absolute power, these defenses were mere child's play. At that moment, Su Yu's attention was drawn to the sudden chime of a system notification. Ding! The system had issued a new task, and he quickly checked it. 1. Slacker task. Finish last in the outdoor combat training and receive the Slacker's Bed. This mythical bed, made from unknown materials, allows its user to gain strength while lying down, automatically accumulating experience points the longer the rest. the greater the gains. 2. Mediocre task. Achieve an average score in the training and receive the mediocre badge. This mythical badge increases all attributes by 10,000 points, but simultaneously reduces all attributes by 50, effectively only adding 5,000 points. 3. Active task. Strive for first place and receive a Sword Immortal exclusive blind box. Opening it grants a random Sword Immortal skill or equipment. After weighing his options, Suyu decided to choose the third task. The bus soon arrived at the military camp. Following a series of checks, Suyu, Long Qianqian, and the other students, led by Li Mingyong and other teachers, entered Zone A8. This area was a valley where the most common monsters were mutated wolves known as demon wolves. Li Mingyong announced the rules and rewards for the training. Whoever kills the most demon wolves will be the first place winner. The top 3 will each receive a green tier item and a spot in the Luoqing Genius Training Camp. This news sparked excitement among the students, especially the coveted training camp spots, which everyone eagerly desired. Suyu checked his task panel and found that the system had automatically accepted the demon wolf killing task, with the only restriction being that wolves below level 9 would not count towards the task. This was clearly Li Mingyong using his authority to set the task, eliminating any chance of cheating. With Li Mingyong's command, the students quickly formed teams and rushed into the valley to hunt for demon wolves. However, Li Mingyong soon noticed Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai heading towards a pack of over 30 demon wolves. He felt a pang of worry but chose not to intervene, hoping to teach these overconfident kids a lesson. After all, surviving Death Valley didn't mean they should underestimate these demon wolves. These demon wolves are not easy to deal with, Li Mingyong thought to himself, just about to speak up, when the scene before him left him speechless. Suyu's Qinshui sword gleamed brightly, sending out a crescent-shaped sword light that instantly cut down a dozen demon wolves charging at the trio. At the same time, electric sparks danced around Long Qianqian's fists as she swiftly took down another dozen wolves attempting a sneak attack from behind. The remaining 7 or 8 wolves lunged at Wei Lai, but his raised shield held them off, and they were quickly slain by the combined efforts of the 3. The entire battle lasted no more than 10 seconds, and over 30 level 9 demon wolves lay dead. Without missing a beat, the trio moved on to face the next wave of wolves. In the aftermath, Li Mingyong had to admit that he had underestimated Suyu and Long Qianqian. He knew their prowess must be exceptional to have cleared the Valley of Death, but he hadn't expected them to be this formidable. These level 9 demon wolves stood no chance against them. Shaking his head, Li Mingyong turned to check on the other students. His eyes fell on Fei Xiaohu, who he had once regarded highly. Fei Xiaohu was teamed up with Su Qingya, along with a tank and 2 ranged attackers. Despite their combined efforts, they struggled to take down even half of the dozen wolves they were fighting, making frequent mistakes. The other students were faring even worse. Li Mingyong sighed deeply, feeling a twinge of despair at the stark contrast. Unaware of Li Mingyong's thoughts, Suyu wouldn't have cared even if he knew. His goal was singular first place. Only by securing first place could he earn the system's reward. Leading Long Qianqian and Wei Lai, he pressed on towards the densest cluster of demon wolves. These wolves couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. Long Qianqian was equally focused on the battle, aiming to hone her skills and level up quickly. Wei Lai, witnessing their prowess, couldn't help but shake his head in amazement. Monsters, absolute monsters. But man, it feels great to ride their coattails. The trio fought their way to the depths of the valley. Suyu noticed that the wolves ahead were noticeably larger, with one particularly prominent figure among them. He quickly used his appraisal skill. Demon Wolf Commander. Race, Abyssal Demon. Level, 10. Strength, 584. Agility, 596. Spirit, 523. Stamina, 575. The other wolves were also level 10 elite monsters, with top stats not exceeding 550. Wei Lai, be careful, Suyu warned. Wei Lai looked at the 100 or so elite demon wolves before them, tapped his shield with his hammer, and confidently said, "Don't worry, brother Yu. I'm a shield warrior. I'm not going down that easily." "Alright, let's go," Suyu declared, sending his Qinshui sword flying towards the pack of wolves. Suyu unleashed his sword control technique, and the Qinshui sword shot forward like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, roaring towards the elite demon wolves. Simultaneously, he swung the green long sword in his hand with the speed of the wind, and the crescent-shaped sword moon slash traced a graceful arc through the air. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen elite demon wolves fell to the ground, their blood staining the wild grass red. Suddenly, a deafening howl echoed through the sky. Sensing the danger, the leader-level demon wolf issued a command. Instantly, all the elite demon wolves' speed and attack power surged, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty red light. However, this enhancement was futile against Su Ning. The Qinshui sword moved with blinding speed, far outpacing the elite demon wolves. It darted through the pack like a silver lightning bolt, each flash claiming another demon wolf's life. In no time, another dozen elite demon wolves lay dead in pools of blood. Whoa you! When did you learn that? It's so cool! Wei Lai exclaimed, his jaw practically hitting the ground. He watched the Qianshui sword darting around with envy, igniting his own dreams of becoming a sword immortal. Long Qianqian scoffed, humph, that's nothing. If you ever saw him summon a million divine swords with just a gesture, your eyes would pop out. Though her tone was teasing, seeing Su Yu wield his sword control technique filled her with a sense of calm. All their waiting had finally paid off. The hope of Longhua and Blue Star was right before them. Stay focused, they're coming. Long Qianqian shouted as she darted towards the elite demon wolves like a bolt of lightning. Hearing this, Wei Lai snapped back to reality and stepped up, taking on the role of the shield warrior. Although a shield warrior was a common profession, Wei Lai's a-level talent made his defense as solid as a fortress. Normally, even the green-clad Fei Xiaohu couldn't shake his defenses. Wei Lai braced himself against the fierce assault of 3 elite demon wolves. Though he was pushed back a few steps, he quickly regained his footing. The wolves' attack faltered, and Su Yu seized the moment, swinging his sword once more. Sword Moon Slash. The crescent-shaped blade of light flashed, and 3 demon wolves fell. Are you okay? Su Yu asked with concern. Wei Lai's eyes widened in surprise. You can multitask? Su Yu smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, basic skills, nothing special. Not to be outdone. Wei Lai retorted, did you hear that? The two exchanged smiles, momentarily easing the tension on the battlefield. Long Qianqian frowned and reminded them, get back to work, no slacking. At that moment, the leader-level demon wolf launched a surprise attack. Its form shrank instantly, blending in with the elite demon wolves without a sound. Watch out for the leader-level demon wolf. Su Yu warned loudly. He, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai quickly formed a triangular formation, ready for anything. The Qianshui sword and his longsword struck again, felling another dozen elite demon wolves. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Long Qianqian held nothing back. She unleashed her wind god legs, her figure flickering like a ghost, and her lightning fist struck with the speed of a thunderbolt, taking down demon wolves one after another. Wei Lai carefully used his shield for protection. He knew he was the weak link in their trio and couldn't afford to be the team's downfall. Suddenly, a sharp claw slashed through the air. Wei Lai quickly raised his shield to block. With a loud bang, the immense impact forced him back several steps, breaking through his defense and dropping his health bar by 21. It's the leader-level demon wolf. Long Qianqian shouted, her figure flashing like lightning as she rushed to Wei Lai's side. She unleashed a flurry of punches, her fists raining down like a storm on the leader-level demon wolf. However, the leader-level demon wolf dodged her attacks, clearly activating its Wolf Walks the World skill. But it couldn't escape Su Yu's sword. Su Yu's attributes far surpassed Long Qianqian's, and his speed was lightning fast. As the leader-level demon wolf tried to retreat, Su Yu's sword was already upon it. The Qianshui sword struck, slashing the leader-level demon wolf. With a loud bang, its health bar dropped to 1. The crescent-shaped blade of light followed, finishing off the powerful demon wolf. With the leader-level demon wolf dead, the remaining elite demon wolves scattered like frightened birds. Su Yu and Long Qianqian seized the opportunity to finish them off. In no time, over 100 elite demon wolves lay dead, their bodies strewn across the ground. Exhausted, the 3 of them were nearly spent. Wei Lai took it upon himself to clean up the battlefield. The bodies of the demon wolves would be left for the military camp stationed there, but the items they dropped were their spoils of war to take. They had ventured out many times before, but rarely found any valuable drops. The experience points from the wild monsters were decent, but the drop rates for treasures were frustratingly low. Wei Lai reached the corpse of the leader-level demon wolf and bent down to search for loot. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared out of nowhere, launching a fierce attack straight at him. Wei Lai reacted quickly, instinctively raising his shield to block. Bang! The massive impact sent Wei Lai flying like a ragdoll, landing heavily next to Su Yu and Long Qianqian, his health bar plummeting to a critical 1. Long Qianqian immediately pulled out a potion and carefully helped Wei Lai drink it. Su Yu stood up warily, his eyes locking onto the sudden anemia burly man covered in strange tattoos. His blue hair glinted eerily in the sunlight. The man was clad in heavy armor, wielding a sharp broadsword that exuded a menacing aura. Tisk, TSK, Uemoli, you've really fallen behind. A sharp female voice came from behind Su Yu. You couldn't even kill a level 9 kid in one hit. How embarrassing. Seeing Wei Lai's health bar begin to slowly rise, Long Qianqian also stood up, cautiously looking towards the source of the voice. A red-haired woman stood not far away, her face similarly adorned with strange tattoos. She wore light leather armor and held gleaming daggers in both hands. At the woman's taunt, the burly man called Uemoli snorted heavily. Uemo Qing, cut the crap. Let's kill them quickly and report back to the high priest. Yu Imoqing narrowed her eyes, her sharp gaze sweeping over the three. Fine. Let's make this quick. Before she finished speaking, Yu Imoqing's figure vanished, like a red lightning bolt striking towards Long Qianqian. At the same time, Yu Imoli appeared in front of Su Yu, his curved blade slicing through the air towards Su Yu's vital points. Confident in his third-year strength, Yu Imoli believed killing Su Yu would be a breeze. However, just as his blade was about to reach Su Yu, bang! The broadsword struck the ground, raising a cloud of dust and producing a deafening sound. What happened? Where did they go? Yu Imoli shouted, bewildered as he scanned the surroundings. Yu Imoqing observed carefully and then pondered. There's no sign of teleportation runes or spatial fluctuations. They must have entered a fortune dungeon. A fortune dungeon? What luck! Yu Imoli chuckled. We'll just wait here then. Once they come out, we'll kill them. Yu Imoqing chuckled softly and added, and we'll take all the treasures they find. Two birds with one stone. With that, the two figures vanished as quickly as they had appeared, as if they were never there. The Umo tribe, known for their stealth and disguise, were natural-born assassins. They patiently lay in wait, ready to strike when their prey least expected it. Copy that. Wolf God Fortress, difficulty? Hell, current number of players, 3. Su Yu exhaled softly as he stared at the task panel. He turned to look at Wei Lai, whose health bar was slowly recovering. Thanks a lot for this run, Su Yu said with a grateful smile. Long Qianqian quickly chimed in. Yeah, if it weren't for you triggering this special dungeon, the three of us would have been dead at the hands of those two moon demons. Wei Lai scratched his head awkwardly and explained. Actually, I found this on the body of the leader-class demon wolf that Yugu killed. When I looted the corpse, I found a crystal ball-like thing, and it triggered the special dungeon prompt. The moon demon Li appeared so quickly that I didn't have time to react before getting kicked away. Then moon demon Qing showed up, and they both attacked us. He paused and then curiously asked, by the way, Yugu, why did you choose the hell difficulty for the dungeon? Isn't it a bit too challenging? Su Yu responded calmly. Along with the special dungeon prompt, there was a difficulty selection. The higher the difficulty, the better the loot. With our gear and attributes, we can definitely clear the hell difficulty. Besides the special dungeon rewards, there's also the system's bonus. Just as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded. Ding! You have a new task to claim. Please check it out. The trio's eyes focused on the task panel that appeared before them. 1. Clear the Nightmare Difficulty Wolf God Fortress and kill the final boss. Reward, 1 piece of blue equipment. 2. Clear the Hell Difficulty Wolf God Fortress and kill the final boss. Reward, 1 piece of purple equipment. 3. Clear the Inferno Difficulty Wolf God Fortress and kill the final boss. Reward, 1 exclusive Sword Immortal blind box. Su Yu quickly scanned the tasks and calculated silently. Although the rewards this time were more reliable than before, the blue and purple equipment paled in comparison to the exclusive Sword Immortal blind box. After all, blue and purple gear might not suit him, but the blind box would definitely contain something tailored for him. Besides, Su Yu continued, with our current attributes, gear, and skills, if we can't clear the Inferno difficulty special dungeon, we might as well go out and get killed. Those two moon demons outside have a minimum level of 27, possibly 28 or 29. Otherwise, with my strength, I wouldn't have had trouble seeing their movements. Long Qianqian nodded in agreement. Exactly. Special dungeons are rare opportunities. We have to seize them. Plus, only by getting powerful rewards from this special dungeon can we deal with those two outsiders. Su Yu pondered for a moment, frowning slightly. Their appearance is quite suspicious. Long Qianqian agreed. Indeed, it is. Although Zone A8 is just an ordinary area, there's a military camp nearby with strong fighters to prevent outsiders from controlling monsters and causing a beast tide. Everyone entering is usually strictly checked. Even though moon demons are natural assassins, they shouldn't be able to sneak in under the military's watch. After all, we've been fighting moon demons for years and have many countermeasures. The most obvious one is the flare at the camp entrance. Anyone below level 40 will be revealed by it. Seeing the two in deep thought, Wei Lai urged, Yugu, Qianqianjia, let's not overthink it. Let's focus on clearing this dungeon first. There's a countdown. We only have 5 hours. He chuckled bitterly. And please protect me. Su Yu looked at him helplessly. You're supposed to be the defensive tank. Wei Lai laughed. Hey, this tank can also deal some damage. Long Qianqian interrupted decisively. Enough chit-chat. Let's clear the dungeon first and figure out how to deal with those moon demons later. The three stood at the dungeon entrance, facing a valley identical to Zone A8. Su Yu warned, stay alert. Wei Lai immediately raised his shield and hammer and took the lead. Su Yu followed closely behind, with Long Qianqian bringing up the rear. They had only taken a few steps when suddenly, hundreds of green demon wolves charged at them from all directions, baring their fangs and glowing with malice. Fortunately, These were just level 10 regular green demon wolves, posing little threat to Wei Lai, the tank. Su Yu and Long Qianqian demonstrated incredible prowess when facing the green demon wolves, effortlessly slaying the attacking beasts with a single sword strike and punch. The trio fought their way forward, eventually arriving at a village surrounded by high walls. At the village entrance, a dozen young men armed with weapons stood behind 3 rows of barricades, their expressions tense yet slightly relieved. The sturdy man at the front shouted, "Are you 3 heroes here to help us get rid of the wolves?" Su Yu and his companions exchanged quick glances, realizing this was an interactive quest. They replied in unison, "Yes, we heard that Wolf God Fort is besieged by wolves and have come specifically to assist." The villagers' faces lit up with joy as they warmly welcomed the trio into the village. A little boy with a tiger-like face led them to the village chief. The short, elderly man with white hair and beard carefully scrutinized the 3 before saying with a smile, "Wolf God Fort welcomes you, brave heroes. With you here, we are safe." After a few polite exchanges, Su Yu got straight to the point. "Chief, what's going on here?" The old village chief sighed. "Our village was once protected by the wolf god, and the wolves did not dare approach. But a few days ago, we were suddenly attacked, suffering heavy casualties." He then invited the trio to rest for a while, and the sharp-witted little boy served them water. As Su Yu drank, he subtly probed for more information but was unable to uncover anything significant. He even speculated whether someone might have accidentally harmed the Wolf King's cub while hunting, but the old chief dismissed this possibility. Finally, the 3 of them went to the barricades to assess the situation. The sturdy man and the others thanked them before heading home, agreeing to signal if the wolf pack attacked. However, it wasn't long before Su Yu and his companions sensed that something was amiss. By now, night had fallen. The full moon hung high, blanketing the earth in a silvery glow. Outside the village, packs of blue demon wolves howled at the moon, their cries piercing and prolonged. In stark contrast, the village was eerily silent, as if under a spell. Su Yu scanned the surroundings, his brows furrowed. "I'll hold the fort here. You 2, go check out what's happening." Long Qianqian's gaze swept over the wolves ready to charge. Her expression was grave. "I'll go alone. You 2 stay and guard this place." With that, her lithe figure vanished into the village's shadows. Su Yu turned to the charging wolves and instructed Wei Lai, "Take care of yourself." Before the words were fully out, he had already executed his swordsmanship. The Qianshui sword flew like a meteor towards the wolves. The sword's light traced a beautiful arc in the night sky, reaping the wolves' lives like the scythe of death. Dozens of blue demon wolves fell, their blood staining the ground. The Qianshui sword tore through the wolf pack, causing them to scatter in panic. Meanwhile, the crescent-shaped sword light swept over the barricades, continually slaying the wolves. On the other side, Wei Lai fought fiercely. She held a shield high, blocking any wolves that slipped through, while her heavy iron hammer struck down any wolf it hit. The intense battle lasted for over 10 minutes. Finally, the wolves retreated, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. Su Yu and Wei Lai, panting heavily, leaned against each other, taking a while to regain their strength. "Why is Qianqian taking so long to return?" Su Yu asked, worry evident in his voice. Wei Lai reassured him, "With Qianqian's skills, she should be fine. The wolves shouldn't dare to come back anytime soon. You stay here and keep watch. If they return, signal immediately." Su Yu nodded in agreement and quickly ran towards the village. It wasn't long before he found Long Qianqian, bound and thrown by the roadside. With a flash of his sword, the ropes were cut. Long Qianqian stood up quickly, urgency in her eyes. "Follow me quickly." She sprinted towards the village center. They soon arrived at the Wolf God Temple in the village center. This small temple had been built by the villagers' ancestors to thank the White Wolf for saving their lives. At this moment, the old village chief, strong men, and other villagers were gathered here, kneeling in front of the temple, chanting prayers. More shockingly, 5 children lay on the altar in front of the temple. They were none other than Little Tiger and his companions, whom they had seen during the day. It was clear these children were to be sacrificed. "Quick, save those children," Long Qianqian whispered. The 2 moved like lightning, reaching the altar in an instant. Just as they were about to grab the children, the sound of arrows whizzing through the air came from behind. Su Yu swiftly used his swordsmanship to block the incoming arrows with the Qianshui sword. Turning around, they saw the old village chief, strong men, and other villagers with bloodshot eyes, staring at them menacingly. "You can't do this. This is our last hope." The old village chief's voice trembled. "If you do this, you'll doom the entire village. Leave now, and don't hinder us from summoning the wolf god. Once the wolf god descends, the village's crisis will be resolved." Before he finished speaking, the strong men led a few villagers to block Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and the children. "You can't," Su Yu began, but a massive black wolf, as large as an ox, suddenly appeared. It opened its jaws wide, ready to devour the sleeping children. Seeing this, Su Yu and Long Qianqian didn't hesitate. The villagers tried to stop them, but being of lower skill levels, they were quickly overpowered. Bang! Su Yu's sword struck the black wolf heavily. Bang! Long Qianqian's lightning punch hit the black wolf's abdomen hard. Howl! The black wolf yelped in pain, retreating several meters. Its blood-red eyes glared at Su Yu and Long Qianqian, filled with ferocity and rage. Su Yu quickly used his identification skill, and the black wolf's information appeared in his mind. Black Wolf King Bronze Boss. Race: Abyss Demon Tribe. Level: 15. Strength: 1097 Agility, 1120 Spirit, 1083 Stamina, 1104. Skills: Black Wolf Body Passive. Increases movement speed and dodge chance. Black Wolf Claw Active. A powerful strike from the Black Wolf King, increasing damage. Wolf King Majesty Active. Increases its own damage while reducing enemy damage. Wolf King Howl Active. Increases movement speed and damage, causing enemies to be stunned. Dark Devour Active. Each time it devours a living being, it restores health and stamina. Evaluation: the Black Wolf King was originally the White Wolf King. Corrupted by the power of the Abyss, it lost its sanity and turned from the guardian of the Wolf God Castle into a slave of the Abyss Demon Tribe. Su Yu was alarmed. Judging by its stats, this Black Wolf King was indeed formidable, even stronger than the final boss, the Tyrant Chicken, they had encountered in Death Valley. Su Yu once again glanced at his attribute panel, calculating silently. Although he had already advanced to level 10, his 4 main attributes still lagged behind compared to the Black Wolf King. Facing this formidable abyssal demon, he could withstand at most 2 or 3 attacks before meeting his demise. However, Su Yu knew that real combat wasn't just about basic attributes, it was also about the skill of both opponents. After a moment of contemplation, he had a plan in mind. Just as he was about to speak, a hurried signal came from the village in Transeat was the distress signal he and Wei Lai had agreed upon, indicating that the pack of wolves at the perimeter was about to launch an attack. Su Yu immediately adjusted his strategy and said to Long Qianqian, "Qianqian, go support Wei Lai and hold the village entrance." Long Qianqian glanced at the imposing Black Wolf King and suggested, "Why not lure it to the village entrance and take it down together?" Su Yu shook his head slightly and explained, "That could give it the chance to summon the pack, making things even harder for us." Long Qianqian agreed with a nod and quickly ran out. Su Yu watched her leave before turning to the villagers, warning, "Stay back, and be careful not to get caught in the crossfire." However, the villagers stood motionless like statues. The Black Wolf King sneered, "Boy, don't waste your time. Their minds are already under my control." Hearing this, Su Yu said no more. Against an abyssal demon, the only language was the sword. In an instant, the Qianshui sword sliced through the air, aiming straight for the Black Wolf King's throat. At the same time, Su Yu swung his long sword, sending a crescent-shaped slash towards the Black Wolf King's waist. "You think a mere level 10 trash like you can kill me? What a joke!" The Black Wolf King mocked arrogantly. But before it could finish speaking, it was struck by both attacks, its health plummeting by 5. Startled, the Black Wolf King immediately used Wolf King's Howl. After a deafening howl, its speed suddenly increased. Meanwhile, it noticed Su Yu had been stunned, sensing an opportunity. The Black Wolf King leaped towards Su Yu, using Black Wolf's Claw midair. Its front claws swelled several times in size, the sharp blades gleaming coldly as they slashed towards Su Yu. The Black Wolf King was inwardly delighted, certain that this strike would kill Su Yu. Although Su Yu's attack power was formidable, his defense was nowhere near comparable. Bang! The wolf's paw struck Su Yu's chest with a heavy thud, instantly staining his clothes with blood. Staggering back, his health dropped to 30. His heart racing had narrowly escaped death by the Black Wolf's claws. Quickly, he pulled out a prepared potion from his pocket and gulped it down. Warmth spread through his body as his health bar slowly began to rise. The Black Wolf King, eyes gleaming with malice, refused to let Su Yu catch his breath and lunged at him again. In that critical moment, a crescent-shaped sword light sliced through the air, striking the Black Wolf King precisely. Following closely, the Qianshui sword delivered a swift blow. The Black Wolf King howled in pain and quickly dodged, but Su Yu's speed was unmatched. The continuous barrage of sword light from the Jianyu slash gave the wolf no chance to recover. Slash, slash, slash. The sword light fell like rain, and the Qianshui sword danced up and down. Under this relentless assault, the Black Wolf King retreated, its health plummeting. In the blink of an eye, the Black Wolf King's health dropped to 10. In a life-or-death moment, it unleashed its final ferocity. Using the knockback effect of the Jianyu slash, it leaped backward, finally escaping Su Yu's range of attack. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu pulled out a wine gourd from his waist and took a swig. This gourd, a treasure he had acquired from dungeon runs, could absorb the monster souls of bronze-level bosses. Not just a container for wine, It made the drink grow richer over time. After drinking, Suyu felt a surge of power, his attributes and attack strength significantly boosted. He gripped his long sword, preparing for a fatal strike. However, the Black Wolf King suddenly used a sinister skill, darting to the old village chief and swallowing him whole. Bang! Suyu's recently recovered health dropped back to 10. The Black Wolf King, now emboldened, began to ravenously devour other villagers. A cold glint flashed in Suyu's eyes as he unleashed a fierce crescent-shaped sword light, aiming directly at the Black Wolf King's life. Realizing it couldn't evade the fatal blow, the Black Wolf King's blood-red eyes locked onto Suyu, letting out a final roar. "You forced me to this." Before the words had fully left its mouth, the Black Wolf King transformed into a shadow, weaving through the villagers with astonishing speed. In an instant, all the villagers lay in pools of blood. Yet, it did not absorb their blood to restore its health. Instead, it stood in the center of the bloodbath, shouting, "Great Master, feast on your sacrifices." The Qianshui sword struck the Black Wolf King, reducing its health to 0. Its body exploded into 3 golden orbs of light. Before Suyu could collect them, a shadow appeared where the Black Wolf King had stood. In the blink of an eye, the shadow morphed into a woman. The blood and corpses vanished as if they had never existed. The woman, dressed in a blood-red robe with long crimson hair and pale skin, reached out and grabbed the 3 golden orbs, examining them briefly before swallowing them. "At least you were worth raising. You were quite delectable," she said, her gaze shifting to Suyu. Suyu felt as if she could see right through him and quickly used his identification skill. A string of information appeared before his eyes. Abyssal Demon God's Avatar. Gold level boss. Race: Abyssal Demon race. Level: 15. Strength: 1500. Agility: 1500. Spirit: 1500. Stamina: 1500. Skills: Demon God's Body. Accelerates health regeneration, enhances defense, and increases attack power. Demon God's Might. Displays the Demon God's power, intimidating enemies and reducing their attack, spirit, and stamina. Demon God's Domain. Creates a unique domain centered on the user, lowering all attributes of opponents. Evaluation. This is an avatar of the Demon God, possessing a fraction of its power. Defeat it? Don't even think about it. Suyu's mind raced, but he couldn't find a way to defeat her. The woman chuckled softly. "Heh, interesting little fellow. There are still parts of you I can't see through." The Abyssal Demon God smiled as he sized up Suyu. Just then, Wei Lai and Long Qianqian hurriedly arrived. "Yuga, we're here," Wei Lai shouted, his gaze immediately falling on the Abyssal Demon God. "Whoa, is this the final boss? How are we supposed to fight this?" Suyu turned to them. "Why are you here? Have the wolves retreated?" Wei Lai nodded. "Yes, they have. Just a moment ago, they howled and then retreated. It seems that with the Black Wolf King dead, the pack dispersed on its own. The crisis at Wolf God Fort is over." Suyu looked around at the scattered corpses and sighed inwardly. Sadly, the villagers are all dead. Long Qianqian stared at the demon's avatar, her brow furrowing. She was all too familiar with this aura. In her past life, the Dragon Kingdom had been overrun by monsters, with the Abyssal Demon God playing a significant role. The Abyssal Demon God's gaze swept over the two, finally resting on Long Qianqian with a puzzled expression. "How is it possible for you to have the power of time?" "Suyu, attack!" Long Qianqian suddenly shouted, activating her time control skill. Her stamina was instantly drained, and she collapsed. The demon's avatar was frozen in place. Suyu reacted swiftly, downing a drink and simultaneously unleashing his sword mastery and crescent/slash techniques. His 1,000-water sword and crescent-shaped sword light struck the demon's head and heart in an instant. "Die already!" Wei Lai roared, charging forward and smashing his shield against the demon's avatar. Boom! The trio's attacks landed squarely on the demon's avatar. In just 15 seconds, its health bar dropped to 0. However, the avatar did not immediately dissipate. Its blood-red eyes fixed on Long Qianqian. "Quite an interesting little one. I'll remember you." Before it could say more, Suyu's wine gourd flew to the demon's avatar, a powerful suction pulling it inside, leaving behind 4 golden orbs. A system notification confirmed the dungeon's completion. "Finally, we did it." Wei Lai breathed a sigh of relief. "For a moment there, I thought I was going to die." Suyu approached Long Qianqian, concerned. "Are you all right?" Long Qianqian shook her head slightly. "I'm fine, just exhausted. I just need to rest." Suyu pondered for a moment. "That skill you used earlier, can you do it again?" Long Qianqian thought for a bit. "I can, but I won't be able to control time for as long." Suyu smiled. "That's enough. Even 1 second will do." Just then, Wei Lai's excited voice called out, "Yuga, look at this." Wei Lai excitedly held up a scroll, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Suyu, supporting Long Qianqian, slowly walked over to join him. The three of them focused their gazes on the scroll, their expressions simultaneously turning to one of astonishment. This is a hidden class transfer scroll? Suyu whispered in disbelief, his eyes shimmering with amazement. Long Qianqian nodded in agreement. It's indeed rare, but considering it dropped from an Abyss Demon God clone, a gold-tier boss, it makes sense. After examining it closely for a moment, Suyu patted Wei Lai on the shoulder, speaking firmly, "Don't hesitate. Go ahead and use it." Long Qianqian also encouraged him. "Neither of us can use it, only you can. Use it quickly so you can be one step closer to Yo-Yo." Wei Lai stopped hesitating and immediately unrolled the scroll. To their surprise, there was no dazzling light or extraordinary phenomenon. The class transfer was completed quietly and seamlessly. Wei Lai quickly checked his attribute panel and was thrilled to discover that he had become a hidden class Divine Shield Guardian, a defensive class. Even more exciting was that his talent had increased this level. "Not bad," Suyu praised. "From now on, the team's defense is in your hands. Go check out what's in those two golden lights." Responding to Suyu's prompt, Wei Lai stepped forward and retrieved an item from each of the two golden glows. The first item was the Demon God Armor, a blue-grade, growth-type equipment suitable for defensive class characters above level 10. It not only significantly boosted defense, but also increased various attributes. The description warned that it was the armor of the Abyss Demon God, and the wearer would possess great defensive power, but the Demon God would eventually come to reclaim it. "Wow, this is top-tier blue gear," Suyu exclaimed in amazement. Long Qianqian couldn't help but tease, "Wei Lai, your luck is through the roof." Suyu impatiently urged, "Quick, put it on and see how it works." Long Qianqian joked, "It probably looks ugly though." Wei Lai hesitated, but before he could finish, Suyu gave him a playful slap. "Stop overthinking it. Just put it on." Long Qianqian also persuaded, "You're the only defensive class here, so it's up to you to use it." Wei Lai looked troubled. "This dungeon was mainly cleared by you two. I didn't contribute much." Suyu was about to speak, but Long Qianqian stopped him with a glance. She turned to Wei Lai, speaking seriously, "Do you want to be our friend for a while or join us in reaching the pinnacle of the world? If it's the former, I'll sell the gear once we get out and split the money among the three of us. If it's the latter, put it on and protect us well. Also, even if you're a hidden class and Yo-Yo likes you, it doesn't mean you'll gain her family's approval." Wei Lai was silent for a moment before finally making up his mind. "All right, I'll wear it." Once he donned the Demon God armor, Wei Lai's presence changed dramatically. The armor's black wolf head pattern was fierce, and its overall inky black color made Wei Lai look solid and reliable, exuding a sense of security. Suyu patted his shoulder, laughing. "Looking good. Almost as handsome as me." Wei Lai chuckled and then reverted the armor's appearance to its original form. "Let's see what's left," Suyu urged. Wei Lai retrieved the final two items, a skill enhancement scroll and a Demon God core fragment. The skill enhancement scroll could instantly raise any first-tier skill by 5 levels, while the Demon God core fragment could upgrade any purple or lower-grade weapon or equipment by 1 tier. "You're really lucky," Suyu marveled. "From now on, you open all the dungeon chests." "It's decided." With that, Suyu handed the skill enhancement scroll to Long Qianqian and took the Demon God core fragment for himself. Without hesitation, Long Qianqian used the scroll, boosting her time manipulation skill to level 6, significantly increasing its power. Suyu used the Demon God core fragment on his Qinshui sword. A flash of light later, the sword was upgraded to a top-tier purple item, with its attack power doubled and attributes significantly enhanced. "Wait, we still haven't claimed the system reward," Suyu suddenly remembered. The system notification sounded. "Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a Sword Immortal exclusive skill blind box. Would you like to open it now?" "Open it," Suyu answered without hesitation. "Congratulations, you have obtained the Sword Immortal exclusive skill Sword Flight. Would you like to claim it now?" "Claim it." In an instant, a new skill appeared on Suyu's character panel. Active Sword Flight, LV1, doubles your movement speed and enables aerial flight. Suyu was ecstatic, envisioning himself soaring through the skies on a flying sword. This was the hallmark of a legendary Sword Immortal. He couldn't help but think that if he had mastered this skill earlier, he might have been able to challenge even the Abyssal Demon God's avatar. His thoughts shifted to the wine gourd. This treasure had recently absorbed the essence of a golden boss, and he was eager to see its transformation. Sure enough, when he checked its attributes, the wine gourd had evolved. Wine gourd blue. Growth requirement level, 10. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, attack power 200, strength 100, agility 100, spirit 100, stamina 100. Durability, 100,100. It had upgraded from green to blue, doubling all its attributes, a remarkable boost indeed. Aside from the leaps in equipment and skills, Suyu noticed another critical change. Even though his character's experience points were maxed out, he could still gain additional experience, which would automatically enhance his skill levels. For example, his passive skill, Innate Sword Body, had quietly advanced to level 2. Innate Sword Body passive, LV2, increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 120. Though the reason was unclear, Suyu speculated that it might be another gift from the mysterious, fickle system. Regardless, this opened a new path for his power growth. Just as Suyu was basking in joy, Wei Lai's voice brought him back to reality. Brother Yu, getting an equipment upgrade shouldn't make you this happy, right? Your smile is harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Suyu, slightly contemplative, then displayed the attributes of the Qianshui sword. Wei Lai and Long Qianqian were stunned as they examined it closely. An exceptional purple-grade item, growth-capable, and usable at just level 10, it was a weapon that could dominate players of the same rank. Typically, having a top-tier green item below the first class change was rare, let alone such a divine weapon. Wei Lai, who had prided himself on his demon god armor, now realized Su Yu's Qianshui sword was superior. He couldn't help but marvel at how the game always had something more extraordinary. Long Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief, her worries dissipating. With such a powerful weapon, their chances of winning the post-dungeon battle had significantly increased. The entrance to the Opportunity Dungeon was also the exit. She was certain Umo Li and Umo Qing would be lying in wait. A fierce battle was inevitable, but with Su Ye's newfound strength, she felt confident in their victory. Looking at his companions, Su Yu spoke firmly. All right, get ready. We're exiting the dungeon now. Once Long Qianqian had regained her stamina and Wei Lai was fully prepared, Su Yu decisively clicked to exit the dungeon. In an instant, the three of them reappeared in the valley of A8 zone. Almost simultaneously, Umo Li and Umo Qing materialized as well, brandishing a chillingly sharp long knife and two deadly daggers, aimed directly at Su Yu and Long Qianqian, their killing intent unmistakable. Moon Demon Li and Moon Demon Qing silently lay in wait near the entrance of the Opportunity Dungeon for a full 5 hours. As natural-born assassins, this pair of Moon Demon aliens displayed remarkable patience. Their figures blended seamlessly into the surroundings, and even when students passed by, no one noticed their presence. Li Mingyong made several trips back and forth, searching for Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai, but he too failed to detect the lurking assassins. As time passed, the sky began to darken. Most students started heading towards the A8 area entrance, with only a few remaining in the vicinity. At this moment, the figures of Su Yu and his two companions suddenly appeared in sight. Moon Demon Li and Moon Demon Qing immediately became alert and launched their attack without hesitation. With near-secondier strength, they believed they could easily crush the trio, who were yet to surpass the first tier. Blades flashed in the twilight, targeting Su Yu. A dark dagger silently aimed at Long Qianqian. However, unexpectedly, freeze! Long Qianqian shouted, and her time control ability activated instantly. The two assassins were frozen in place, their minds blank. Prepared in advance, Su Yu quickly used his sword control technique, sending the Qianshui sword flying through the air to pierce Moon Demon Qing's head with precision. It was a fatal strike, and Moon Demon Qing's health dropped to 0 instantly. At the same time, Wei Lai gripped his shield with both hands and forcefully slammed into Moon Demon Li, sending him flying several meters. Moon Demon Li staggered back, struggling to regain his balance. When he finally assessed the situation, his red eyes narrowed sharply. This control skill is so powerful, and their attack strength is astonishing. No wonder the High Priest sent us to eliminate them, Moon Demon Li thought, but he still felt confident. With a level 19 rank and attributes bolstered by blue equipment, he believed he could complete the mission. After all, Long Qianqian was already on the ground, incapacitated. Only Su Yu, who could control the flying sword, and the shield-bearing Wei Lai remained. Moon Demon Li decisively activated his stealth skill, disappearing from sight. Using the cover of night, he silently approached the trio. When he was just a meter away from Long Qianqian, he suddenly lunged, his long blade aimed at her vital point. However, just as the blade was about to strike, Wei Lai's shield intercepted it precisely, protecting Long Qianqian. The clash of metal rang out dully, and the impact sent Wei Lai and his shield flying. Not good. Moon Demon Li's mind screamed in alarm as he hurriedly retreated. Although he didn't know how his position had been compromised, he realized that continuing the fight would likely spell doom. That strike had failed to penetrate the defense. Their defensive capabilities far exceeded his expectations. Worse still, one of them had yet to make a move. Moon Demon Li sped up his retreat, but the Qianshui sword was faster. The flying sword sliced through the night, first knocking away his long blade, then slashing across Moon Demon Li's body, instantly taking away half of his health. The damage is so high. Moon Demon Li's face changed drastically, and he quickened his escape. However, the Qianshui sword suddenly accelerated, its light cutting through the night like lightning, precisely severing his throat. Moon Demon Li's health dropped to 0 instantly, and his consciousness fell into eternal darkness. The battle ended, and the experience points were immediately credited. Su Yu's innate sword body passive skill leveled up to 10, increasing all sword weapon damage by 200. He put away his wine gourd, recalled the Qinshui sword, and turned to ask with concern, "Are you guys okay?" Long Qianqian weakly shook her head. "I'm fine, just exhausted." Wei Lai waved his hand with a smile and said nonchalantly, "It's just a little blood, nothing serious." His demeanor was relaxed, as if the recent battle had been nothing more than a minor incident. Su Yu nodded slightly and turned his gaze to Li Mingyong, who was approaching quickly. Behind Li Mingyong were Kai Song and He Yang, who soon arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the bodies of Yu Mo Li and Yu Mo Qing on the ground, their faces instantly showed expressions of disbelief. Although they recognized the Moon Demon race, the scene before them was still shocking. 2 level 19 Moon Demons had been killed by 3 students who hadn't even gone through their first transformation. Kai Song and He Yang, soldiers sent from the camp to ensure the students' safety, hadn't initially taken the mission seriously. When Yu Mo Li and Yu Mo Qing first launched their sneak attack, they sensed something was amiss but didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until Long Qianqian's loud shout followed by the sounds of prolonged fighting that they realized the gravity of the situation and rushed over. Despite being only a minute away from Su Yu and the others, the 3 students had already dealt with 2 level 19 Moon Demons in that short span of time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Moon Demons were born assassins. Even for them, as level 27 soldiers, avoiding an assassination attempt by a Moon Demon was no easy feat, let alone killing one. After the initial shock, Kai Song and He Yang exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The fact that their guarded area had been infiltrated by Moon Demon assassins was undoubtedly a significant problem. They quickly relayed the information back to the camp while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Li Mingyong snapped out of his shock and urgently asked, "Are you all okay? Any injuries?" Su Yu shook his head slightly and calmly replied, "No, just a bit drained." Li Mingyong let out a long sigh of relief, his shoulders visibly relaxing. "As long as you're not hurt." Su Yu pondered for a moment and then asked, "Mr. Li, are the other students okay?" Li Mingyong immediately responded, "They're fine. They weren't attacked at all." This response made Su Yu thoughtful. It seemed highly likely that these 2 Moon Demons had come specifically to assassinate them. He glanced at Long Qianqian, unsure if she was also a target. After all, Yu Mo Li and Yu Mo Qing had initially targeted the 2 of them. Kai Song stepped forward and said seriously, "Mr. Li Mingyong, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai, please come with us to the camp to help us understand the situation." Li Mingyong nodded in agreement, eager to figure out what was going on. Su Yu and the others had no objections and followed them to the camp. On the way, Su Yu turned to Li Mingyong and asked, "Mr. Li, is the field training over now?" Li Mingyong paused, looking around the empty valley, and replied, "It can be over now." He then opened his panel to have all the students submit their tasks. However, when he saw the tasks submitted by Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai, he was utterly stunned. Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai reported their results with relaxed expressions, 1,072, 896, and 465 kills respectively. Li Mingyong's eyes widened in disbelief. "Did you guys wipe out a wolf den or something?" he asked incredulously. Su Yu smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, "No." Wei Lai added, "We just got lucky and encountered a special instance related to the demon wolves." Li Mingyong was stunned again, his eyes filled with undisguised envy. He couldn't help but inwardly grumble. If Wei Lai hadn't just come out of a battle, he would have kicked him. A special instance? And they said, just? In his 30-plus years, he had never even seen the shadow of such an instance. Kai Song and He Yang also looked envious. In over 20 years, they had never experienced a special instance either. This explained their doubts. They concluded that Su Yu and his team must have obtained some treasures in the instance, enabling them to kill 2 level 19 Moon Demons. Su Yu didn't pay much attention to the others' reactions. At this moment, he was only thinking about claiming his reward. He eagerly asked, "Mr. Li, since it's over, I must be first place, right?" Li Mingyong nodded and confirmed. "You 3 took the top 3 spots." With that, he operated the mission panel and ended the task. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Yu's mind. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a Sword Immortal exclusive blind box. Would you like to open it now?" "Open it." Su Yu responded without hesitation. "Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Immortal exclusive equipment Flowing Cloud Boots. Would you like to claim it now?" "Claim it." The attributes of the Flowing Cloud Boots immediately appeared before Su Yu. Blue Growth Attribute, 200 Attack Power, 100 Agility, 100 Spirit, 100 Stamina, 100 Durability, 100,100. Another top-tier Blue Growth equipment. Su Yu thought with joy. As expected, anything from the system is premium. He quickly equipped the flowing cloud boots and instantly felt his strength increase. Suyu opened his character panel to examine his attributes carefully. Even he, with his extraordinary abilities, couldn't help but marvel at his own power. Name: Suyu. Race: human. Talent: S level. Level: 10. Class: Sword Immortal Unique Hidden Class. Strength: 650. Agility: 650. Spirit: 650. Stamina: 650. Skills: 1. Innate Sword Body Passive, LV10. Increases damage by 200 for all sword-type weapons. 2. Crescent/Active, LV1. Wield a sword to unleash a crescent-shaped sword energy, dealing 200 damage and causing a knockback effect. 3. Sword Control Active, LV1. Control sword-type weapons for ranged attacks, dealing 200 damage. 4. Sword Flight Active, LV1. Increases movement speed by 100 and enables aerial flight, doubling stamina consumption. So you calculated that his 4 main attributes had all surpassed the 600 mark, exceeding the level of an S-class talent's 3rd job advancement. Not to mention, his innate sword body passive skill was maxed at level 10. He was confident that he could face even level 19 first or 2nd job advancement opponents. After all, even the highest 4-dimensional attributes of an S-class 2nd job advancement were around 400. Of course, Suyu knew that winning was another matter. If he could max out all his skills to level 10, his chances of victory would be even higher. However, he reminded himself to stay low-key and proceed steadily. Soon after, Suyu and his team arrived at the military camp. Battalion Commander Shan Quan personally received them. After Kaisong and Hiyang placed the 2 moon demon corpses in the room, they quietly stepped aside. Shan Quan carefully examined the corpses before turning his gaze to Suyu and his team. Please recount the events in detail, Shan Quan requested. Suyu responded, narrating the encounter with Moon Demon Li and Moon Demon Qing who had ambushed them. He briefly mentioned the special instance and their gains. Shan Quan asked a few more questions, then promised to thoroughly investigate the matter. After addressing the main issue, Shan Quan smiled appreciatively. You 3 are exceptionally talented, a great asset to our people. Are there any academies you're interested in? If so, I can write you a recommendation letter. Upon hearing the detailed account, Shan Quan was deeply shocked. As a level 48 4th job advancement expert, he understood the significance of level differences. Even a 1-level gap could mean a vast difference in strength. Suyu and his team hadn't even undergone their 1st job advancement, yet they achieved an astonishing feat of defeating much higher-level opponents. Each job advancement significantly boosts skill power, making their accomplishment even more extraordinary. After the initial shock, a gleam of appreciation appeared in Shan Quan's eyes, and a sense of admiration for talent arose within him. His gaze swept over Su Yi and the other 2, and he thought to himself, these 3 are definitely outstanding talents of the human race. With proper nurturing, they are bound to shine brightly in the future. Shan Quan set aside his usual stern demeanor and adopted a friendly and approachable attitude, speaking to the 3 in a gentle tone. This scene left Kaisong and Hiyang, who were standing nearby, utterly astonished, their jaws practically dropping. They exchanged puzzled looks, thinking, besides when Captain Li is around, when have we ever seen the 2nd Battalion commander so amiable? But then, recalling the impressive feats of Suyu and the others, they suddenly understood. Just as Suyu was about to speak, Long Qianqian stepped forward, her voice clear and crisp. Commander Shen, I am Long Qianqian from Longdu. Hearing this, Shan Quan frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then his eyes widened in disbelief as he asked, You are? Long Qianqian nodded slightly, confirming, yes, just as you think. Shan Quan took a deep breath, his expression becoming more respectful. I apologize for my rudeness. Long Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, her tone gentle. Commander Shen, your intentions are good. Thank you for your kindness. Shan Quan immediately responded, In that case, there is no problem at all. I will arrange for a car to take you back right away. Long Qianqian politely replied, Thank you, Commander Shen. As soon as she finished speaking, Shan Quan designated Kaisong and Hiyang to escort Li Mingyong, Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Weilai back. The 2 drove quickly and safely delivered the 4 to Luo City First High School. After completing the task, Kaisong and Hiyang returned to the military camp to report back to Shan Quan. With a serious expression, Shan Quan instructed, Today's events must remain confidential. Understood? Kaisong paused for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, 2nd Battalion Commander, who exactly is that girl? Shan Quan thought briefly and replied succinctly, Her surname is Long, from Longdu. Hiyang exclaimed in surprise, Longdu's Long family the dragon god of war? Kaisong also wore an expression of disbelief. Shan Quan sighed deeply, his tone filled with reverence. Yes, the dragon god of war's Long family. After a pause, he sternly ordered, This matter is top secret. Understood? Kai Song and He Yang stood at attention and saluted in unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the gate of Luo City First High School, Li Mingyong looked at Su Yu and the others with a complex expression. Originally, he was tasked with protecting the three, but they had ended up directly killing two level 19 moon demons. It seemed that even he, their teacher, would struggle to last a few rounds against them. Head back now and be careful on the way, Li Mingyong advised. After watching the three leave, he hurried to the principal's office. As he pushed the door open, he once again caught Principal Luo in the act of working hard. Li Mingyong quickly closed the door, cursing inwardly. This old guy never closes the door. Does he enjoy this? After a long moment, he heard a voice saying, "Come in," and he cautiously entered. Inside the office, the door to the rest area was slightly trembling, indicating that Zhang Shishir had hidden inside. Luo Yuzhen sat at his desk, glaring at Li Mingyong. Twice now, Luo Yuzhen said through gritted teeth, "You've startled me twice. If I didn't have a strong heart, I might never recover. If this isn't urgent, I swear I'll break your third leg." Li Mingyong noticed a flash of anger in Luo Yuzhen's eyes and quickly explained. Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai were attacked by the moon demon race. What? Luo Yuzhen jumped to his feet, urgently asking, "Are they okay? Were they hurt?" "They're fine. All three are safe and sound." Li Mingyong breathed a sigh of relief and then recounted in detail the extraordinary encounter in the Opportunity Dungeon, where Su Yu and his companions not only survived but also managed to kill two moon demon assailants. Luo Yuzhen was stunned. He had experienced an Opportunity Dungeon himself, but that was after his third transition. Even then, his team barely made it through alive, and their rewards were modest. The fact that Su Yu and his friends encountered an Opportunity Dungeon before their first transition was simply unbelievable. He had never heard of anyone below the first transition entering such a dungeon. Of course, it was possible that others had experienced it, but chose to keep it secret. After all, the rewards from Opportunity Dungeons were typically substantial. Judging by Su Yu and his friend's ability to kill two level 19 moon demons, their gains must have been extraordinary. Otherwise, such a feat would have been impossible. Thinking about this, Luo Yuzhen couldn't help but sigh. If they hadn't encountered those two level 19 moon demons, Su Yu and his friends could have gained even more. All right, I understand the situation now, Luo Yuzhen said after a moment of contemplation. He then solemnly instructed, "You must keep everything about Su Yu and his friends strictly confidential, understood?" Li Mingyong nodded with a smile, assuring that he wouldn't leak a word. Still uneasy, Luo Yuzhen produced a vow scroll and motioned for Li Mingyong to sign it. Looking at the costly scroll, Li Mingyong smiled wryly as he signed his name. He knew that once he signed the vow scroll, he wouldn't be able to speak of it even if he wanted to, lest he risk his life. By the way, Principal, Li Mingyong hesitated before asking, "Do you know the background of Long Qianqian?" Luo Yuzhen gave him a meaningful look and softly replied, "The Long family from the capital." Li Mingyong's expression grew even more bitter. He hadn't expected such a powerful background. Luo Yuzhen chuckled, "I didn't expect it either. Keep this to yourself as well. All right, you've worked hard today. Get some rest if there's nothing else." After watching Li Mingyong leave, Luo Yuzhen pondered for a moment before heading towards the military camp outside the city. Since confidentiality was crucial, he decided to issue a gag order to everyone involved. Meanwhile, in the Su family villa in Luo City, "Qingya, how did it go?" Su Mingjia asked anxiously as his daughter returned. Su Qingya glanced at her father and shook her head lightly. "They must have failed." Su Mingjia was taken aback and asked for more details. "I saw our homeroom teacher Li Mingyong and two soldiers approaching Su Yu and his friends from a distance. Later, I vaguely saw all five of them returning together, but it was too dark to see clearly," Su Qingya explained, pausing before adding, "After that, everyone in our class was checked." Su Mingjia collapsed into the sofa, speechless. After a long silence, Su Qingya softly said, "Dad, you need to prepare for failure." Su Mingjia forced a bitter smile. "I know. I just can't understand how Moon Demon Li and Moon Demon Qing, both nearly at their second transition, could have failed." Su Qingya looked at her father seriously. "Dad, you need to deal with this quickly. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble soon." She knew that the Dragon Kingdom had zero tolerance for traitors collaborating with foreign races. This was a matter of survival for the entire race, leaving no room for error. The Dragon Kingdom had lost large swaths of territory over the millennia, not only due to insufficient strength but also because of the treachery of collaborators. These traitors not only corrupted the country's elite, but also often assassinated their prodigies. The Dragon Kingdom had a special enforcement team to deal with such traitors. Su Mingjia sighed deeply. It's too late to back out now. He recalled how 5 years ago, in his bid for the presidency of the Luofeng Guild, he had conspired with the Moon Demon race to eliminate his competitors. From that point on, the two sides had been in collusion. Su Mingjia had risen from level 29 to level 39, and the Luofeng Guild had grown from an obscure level 2 guild to a well-known level 3 guild in Luo City. Just a few days ago, He had arranged for the Luophone Guild to go to Area A8, taking Moon Demon Li and Moon Demon Qing with them. He had thought that with their strength, killing a few pre-transition kids would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought it would come to this? Su Qingya stood in her father Su Mingjia's study, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. She knew that if anyone investigated even a little, her father's actions would be quickly exposed. Su Qingya looked up at Su Mingjia, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. Dad, there's only one way left now, she said, her voice low but resolute. Su Mingjia gazed at his daughter, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. You and your mother are so alike. It's a shame she passed away so early, he said, his tone filled with nostalgia and regret. Su Qingya avoided her father's gaze and looked around the lavish study. Dad, you've worked so hard all these years just to give me a better life, haven't you? She asked softly, her voice trembling slightly. Su Mingjia let out a bitter laugh. Yes, you're right. I've worked tirelessly just to ensure you have a good life, he said, his words tinged with helplessness and self-mockery. Su Qingya said nothing more and turned to leave the study, heading back to her own room. Su Mingjia lay alone on the sofa, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly stood up, striding out of the house as if he had made up his mind. The scene shifts to another place. So, you're from the Long family in Longdu? Su Yu asked seriously, his eyes shining with curiosity. Beside him, Wei Lai also looked at her with great interest. Long Qianqian nodded slightly. That's right, she confirmed briefly. The family of the dragon god of war? Su Yu continued, a hint of amazement in his voice. Long Qianqian nodded again, affirming Su Yu's guess. Su Yu let out a long breath. He had suspected it back in the army, and now it was finally confirmed. As a citizen of Longhua, he was well aware of the Dragon God of War's legendary status. 60 years ago, the Dragon God of War had slain the alien king in the Battle of Yunmengs, defending Longhua's territorial integrity. Without him, Longhua would have lost a quarter of its land. Since then, the Dragon God of War had continued to win battle after battle, still fighting for Longhua to this day. I should have guessed it earlier. After all, the surname Long is quite rare, Su Yu muttered to himself. Long Qianqian looked at him with a playful smile. What? Are you having second thoughts now? Su Yu sighed. Not really, just feeling the pressure. Long Qianqian's smile gradually faded. Actually, you don't need to feel too pressured. The old man cares about my brother. He barely pays attention to me. Su Yu was taken aback for a moment, then he reached out to hold her hand, smiling. That's good. I was worried he'd like you too much, and I'd have to go through countless trials to marry you. Ugh, as if. Long Qianqian said disdainfully. Who said I was going to marry you? Su Yu raised his hand. If you don't marry me, you won't be able to get away. Watching the two banter, Wei Lai's look of astonishment turned into one of helplessness. Can you two spare a thought for a single person's feelings? The three of them laughed and chatted as they quickly returned to the Yuhu Tianxia residential area. As Su Yu and Long Qianqian stepped out of the elevator, they saw two figures. Here, Qianqian, have some more meat. Su Rongrong enthusiastically placed more food on Long Qianqian's plate, her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Long Qianqian's slender frame. Look at how thin you are. You need to eat more. Long Qianqian sweetly thanked her, and then shot a smug glance at Su Yu. Su Yu snorted and, not wanting to be outdone, spoke up, Mom, I want some braised pork too. Su Rongrong glanced at her son, clearly annoyed. You've got hands and feet, cook it yourself if you want some. Su Yu turned to his father, Su Tianlin, and in a slightly whining tone said, Dad, can you get me a bowl of soup? Su Tianlin looked at him, but then placed the bowl of soup in front of Long Qianqian with a warm smile. Qianqian, try the soup your aunt made. It tastes great and is very nutritious. Seeing his parents' favoritism towards Long Qianqian, Su Yu couldn't help but grumble, Dad, Mom, I'm your biological child. Su Rongrong looked at him with disdain and waved him away. Shoo, go away. Don't disturb my long-lost daughter-in-law while she's eating. Su Tianlin chimed in. Exactly. We've raised you for so many years, and you finally brought home a daughter-in-law. If we hadn't run into you too, I bet you weren't even planning to tell us. Su Yu helplessly defended himself. We just started dating. Su Rongrong turned her head, raising an eyebrow. Just started? Are you planning on switching to someone else? Su Tianlin assertively added. Switch sons, you mean? Fine. It's settled then. Su Yu buried his head in his food, saying no more. After the meal, Long Qianqian offered to help with the dishes and chatted with the elders for a while before getting ready to leave. Su Rongrong glanced at Su Yu and urged, Don't just sit there. Go see Qianqian off. Mom, she lives next door. Su Yu began, but seeing his mother's hand twitching, he immediately stood up. Come on, let's have a drink in my room, Long Qianqian said with a smile. Su Yu followed Long Qianqian into her spacious and tidy room, sitting casually on the sofa. He got straight to the point. When do you plan to tell my parents the truth about yourself? Long Qianqian shook her head slightly, her tone serious. It's too early to talk about that now. Suyu frowned. What do you mean? Long Qianqian sighed softly and explained. My family situation is more complicated than you think. My father was very impressive in his last battle, but he also got severely injured. He's never fully recovered, and his strength has declined over the years. So, our family's power isn't what it used to be, and we're not doing well. Su Yu's frown deepened. What does that have to do with our feelings for each other? Long Qianqian was silent for a moment before speaking softly. I don't want you and your parents to get hurt. Su Yu sighed deeply. Is it really that serious? Long Qianqian gave a bitter smile and began recounting her past life's experiences. Her father died in battle, the Long family fell apart, and although she and her brother Long Outyan managed to take control of the Long Xing Tianxia Guild, its power greatly diminished. Eventually, they were betrayed and captured, becoming slaves to a foreign race. After listening, Su Yu came to her side. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Long Qianqian shook her head slightly. Every family has its own difficult story. Su Yu thought for a moment and asked, did you come here this time just for me? Long Qianqian looked directly into Su Yu's eyes. What if I told you I had a nightmare where the Long Kingdom and even the entire Blue Star were invaded by foreign races, and only you could save everything? Would you believe me? Su Yu was stunned. You're saying I'm a savior? Long Qianqian nodded. You could put it that way. Su Yu laughed. I don't believe it. But his eyes carefully examined her, suspecting she might be a reincarnator. Long Qianqian's expression remained unchanged as she continued. 3 years from now, foreign races will unite to attack the Long Kingdom. At that time, Luo City will be engulfed in flames. Su Yu's expression grew serious. Are you telling the truth? Long Qianqian replied. At least that's how it was in my dream. Su Yu stood up, his face resolute. No, I won't let that happen. I won't allow war to reach here. Long Qianqian looked at the agitated Su Yu and reminded him. To change things, you need strength and power. Su Yu looked at her. Since you know all this in advance, what's your plan? A meaningful smile appeared on Long Qianqian's stunning face. Long Qianqian and Su Yu sat at a simple wooden table, their expressions serious as they discussed their plans for the future. Long Qianqian's eyes sparkled with wisdom as she slowly revealed her idea. My plan is to build a team and a guild centered around you, to fend off the invasion of the otherworldly forces. Su Yu furrowed his brow slightly, considering the feasibility of this proposal. Long Qianqian continued. Although this is a world where individual power is paramount, when your strength isn't sufficient, you'll need support. Just like a fence needs 3 stakes, a hero needs 3 helpers. Forming a team and a guild is essential. Her words were filled with determination. Even if one day you can easily defeat a king, you'll still need allies and influence. After all, the war with the otherworldly forces is a battle between races, a matter for every human. Su Yu listened quietly, a glimmer of agreement appearing in his eyes. He nodded and quickly agreed. With their consensus reached, they immediately began discussing the specifics of their plan. First, we need to form a team, Long Qianqian said, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. We've already roughly decided on the team members. It will be the 2 of us, along with Wei Lai and Yun Yu. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, signaling her to continue. Long Qianqian explained, Wei Lai has already changed his class to Divine Shield Guardian, and his talent has been upgraded to Strength. Next, he just needs to level up his skills to the maximum before his first class change. When that happens, his evaluation won't be low, and his talent might improve again. Su Yu nodded slightly and then asked, what about Yun Yu? What's her situation? Long Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile. Yun Yu is the granddaughter of the legendary warrior Yun Patian. She also holds in Strength Hidden class, the Icy Heart Healer, a support role. Su Yu frowned slightly, puzzled. Would someone like her be willing to join our team? Long Qianqian laughed. Despite her social anxiety, Yu is kind-hearted, independent, and strong-willed, with her own dreams. Su Yu didn't press further and instead asked, do we have any other candidates? Long Qianqian pondered for a moment. My brother could be an option. He has the Strength Hidden class, Dragon Warrior, but his personality is a bit lacking. Seeing Su Yu's puzzled expression, she elaborated. He always sees himself as the protagonist, thinking he's the savior. A mischievous glint appeared in Su Yu's eyes as he smiled. Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Having a decoy protagonist to draw attention while the real one stays hidden could work. Besides, if he's strong, it's reassuring. Long Qianqian waved her hand dismissively, a hint of exasperation in her voice. We'll see. The old man might not let him join us. Su Yu nodded in understanding, not pushing the matter. After a moment of silence, Long Qianqian's expression suddenly turned serious. However, there's something we need to be cautious about right now. Su Yu immediately became alert, his gaze fixed on Long Qianqian. What is it? Central Region Training Camp. Long Qianqian's voice was filled with determination and longing. She continued, I must become the top in the Central Region training camp and get that opportunity quest. It's the fastest way to increase my strength. You've seen the rewards from the opportunity quest. If you're strong enough, it's far better than blue or purple gear. Her bright eyes locked onto Suyu with a challenging tone. So, what do you think? Can you do it? Suyu snorted, his masculinity coming to the fore. Do you want to try? I guarantee you'll be begging for mercy. Huh. Long Qianqian wasn't intimidated. We'll see who's begging for mercy. Come on. Let's have a real fight today, and I'll show you my true strength. Bring it on. I'm not afraid. Suyu responded confidently. The two headed to the community arena. Night had fallen, but the arena and training grounds were still buzzing with activity. Young men and women were either honing their skills or sparring with each other, while adults stood by to guide and watch over them. Suyu and Long Qianqian's arrival caused a stir. Their striking appearance naturally drew attention. Suyu was no stranger to this place, though he hadn't been around much lately due to grinding for experience. For Long Qianqian, however, it was her first time at the public training ground. Yugu, what brings you here? Wei Lai paused his training, sweating profusely as he approached them. Suyu smiled. We're here to train and do some real combat. Want to join us? Wei Lai happily agreed. After a short wait, someone vacated the arena. Suyu and Long Qianqian stepped up first. Ready? Let's go. Suyu taunted. Take this. Long Qianqian shouted as she made the first move. That hurts, she suddenly cried out. Suyu asked with concern. Are you alright? Can't you be a bit gentler? Long Qianqian scolded. Suyu looked a bit embarrassed. This is the first time I'm fighting you. I got a bit nervous. I'll go easier next time, Suyu said, then resumed his sword technique, this time slowing down the speed of his Qinshui sword to ensure it was within Long Qianqian's tolerance. The two exchanged blows energetically. Before long, Long Qianqian called for a break. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, her stamina nearly depleted and her health bar dangerously low. Suyu approached her with a mischievous grin. I'm not satisfied yet, and you're already giving up. One person alone can't satisfy me. Long Qianqian rolled her eyes. Isn't your good buddy Wei Lai here too? Suyu shrugged. I'm not into sword fighting. Smack. Long Qianqian slapped him playfully, glaring as she warned, if you dare flirt around, I'll make sure you regret it. Suyu shivered slightly and quickly explained, I was just joking. You better be. Long Qianqian huffed and stepped off the arena. Wei Lai then stepped up smiling. Yugu, go easy on me. Without a word, Suyu's Qinshui sword flew out and slashed at Wei Lai. Let's test your limits. Wei Lai shouted and raised his shield to block. Boom. With a loud crash, Wei Lai staggered back, struggling to keep his balance. The Qinshui sword pressed on, and Wei Lai raised his shield again. Another loud crash sent Wei Lai tumbling to the edge of the arena. The Qinshui sword showed no mercy and struck again. This time, Wei Lai couldn't block in time and took a direct hit, leaving his health bar at 1. Wei Lai sat on the ground, smiling wryly. Yugu, you really don't hold back, do you? Those guys couldn't even break my defense when they all attacked together. Suyu glanced at the stunned onlookers, realizing he might have unintentionally revealed his strength. But he didn't mind. That just means you're not strong enough. Wei Lai nodded in agreement. You're right. I'm still not strong enough. Long Qianqian's voice rang out from offstage, clear and resolute. Wei Lai, don't listen to his nonsense. This guy is just a pervert. Suyu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. He glanced at Long Qianqian, thinking to himself, I haven't even done anything. How am I a pervert? Shaking his head, he decided to let actions speak louder than words. Come on, you two, have a match, Suyu said as he stepped down from the arena, signaling Long Qianqian and Wei Lai to take the stage. Long Qianqian, donned in top-tier gear with high-level skills, exuded an intimidating aura. In contrast, Wei Lai seemed somewhat outmatched. However, to everyone's surprise, Wei Lai managed to hold his ground for quite a while. As the battle progressed, Long Qianqian began to sense something amiss. Her attacks were finding it increasingly difficult to break through Wei Lai's defenses, as if she were striking a wall that kept getting thicker. After the fight, Wei Lai explained in a low voice, I have a passive skill that stacks defense. As long as the attack isn't as overwhelming as Brother Yu's, which can break through in one strike, I can gradually increase my defense. Suyu's expression turned peculiar as he looked at Wei Lai. So, as long as you don't get killed, you can keep fighting and stacking your defense? A hint of grievance flashed in Wei Lai's eyes as he responded, in principle, yes, but coming from you, Brother Yu, it sounds a bit off. Long Qianqian pondered for a moment and asked, can this skill only be used during combat? What about outside of battle? Wei Lai looked around cautiously and lowered his voice. After each battle, my defense can increase slightly, but the increment isn't much. Suyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, does this skill have an upper limit? Wei Lai checked his stats panel and shook his head. I haven't reached the limit yet. This revelation was like a bombshell, causing Suyu and Long Qianqian to gasp. If there was indeed no upper limit, it could mean that Wei Lai might eventually achieve an invincible defense, impervious to any attack. The two exchanged a meaningful glance, then smiled knowingly and said in unison, "Let's see if we can help you reach your limit today." Wei Lai shuddered and pleaded, "Brother Yu, Sister Qianqian, isn't this a bit much?" Suyu's expression turned serious. "Wei Lai, you need to grow stronger quickly and clear the Valley of Death. There's a great opportunity waiting for you there." Wei Lai looked at him, puzzled. "A great opportunity?" Long Qianqian lowered her voice. "The Central Domain Training Camp is about to start. If you can clear the Valley of Death, you'll qualify to participate." Wei Lai hesitated. "Can I really do it?" Long Qianqian glared at him. "Don't you want to find Yu-Yo?" Wei Lai's eyes lit up. "I'll see her if I go to the Central Domain Training Camp?" Long Qianqian shook her head. "Of course not. But it will bring you one step closer to her." Hearing this, Wei Lai made up his mind. "All right. I'll risk my life to get through the Valley of Death. Brother Yu, Sister Qianqian, bring on the storm." The three of them dove back into battle. This time, Suyu held back some of his strength, but Wei Lai still found it tough going. Brother Yu, not the face." Wei Lai wailed as he dodged. "Sister Qianqian, go easy on that kick. The Wei family needs me to carry on the lineage." He cried out in pain but continued to endure the attacks, determined to grow stronger for that distant figure. "Oh Yang, there's no need to be so polite," Luo Yuzhen said as he swiftly stashed a few bottles of peach blossom spring into the drawer. His movements so practiced it was clear he did this often. Ouyang Hao, in his 40s, stood nearby. He was well-built, with fair skin and a slight frown on his face. Lowering his voice, he said, "Old Luo, I'm telling you, you need to be careful with those bottles of peach blossom spring. You know the effects. While it can stop the curse from spreading, it also ignites a fiery desire within you." He paused, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "That fiery desire might come in handy for business." Luo Yuzhen waved dismissively. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Ouyang Hao opened his mouth to speak, but ended up sighing. His gaze fell on his short and stout old friend. Luo Yuzhen looked like he was in his 50s, but was actually much younger. Ouyang Hao couldn't help but feel nostalgic, remembering the robust man Luo once was before the curse took its toll during their battle against the foreign tribes. Noticing Ouyang Hao's emotional state, Luo Yuzhen grinned. "Stop sighing like an old man. Our guests will be here soon, and you can't let the reputation of Shanha Academy down." "Don't worry, I've got this." Ouyang Hao straightened up, exuding a powerful aura. Luo Yuzhen eyed him in surprise. "Have you broken through again?" Ouyang Hao shook his head slightly. Just leveled up once." Luo Yuzhen teased. "You should be thrilled. After the fourth transition, leveling up slows down significantly unless you're in Srank talent. For us below Srank, it's a slow grind." Ouyang Hao, being in a rank talent, was doing well to level up every couple of weeks. Luo Yuzhen knew if it weren't for the curse, he would be in a similar situation. As they conversed, footsteps were heard outside. "Principal, the students are here," Li Mingyong announced as he entered, followed by 3 students, Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai. Both Luo Yuzhen and Ouyang Hao were taken aback. Weren't there supposed to be only 2 students? Why is there an extra one? Luo Yuzhen asked quietly. Li Mingyong explained. "Wei Lai also cleared the Valley of Death today, and he's a defense class." "What?" The 2 elders exclaimed in unison. "Another one? And a defense class at that?" Ouyang Hao's eyes gleamed with admiration. "That's quite impressive. Clearing the Valley of Death as a defense class means Wei Lai's offensive capabilities must also be strong." "Excellent, excellent." Ouyang Hao stood up, examining the 3 students with a broad smile. "Luo, your students are truly remarkable." Luo Yuzhen introduced Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai to Ouyang Hao. Then he turned to the students. "This is Ouyang Hao, the admissions director from Shanha Academy and a level 58 paladin. He will be escorting you to the Central Region training camp." The 3 students were visibly surprised. They had only known someone would escort them, but didn't expect such a prominent figure. After the initial shock, they quickly understood the significance. Shanha Academy, being one of the top 10 academies in Longhua, had sent their admissions director, indicating the importance they placed on this. Ouyang Hao greeted the students with a smile, though he was slightly annoyed that Luo Yuzhen had revealed his identity and rank so soon. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of pride seeing their astonished faces. "I will escort you to the Central Region training camp," Ouyang Hao said seriously, "but first, I need to test your abilities. Although you've cleared the Valley of Death, my slots are limited. Besides your principal's recommendation, others have also approached me. Those individuals are also heading to the training camp. You'll need to prove yourselves along the way." His gaze swept over them, becoming more serious. "Of course, if any of you want to back out now, you can." Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai exchanged determined looks. None of them chose to withdraw, especially Su Yu and Long Qianqian, who were set on claiming the top rewards. They had utmost confidence in their abilities. Ouyang Hao nodded in satisfaction. If there are no other questions, let's set off now. Su Yu pondered for a moment before asking, Mr. Ouyang, can I let my parents know? Long Qianqian and Wei Lai quickly echoed the same request. Despite the sudden task, the three of them were still thinking about their families, which touched Ouyang Hao. Of course, Ouyang Hao nodded in agreement. We'll leave in half an hour. 30 minutes later, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai followed Ouyang Hao to the back gate of the school. A red, luxurious Hongqiel 99 was parked there, gleaming in the sunlight. Curious, Long Qianqian asked, Mr. Ouyang, why aren't we taking the high-speed train or using the teleportation array? Ouyang Hao glanced at Long Qianqian, silently considering her lineage as a descendant of the Dragon War god. Instead of answering directly, he opened the car door and got in. High-speed trains are indeed safe and fast, and teleportation arrays are even more convenient. Can you guess why I chose to drive? Ouyang Hao asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. The three of them got into the car, and Wei Lai tentatively asked, is it because teleportation arrays are too expensive? He recalled hearing that the cost of using a teleportation array was 100 times that of the high-speed train. Long Qianqian thoughtfully added, Mr. Ouyang, there must be a deeper reason, right? Su Yu chuckled softly, a glint of insight in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, there's still a lot of time before the Central Region Special Training Camp starts, right? Ouyang Hao laughed heartily as he started the car. You all make good points. Teleportation arrays are indeed exorbitantly expensive, and I can't afford them. We still have a week before the training camp starts. I've already planned out this time for you. I wouldn't let you waste it, or Principal Luo would be disappointed in me. The Hongqiel 99 shot forward like an arrow, swiftly navigating through the streets of Luoqing. Before long, they left the city and entered the vast wilderness. The scenery outside the window flew by rapidly, and Ouyang Hao asked with a smile, how do you like it? The world outside is quite different from the city, isn't it? Outside the car window, the bustling cityscape gradually gave way to lush, verdant nature. Su Yu and his companions were captivated by the sudden change, watching the passing scenery with wide eyes, filled with anticipation and excitement for the unknown journey ahead. The scenery outside the car window whizzed by, captivating Su Yu with its unfamiliar yet majestic splendor. Towering mountains in the distance were blanketed with dense forests, while the rolling fields nearby painted a picture of vibrant life. Occasionally, the sky resounded with the deafening calls of birds, making one instinctively cautious. This seemingly beautiful land, however, harbored hidden dangers. Along the way, wild beasts tainted by abyssal forces would occasionally appear, their eyes glinting with a sinister light. Fortunately, these beasts weren't particularly strong, and sensing the formidable presence of Ouyang Hao, a level 58 paladin, inside the vehicle, they quickly retreated, not daring to approach. Su Yu couldn't help but think to himself, life was better in my previous world. At least I didn't have to worry about my safety. He turned to Ouyang Hao and asked, Mr. Ouyang, why don't we just eradicate all these monsters outside? Ouyang Hao was slightly taken aback by the question. Unlike the usual excited students, Su Yu had posed a rather insightful query. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, would you believe me if I said keeping them around helps to enhance humanity's combat skills? Su Yu pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. This answer was in line with his own suspicions. Although the world had dungeons, accessing them came with numerous restrictions such as level, number of participants, and opportunities. A person's true strength wasn't just about their stats, but also their practical combat ability. Hence, schools organized outdoor combat training for students starting from high school to improve their real-world fighting skills. Su Yu then asked, is there another important reason? Have we started trying to settle in the wild? This question surprised both Ouyang Hao and Long Qianqian. Ouyang Hao slowly nodded. You're right. The Dragon Kingdom has begun attempts to settle in the wild, and has promised significant support. Su Yu frowned and asked, aren't we worried about wasting our combat strength? Ouyang Hao replied with a relaxed expression, for many years, the alien races haven't been able to breach our defenses. We should take this opportunity to strengthen ourselves. Su Yu glanced at Long Qianqian and noticed her silence, understanding her thoughts. In the previous timeline, this plan must have faced severe setbacks, possibly even leading to the fall of the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, Long Qianqian had experienced even more than Su Yu imagined. After 1,000 years of stalemate, the front lines between the Dragon Kingdom and the alien races had stabilized. Taking advantage of this, the Dragon Kingdom encouraged guilds to settle in the wild, and initially, it went quite smoothly. However, the alien races, through traders, sent numerous strong warriors of the 5th rank and above to infiltrate the Dragon Kingdom. They launched surprise attacks on villages and towns during monster attacks, destroying many settlements. This series of blows caused many guilds to lose significant strength, creating gaps in the Dragon Kingdom's defenses. Coupled with the traitors within, this ultimately led to the fall of the Dragon Kingdom. It was only later that people realized it was a meticulously planned conspiracy by the alien races. They had the strength to break through the defenses but chose to do so with minimal cost, preparing for future interstellar dominance against other races. Suyu silently prayed in his heart, I hope this time, the outcome will be different. No, this time, things will end differently, Long Qianqian said firmly, gripping Suyu's hand so tightly that her fair fingers turned slightly blue. Feeling her tension, Suyu gently patted her hand and whispered, Don't worry, I'm here. Long Qianqian softly responded and rested her head on Suyu's shoulder. This intimate gesture made Wei Lai feel a pang of envy. He thought to himself, when will I get to see Yun Yu? What is she like? What gift should I prepare for her? Ouyang Hao glanced at the couple through the rearview mirror and shook his head helplessly, focusing back on driving. 3 hours later, the car stopped at the foot of a mountain. Everyone out. Your first lesson starts now, Ouyang Hao announced, stowing the car into a mission backpack. He pointed towards the nearby forest and explained, there are tigers, lions, and bears infected by abyssal forces in there. Your task is to kill them without using any skills. The trio quickly understood Ouyang Hao's intent. This was about solidifying their fundamentals. Fighting wild beasts with basic attacks would not only enhance their strength, but also prepare them for battles when their stamina was low. Despite this being a basic high school course they had undergone before, none of them questioned the teaching methods of a level 58 paladin. Let's go into the mountain. Ouyang Hao led the way towards the forest. Soon, a black bear over 3 meters tall appeared in their sight, its every movement exuding a powerful menace. Suyu quickly used appraisal to gather its stats. Berserk Black Bear. Elite Class, Abyssal Demon. Level, 15. Strength, 825. Agility, 734. Spirit, 767. Stamina, 801. Perfect timing, Ouyang Hao chuckled, suppressing his aura. He turned to the trio and asked, let's use it for practice. Who wants to go first? Wei Lai, wielding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other, strode forward to face the raging black bear. The massive beast, tainted by the power of the abyss, initially intended to retreat but was intimidated by the four's imposing presence. Wei Lai shouted, Hey, Black Bear, take this from your grandpa Wei. With agility, he closed the distance in an instant, raising his hammer high and smashing it down on the bear. With a thunderous bang, the hammer struck the bear's abdomen. Despite Wei Lai's full force, it only reduced the enraged bear's health by 1. The bear roared in pain and swiped at Wei Lai with its massive paw. Even though Wei Lai raised his shield in time, the blow knocked him back several steps, reducing his health by 20. Good hit. Let's go again. Wei Lai gripped his shield firmly and engaged in a fierce battle with the enraged bear. As the fight continued, he gradually got into the rhythm, no longer relying solely on brute force but cleverly using the terrain and environmental advantages. Eventually, Wei Lai's defense reached its peak, rendering the bear's powerful attacks ineffective. Ouyang Hao observed silently, impressed. This defender, who had cleared the Valley of Death, not only had incredible defense but also a sharp mind. Truly a promising talent. He spoke up, that's enough. Use your skill now and finish it off. Upon hearing this, Wei Lai's shield began to glow brightly. The light enveloped the black bear, acting like a heavy blow, causing its health to plummet rapidly. When its health dropped to 20, the enraged bear went into a frenzy, swinging its massive paw furiously. Wei Lai, undeterred, raised his shield and launched a shield bash. With a resounding boom, the enraged bear was knocked back, its health dropping another 10. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Lai unleashed a series of shield and hammer strikes. After 2 more thunderous blows, the enraged bear collapsed to the ground, lifeless. By now, Wei Lai's own health was down to just 20. Ouyang Hao commended Wei Lai's performance but also pointed out a few minor mistakes. Wei Lai listened intently, taking mental notes and reflecting on his actions. Ouyang Hao then turned his gaze to Su Yu and Long Qianqian, asking, Who's next? Without hesitation, Long Qianqian stepped forward and entered the forest. Before long, she lured out a fiery red lion. She halted a short distance away and engaged in a fierce battle with the lion. Su Yu used his appraisal skill and discovered that this Crimson Flame Lion's level, attributes, and skills were all superior to the previous enraged black bear. Crimson Flame Lion. Elite Race, Abyssal Demon. Level, 16. Strength, 871 Agility, 852 Spirit, 843 Stamina, 846. Description. A lion tainted by the power of the abyss, possessing greater strength and speed than ever before. Any prey it sets its sights on cannot escape its claws. Ouyang Hao also noticed the formidable attributes of the Crimson Flame Lion, surpassing even the highest attributes of its class talent after 3 class changes. He worried whether Long Qianqian could handle it, given that she was only level 10 and unable to use skills. However, as the battle progressed, Ouyang Hao's concerns quickly dissipated. Long Qianqian's movements were perfectly synchronized with the Crimson Flame Lion, matching its attributes in every way. Even when the lion used its skills to enhance its speed, Long Qianqian skillfully anticipated and dodged. Her every action was precise and efficient, showcasing her extensive combat experience, truly worthy of being the descendant of the Dragon War god. All right, finish it off, Ouyang Hao commanded. Upon hearing the order, Long Qianqian's movements accelerated. Her fists crackled with lightning, and her legs moved with the speed of a gale, raining down blows on the Crimson Flame Lion. In less than a minute, the lion was beaten to death, collapsing motionless on the ground. That's quite violent, Ouyang Hao thought to himself, then turned to Suyu. Your turn now. Got it. Suyu responded without hesitation and walked deeper into the forest. The shadows of the trees danced, and the leaves rustled. Before long, a level 15 elite berserk black bear appeared in his sight. Suyu ignored it and continued forward. However, the berserk black bear was not about to let its prey escape. Its eyes gleamed with greed as it roared and charged at Suyu. With the wind howling, Suyu deftly sidestepped the attack. Holding his Qinshui sword, he didn't use any special skills, just an ordinary slash. With a flash of the sword, the black bear's health dropped by 20. Suyu followed up with a flurry of 5 more slashes, and the massive bear collapsed, its health bar emptied. Why can't you just live peacefully instead of seeking death? Suyu sighed softly and continued deeper into the forest. After a short walk, a level 16 elite Crimson Flame Lion blocked his path. Suyu paused for a moment, then took the initiative to attack. This time, he was slightly more cautious but still refrained from using any skills. Even so, it took less than half a minute for the Crimson Flame Lion to fall under his sword. Suyu couldn't help but feel that his attributes were overwhelmingly powerful. These elite monsters didn't stand a chance. He worried that if Ouyang Hao, who was the admissions director of the Shanha Academy and a level 58 sanctified warrior, saw this, it might cause unnecessary trouble. After all, going all out might be seen as disrespectful and unwise. I'll just reveal a bit of my strength, Suyu decided and pressed on. Finally, he found a worthy target, a yellow wind tiger. This elite abyssal creature was level 18, with attributes all above 950. Once the king of the forest, it had submitted to another tiger and accepted the abyssal power, significantly boosting its strength and becoming a top elite. At this level, with these attributes, it should be a decent challenge, Suyu thought as he readied his Qinshui sword and lunged forward. The Thousand Water sword danced swiftly in Suyu's hand, and in mere moments, several ferocious tigers of levels 16 and 17 lay defeated on the ground, their lives snuffed out by the flashing blade. Seeing its minions slain, the yellow wind tiger let out a deafening roar, its cry echoing through the forest. The surrounding beasts, tainted by the abyssal energy, scattered in fear. Retracting his sword, Suyu provocatively beckoned at the yellow wind tiger with a smirk. Come at me, he taunted. This blatant provocation enraged the beast even further. With another furious roar, it lunged at Suyu. Watching the massive creature hurtling towards him, Suyu sighed inwardly. He suddenly realized he didn't know how to slide tackle. Otherwise, even as a non-combat profession, a simple slide tackle could easily take down this tiger. The thought flickered through his mind, but his feet didn't falter as he swiftly retreated in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Ouyang Hao's expression changed. A massive greatsword appeared in his hand, ready to assist at a moment's notice. An elite-level yellow wind tiger at level 18 was a formidable opponent, even for someone who had just undergone a second profession change. And Suyu was only level 10, not even having undergone his first change. No wonder he was desperately fleeing. Suyu, don't panic, I'm coming, Ouyang Hao shouted, preparing to rush forward. Teacher Ouyang, stay back. Suyu quickly stopped him. I can handle this. This was a monster he had painstakingly lured here. If it were killed with a single strike, how could he continue his performance? Ouyang Hao hesitated, a trace of anger rising within him. This kid was on the brink of death and still being stubborn. Was young people's pride always this strong? He snorted coldly, deciding to step in only when Suyu couldn't hold on anymore. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai also saw the yellow wind tiger's stats. Long Qianqian, having witnessed Suyu's prowess before, wasn't concerned. Wei Lai, however, couldn't help but worry. Though she knew Suyu was strong, an elite-level monster at level 18 was no easy opponent. Unaware of their concerns, Suyu focused on the battle ahead. In an instant, the yellow wind tiger was upon him. Each time it was about to strike, Suyu managed to dodge just in time. Despite the tiger's superior speed, it couldn't lay a claw on him. Even when it unleashed its powerful attacks, Suyu narrowly evaded them. Before long, Suyu was exchanging blows with the yellow wind tiger, the battle becoming increasingly intense. Ouyang Hao gripped his greatsword tighter, his heart pounding. After several close calls, he couldn't help but marvel. Young people really did love the thrill, even making an old guy like him feel his adrenaline surge. Finally, Ouyang Hao couldn't hold back and urged Suyu to finish the fight quickly. After a bit more dramatic combat, Suyu slayed the yellow wind tiger. He approached Ouyang Hao, awaiting further instructions. Ouyang Hao sheathed his greatsword and scrutinized Suyu. To his surprise, Suyu wasn't even out of breath and appeared completely unscathed. A thought struck Ouyang Hao, and he asked, "Were you holding back just now?" Suyu smiled faintly. "Teacher Ouyang, that was an elite-level monster at level 18. You saw the battle yourself. It was a close call." This ambiguous response was as good as an admission. Shocked, Ouyang Hao couldn't help but smile. This was fantastic news. Whether it was the dissatisfied folks on the road or those at the Central Region training camp, they'd all be in for a surprise. "I've seen your capabilities," Ouyang Hao said. "Wei Lai, I'll be personally instructing you. As for you two, you're free to do as you please." He glanced around and added, "We'll camp here tonight. Wei Lai, come here, and I'll teach you some shield techniques." Suyu and Long Qianqian exchanged smiles and headed deeper into the forest. Since they didn't use shields, the lesson was of no use to them. Instead, they decided to hunt the forest monsters to improve their skills. The roars of monsters echoed through the forest, continuing well into the night. When Suyu returned, there wasn't the slightest change in his appearance. Long Qianqian, on the other hand, was covered in sweat, her clothes disheveled, and she looked slightly exhausted. Ouyang Hao looked at the two of them and sighed inwardly. Young Suyu was full of energy and stamina, coming out of intense battles unscathed. In contrast, Long Qianqian seemed to struggle with keeping up with the pace. Wei Lai's voice was hoarse as he greeted them quietly. During the earlier battle, not only were the monsters roaring, but he had also been shouting. By now, Ouyang Hao had drained the last bit of his strength. The next day, the group stood by the Yellow River for quite a while. Ouyang Hao arranged for the three of them to try fighting the monsters in the water. Wei Lai and Long Qianqian, both skilled in close combat, were less effective underwater than on land, but they still managed to handle the level 15 elite monsters with ease. However, Suyu's performance was astonishing. With his extraordinary attributes and attack power, coupled with the 200 damage boost from his sword mastery, he moved through the battlefield unchallenged. Whether on land, in water, or in the air, no monster stood a chance against his sword mastery and sword moon slash. Even level 20 elite monsters couldn't escape his onslaught. Ouyang Hao thought he knew Su Dang well, but this truly opened his eyes. From initial shock to eventual numbness, not only him but also Long Qianqian and Wei Lai were left speechless by Suyu's prowess. They suddenly felt a sense of disparity, as if they were out of place for not being as extraordinary as Suyu. Suyu, however, was thoroughly enjoying himself, slaying minor monsters with a single strike and rapidly gaining experience points. His sword moon slash had reached level 10, and his sword mastery had also leveled up. Sword moon slash now dealt 300 damage with a knockback effect, while sword mastery could inflict 220 ranged damage. In the midst of Suyu's immersion in battle, Ouyang Hao called him to a halt. After the three of them got into the car, Ouyang Hao floored the accelerator, and the Hongqi L99 sped off like an arrow. In less than an hour, they arrived in Mingxing, stopping at the gate of the Ming family. Ming family head, Ming Chuan, greeted them warmly. "Ouyang, you finally made it." Ouyang Hao responded with a smile. "Old Ming, long time no see." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the group entered the Ming residence. Once seated, Ming Chuan's gaze fell on the three newcomers. "Are these the ones you recommended for the Central Domain training camp?" he asked. Ouyang Hao said with a smile, "Yes, they're the ones I recommended. What do you think?" Meng Qi scrutinized the three individuals. Wei Lai was burly with an honest and straightforward face, standing as straight as a pine tree. Long Qianqian had a stunning appearance with an shaped figure that caught everyone's eye, exuding an aura of strength in her every move. Suyu, on the other hand, stood out with his handsome looks paired with a lazy demeanor. Since entering the Ming family, he had only glanced around casually and then seemed to lose interest, lowering his gaze. Meng Qi nodded slightly. "Since you recommended them, Ouyang, they must be exceptional." Ouyang Hao smiled and asked, "Where are your precious son and daughter?" "Oh, them," Meng Qi chuckled, shaking his head. "They're sparring in the arena right now." "Really? That's great." Ouyang Hao stood up excitedly. "It's the perfect opportunity for these three to gain some experience." After a moment of thought, Meng Qi agreed and led everyone to the arena. This arena was much more spacious than the one at Luoqing High School, measuring 50 by 50 meters. In the center, a boy and a girl were engaged in a fierce battle. The boy wielded a tang sword, aiming deadly strikes at the girl. The girl responded with a willow leaf blade, her swift movements neutralizing all of his attacks. They were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. "Xiao Chuan, Xiao Lan, stop," Meng Qi commanded. The two immediately ceased their fight and turned their attention to the newcomers. Uncle Ouyang, you finally arrived. Meng Lan sheathed her willow leaf blade and greeted with a smile. Meng Chuan also put away his tang sword, gave a brief greeting, and then focused on the three newcomers. His gaze was openly hostile towards Su Yu and Wei Lai, but when it fell on Long Qianqian, it became intensely predatory, openly appraising her figure. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Meng Chuan arrogantly declared, I've never seen such a gorgeous girl in all my years. From now on, you will serve me. His tone was domineering, as if bestowing a favor. Long Qianqian glanced at him indifferently, and then looked at Meng Qi and Meng Lan. Seeing their nonchalant expressions, she understood the situation. Ouyang Hao frowned, inwardly cursing his luck. He never expected the usually polite Meng Qi to have such a spoiled son. Wei Lai was infuriated, and was about to step forward when Su Yu moved ahead of him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice sounded in Su Yu's mind. Ding! You have a new task to receive. Please check your options. The options listed were, flatter the opponent and give up Long Qianqian, calmly reason with him, or defeat the opponent with one strike. Each option came with different rewards. Su Yu's eyes sharpened as he stared directly at Meng Chuan. If you don't start speaking properly, believe me, I'll cripple you, so you can't ever be a man again. Meng Chuan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, completely unfazed. Where did these stray cats and dogs come from, daring to bark in front of me? Believe it or not, I could cut you down with one strike, Su Yu said coldly. He then turned to Ouyang Hao. Teacher Ouyang, if I kill him, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Ouyang Hao frowned slightly. Seriously, you're talking about killing someone's son right in front of his father. What do you think? He didn't answer directly, but instead looked at Meng Qi. Meng Qi laughed heartily. Ah, the spirit of youth. They were going to duel anyway, so why not settle it now? Ouyang Hao nodded slightly. Su Yu, take it to the arena. The two quickly moved to the arena, standing opposite each other. Meng Chuan looked arrogantly at Su Yu. Kid, I don't care where you're from. After this fight, you'll crawl back to where you came from. As for that girl, she'll be mine. His confidence was evident not just because he was Meng Qi's son, but also because of his own formidable strength. As a swordsman with inscrayed talent, he was level 10, with all his skills upgraded to level 8. In the entire Ming city, he believed no one could match him except his sister, Meng Lan. Su Yu ignored the arrogance and summoned his Qianshui sword. Are you ready? Meng Chuan gripped his Tang Dao tightly. Kid, you're lucky today. You get to see the difference between a genius and a prodigy. Before he finished speaking, he flashed forward, charging at Su Yu. Outside the arena, Meng Qi nodded in satisfaction. Ouyang Hao noticed his expression and said, You've trained Xiao Chuan well. Meng Qi smiled. Still, he has a bit to go. Otherwise, you'd have recommended him already. Ouyang Hao suddenly suggested. How about a bet? Meng Qi looked at him in surprise. Since when do you like to gamble, Ouyang? But if you're up for it, I'm game. What do you want to bet on? Ouyang Hao looked at Meng Chuan, who was already closing in on Su Yu. I bet he can't withstand even one strike from Su Yu. Meng Qi frowned. Ouyang, that's a bit much. Don't you think? Do you want to bet or not? Ouyang Hao asked. Deal. Meng Qi agreed. Meng Lan, who was watching from the side, heard their bet and focused on Su Yu. From the start, she had noticed this handsome, nonchalant young man. Now, she saw a sharpness in him that replaced his usual laziness. She squinted her eyes, filled with curiosity. Just how strong is this boy? At that moment, Meng Chuan had already closed in on Su Yu, gripping his Tang Dao with both hands and slashing fiercely. The blade glinted as a sharp aura burst forth. At such a close range, even Meng Lan, who often sparred with Meng Chuan, would find it hard to dodge. However, Su Yu stood still, seemingly frozen. Meng Chuan's lips curled into a smirk, as if he could already see Su Yu's defeat. In the next moment, a crescent-shaped sword light suddenly flashed before Meng Chuan's eyes. The sword light was incredibly fast and sharp, slicing through Meng Chuan's blade energy and light like a hot knife through butter. Before Meng Chuan could even react, the sword light had already struck his body. Bang! With a loud crash, Meng Chuan was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, tumbling several meters. When he finally managed to stand, he was horrified to see that his health bar was down to just one strike, and Meng Chuan was defeated. No, this can't be. This is impossible. Meng Chuan's eyes turned red, like a gambler who had lost everything, and he screamed hysterically at Su Yu. It wasn't just Meng Chuan. Even Meng Qi was in disbelief. He clearly remembered that the green equipment on Meng Chuan was handpicked by him, and the tang knife in his hand was a top-grade blue weapon commissioned at a high price from a master blacksmith. Coupled with Meng Chuan's grade talent and his level 8 blade master skills, this level of power was enough to single-handedly take down a level 16 elite monster. Although Meng Qi knew that Meng Chuan wasn't invincible among his peers and would eventually face defeat, he never imagined Meng Chuan would be beaten with just one strike. If not for the fact that they were in an arena, Meng Chuan might have been dead. As a level 56 Blade Master, Meng Chuan had weathered numerous challenges but had never encountered an opponent as formidable as Su Yu. Meng Qi stared at Su Yu for a long time and sighed. "Oh Yang, your judgment is as sharp as ever." Seeing Meng Chuan defeated in a single strike, Meng Qi knew that Meng Lan, whose strength was similar to Meng Chuan's, would also be no match for Su Yu. This only proved that Ouyang Hao's choice was spot on. Ouyang Hao smiled slightly, feeling secretly pleased. He recalled how he had also been stunned by Su Yu's strength. "Just yesterday, I was shocked by him too," Ouyang Hao said in a low voice. Meng Qi asked curiously, "What did he do?" Ouyang Hao replied mysteriously, "He soloed a level 25 boss monster." Hearing this, Meng Qi was shocked and exclaimed, "Really?" Ouyang Hao grinned, "And he didn't use any skills." Meng Qi was stunned for a long time before he finally let out a long breath. "Really?" Ouyang Hao, seeing Meng Qi's expression, felt even more pleased. "Absolutely." Meng Qi turned his gaze to Su Yu in the arena and sighed. "If that's true, Su Yu is the future of Dragon Country." Ouyang Hao nodded in satisfaction and added, "By the way, remember to get me a top-tier green equipment later." Meng Qi was puzzled. With Su Yu being so strong, he shouldn't be lacking in equipment. Ouyang Hao explained it's not for him. It's for another kid. Meng Qi looked at Wei Lai and said, "If you chose him, he shouldn't be lacking either." Ouyang Hao shrugged. "In theory, yes, but in reality he is." After thinking for a moment, Meng Qi agreed. "No problem. I'll arrange for someone to get it. But I have one condition. Let him have a match with Xiao Chuan." Ouyang Hao laughed. "No problem. But only after he puts on the equipment you bring." Meng Qi chuckled. "You rascal. You're just here to take advantage." Ouyang Hao admitted openly. "You got that right." Meng Qi inquired about the specific requirements for the green equipment and instructed someone to purchase it. As they joked, their eyes returned to Su Yu and Meng Chuan in the arena. Su Yu looked coldly at Meng Chuan and said, "From now on, be a decent person and speak properly." With that, he turned to leave the arena. Meng Chuan suddenly shouted, "One piece of green equipment. Just fight me one more time. Win or lose, I'll give you a piece of green equipment." Su Yu looked at Meng Chuan as if he were an idiot. Begging for a beating and offering green equipment in return was a bizarre request he had never encountered before. "Fine, I agree. But I get to choose the green equipment," Su Yu said. Meng Chuan immediately agreed. "All right, no problem." Su Yu stood opposite Meng Chuan again and asked, "How do you want to fight this time?" Meng Chuan thought for a moment and said, "Don't use that skill you just used." "Don't use that skill? Even if I don't use any skills, you still won't win." Su Yu thought to himself, but for the sake of the green equipment, he held his tongue. "All right, I won't use that skill." Su Yu agreed. Upon hearing this, Meng Chuan took out a potion and drank it, quickly restoring his health bar to 100. Gripping his long knife, he looked at Su Yu and said, "Continue. Start." As soon as he finished speaking, a sword light sliced through the sky and instantly appeared in front of Meng Chuan. Before he could react, the sword light had already struck him. Bang! With another loud crash, Meng Chuan's health bar was once again down to just 1. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? These questions flashed through his mind, like sparks in a fog. He stood there, stunned, his mind blank. Moments later, reality rushed in like a tide, overwhelming him. Defeated, he lost again. Though it was a single strike that felled him, this time it happened even faster. Meng Chuan's heart burned with unwillingness, his eyes red as he glared at Su Yu, his stubborn expression showing he had not yet conceded. "Let's have another match." Meng Chuan gritted his teeth. "Win or lose, I'll give you a green item of your choice." Su Yu raised an eyebrow, impressed by Meng Chuan's determination and generosity. "Quite the offer. How do you want to compete?" Meng Chuan stared at him, enunciating each word clearly. "Well, remove all our gear, use no skills, and fight with training wooden swords and knives." "Do you dare?" Su Yu chuckled softly. "As you wish." Both quickly removed their equipment, leaving only basic undergarments with no attribute bonuses. Su Yu picked up a nearby training wooden sword and looked at the ready Meng Chuan. "Let's begin." As soon as the words left his mouth, Meng Chuan shot forward like an arrow, wooden knife whistling through the air. However, Su Yu moved even faster, as if predicting every move. Before Meng Chuan's knife could reach its target, Su Yu's wooden sword had already grazed his body. In an instant, Meng Chuan's health dropped to 1 again. Another defeat, another single-strike loss. At that moment, Meng Chuan was thoroughly convinced of Su Yu's prowess, and even Meng Qi had to acknowledge Su Ye's strength. Meng Qi had thought Su Ye's power came from top-tier gear, but this battle shattered that belief. With just one strike, he realized Su Yu's strength and agility attributes far exceeded those of a newly promoted fighter. Ouyang Hao, witnessing this, was equally astonished. Ignoring the stares around him, Su Yu returned the wooden sword, put his equipment back on, and quietly left the arena. Meng Chuan followed closely, asking about Su Yu's requirements for the green items. Su Yu calmly stated that the items were for Wei Lai. Wei Lai, unreserved, immediately listed his needs. Soon, 3 top-tier green items were delivered to him. This was arranged by Meng Qi, who, though it was no big deal to him, saw it as a way to forge connections with Ouyang Hao and Su Yu. He keenly observed that both Ouyang Hao and Su Yu seemed to care about Wei Lai. Wei Lai gratefully glanced at Su Yu and quickly donned the 3 top-tier green items. Instantly, his demeanor became more composed and solid. At that moment, Ouyang Hao's voice broke the brief silence. Wei Lai, your gear is almost complete now. It's your turn to fight Meng Chuan. If you lose, your spot in the central training camp goes to him. Ding! The system notification sound chimed, and a message appeared before Su Yu. Congratulations on completing the task. You have received the Sword Immortal exclusive blind box. Would you like to open it now? Without hesitation, Su Yu chose open. Another crisp ding followed, and the system prompted again. Congratulations on obtaining the Sword Immortal exclusive item Flowing Cloud Crown. Would you like to claim it now? Claim. Su Yu eagerly confirmed. A shimmering silver crown materialized in his hand. Su Yu carefully examined its attributes. Flowing Cloud Crown, Blue Growth Attribute, 200 Attack Power, 100 Agility, 100 Spirit, 100 Stamina, 100 Durability, Current Durability 100100. Another top-tier blue growth item. Su Yu marveled to himself. The system's items are always top-notch. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait, is the system trying to give me a Flowing Cloud set? I already have the Flowing Cloud Robe and Flowing Cloud Boots, and now the Flowing Cloud Crown. If I get another Flowing Cloud item or two, will I unlock the set bonus? With that thought, Su Yu quickly equipped the Flowing Cloud Crown, immediately feeling a surge of power coursing through his body, significantly boosting his strength. Moments later, he refocused his attention on the arena battle. The fight between Wei Lai and Meng Chuan had been going on for a long time, but the outcome seemed inevitable. When Meng Chuan failed to defeat Wei Lai with his third strike, the battle lost its suspense. Wei Lai's unique defense stacking ability was the key to his victory. As time passed, Meng Chuan's attacks grew weaker, while Wei Lai fought with increasing vigor. Just as Meng Chuan thought they might end in a draw, Wei Lai launched a sudden counterattack. His accumulated defense value transformed into a powerful offensive force, catching Meng Chuan off guard. Wei Lai's hammer, carrying immense power, instantly knocked Meng Chuan's Tang sword out of his hand. Meng Chuan's chest was left wide open, and the hammer struck him squarely. His once full health bar dwindled to a mere one. Meng Chuan stood there, stunned, unable to react. After a long pause, he let out a bitter smile and walked out of the arena, looking defeated. Wei Lai put away his shield and hammer and strode back to Su Yu's side. Well done. Su Yu genuinely praised. Wei Lai grinned sheepishly. Thanks to your excellent guidance, you go. Stop with the flattery. Su Yu lowered his voice. Is your defense maxed out? Wei Lai nodded. Unless I undergo a job change and level up again. And your skills? Almost at level 4. Su Yu pondered for a moment. Next time, we need to get you some better gear. Wei Lai was taken aback. More gear? I haven't even gotten used to this green set yet. Su Yu replied with some irritation. Your opponents will be from the Central Domain training camp. They are far stronger than Meng Chuan. With your mismatched green gear, there's no way you'll win. Don't forget, we're aiming to take the top 3 spots. Wei Lai gave a wry smile. Where are we supposed to get better gear? Su Yu didn't answer but cast a meaningful glance at Ouyang Hao. Wei Lai instantly understood that his gear upgrade would likely depend on Ouyang Hao, or more precisely, on Ouyang Hao's friends. After all, Ouyang Hao was planning to lead them to dominate the Central Domain training camp. Ouyang Hao seemed to sense their gaze and looked over at them. Meng Qi also noticed and sighed. Ouyang, you really surprised me today. My 2 youngsters will no longer underestimate the world's heroes. Ouyang Hao withdrew his gaze and asked in confusion, isn't a lot of this stuff available online? Meng Qi shook his head with a bitter smile. You know how it is. Until they face real challenges, all young people think they're invincible. Just like us back then, before we met Lu Patian, we thought we were unbeatable. Ouyang Hao's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. Isn't that the truth? Too bad he's almost a king now. Meng Qi was startled. Really? He's almost at the 8th tier? Not the same, Ouyang Hao sighed. He has an S-class hidden profession. So he levels up quickly. Meng Qi smiled wryly. You're right. Both his talent and profession are better than ours. Ouyang Hao pondered for a moment and then smiled. But my students are better than his. Meng Qi laughed heartily. Then I need to work harder too. As they chatted and laughed, Long Qianqian and Meng Lan walked into the arena. Meng Lan, having seen his brother defeated by Su Yu and Wei Lai, challenged Long Qianqian. Long Qianqian had no reason to refuse and gladly accepted. Two young girls briskly entered the arena, and the atmosphere immediately grew tense. Meng Lan furrowed her brow, locking eyes with Long Qianqian. In a cold voice, she demanded, "Show me your weapon." Long Qianqian, unfazed, raised her fists confidently and responded, "These are my weapons." Without another word, Meng Lan dashed forward, wielding her willow leaf blade as she charged at Long Qianqian. Her movements were as swift as a leopard, with each slash of her blade faster than the last. However, Long Qianqian's prowess was superior. In speed, strength, and technique, she held the advantage. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their figures weaving and clashing, producing the sound of metal striking metal. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the intense confrontation. In just a minute, the outcome was decided. Meng Lan sheathed her blade, her expression calm as she acknowledged, "You won." Long Qianqian nodded in response, "You were good too." The two walked off the arena with mutual respect. Meng Lan approached Meng Chuan. The siblings exchanged a glance that spoke volumes. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Wei Lai enthusiastically congratulated Long Qianqian. "Great win. Qianqian, you're amazing." Long Qianqian chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice that was expected. "So you couldn't help but tease? Getting cocky already, huh? You've only won one match." Long Qianqian retorted, "Can I enjoy my victory?" Su Yu immediately suggested, "Now's not the time to relax. Let's have an extra training session tonight." Long Qianqian didn't back down. "Bring it on." "I'm not afraid." Wei Lai stood aside, barely daring to breathe, fearing he might be dragged into the rigorous training. He was secretly relieved that his defense stats were maxed out and didn't want to get beaten up again. On the other side, Meng Qi's reaction was unexpected. He wasn't concerned about the kid's loss. Instead, he warmly invited Ouyang Hao, Su Yu, and others for dinner. After the meal, he even gave them some local specialties from Meng City before seeing them off in a Hongqi L99. Once the car disappeared in the distance, Meng Qi returned to the arena where Meng Chuan and Meng Lan had been waiting. Meng Chuan couldn't help but ask, "Dad, why won't you let my sister and me attend the Central Region training camp? There, we could compete with our peers and bring honor to our family's blade techniques." Meng Qi didn't answer directly but looked at Meng Lan. "Lanner, you tell your brother why." Meng Lan thought for a moment before explaining, "Dad is worried that if we stand out too much, we'll end up on the alien race's human kill list, the Qing list, without time to grow." Meng Chuan was shocked. The alien kill list? The Qing list? He began to doubt himself. Do I really have that kind of strength? Recalling his previous match with Su Yu, he couldn't help but question, "I couldn't even take one strike from Su Yu." The human kill list is a fearsome ranking established by other races to target the prodigies and strong individuals of the human race. It is divided into 3 levels: the green list, the red list, and the black list. The green list targets young prodigies below the 2nd transformation, the red list targets young prodigies below the 4th transformation, and the black list targets middle-aged strongmen below the 6th transformation. Each list has only 100 spots, and those who make it are seen by other races as the most likely to become kings or even gods of war. However, being on the list is not an honor. It means facing endless assassination attempts. Meng Chuan frowned upon hearing this and said, "With our current strength, it's impossible for us to make it onto the kill list. Even for the green list, only Su Yu might qualify." Meng Lan shook her head slightly, a hint of confidence in her eyes. "You underestimate the blade techniques of the Meng family." Seeing Meng Chuan's puzzled expression, Meng Lan chuckled and explained, "Do you think just because we lost to Su Yu and his team, our strength is lacking? Isn't that the case?" Meng Chuan retorted, "If we were truly strong, how could we have lost so miserably?" At that moment, Meng Qi suddenly spoke up, "Do you know why every generation of our family who undergoes the job change becomes a blade master?" Meng Chuan thought for a moment and realized it was true. His father, Meng Qi, was a blade master, and so was his grandfather, Meng Hai. Could there be some great secret behind this? Meng Qi continued, "As long as you can level up all blade master skills to level 10 before the job change exam and undergo the first transformation trial in the trial tower, everything will become clear." After hearing this, Meng Chuan felt both curious and helpless. "So, after all that, it still feels like you've told me nothing. It's really just teasing." He decided, "Forget it. I'll just focus on leveling all my skills to 10. I'm already at level 8, so it's not far off. There's still over a month before the job change exam, plenty of time." Meanwhile, a Hongqi L99 was speeding down the road. Ouyang Hao, while driving, asked, "Do you think the Ming siblings are not that impressive?" Wei Lai immediately responded, "Isn't that the case? They lost so badly." Ouyang Hao replied thoughtfully, "It's not that. They did give it their all. What I mean is, the blade master profession has almost become a hereditary one for the Meng family." Wei Lai was surprised. "Can professions be hereditary?" Ouyang Hao explained, "There's a small chance, but it's rare. The Ming family is different. They've passed it down for at least 4 generations. Not only that, but each time they successfully transform, their strength increases significantly. Their attack power can even surpass most hidden professions. Wei Lai was even more shocked. What? Isn't Blade Master just a common profession? Yang Hao continued, let's put it this way. I'm currently 1 level higher than Ming Qi, but in a real life and death fight, he would definitely be the one left standing, and he wouldn't suffer much damage. Long Qianqian suddenly asked, if he's so strong, why does he stay in Ming City? Yang Hao replied, his father, Ming Hai, died fighting other races. He had no choice but to return and take over the Meng family guild. Suyu then asked, how strong is he now? Can he kill a 6th transformation strongman? Yang Hao thought for a moment. If he goes all out, taking down a 6th transformation strongman below level 65 shouldn't be a problem. Suyu immediately understood that Ming Qi was a strongman capable of defeating opponents above his level. Wei Lai asked again, Mr. Yang, what about you? Yang Hao replied candidly, me? I can handle newly transformed 6th levels, but anything higher is a challenge. My equipment isn't great. I mix red and dark gold gear. If I could get all dark gold gear, I could also take down a level 65 6th transformation strongman. Yang Hao emphasized. So, equipment significantly boosts a person's strength. When you go to the training camp, give it your all and aim to get into the top 3. Even if you can't get the top opportunity dungeon, make sure to get the blue elite set and purple gear. That will greatly enhance your strength and help you grow faster. Wei Lai frowned and said disapprovingly, Mr. Yang, with Yuga being so amazing, how can he not get first place? Long Qianqian also looked curiously at Yang Hao. She recalled memories from her past life, where none of the famous prodigies seemed as impressive as Suyu. Suyu was equally puzzled. Despite his outstanding performance, he still couldn't secure the top spot. Just who could this first-place person be? Yang Hao pondered for a moment before slowly speaking, from what I know, there are geniuses with S-level hidden classes participating in the Central Region training camp. He paused and added, and there's more than one. Wei Lai was rendered speechless. S-level hidden classes are extremely rare in the Dragon Kingdom, almost once-in-a-century talents. Such individuals, if they grow smoothly, are at least destined to become top-tier experts, and with some luck, even war gods. Even with all his confidence in Suyu, defeating such opponents would be no easy task. Sensing Wei Lai's concern, Yang Hao added, I've heard they can already solo kill level 20 elite monsters. Wei Lai was even more shocked upon hearing this and looked worriedly at Suyu and Long Qianqian. Long Qianqian felt immense pressure. She also had an S-level hidden class, but she struggled to solo even level 18 elite monsters. Although she understood that time was a factor, she had only awakened her S-level talent 6 months ago. It was still hard to accept such a gap. Suyu, sensing Long Qianqian's emotional shift, held her cold hand and said nonchalantly, S-level hidden classes? No big deal. When the time comes, I'll take them all down. Wei Lai immediately cheered, go Yuga, I've got your back. Long Qianqian smiled, her pressure instantly dissipating. Yang Hao glanced at Suyu in the mirror and thought, what a boast. But it makes sense. Although he hadn't seen Suyu's personal attribute panel, he suspected Suyu also had an S-level hidden class. Otherwise, he couldn't be this strong. This year's Central Region training camp is truly full of talent. It looks like it will be quite a show. As they spoke, the red flag L99 had already entered Jincheng and finally stopped in front of the Li family residence. Suyu and his 3 companions were warmly welcomed by the Li family. The next morning, they set off on their journey again. Inside the car, Wei Lai couldn't stop admiring the newly acquired blue shield and hammer, treating them like precious treasures. Even though these items weren't top tier, they were still quite valuable for players below the first transformation. Yang Hao wore a satisfied smile, clearly pleased with their recent victory. Just like at the Ming family's place, they had easily won the bet, though this time the rewards were even richer. Not only had Wei Lai obtained new weapons, but Yang Hao himself had also received a blue item. Long Qianqian, dressed in a green outfit, was unwilling to change because of its special attributes. Suyu glanced at the blue item and found it inferior to his own flowing cloud crown, so he passed on it as well. Ultimately, Wei Lai ended up with all the new gear. Mr. Yang, are there any more families waiting for us? Suyu asked curiously. Yang Hao chuckled. Why? Are you getting addicted to this kind of life? Suyu pouted. Wei Lai's getting all the benefits, and I'm not getting anything out of it. Yang Hao shook his head helplessly. That's because you didn't like any of the items. Long Qianqian chimed in. That blue item really isn't that great. Yang Hao felt a bit embarrassed, but it's expensive. Old Li spent hundreds of thousands on it. Long Qianqian was unimpressed. If they were really generous, they should have given us a full set. Internally, Yang Hao couldn't help but think that she truly lived up to being from the Dragon God of War family, always so straightforward. He quickly changed the subject. The good times are over. The families who originally wanted to challenge you for the spots have all cancelled their plans. Wei Lai looked up sharply. What? The good times are over already? Ouyang Hao reassured him. Don't worry, I've got some good days planned for you next. Wei Lai asked suspiciously, Mr. Ouyang, do you really have good days planned for us? Su Yu and Long Qianqian burst into laughter. Ouyang Hao gritted his teeth and said, You cheeky brat, I'll show you what tough days are like. With that, he stepped on the gas, and the car sped into a monster-infested area. The place was teeming with level 15 and above monsters, becoming their training ground for the next 2 days. Su Ning was thrilled by this, as killing monsters to gain experience allowed him to level up his skills quickly. Long Qianqian had no objections either. Although she didn't gain experience points, it rapidly improved her skill proficiency and levels. More importantly, the area was filled with elite and boss monsters, giving her the chance to constantly push her limits. Only Wei Lai struggled. His strength barely allowed him to contend with elite monsters, but he couldn't handle them as easily as Su Yu and Long Qianqian, suffering quite a bit. Ouyang Hao watched Wei Lai's struggles with a look of schadenfreude. Although he occasionally offered some pointers, he mostly taunted him. If Wei Lai didn't know he couldn't win, he would have challenged Ouyang Hao to a duel long ago. 2 days later, the Hongqi L99 sped down the highway, with a cliff looming less than 100 meters ahead. Mr. Ouyang, stop the car! Wei Lai shouted in terror. Su Yu and Long Qianqian also looked tense. Despite trusting Ouyang Hao not to harm them, the perilous scene made their adrenaline spike. Ouyang Hao ignored their pleas and pressed the gas pedal harder. The Hongqi L99 soared off the cliff, flying through the air and passing through a transparent portal. In an instant, the car and its 4 occupants vanished into thin air. Thud! The car landed smoothly, and Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai were thrown into the air before crashing back down heavily. When they finally recovered, Ouyang Hao had a smug smile on his face and asked, So, how was that? Exciting enough? The 3 of them cursed inwardly, thinking, exciting my foot. But facing this carefree adult, they could only swallow their anger. Ouyang Hao didn't seem to care about their reactions. With a wave of his hand, he said, All right, everyone off the vehicle. He jumped out first, and after the 3 reluctantly followed, he gave a light touch, and the luxurious Hongqi L99 instantly disappeared. Turning to face them, Ouyang Hao pointed into the distance and said, This is the Central Region training camp. From here on, you'll have to make your own way. Remember, you must reach the base before nightfall, or you'll lose your qualification. Now, get moving. Su Yu asked thoughtfully, Mr. Ouyang, is this an artificial dungeon? Ouyang Hao nodded affirmatively. That's right. It's an artificial dungeon specifically designed for training. Long Qianqian asked urgently, Mr. Ouyang, where exactly is the training camp base? Ouyang Hao pointed to an inconspicuous hill in the distance. It's at the foot of that hill. Wei Lai cautiously asked, Mr. Ouyang, can't we form a team to tackle the challenges? Ouyang Hao pondered for a moment before replying, It's not impossible, but it will affect your final score. I suggest you act alone. Any other questions? Seeing their silence, Ouyang Hao urged, Then hurry up and get moving. Su Yu glanced at the other 2 and decisively said, Let's go solo. You 2 go first. I'll bring up the rear. Long Qianqian, knowing this was no time to be sentimental, nodded decisively and took the lead. Wei Lai, no longer hesitating, gripped his shield and hammer and set off in another direction. Just as Su Yu was about to move, Ouyang Hao's voice suddenly sounded from behind, As your sponsor, here's a little parting gift. Don't be shy. Before he finished speaking, Ouyang Hao's figure appeared in midair. With a casual wave, a loud bang erupted in front of Su Yu. As the dust settled, dozens of menacing wind demon wolves appeared. Su Yu quickly appraised the wind demon wolf's attributes. Wind demon wolf elite level species. Abyssal demon level, 15. Strength, 805 agility, 812 spirit, 763 stamina, 798. Evaluation. Monsters created by an artificial dungeon, modeled after abyssal demons, specifically designed to challenge those seeking to join the Central Region training camp. Seeing this evaluation, Su Yu couldn't help but think, such a half-hearted description, isn't that a bit insulting? As he prepared to deal with the wind demon wolves, he suddenly realized a problem. Wait, this is an artificial dungeon. Doesn't that mean I won't gain any experience points from killing these wind demon wolves? Despite having no prior experience, the wind wolves lunged at him. Su Yu's eyes narrowed as he saw sharp wind blades spewing from their mouths before they even got close. At the critical moment, Su Yu decisively activated his green sword, shooting into the sky like an arrow and narrowly evading the wind blades. This was the new skill granted by the system Sword Flight. Su Yu had refrained from using it over the past few days to keep it as his trump card. Now, with no one around, he finally unleashed this astonishing ability. Standing firmly on his sword, Su Yu hovered in midair, looking down at the wind wolves below. A smile crept onto his lips. This feeling of being above everything was truly intoxicating. In the next moment, Suyu deployed another skill sword technique. His Qianshui sword transformed into a cold beam of light, slicing through the wind wolves. Wherever the sword light passed, wolves fell like grass being mowed down. In just a few moments, dozens of wind wolves lay slain. Just then, Suyu sensed something unusual. To his surprise, his sword technique had leveled up to 3. He pondered. Wasn't it said that artificial dungeons didn't yield experience points? Could it be these monsters, or the skill proficiency that was growing? To verify his hypothesis, Suyu decided to press forward. He faced a series of elite monsters, a level 16 Berserk Fire Lion, a level 17 Shadow Panther, a level 18 Polar Ice Fox, and a level 19 Gold Devouring Ant. After slaying hundreds of these elite monsters, Suyu confirmed that his skills indeed gained experience here. This discovery excited him, and the pressing time constraints suddenly seemed less daunting. He had several hours before sunset to reach the training camp. Suyu felt fortunate. Such an excellent spot for gaining experience was rare. Missing it would have wasted Ouyang's efforts. So, he wandered the area, mercilessly slaying any monsters he encountered. Time ticked away, and the sky gradually darkened. Checking his skill panel one last time, Suyu saw his sword technique had reached level 7, enabling long-range attacks with 270 damage. He sighed inwardly. With a few more hours, he could have reached level 10. But time was running out. Without hesitation, Suyu activated his sword technique, transforming into a beam of sword light and speeding toward the training camp. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the camp's gates right on time. Long Qianqian let out a sigh of relief upon seeing him. She walked over and asked with concern, "Why are you so late?" Wei Lai, also relieved, joked, "I thought you weren't going to make it, you." Suyu smiled slightly and casually explained, "I got lost, so I arrived a bit late." Long Qianqian relaxed and urged, "It's good that you're here. Go report in quickly." Nodding, Suyu headed to the registration area. Yuan Qingji, a middle-aged man with a friendly smile, greeted him and asked for some basic information. Upon learning that Ouyang Hao was his recommender, Yuan Qingji said earnestly, "Make sure not to let Ouyang's efforts go to waste." He then added, "Since you arrived last, you'll be assigned to Area C." Confused, Suyu asked, "Area C? What does that mean?" Yuan Qingji smiled mysteriously and said, "Ask your companions. Now, sign this oath scroll." Suyu carefully read the scroll, which mainly stated that the camp was not responsible for any deaths and that participants must keep the camp's activities confidential. The confidentiality made sense, but a death waiver? That seemed a bit extreme. Seeing Suyu's hesitation, Yuan Qingji responded smoothly, "It's the rule. If you don't sign, you have to leave." After a moment's thought, Suyu signed his name. Yuan Qingji put away the scroll and stood up. "All right, you're the last one to report in this session. Get some rest tonight. Training starts tomorrow." With that, he left. Suyu returned to Long Qianqian and Wei Lai, curious. What did the instructor mean by Area C? Wei Lai quickly explained, "It's based on how long it took us to arrive. Within half an hour, you're in Area S, half an hour to an hour, Area A. An hour and a half to 2 hours, Area B. Over 2 hours, you're in Area C." Long Qianqian added, "Different areas have different benefits and rights." Suyu raised an eyebrow curiously and asked, "What's the difference?" Wei Lai chuckled mischievously, his eyes gleaming as he explained, "The S zone has luxurious single rooms. The A zone offers comfortable double rooms. The B zone is for standard 4-person dorms, and the C zone is a large communal dormitory." Long Qianqian added thoughtfully, "Besides the living conditions, tomorrow's training schedule also has priority choices. The higher the level, the more options you get." Suyu pondered for a moment, his gaze shifting between the two, and asked, "Which zones are you in?" "S zone." Long Qianqian replied proudly. "The zone?" Wei Lai followed quickly. Suyu nodded to himself, thinking this was pretty much what he had expected. Long Qianqian was indeed a bit stronger than Wei Lai. Even though Wei Lai's defensive capabilities were impressive, his speed was still a step behind. "Let's go eat at the cafeteria. I'm starving," Wei Lai said, rubbing his growling stomach as he led the way. The three of them soon arrived at the bustling cafeteria. It was already filled with students eating, and the air was thick with the aroma of various foods. Some people glanced at them before returning to their meals, others stared provocatively, and a few boys couldn't take their eyes off Long Qianqian. "Wei Lai, over here." A loud voice suddenly rang out. Suyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw a muscular, bald-headed boy enthusiastically waving at Wei Lai. Wei Lai lowered his voice and introduced, "That's my new friend, Su Kuan, nicknamed Chicken Brother." Suyu looked at him puzzled. Why is he called that? Wei Lai's lips curved into a mysterious smile. "You'll find out soon. Let's go say hi." The three of them walked over to Su Kuan, and Wei Lai quickly introduced everyone. Su Kuan grinned, showing a row of white teeth. "So you're Yuan Qianqian. I've heard so much about you. Come, sit with us and have some soup." I just made some fresh chicken soup with free-range chicken. I also borrowed the kitchen to make white-cut chicken, shredded chicken, salt-baked chicken, crispy roast chicken, and soy sauce chicken. They're all fresh out of the oven and smell amazing. After we eat, we'll all have good luck. Wei Lai gave Suyu a knowing look, as if to say, now you get why he's called Chicken Brother. Suyu realized the nickname was quite fitting. We'll get our food first and join you in a bit, Wei Lai said politely. Su Kuan's smile widened, and he called out loudly, sure, sure. I'll wait for you guys to join us. Not far away, in another building, Ouyang Hao anxiously watched the entrance of the cafeteria. When he finally saw Suyu hurriedly arrive, he breathed a sigh of relief. This rascal, he finally made it, he thought to himself. If he had been any later, he'd have really gotten it from me. Standing next to Ouyang Hao was Lu Wanwan, the admissions director of Modu Academy. She wore an emerald green robe, her tall figure and sharp eyes fixed on Suyu and his companions as they entered the cafeteria. So what if he made it? He's still the last one, Lu Wanwan sneered. Is this the kid you're so proud of? He's nothing special compared to the ones I brought. Ouyang Hao snorted and retorted, that's because you haven't seen his performance. If you had, you wouldn't be saying that. Lu Wanwan chuckled and replied, oh, I've seen it. Dead last. Qin Hu, the admissions director of Baiyun Academy, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tall and burly with a rugged face, he joked, Wanwan, you shouldn't say that. Ouyang might get really upset with you. Lu Qingyuan, the admissions director of Tianhe Academy, who had the look of a scholarly gentleman, also joined the conversation. He advised, hey, that's not fair. Ouyang has worked very hard. It's just unfortunate that his student isn't performing well. Zhao Wu, the admissions director of Lengdu Academy, chimed in with a smile. Lu, you always know how to scold someone without using a single curse word. We've known each other for years, and you all brought students with S-level talents. Can't you cut Ouyang some slack? Although he seemed to be mediating, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Ouyang Hao looked around, his anger rising. He suddenly spoke up, Lu Qingyuan, do you dare to make a bet with me? Lu Qingyuan squinted slightly, smiling. Ouyang, when have you ever won a bet? Ouyang Hao's face grew even more furious. Just tell me if you dare or not. What do you want to bet on? Lu Qingyuan asked nonchalantly. I bet my student will take first place in the training camp, Ouyang Hao declared firmly. Lu Qingyuan laughed out loud. Him? Taking first place? Do you even know what the training camp is like? Ouyang Hao stared at him intently. I'll bet one piece of top-tier blue equipment. Do you dare? Lu Qingyuan pondered for a moment and then smiled calmly. All right, I'll bet one piece of top-tier blue equipment. Ouyang Hao looked around. Anyone else want to join the bet? Lu Wanwan, Qin Hu, and Zhao Wu all expressed their willingness to join. In total, 11 more admissions directors decided to place their bets. If he lost, Ouyang Hao would owe 15 pieces of top-tier blue equipment. But for these experts, who were all 5th rank and above, top-tier blue equipment was a trivial matter. They were more concerned about their pride. As for Suyu's true strength, Lu Qingyuan and the others hadn't witnessed it firsthand. They had only seen Suyu struggling and out of breath in the last few kilometers, unaware that he had saved his energy by not using his sword-flying skill. To them, he couldn't even handle the elite monsters outside, let alone the challenges ahead. With the bet settled, Ouyang Hao gave everyone one last glare before storming off. He was confident that once they saw Suyu's true abilities, they wouldn't be laughing anymore. What do you two think? Su Kuan asked eagerly, his muscular face full of anticipation as he looked at Suyu and Wei Lai. Suyu gave a slight smile and said softly, it's very fresh, tastes like chicken. This simple comment made Su Kuan break into a broad grin, though his muscular face made the smile look somewhat fierce. Ha ha ha. Su Kuan laughed heartily. You really have a discerning palate, tasting the essence with just one bite. Wei Lai exchanged a puzzled glance with Long Qianqian. The chicken flavor was indeed peculiar, much like Su Yu's odd compliment. Tastes like chicken? How was that even a praise? But Su Kuan, with his muscular build, seemed genuinely pleased. Suyu continued, Brother Ji, you are the real culinary expert. When you cook chicken, it tastes like chicken. When you cook fish, it tastes like fish. Su Kuan's grin widened. Ha ha ha, I knew I could be a great chef, even if my old man doesn't believe it. When I get back, I'll cook for him and let him taste it. Looking at this muscle-bound youth aspiring to be a chef, Suyu encouraged, keep it up. You can do it. I've heard your soups are also excellent. Next time, I'll make some soup for you. Su Kuan said excitedly. Wei Lai chimed in, Brother Ji, your skills are really impressive. I wonder which lucky girl will benefit from them in the future. Su Kuan shrugged it off. Women will only slow down my chicken chopping. Wei Lai teased, then find a rich lady. She'll get you a better knife. Su Kuan sighed. I never care if a woman has money or not. She can't possibly be richer than me anyway. Wei Lai was stunned and turned to Suyu. Did you hear that? At that moment, Long Qianqian spoke up. Are you from Su family village in the southern region? Su Kuan looked at her curiously. You've heard of us? Long Qianqian nodded, explaining to the others. Have you heard of the #1 village in the southern region? Su family village is it? They control several mid to high level dungeons and make a fortune just renting them out. The village is incredibly wealthy. Wei Lai finally understood, eyeing the simply dressed Su Kuan, who was wearing flip-flops, with surprise. Su Kuan slapped his forehead. Ah, I forgot to ask, where are you three from? We're all from Luo City. Su Yu replied. Su Kuan's eyes lit up. Luo City. That's a famous ancient capital with rich history. I've always wanted to visit, but my old man never lets me leave the village. Su Yu warmly invited. You should come visit Luo City sometime. Su Kuan eagerly agreed. Definitely. When I go, you have to show me around and let me try the famous water banquet. I've heard so much about it. As the four chatted animatedly, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. The person curiously asked, What are you making? It smells delicious. Can I have a taste? A petite girl, shorter than Su Yu but only slightly less so than Long Qianqian, stood in the room. Her appearance was just a notch below Long Qianqian's, with fair skin and a well-proportioned figure. Her large, expressive eyes were fixed intently on the food on the table, and a bit of drool escaped her lips. The most striking feature, however, was the black coffin on her back, which, though only slightly larger than a Guzheng case, seemed particularly out of place. Welcome, welcome. Su Kuan's face twisted into a grin as he invited the girl to sit. Su Yu and his two companions greeted her politely. The girl wasted no time in setting down her utensils and diving into the food. After sampling every dish, she put down her bowl and chopsticks with a satisfied sigh. Thanks a lot, Gu Lao Guan. Su Kuan, who aspired to become a great chef, was overjoyed to see someone enjoy his cooking so much. He grinned widely. I'm glad you liked it. The girl paused for a moment before introducing herself. My name is Qiao Shi. I owe you one for this meal. If you ever need anything, just call on me. She packed up her things and stood to leave, not forgetting to call out, Let's hang out again sometime. What a peculiar girl. Su Yu chuckled and shook his head. Long Qianqian watched her leave thoughtfully, while Wei Lai remained silent. Su Kuan began to clear the table and then stood up. All right, folks, I'm heading back for some rest. Let's have some soup together after tomorrow's training. Su Yu and his friends laughed and agreed, then left the dining hall. The cool night breeze brushed against their faces as Su Yu stretched and remarked, Those two were quite interesting, weren't they? Wei Lai nodded in agreement indeed. This training camp has been worth it. Long Qianqian pondered for a moment before asking, Do you know who they are? Seeing Su Yu and Wei Lai's confused expressions, Long Qianqian sighed, Don't you ever gather any information? Wei Lai laughed. I'm good at small business, but not so much at gathering intel. Su Yu scratched his chin. Does it really matter? Long Qianqian explained with a hint of exasperation. Knowing your opponents is key to winning. Those two have S-level talents. Su Kuan might look like a musclehead, but he's a hidden class holy spear monk, versatile and extremely powerful. As for Qiao Shi, despite her delicate appearance, she's a coffin bearer. Her coffin contains zombies, making her formidable in both offense and defense. She continued, There's also Jingli, an S-level hidden class shadow assassin with exceptional stealth abilities, and Zhao Ran, an S-level hidden class greatsword master who can solo level 28 elite monsters. After hearing this, Su Yu chuckled. Don't worry. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for me. Long Qianqian gave him an exasperated look, feeling like her words had gone to waste. Just as she was about to say more, Ouyinghao approached. You two go get some rest. I need to talk to Su Yu. After Long Qianqian and Wei Lai left, Ouyinghao led Su Yu to the entrance of the training camp and gazed into the distant night sky. After a long silence, he asked, So, do you think you can secure first place? Su Yu sighed. Teacher Ouyang, do you really have so little confidence in me? Ouyinghao responded seriously. You heard about their strengths just now. They all have S-level hidden classes and are not to be underestimated. Enough of this, let's end it, Su Yu muttered, but then added, Teacher Ouyang, have you ever seen my full power? Ouyinghao was taken aback. Full power? What do you mean? Su Yu explained. I mean using my complete strength. Ouyinghao was both shocked and unsurprised. He recalled how Su Yu had effortlessly slain a level 25 elite monster, realizing that Su Yu's true power was far beyond what it seemed. How strong are you at full power? Ouyinghao pressed. Su Yu pondered for a moment before admitting, I honestly don't know, since I've never had the chance to use it fully. Ouyinghao approached Su Yu with a serious expression, hesitating to speak. Noticing his teacher's unease, Su Yu curiously asked, Mr. Ouyang, is something wrong? Taking a deep breath, Ouyinghao revealed the truth. Su Yu, I just made a bet with some teachers from other academies. I bet that you would win first place in the training camp. Hearing this, Su Yu couldn't help but smile. So that's what it is. Mr. Ouyang, Why are you so worried? First place is definitely mine. His tone was full of confidence. Seeing Su Yu's confident demeanor, Ouyang Hao relaxed a bit. Su Yu's eyes sparkled with mischief as he asked, Mr. Ouyang, how much did you bet? Ouyang Hao glanced at him and casually replied, not much, just 15 pieces of top-tier blue gear. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was secretly amazed. 15 pieces of top-tier blue gear were no small amount. No wonder Ouyang Hao, a powerful 5th-tier professional, could make such a bold bet. Su Yu's eyes twinkled, and he asked with a grin, Mr. Ouyang, if I win, can I get a share of the blue gear? Ouyang Hao, noticing Su Yu's crafty expression, suddenly smiled, if you win, you can have all the blue gear. Su Yu was momentarily stunned and asked in surprise, really? Ouyang Hao nodded slightly, why else would I bet on the top-tier blue gear? Realizing the situation, Su Yu replied earnestly, thank you, Mr. Ouyang. Ouyang Hao looked at him with a half-smile, don't thank me just yet. If you lose, you'll have to cover the 15 pieces of top-tier blue gear. So, do you dare to accept? Just as Su Yu was about to respond, a system notification sounded in his ear. Ding. You have a new task to claim. Please check it. Available tasks. 1. Refuse the bet, hide your strength in the training camp, and finish last. Reward. Stealth Badge Mythical. Stealth Badge. Made of unknown materials, a mythical item for the stealth path. Effect. When worn, all attributes 10,000, transforming the wearer into a master of stealth, allowing them to unleash their full power only in the final moment. 2. Accept the bet, showcase your full strength in the training camp, and win first place. Reward. Sword Immortal Exclusive Blind Box. Sword Immortal Exclusive Blind Box. When opened, grants an exclusive Sword Immortal skill, equipment, or other rare items, with a random grade. After a quick glance at the system prompt, Su Yu had already made up his mind. Keep it up. I believe in you. Ouyang Hao patted Su Yu's shoulder, his tone full of encouragement. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed Su Yu's gaze was fixed on the open field outside the door. Moonlight bathed the training camp's grounds, where the shadows of monsters occasionally flickered. Their presence ignited a fierce desire to fight within Su Yu. Mr. Ouyang, can I go out and hunt some monsters now? Su Yu asked, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. Ouyang Hao was momentarily taken aback. Did you come so late today because you were out hunting monsters? He asked, puzzled. He mulled over the situation. Hunting monsters could indeed level up skills quickly, but it was equally exhausting. The wilderness outside the camp was teeming with elite monsters of level 15 and above. Trying to level up there was akin to playing with fire. With Su Yu's level 10 abilities, surviving for 2 hours in that perilous area was already a miracle, let alone defeating the monsters. Even top-tier fighters like Wei Lai and Long Qianqian barely made it back with various injuries. This was while Yu Wanwen, Lu Qingyuan, and others had little faith in Su Yu. Su Yu chuckled and quickly explained, no way, I just got lost. Ouyang Hao gave a cold laugh, his eyes full of disbelief. After a long pause, he said, fine, if you think you can, go ahead and clear out those monsters. A flash of excitement crossed Su Yu's eyes, but he quickly shook his head. That might not be a good idea. Ouyang Hao was speechless, thinking this kid was truly arrogant. He sneered, there's nothing wrong with it. If you can clear them out, go ahead. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. With that, he turned and walked away. Su Yu watched Ouyang Hao return to the training camp, then turned his gaze back to the monsters outside. The allure of those monsters was as strong as a scantily clad maiden to an old lecher. Finally, he stepped through the door and headed towards the monsters. Inside the training camp, the other instructors began to tease Ouyang Hao upon his return. Back already, Mr. Ouyang? How did it go with your student? Did he promise to get you first place? Lu Qingyuan asked with a smile. Liu Wenwen smiled gently. Ouyang, isn't it just 15 pieces of top-tier blue gear? That's a piece of cake for you. Why make him go out so late to hunt monsters? Qin Hu chimed in. Monsters at night are even harder to handle. Aren't you worried? Zhao Wu added. What's there to worry about? He's aiming for first place in the training camp. This little bit of extra effort at night is nothing for him. Ouyang Hao snorted. Just wait. When my student gets first place, let's see if you still have anything to say. Zhao Wu laughed. Ouyang, mind your manners. Ouyang Hao retorted irritably. Manners my foot. When you lose, I want to see how you'll face Su Yu. Lu Qingyuan smiled slightly. If he gets first, we won't have any face left. Qin Hu agreed. Exactly. If he really outshines this bunch, I'll shamelessly beg him to join Baiyun Academy. Liu Wenwen laughed beautifully. If he wins, I'll even marry off our campus belle from Modu Academy to get him to join us. Ouyang Hao looked at Liu Wenwen and suddenly smiled. That kid already has a girlfriend. He might not be interested in another one. Why don't you just marry me? Neither of us is married, after all. What do you say? Ouyang Hao suddenly said, his eyes fixed on Lu Wanwen. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Hu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Man, Ouyang, you're really digging a hole for yourself. Lu Qingyuan's eyes lit up with excitement. I think it's a good idea. If Suyu doesn't win, Ouyang, you should just marry into the Lu family. Zhao Wu shook his head, a smile playing on his lips. So, win or lose, Ouyang, you come out ahead either way. Lu Wenwen looked at Ouyang Hao and sighed inwardly. After all these years, he had finally said it. She replied softly, all right, but what if he doesn't come in first? Ouyang Hao paused for a moment, then said firmly, if he doesn't come in first, then I'll never marry. At these words, Lu Qingyuan, Qin Hu, and Zhao Wu all covered their faces in disbelief. Lu Wenwen's expression turned icy. Fine, fine, fine. Just as you say, Ouyang Hao. With that, she turned and walked away quickly, her high heels clicking sharply on the ground. There's no saving him now, absolutely no saving him. Qin Hu said, patting Ouyang Hao on the shoulder before walking away. Lu Qingyuan and Zhao Wu also gave Ouyang Hao a helpless glance and left. The others looked at him sympathetically and returned to their rooms. Once everyone had dispersed, Ouyang Hao stood alone by the window. He gazed at the bright moon and the quiet wilderness outside the training camp, letting out a long sigh. I'll leave it to fate, he murmured to himself. If Suyu wins, I'll let go of my hang-ups and be with Lu Wenwen. If not, it's destiny and I won't force it. The next morning, before dawn, a cry shattered the silence. Something terrible has happened. All the monsters outside the training camp are dead. Ouyang Hao, Lu Wenwen, and the other instructors, along with students like Long Qianqian and Wei Lai, rushed out to the wilderness. They searched carefully and found the ground littered with monster corpses, a horrifying sight. What on earth happened? Ouyang Hao asked, frowning. And who did this? Lu Wenwen looked around, her expression grave. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unable to solve the sudden mystery. Overnight, the wilderness outside the training camp underwent an astonishing transformation. The elite monsters, all above level 20, that had roamed freely just yesterday, were now lying lifeless, with none left standing. These creatures weren't mere minions. They were the first formidable challenge for the students, their strength enough to make anyone shudder. The students who had just faced these elite monsters were stunned, their shock evident on their faces. They knew all too well how terrifying these monsters were. The idea that a level 10 student could have slain them all in one night seemed utterly impossible. Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, Zhao Ren, and Jingli, among others, knew they couldn't have achieved such a feat. Suddenly, Wei Lai shouted, holy crap, that's insane. Su Kuan, scratching his bald head, chimed in, unbelievable. Xiao Shi squinted slightly and praised, incredibly impressive. Zhao Ren, after sensing carefully, exclaimed, this is amazing. Jingli, though silent, instinctively toyed with his dagger, clearly also shaken by the scene before him. Other students began to speculate about the mastermind behind this incredible act. Some suspected the teachers, but this was quickly dismissed. Those above the 5th rank wouldn't bother with such weak monsters. Moreover, this was an artificial scenario, yielding no experience or loot upon the monster's defeat. Another theory suggested the teachers were testing new skills, but this too didn't hold water. After all, the training room was the best place for such tests. The discussion eventually circled back to the students. Could one of them really be that powerful? The previous day's ordeal had made it clear how strong these monsters were, making it impossible for even the strongest level 10 student to wipe them out overnight. Long Qianqian, though skeptical, couldn't help but think of Suyu. She turned to him, who was yawning, and asked quietly, was it you? Suyu yawned again and nonchalantly replied, it wasn't me. Don't make things up. His denial only made Long Qianqian more convinced it was his doing. Meanwhile, Ouyang Hao's gaze fell on Su Xiao. He had rushed out at the first shout, using his powerful attributes to quickly survey the area and confirm the monsters were indeed all dead. This discovery left him in disbelief, thinking, did Suyu really wipe them all out? Teachers like Lu Wenwen, Qin Hu, Lu Qingyuan, and Zhao Wu also looked thoughtfully at Suyu. Despite their suspicions, they couldn't believe that a student who ranked last upon entering the camp could be responsible. After all, there were over 10,000 elite monsters here. Even a second-rank professional would struggle to eliminate them all in one night. At that moment, Yuan Qingji's voice rang out, all students, head to the cafeteria for breakfast and prepare for the next round of assessments. All teachers, return and get ready for supervision. Hearing this command, the students immediately ran to the cafeteria, and Ouyang Hao and the other teachers had no choice but to head back to the training camp. Once everyone had left, Yuan Qingji appeared in the wilderness. He looked at the empty field and sighed, what a troublesome kid. With a wave of his hand, the defeated monsters reappeared in their original positions. After completing this task, Yuan Qingji vanished and reappeared in a large room where the teachers were gathered. Upon seeing him, Ouyang Hao and the others quickly bowed, Senior Yuan. Yuan Qingji waved them off. No need for formalities. The 100 bosses have been placed in the Dark Forest as requested. But let me be clear, if anything goes wrong, I won't be held responsible. Ouyang Hao and the others replied in unison. Thank you, Senior. Yuan Qingji continued. The rest is up to you. With that, he ignored them and appeared on the training camp's plaza. Moments later, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and the other students finished their breakfast and gathered at the plaza. Yuan Qingji looked at them with a satisfied smile. Your next challenge is to depart from the training camp and head to the next town. Su Yu and the other students stood in the training ground, listening intently as the examiner announced the new task. The examiner's voice was clear and stern. On your journey, you will pass through the Dark Forest, the Sorrow Swamp, and the Thousand Needle Stone Forest. These areas are populated with 100 bosses. Your goal is to defeat as many bosses as possible while reaching the next town as quickly as you can. Remember, if you don't arrive in time, you will face life-threatening consequences. The examiner continued. You can choose to team up or go solo. In a team, the person who lands the final blow will get the credit for the kill. Of course, you can also compete for the bosses. The side dealing the most damage will be credited with the kill. As soon as the examiner finished speaking, he waved his hand, and each student's panel immediately displayed the task information. Su Yu glanced down at his panel. Time spent traveling to the destination. 1 second. Number of bosses killed. 0-100. Su Yu thought to himself, this is brutal. The timer starts right away, and we don't even get basic maps or monster info. This is going to be tough. Despite having many questions, no one dared to ask. Su Yu turned to his companions, Long Qianqian and Wei Lai, to seek their opinions. Wei Lai was the first to speak. Yuga, as much as I'd like to team up with you, I want to try this on my own. Long Qianqian also voiced her thoughts. I want to train by myself too, to improve my skills. Su Yu shrugged, showing his understanding. All right then, let's all do our best and stay safe. The three of them, along with the other students, ran towards the only forest behind the training camp, which must be the Dark Forest. Nearly 100 students charged into the forest and quickly disappeared among the dense trees. Shortly after entering the forest, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai went their separate ways. Once Su Yu confirmed he was alone, he immediately used his sword-flying technique to rise into the air. He quickly determined the direction and flew deeper into the forest. Su Yu's plan was to pass through the Dark Forest as quickly as possible and head to the Sorrow Swamp and Thousand Needle Stone Forest. He guessed that most people would linger at the first checkpoint to test the boss's strength. He intended to get ahead and use his speed and strength to take down the bosses in the later areas, hoping to stand out in the challenge. However, things did not go as planned. Shortly after taking flight, Su Yu was suddenly attacked fiercely, forcing him to abort his plan. Several vines suddenly shot out from the top of a withered tree, lashing towards Su Yu like serpents. Prepared for the attack, Su Yu swiftly maneuvered his flying sword to evade while deploying his sword control technique. The Qianshui sword turned into a sharp streak of light, precisely severing the incoming vines. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, momentarily halting Su Yu. In that brief instant, several thick vines emerged from below, whipping towards him furiously. However, Su Yu quickly regained his composure and directed the Qianshui sword like a meteor towards the withered tree below. The sword light pierced through the trunk, striking its core and eliciting another sharp wail. The surroundings fell silent, but the vines began to thrash wildly. Without hesitation, Su Yu drove the Qianshui sword into the tree several more times. With the final screech, the withered tree collapsed with a thunderous crash. Retracting the Qianshui sword, Su Yu stepped forward to inspect the scene. The creature turned out to be a level 15 elite monster, a ghost tree vine, belonging to the Abyssal Demon Clan. It would indeed be a formidable foe for ordinary job changers, potentially fatal if ambushed. Unfortunately for the creature, it encountered Su Yu and was ultimately slain with a single strike. Finding no loot, Su Yu turned and left. Realizing that flying at high altitudes was unsafe, he decided to fly close to the ground. Standing on his flying sword, Su Yu swiftly navigated through the dark forest, with the Qianshui sword always at the ready. Along the way, he mercilessly cut down any monsters that blocked his path. After some time, Su Yu sensed something unusual. Besides the ghost tree vine, this forest was home to abyssal skeletons, ghost-faced bats, and other elite monsters ranging from levels 15 to 17, with some even being leader class. Their levels and strength far exceeded the foes he encountered the previous day. Although not a problem for Su Yu, it would be extremely difficult for others to quickly traverse this map to reach the Sorrowful Swamp and Thousand Needle Stone Forest. This was clearly a way to indirectly force players to team up. After pondering for a moment, Su Yu decided to check on the whereabouts of Long Qianqian and Wei Lai. He changed direction and flew towards where Long Qianqian had gone. Along the way, Su Yu slew 6 elite monsters and 2 leader-class creatures. Finally, he encountered the first boss, a level 16 bronze boss, the Undying Minotaur. This abyssal demon boss possessed skills like Undying Body, Charge for Love, Trample, and Bold Demon Strike, earning it the title of the Pure Love Warrior going against the tide. Suyu quickly assessed the threat and immediately distanced himself, using his sword control technique to launch an attack with the Qinshui sword. The first strike took away 30 of the Undying Minotaur's health. Staying vigilant, Suyu struck again, reducing another 30 of its life. The Undying Minotaur roared in defiance, its voice filled with the agony of past betrayals. It charged towards Suyu, trying to close the gap for an attack. However, the Qinshui sword was faster. Before the Undying Minotaur could get close, Suyu manipulated his sword to deliver a series of rapid strikes, decisively depleting the remaining 40 of its health. Bang! The Undying Minotaur collapsed with all its unfulfilled desires, its massive body hitting the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Until its last breath, it never got the chance to charge for love. Suyu glanced at his skill panel, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Sword Mastery had finally reached level 10. The panel displayed, Sword Mastery Active, LV10, controls sword-type weapons for ranged attacks, dealing 300 damage to enemies. Suyu recalled the late-night practice sessions and felt relieved that his efforts had paid off. If not for his hard work, he wouldn't have reached level 10 by now. However, he frowned slightly, thinking that if there had been more monsters last night, he might have leveled up even sooner. Suyu shifted his focus to his next goal, sword flight. Once this skill reached level 10, he could consider advancing to the first rank. Unfortunately, the experience required to level up was considerable. He wondered if he could achieve this goal before the training camp ended. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Suyu stepped onto his flying sword and soared forward. During his flight, he keenly sensed something unusual ahead and immediately concealed his presence, silently landing behind a large tree. He cautiously peeked out, his gaze falling on a clearing not far away. In the clearing stood 5 people, the tension palpable. 4 of them were clearly a team, while the lone figure faced them alone. Suyu listened intently to their conversation. "We found this boss first. Why should we give it to you?" One of the team members demanded angrily. "Just because you're an S-tier hidden class, you think we're afraid of you?" The lone man, Zhaorun, showed no fear. Instead, he smiled. "You misunderstand. I don't want to take the boss from you. I want to take you out first, then kill the boss." The team leader, Yuan Tai, frowned. "Zhaorun, that's crossing the line." The other 3 team members chimed in. "Captain, there's no need to waste words on him. I don't believe he can take on all 4 of us alone. Captain, if he wants a fight, we'll give him one. Once we beat him, he'll know his place." "Captain, stop dreaming. Someone like him would never let us go." Hearing their words, Zhao Ren's smile grew even wider. "Since you're all so eager, I won't disappoint you." Before they could react, Zhao Ren gripped his massive sword and charged at them like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yuan Tai, raising his sword high and slashing down with immense force. Yuan Tai's pupils contracted as he instinctively raised his heavy black iron shield to block. Bang! The resounding clash echoed around them, and Yuan Tai was knocked back several meters by the sheer force. "Get out of the way!" Yuan Tai shouted to his teammates. But it was too late. After breaking through Yuan Tai's defense, Zhaoren swiftly moved towards the other 3. With both hands gripping his sword, he spun like a whirlwind, the blade tracing a blinding arc as it swept towards them. "No!" Yuan Tai shouted, gripping his shield tightly and charging forward with all his might. However, his speed was too slow and the distance too great. He had no chance of stopping Zhaoren's attack. Zhaoren laughed maniacally as his weapon struck the 3 of them with brutal force. They flew several meters like kites with broken strings and crashed heavily to the ground. Their health bars were down to just 10, their faces filled with terror. Zhaoren, on the other hand, wore a sickly smile and muttered to himself, "This place really is the best. I can kill to my heart's content. I love it here." Yuan Tai finally reached them, positioning himself protectively in front of his 3 companions. He glared at Zhaoren, his brows furrowed. "Are you really going to kill here? Aren't you afraid of the teacher's punishment?" Zhaoren stepped closer, brandishing his long sword. "Naive. Have you forgotten yesterday's oath scroll? It clearly states, not responsible for life or death. Even if I kill you, no teacher will intervene." Yuan Tai tightened his grip on his shield, his expression grave. "I won't let you succeed." Despite knowing he was no match, he stood his ground. Zhaoren sneered. "Don't worry, I'll make sure your team goes down together." He raised his greatsword, ready to strike Yuan Tai. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted. "Hey, there's a bronze boss here." "Lucky me." Suyu emerged from the side, his gaze first falling on the level 15 bronze boss, the Ghostvine King, before shifting to Zhaoren and the 4 others. "I'm here to kill the boss. Don't mind me. Carry on with your fight." Zhaoren's greatsword crashed to the ground as he scrutinized Suyu. "You're the one who arrived last at the training camp yesterday. right? Su Yu nodded. That's right. Zhao Ren squinted. Are you here to stop me from killing them? Of course not. Su Yu pointed at the Ghost Vine King. I said I'm here to kill the boss. Zhao Ren laughed. Do you know this boss is mine? Su Yu looked around. I don't see your name on it, but maybe it's written inside? Let's cut it open and see. Before Zhao Ren could react, Su Yu was already in front of the Ghost Vine King. Dozens of massive vines whipped at him like octopus tentacles. Unfazed, Su Yu swung his Qinshui sword in 3 swift slashes. 3 crescent-shaped sword lights flew out, slicing into the Ghost Vine King. After 10 repetitions, the sword lights completely destroyed the Ghost Vine King. The massive vines fell lifeless to the ground. Su Yu stepped forward to inspect the remains, then returned to Zhao Ren. No name inside either. Looks like this boss isn't yours after all. Zhao Ren stood in shock for a moment, then scrutinized Su Yu more closely. This was a level 15 bronze boss, and even he would need a minute to take it down. Yet this person had done it in less than half a minute. How powerful must his attack be? Who exactly are you? Zhao Ren asked. Su Yu smiled. My name is Su Yu. Zhao Ren thought for a moment, then shook his head. Never heard of you. Su Yu continued to smile. That's okay. I'm sure you'll remember me in the future. No need for the future. I'll remember you now, Zhao Ren said. Su Yu suggested. I've already killed the boss. Why don't you guys continue? I'd love to watch. Zhao Ren glanced at Su Yu, then at Yuan Tai and his companions. Consider yourselves lucky today, he said, turning and leaving with his greatsword. Yuan Tai let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, brother Su Yu. The other two also expressed their gratitude repeatedly. The priestess with an impressive figure gazed at Su Yu with starry eyes. Brother Su Yu, you're amazing. Su Yu thought to himself. Her healing is good, but her looks and figure can't compare to Qianqian. Better not insult Qianqian by comparing. He simply smiled and said, actually, even if I hadn't intervened, Zhao Ren wouldn't have really killed you. If he had tried, the teachers would have stepped in to stop him. The students who can participate in the training camp are truly the pride of the Dragon Kingdom. It would be a huge waste if they were to die here for no reason. Su Yu was certain that there were many teachers secretly observing from the shadows, ready to step in at critical moments to ensure the best training results. However, if the teachers intervened, the mission would be considered a failure. Yuan Tai understood this logic, but didn't dare to take any risks. He glanced at his 3 teammates behind him, whose health bars were down to just 10, and felt a sense of relief. If Zhao Ren's sword had struck, who could guarantee the teachers would step in on time? What if they chose to stand by and do nothing? I owe you one, Su Yu. Yuan Tai said earnestly. If you ever need my help, just ask. Su Yu responded politely and then turned to leave. Once Yuan Tai and his team were out of sight, Su Yu took to the air again on his sword. He navigated through the dark forest, slashing any monsters that crossed his path. After about 10 minutes, he had slain over a dozen elite monsters and a few leader-level creatures, but he still hadn't encountered a boss. Su Yu was puzzled. Was his luck really that bad? Or was the dark forest simply too vast? Where were the promised 100 bosses? How had he only found 2 so far? Could someone else have gotten to them first? With this thought, Su Yu immediately increased his flying speed. After a while, he landed and began walking to recover his stamina. Not long after, he spotted Wei Lai. Opposite Wei Lai stood a level 16 bronze boss, a skeletal swordsman. Su Yu quickly checked the boss's attributes. Undead swordsman bronze boss. Race, abyssal demon. Level, 16. Strength, 872 agility, 863 spirit, 745 stamina, 829. Skills. 1. Undying body passive. Reduces damage taken by 16, increases defense by 16. 2. Sword slash of the world active. Delivers a full force strike to the target, increasing damage. 3. Blade dance active. Executes 6 consecutive attacks with the greatsword, each increasing damage. 4. Lunge thrust active. Charges at the target and delivers a thrust, increasing damage. Description. He was once a swordsman who protected the human realm but was ultimately killed due to his weakness. Unwilling to accept his fate, he rose again after absorbing the power of the abyss, determined to challenge the world with his sword. Wow, he's actually a swordsman aiming to challenge the world, Su Yu marveled. However, when he turned his attention to the battle scene, he was utterly shocked by what he saw. Wei Lai stood on the front lines, gripping his shield tightly as he fended off the fierce attacks of the undead swordsman. Each blow forced him to take a step back, and his health bar slowly dwindled. However, thanks to his high defense stats accumulated earlier, he had only lost 10 of his health despite the relentless onslaught of the undead swordsman's blade flurry. Behind Wei Lai, Su Kuan's performance was even more astonishing. This muscle-bound man, with bulging muscles even on his face, donned a monk's robe and held an AK-47 firmly in his hands. Golden bullets rained down like a storm, continuously hitting the undead swordsman. Amid the deafening gunfire, the undead swordsman's health bar visibly dropped. Suyu observed from the shadows, marveling to himself. So this is the full potential of Jigu, the so-called holy gun monk? While we're using cold weapons, you brought out the AK-47 Buddha. Isn't that a bit overkill? However, seeing how a single burst of bullets could take away 10 of the undead swordsman's health, he couldn't help but admire. No wonder he's an S-class holy gun monk. Truly formidable. Satisfied that Wei Lai and Jigu were capable of handling the Silverder boss, Suyu quietly slipped away, continuing to navigate the dark forest. After Suyu left, Wei Lai shouted, "Jigu, increase the firepower." Su Kuan responded with a roar, and the bullets became even denser, amplifying the damage. Amidst the undead swordsman's unwilling roars, it was ultimately slain by Wei Lai's charged counterattack. With the battle over, the two of them each took recovery potions. Curious, Su Kuan asked, "Boss, why did you ask me to hold back earlier?" Wei Lai explained that he had sensed someone watching them. Su Kuan was surprised by Wei Lai's keen perception, while Wei Lai expressed his astonishment at Su Kuan's long-range combat style. Su Kuan, looking frustrated, said, "Don't even mention it. I'd rather use a big gun." Wei Lai comforted him, saying that after their next class advancement, their weapons would upgrade, and he could summon the Gatling Bodhisattva, making it easy to vanquish any foe. Suddenly, Su Kuan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to chant the Diamond Sutra. Bewildered, Wei Lai asked what he was doing. Su Kuan explained that he was performing a ritual to liberate the spirits of the slain monsters. Only then did Wei Lai grasp the unique aspects of the holy gun monk profession. Once they had fully recovered, the two continued to venture deeper into the forest in search of bosses. Meanwhile, Suyu had already found Long Qianqian, who was battling a level 16 bronze tier boss, but he chose to remain hidden and did not reveal himself. Just like Wei Lai, Long Qianqian wasn't fighting alone. However, unlike Wei Lai, she was the main damage dealer in this battle. A fierce fight was unfolding in the dark forest, with Long Qianqian facing a level 16 bronze boss, accompanied by a towering, burly zombie. This zombie acted as an indestructible shield, absorbing the boss's ferocious attacks and taking on the role of a tank. Meanwhile, a petite zombie in the distance continuously drew its bow, shooting arrows formed from dark energy. Though these arrows didn't inflict high damage, they caused a persistent corrosive effect on the boss. Next to the petite zombie stood a familiar figure, Xiao, the girl Suyu had seen the previous night. Suyu observed for a moment and nodded to himself. Xiao Shi's tall zombie had no problem tanking the boss, while Long Qianqian's attacks were incredibly fierce, each strike taking away 3 of the boss's health bar. The pace of the battle was astonishingly fast. Within just a minute, the level 26 bronze boss fell under their coordinated assault. Although both of them were capable of soloing a boss of this level, their teamwork was evidently more efficient. After the boss fell, neither Long Qianqian nor Xiao Shi let their guard down. They exchanged a wary glance and simultaneously scanned the area where Suyu was hiding. Who's there? Who's watching? Their heightened vigilance made Suyu chuckle quietly. Without any intention of revealing himself to Long Qianqian, Suyu used his sword-flying skill to quickly leave the area. Now that he knew Long Qianqian and Wei Lai could handle the current situation, he felt completely at ease. It was time for him to unleash his full potential, especially since he needed to level up his sword-flying skill. With his feet on the flying sword, Suyu headed towards the sorrowful swamp. Behind him, Xiaoxi finally relaxed. Long Qianqian asked, "Is he gone?" Xiaoxi nodded. "Yes, he's gone." The two women quickly recovered their stamina and health, ready to continue their journey through the dark forest. Half an hour later, Suyu was wreaking havoc in the dark forest. Over 30 elite monsters, more than a dozen leader-level creatures, and 2 level 16 bronze bosses all fell to his sword. Finally, he emerged from the dark forest to find an expanse of continuous swampland before him. As far as the eye could see, there were mud pools and waist-high wild grass. Who knew what kinds of monsters might be lurking in this eerie place? Suyu muttered to himself that this area was even more dangerous than the dark forest. But having come this far, he had no intention of retreating. Feeling his fully restored stamina, Suyu unhesitatingly stepped onto his flying sword and soared towards the depths of the sorrowful swamp. Shortly after Suyu left, a pair of mysterious eyes emerged from the shadows, silently watching his departing figure. How could Suyu's attacks be so powerful? How could his defense be so high? How could his speed be so fast? These questions echoed like thunderclaps in Zhou Liqui's mind. As the admissions director of the Western Frontier Academy and a level 57 shadow assassin, Zhou Liqui had initially paid little attention to this monitoring task. What was there to see in a mere level 10 rookie who was the last to enter the training camp? He would probably be eliminated right from the start. However, as Suyu sprang into action, Zhou Liqui's worldview was nearly shattered. She watched in stunned silence as this seemingly ordinary high school student slaughtered one powerful monster after another with unbelievable speed. In 10 seconds, a level 15 elite monster, the Ghost Vine, fell. 30 seconds later, the level 15 bronze boss, the Ghost Vine King, was defeated. Within a minute, the level 16 bronze boss, the Undying Minotaur, also met its demise. As for other elite and leader class monsters, they were dispatched by Suyu as if he were mowing grass. Zhou Liqui had to admit that even its class talent with a second-tier job change would find such feats difficult. Compared to Suyu, the performance of the other students was hardly worth mentioning. Even Jingli, whom Zhou Liqui had personally brought along a genius with the hidden S-class profession, Shadowless Assassin, could not match Suyu in boss killing. Though the Shadowless Assassin boasted powerful attacks and incredible speed, its frail defenses made every boss fight a dance on a knife's edge, leaving no room for error. At that moment, Zhou Liqui finally understood Ouyang Hao's confidence. If a student like Suyu couldn't secure the top spot in the training camp, who could? No wonder Ouyang Hao dared to bet with Lu Wanwan and the others. With a tinge of reluctance, Zhou Liqui consoled herself. This was just about killing bosses. In a real fight, Jingli might still land a decisive blow. With this thought in mind, she continued to follow Suyu through the Sorrow Swamp. However, the scenes that followed further shattered her understanding. One boss after another fell, until Suyu had slain 20 bosses before reluctantly leaving the Sorrow Swamp. It wasn't because there were no bosses left, but because the remaining ones were too far away, making them too time-consuming to find. 2 hours passed, and other students began to enter the Sorrow Swamp. But Suyu had already set his sights on his next target, the Thousand Needles Stone Forest. Zhou Liqui followed closely, arriving at this canyon filled with towering stone pillars. Over the next 2 hours, Zhou Liqui witnessed a jaw-dropping massacre. Dozens of silver bosses, over 20 bronze bosses, and countless elite and leader-class monsters all fell to Suyu's blade. Only a dozen or so bosses near the edge of the area managed to escape by sheer luck. Suyu really isn't leaving any scraps for the other students? Zhou Liqui thought to herself. Finally, they reached a small town. Although the town covered only about a square kilometer, its walls were over 10 meters high and 3 meters thick. However, as Suyu stepped through the gate, the sight that greeted them was shocking. Where are the monsters? Where are the bosses? Weren't there supposed to be 100 of them? Yeah, we've been wandering around here for ages and haven't found a single one. Could someone else have gotten here first and killed all the bosses? Impossible. Some of these bosses are over level 15, and some are even silver tier. Our 4-person team takes over 10 minutes to kill a single bronze boss. We're not weak, and even Zhao Run, Su Kuan, and Xiaoxi couldn't have killed them this fast. Yuan Tai silently glanced at the other three, a vague suspicion forming in his mind, but he kept it to himself. They had been wandering in the Sorrow Swamp for over 2 hours, encountering only a single level 15 bronze boss. After defeating it, they hadn't come across any other bosses. This was starkly different from the Dark Forest, where they had at least encountered 3 bosses. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Tai broke the silence. All right, let's stop guessing. I saw a lot of people heading towards the Thousand Needle Stone Forest. Let's try our luck there. With that, he decisively turned and started walking in the direction of the stone forest. His 3 teammates followed closely behind, their steps hurried. When they arrived at the Thousand Needle Stone Forest, the scene before them confirmed Yuan Tai's suspicions. The dense stone pillars were teeming with students, yet bosses were nowhere to be seen. Yuan Tai sighed inwardly, realizing that the bosses in both the Sorrow Swamp and the Thousand Needle Stone Forest had likely already fallen to Suyu. Thinking of Suyu's formidable strength, Yuan Tai couldn't help but shake his head. That guy could kill a bronze boss with just 2 strikes. With such overwhelming power, he could dominate this place effortlessly. The healer in the group, a young girl, couldn't help but ask, Captain, do you think Suyu has already cleared out the bosses here? Yuan Tai nodded. It's very likely. You've all seen how insanely strong he is. He paused before continuing, but let's not dwell on it. We need to focus on finding and killing bosses ourselves, or we risk being eliminated. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 of them began scouring the Thousand Needle Stone Forest for any sign of bosses. Meanwhile, Zhaoran found himself in a similar predicament. In an hour, he had only managed to kill 3 bronze bosses, and the inefficiency was making him anxious. Standing atop a hill, Zhaoran scanned the entire stone forest. He noticed that most of the students were constantly on the move, evidently searching for bosses as well. After a moment, he made a decision. It seems there really aren't many bosses left in the Thousand Needle Stone Forest, Zhaoran muttered to himself. Suyu was at least considerate enough to leave some for the rest of us. He squinted his eyes. The only chance now is to get to the small town ahead of time and compete for second place. As for first place, he shook his head, reluctantly admitting that Suyu's efficiency in killing bosses was far superior to his own. With this in mind, Zhaoran sprinted towards the small town without hesitation. Meanwhile, Long Qianqian, who knew Suyu best, encountered a similar situation. She immediately thought of Su Yu's actions and quickly communicated with Qiao Shi. The two of them then set off for the small town. Wei Lai, who was also well acquainted with Su Yu, shared a knowing smile with Su Kuan after killing 5 bosses. They too began their journey towards the small town. Throughout the entire trial area, the students' paths gradually converged, all leading to the same destination, the small town. The Skeleton Knight, a Silverdeer boss, belongs to the Abyssal Demon clan. His attribute panel is jaw-dropping, level 20 strength, 1750 agility, 1763 spirit, 1642 stamina, and 1728 skill. Even more astonishing are his special abilities. The passive skill Undying Body, which increases his defense by 20 and reduces damage taken by 20. The active skill Knight's Charge allows him to charge at enemies on his mount, causing a stun effect. Dragon Lance Strike is a powerful charged attack. And Spears Like Clouds enables him to thrust his lance 8 times in an instant. This knight, who once swore to protect everyone, faced the powerful Abyssal Demon clan without fear. His courage earned him the respect of his enemies, so much so that he was resurrected after death as a heavily armored skeleton knight. When Su Yu saw the boss's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. He thought to himself, is the training camp this insane every year? The final challenge is a Silverdeer BOS show, are we supposed to defeat that? However, on second thought, it wasn't entirely hopeless. Su Yu quickly checked his own attribute panel. Name, Su Yu. Race, human. Talent, SS Steer. Level, 10. Class, unique hidden Sword Immortal. Strength, 750. Agility, 750. Spirit, 750. Stamina, 750. Skills, innate sword body passive, LV10. Increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 200. Crescent sword / active, LV10. Wields a sword to release a crescent-shaped sword energy, dealing 300 damage and causing a knockback effect. Sword control technique active, LV10. Controls sword-type weapons for ranged attacks, dealing 300 damage. Sword flight active, LV10. Increases movement speed by 200, allows aerial flight, but doubles stamina consumption. With all 4 attributes maxed out at 750 and skills at level 10, Su Yu thought to himself, this might not be too bad. Although the Skeleton Knight's attribute panel was intimidating, real combat was never just about numbers. Otherwise, no one would need to fight. They could just compare stats. Su Yu made up his mind. I have to take down this Silverdeer boss no matter what. Before he finished his thought, Su Yu had already activated the sword control technique. His Qianshui sword turned into a streak of light, shooting straight towards the Skeleton Knight. Simultaneously, he stood on his flying sword, hovering in midair to keep a safe distance. After all, the opponent's attributes were indeed high. Caution was necessary. However, the battle did not go as Su Yu expected. Despite the strong attributes and maxed out skills, the speed of the Qianshui sword was only marginally faster than the Skeleton Knight's lance. The Skeleton Knight's heavy armor provided extremely high defense. Each time the Qianshui sword broke through, it only managed to reduce the Skeleton Knight's health by 5. After 10 strikes, the Skeleton Knight's health was halved. At that moment, he suddenly changed his strategy. Instead of defending against the Qianshui sword, he locked his gaze on Su Yu in midair. He raised his long white bone lance and hurled it at Su Yu with tremendous force. The bone lance pierced through the air with alarming speed. Just as it was about to hit Su Yu, his vigilance paid off. He quickly maneuvered his flying sword to dodge the attack. The bone lance narrowly missed him, crashing into the city wall behind with a loud bang. Seeing his attack was effective, the Skeleton Knight conjured several more bone lances out of thin air and hurled them at Su Yu in rapid succession. Initially, Su Yu had to dodge constantly, but soon, an idea sparked in his mind, and he decided to use the Qianshui sword to intercept the lances. As soon as the thought occurred, the Qianshui sword transformed into a barrier of sword light in front of Su Yu, intercepting all the incoming bone lances. The intense collisions produced a series of deafening bangs, causing a painful ringing in the ears. 3 seconds later, the bone lances vanished, and the Qianshui sword came to a halt. At that moment, Su Yu noticed something different about the Skeleton Knight. His mount had disappeared. Did he dismantle his own mount to create bone lances for the battle? That's ruthless, Su Yu thought. Without a mount, can he still be called a knight? With that thought, the Qianshui sword shot out once more. The sword light, clear as water, instantly reached the Skeleton Knight and slashed down hard. With a resounding bang, the Qianshui sword struck the bone lance. Under the immense impact, the Skeleton Knight was forced to retreat, leaving a long trail on the ground. However, Su Yu didn't give him any time to catch his breath. The Qianshui sword swung again, its edge gleaming menacingly. Bang, bang, bang. 3 sharp collision sounds echoed as the bone spear shattered. The Qianshui sword cut through with unstoppable force, slicing straight into the bone knight. Armor cracked, bones splintered, and the hidden soul fire was extinguished. The Bone Knight was cleaved in two, its health bar dropping to 0. Suyu sighed inwardly, thinking that if his skills weren't maxed out, he would have gained a considerable amount of experience points. He sheathed the Qianshui sword and took out a wine gourd, waiting for it to absorb the essence of the Silverdeer boss. After completing this task, Suyu turned towards the city gate and saw that Zhaoren, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, and others had arrived. "You're all a bit late," Suyu said with a hint of smugness. "I had no choice but to take down this Silverdeer boss all by myself." Hearing this, mixed emotions welled up in everyone's hearts. Soloing a level 20 Silverdeer boss was already astonishing, and his boastfulness left them speechless. But deep down, they knew that if they had such skills, they would probably boast even more than Suyu. It wasn't just the students. Even the teachers who were secretly guarding them, Zhao Wu, Lu Wanwan, Lu Qingyuan, and Qin Huora, visibly shocked. The original training camp plan had the level 20 bronze tier boss as the ultimate challenge. Who could have expected Yuan Qingji to upgrade it to Silverdeer? Even more astonishing was that Suyu managed to solo it with ease and without a scratch. The teachers who witnessed this scene were almost petrified. A level 10 student with such power? This was a Silverdeer boss that even second-tier professionals needed to team up to handle. Their initial plan for the students to unite and conquer the boss was completely shattered by Suyu's solo victory, throwing the entire training schedule into disarray. What should they do next? Proceed directly to the final challenge? Hey you, don't get too cocky, Wei Lai joked as he walked closer. Be careful, you might get struck by lightning for showing off too much. Long Qianqian's eyes sparkled with delight. She hadn't expected Suyu to be so formidable at this point. You're amazing, simply amazing. Su Kuan, dressed in a monk's robe and holding an AK-47, praised with a look of admiration. Xiao Shi, accompanied by two zombies, followed Long Qianqian to Suyu's side, sincerely complimenting him. You really are impressive. Zhao Ren watched the scene unfold, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He had already experienced Suyu's strength, but hadn't expected it to be this overwhelming. What surprised him even more was Suyu's charisma, attracting even Su Kuan and Xiao Shi. He couldn't help but wonder if he should also try to get closer to Suyu. Just then, a sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Attention all students. The level 20 silver boss has been defeated. The next trial mission is now officially underway. Suyu and his team had just taken down the level 20 silver boss when a loud system announcement filled the air. The message echoed throughout the small town and its surroundings, repeating 3 times to ensure every student heard it clearly. This mission requires you to protect the small town from being overrun by monsters for 1 hour. If the town is breached, this trial will be considered a failure. Should the trial fail, it will continue, but the rewards will be downgraded. The monster siege will commence in 10 minutes. Upon hearing this, Suyu thought to himself, wow, just finished a solo kill on a level 20 silver boss, and now a monster wave? Feels like they're targeting me specifically. Wei Lai anxiously asked, Yugu, what should we do? The eyes of Long Qianqian, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, Zhao Ran, and others all turned to Suyu, awaiting his decision. Suyu sighed helplessly. What else can we do? Let's save people first. Everyone suddenly realized the situation. Trying to defend the town for an hour with just a few of them was a fool's errand. The immediate priority was to gather all the other students to stand a chance. Suyu quickly gave out orders. Qianqian, you and Xiao Shi team up and head to the north to gather the students there. Wei Lai, you and Su Kuan go to the east. Zhao Ren, you team up with that new student and head south. Only then did everyone notice a mysterious student dressed in black with a half mask standing in the field. My name is Jingli, he introduced himself briefly, thinking that he had actually been there since Suyu started fighting the skeletal knight, but no one had noticed. Suyu nodded and said, I'll head to the west alone to gather the students there. If there are no objections, let's move out. No one disagreed with Suyu's plan. They quickly formed their groups and headed off in their respective directions. The hidden teachers observing this scene couldn't help but be impressed. They had expected Suyu and his team to foolishly wait at the town gate, but he had made such a wise decision. Ouyang Hao grinned at Zhou and the others, as if showing off how outstanding his student was. Meanwhile, in the distant wilderness, a group of students was running for their lives. We shouldn't have gone for that bronze boss, one student regretted aloud. If we hadn't, we'd be out of the game completely, another student replied. A well-equipped female healer sighed. Too bad your attack power is too low. If only you were as strong as Suyu. Her words left the warrior and the archer in silent frustration, feeling a pang of regret. Yuan Tai shouted, less talking, more running. If those monsters catch up, we're done for. He glanced back to see a horde of monsters surging towards them, getting closer by the second. Thanks to the healer's buffs, they managed to stay ahead. Without another word, the 4 of them pushed themselves to their limits. 2 minutes later, the outline of the small town finally came into view. Just a bit more. We're almost there. Yuan Tai shouted, urging everyone towards the safety of the town. As long as we charge in and rely on the city walls, We can definitely hold out until the end, Yuan Tai shouted encouragingly, though his steps unknowingly lagged behind the other three. As a defensive specialist, his stamina was solid, but seeing the healer Li Yuqing already gasping for breath, he knew that reaching the small town was becoming uncertain. Huang Chong, Lin Bei, you two take Yuqing and run. I'll cover the rear, Yuan Tai commanded decisively. Huang Chong and Lin Bei exchanged a glance but didn't question him. They each took an arm of Li Yuqing and prepared to leave. However, Li Yuqing suddenly pulled away and said firmly, Captain, you three go ahead. If I get eliminated, so be it. I was just here for the experience anyway. Especially you, Captain, you were recommended by the Western Academy, one of the top 10 academies. You can't lose. Yuan Tai shook his head slightly, his tone resolute. I'm a defensive specialist. I can't run fast, and it's impossible for me to reach the small town. You guys go now. Captain. Li Yuqing started to protest, but Yuan Tai raised his voice suddenly. If you still recognize me as your captain, then follow my orders and go now. With that, he stopped, tightened his grip on his shield, and looked steadfastly at the approaching horde of monsters. Go. Seeing this, Li Yuqing turned to Huang Chong and Lin Bei. You two go. I'll stay with the captain to buy you some time. Huang Chong and Lin Bei looked at each other and, surprisingly, broke into bright smiles. Getting eliminated isn't a big deal. What's there to be afraid of? With that, they resolutely stood behind Yuan Tai, facing the monster army. Yuan Tai glanced back at them, a faint smile curling at his lips. Ha ha ha, I thought the captain never smiled. Li Yuqing couldn't help but laugh. Whoa, captain, you'd better not smile. Lin Bei teased. Yeah, it's pretty terrifying. Huang Chong agreed. Yuan Tai retorted. Such handsome lads, how come you have such big mouths? Before they could respond, he shouted. Get ready. The monsters are coming. The other three held their breath and stared wide-eyed at the advancing horde. The ground trembled, their ears were filled with a constant roar, and sweat began to bead in their palms. After all, this was their first time facing so many monsters. Prepare yourselves. Yuan Tai's voice had barely faded when a dazzling flash of sword light suddenly appeared in front of them. A bright flash of sword light pierced the sky, like a silver lightning bolt slashing towards the oncoming horde of monsters. Wherever the sword struck, monsters fell, turning into cold corpses. The swarming creatures were like ripe wheat, silently and swiftly harvested by the sword's glimmer. What are you standing there for? Run! A hurried shout snapped Yuan Tai and his companions out of their daze. Turning around, they saw Su Yu standing calmly, as if he were a bystander. Li Yuqing's face lit up with a sweet smile. Brother Su Yu, we meet again. Lin Bei and Huang Chong thanked him in unison. Thank you for saving our lives. Yuan Tai clasped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. Many thanks, Brother Su Yu. Gripping his Qinshui sword, Su Yu continued to cut down monsters while urging, if you really want to thank me, run to the small town now. Realizing it wasn't the time for idle chatter, the four of them immediately sprinted towards the small town. Once they were a safe distance away, Su Yu began to retreat slowly. Although he couldn't hear their conversation clearly, he noticed their unspoken bond. Yuan Tai was willing to cover for the others, and they, in turn, refused to abandon him, facing the unstoppable monster horde together. This sense of unity was truly admirable. Looking at the monster tide, Su Yu thought regretfully, if only I had one more skill. The experience from these monsters would be enough to level me up to 10. He sheathed his Qinshui sword and swiftly flew back to the small town. By the time he reached the town gate, the others had already entered. Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, Su Kuan, and Xiaoxi stood there, their expressions serious as they watched the approaching monster wave. In less than 2 minutes, the monsters would reach the town. Su Yu made a prompt decision, commanding, everyone, don't panic. Form groups according to your roles. Defensive classes in front, melee behind them, and ranged attackers and healers at the back. Use the gate to our advantage. We can hold off the monsters for an hour. He then called Long Qianqian and Wei Lai to his side to guard the west gate, while Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, and Xiaoxi took charge of the other gates. The teams quickly organized, applying buffs and moving to their positions. Just as they settled into formation, the monster tide surged forward like a breached dam. 20 meters. 10 meters. Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, and Xiaoxi shouted, frontline defenders, brace for the first impact. Healers, focus on the defenders first. Damage dealers, if you get hurt, hold on and use potions if needed. If you're critically injured, fall back to the town. 5 meters. 1 meter. Yuan Tai and the other defenders roared, hold the line. Hold the line. With a thunderous crash, boar-like monsters slammed into their shields. The defenders staggered but held their ground. Duck. Zhao Ren bellowed, swinging a giant sword the size of a door at the monsters. His blade cut through them, leaving a trail of carnage. Inspired, The other attackers launched their assaults. Arrows rained down, fireballs roared, and icy spikes shot through the air, clearing a swath of monsters at the gate. Zhao Ren's eyes blazed as he continued to direct, manage your stamina and use your skills wisely. Don't waste your abilities, or you'll just tire yourself out. He added, ice mages, freeze them first. Melee attackers, follow up. If they survive, fire mages, finish them off. If they're still alive, archers, take them down. Following his orders, the 20-odd fighters methodically slaughtered the monsters. On another side, Xiaoxi's command was a bit chaotic. She struggled to manage both her defensive and offensive zombies, but after hearing Zhao Ren's shouts, she quickly adjusted her strategy, bringing her team's coordination in line with his. Su Kuan adopted a completely different tactic. He led his ranged units in an aggressive preemptive strike. Clad in a monk's robe, he wielded an AK-47, unleashing a relentless barrage on the monsters with ferocious firepower. After a fierce wave of attacks, he managed to curb the monsters' onslaught and retreated behind the defensive line. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he was breathing heavily. After a minute, his strength recovered enough, and he charged to the front line again, opening fire. Bullets rained down, and the monsters fell one by one. As his stamina waned, he shouted, "Cover me," before falling back. This cycle repeated, and the defense at the city gate held firm. Suyu surveyed the surroundings and saw that the other 3 gates were secure, which eased his mind. He focused on wielding the Qinshui sword, its light flashing as each strike effortlessly cut down the monsters rushing the gate. None could breach his defense. Wei Lai glanced at Su Ye's effortless movements and then at his own struggle to fend off 5 or 6 monsters, and couldn't help but exclaim, You're insanely good." Without turning his head, Suyu retorted with a laugh, "Quit talking and focus on training your skills." Seeing that his defense was sufficiently stacked, Wei Lei's shield suddenly emitted a bright light, killing the monsters in front of him. He gripped his shield and prepared for another wave, reminding, Did you forget there's something called a skill enhancement scroll?" While fighting, Long Qianqian explained, skill enhancement scrolls can directly increase skill levels. They can only be used once per class advancement. She punched one monster to death and kicked another away. Wei Lai asked in surprise, "Is there really such a restriction?" After taking down 2 more monsters, Long Qianqian added, "You'll get a notification after using it. Generally, it's used when a skill reaches level 9. There are also equipment enhancement scrolls, level enhancement scrolls, and attribute enhancement scrolls, which can also be used only once per class advancement." As Wei Lai held off 6 monsters, he suddenly realized, "Wait a minute, Qianqian, did you just slip something strange into your explanation?" Suyu directly asked, "What is an attribute enhancement scroll?" Long Qianqian explained, "It's a scroll that boosts the attributes of a class, with a maximum increase of 10 to all attributes." Wei Lai exclaimed, 10 that high? Long Qianqian added, "That's the maximum boost. Generally, anything over 5 is considered good." Wei Lai grunted, 5 is still significant. Suyu nodded in agreement, thinking that with his current 4-dimensional attributes, a 5 increase would be equivalent to adding a piece of high-quality equipment. As his level rises, the effect would be even more impressive. Curious, Wei Lai asked, "Qianqian, where can we get attribute scrolls?" Attribute scrolls, like any other scrolls, can be obtained in only 2 ways, dungeon drops and auctions. Long Qianqian pondered for a moment before continuing. Dungeon drops are self-explanatory. They only appear in high-level and chance-based dungeons. As for auctions, I'm not talking about the automated trading houses in the city center, but high-end, invitation-only auctions. Holding his Qinshui sword, Suyu repelled wave after wave of monsters with shimmering sword light. He frowned and asked, "Isn't there any regulation on such powerful items?" Long Qianqian chuckled and retorted, "Do you think they can be regulated?" Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately understood the complexity of the situation. Attribute scrolls are treasures that can break through limits, meant for the gifted. However, in life and death battles, even a 1 enhancement could be decisive. Such tempting treasures could hardly leave anyone indifferent. Even if one couldn't use it personally, it would be great for a family member. Wei Lai interrupted Suyu's thoughts, laughing as he said, "Stop overthinking it. Completing the task at hand is the most important thing. If we fail, there won't be any rewards. With Brother Yu here, there's no way we can fail," Wei Lai said confidently. Suyu, however, reminded them solemnly, "Don't be so sure. The monsters won't always be level 15 common ones." Long Qianqian confirmed, "The monster strength will definitely increase progressively to push our limits." Suyu nodded in agreement and advised, "Kill them steadily and focus on improving your skills." Wei Lai responded with a smile, "Don't worry, Brother Yu. All my skills are at level 7 now. By the end of this, they should be up another level or 2. I'll definitely max them out to level 10 by the college entrance exams." Not to be outdone, Long Qianqian added, "They'll reach max level by the end of this training." Hearing this, Suyu teased, "Then I'll send more monsters your way, Wei Lai. Wei Lai immediately cried out for mercy. Godfather, have mercy. Su Yu laughed. Fatherly love is as heavy as a mountain. Before he finished speaking, he had already directed the Qinshui sword to guide a wave of monsters towards Wei Lai. In an instant, Wei Lai was too busy to even speak. Su Yu turned to scan the other 3 city gates, and seeing no casualties, he felt slightly relieved. The small town had only about 60 students, with over 20 guarding each of the other 3 gates. After repelling the first wave of monsters, Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, and others began organizing shifts to rest and restore their strength. Outside the city, a group of teachers secretly protecting the students gathered, continually commenting on the students' performance. Zhao Ren and the others have done really well, one teacher remarked. Really well? More like exceptionally well, another teacher corrected. If it were us back in the day, we wouldn't have done as well. Especially Zhao Ren. He truly has the demeanor of a great leader. Well, consider his background. He's the second young master of the Zhao family in Longdu. True, he's learned a lot just from his environment. Su Kuan isn't bad either. Knowing to take down a wave of monsters first to curb their frenzy is impressive. That's the village chief's son for you, knowing how to get the best deal. Wait, he's the son of the Southern King? You just found out? You're really behind. That girl Xiao, she is a bit unfortunate, but her strength is impressive. Her learning ability is strong. Didn't you notice how quickly she followed Zhao Ren and Su Kuan's actions? True, she can control 2 zombies and command the others in battle. That's rare. Wei Lai and Long Qianqian are impressive too. They dared to stand at the gate and block the monsters. And the best part is, they actually did it. Yeah, those 2 are incredibly strong. Although the teachers intentionally avoided mentioning Su Yu, their gazes frequently landed on him. All the recruitment officers couldn't help but be drawn to this young man. Su Yu, with just a sword, single-handedly guarded most of a city gate. His flying sword would occasionally launch outside the city, wreaking havoc among the monsters and buying Wei Lai and Long Qianqian time to rest. His strength was such that he could almost single-handedly defend an entire gate. At this moment, they finally understood completely. The monsters outside the training camp had undoubtedly been cleared out by Su Yu alone. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. Why did Su Yu decide to take on so many monsters by himself? This question surfaced in everyone's mind, but they all tacitly chose not to delve into it. After all, everyone has their own secrets. What truly amazed them was Su Yu's feat of single-handedly defeating a level 20 silver boss with his level 10 strength. Qin, who couldn't help but laugh and curse, "Damn it, Oh Yang. Did you already know how strong this little freak Su Yu is? I was wondering why someone like you, who always hates gambling, would suddenly place a bet." Lu Qingyan shook his head with a wry smile. "I miscalculated. Really didn't expect to be outsmarted by Ouyang this time." Zhao Wu sighed deeply and added, "Who would have thought? Su Yu is truly a monster, almost on par with those ranked on the human list." The crowd was in shock, unable to find any words other than monster to describe Su Yu. Overnight, he had slain tens of thousands of elite monsters of various levels, effortlessly defeated level 15 and 16 bronze bosses, and even took down a level 20 silver boss without losing health. Such achievements would be noteworthy even among the top 10 academies. Even those who became second-tier professionals in their freshman year would find it challenging to achieve such feats. Only those already on the human list could potentially reach this level. The human list, also known as the prodigy list, features young talents under the age of 25. Rankings are based on real battle achievements, such as solo boss kills, arena victories, and slaying prodigies of other races. Above the human list are the earth list and the heaven list. These 3 lists correspond to the black, red, and green lists of the otherworld kill list. Only those who appear on 2 lists simultaneously can be considered true prodigies of the human race. Ouyang Hao's face beamed with pride. "You'd better start preparing those top-tier blue gear." The others teased. "Ha ha ha, look at him, already basking in it. Just a lucky guy. Come on, it's just a piece of top-tier blue gear. Who's going to owe you, anyway?" At that moment, Lu Wenwen's eyes sparkled as she looked at Ouyang Hao and softly asked, "Does your previous offer still stand? If he dares to go back on his word, I'll help you teach him a lesson," Zhao Wu said bluntly before Ouyang Hao could respond, his eyes gleaming with brotherly protectiveness. Qin Hu, Lu Qingyuan, and the others chimed in, their words filled with playful threats. "If he really dares to mess around, we'll all pitch in and castrate him. Traditional methods are outdated. We should consider chemical castration. Ouyang, this is a blessing you've earned over 8 lifetimes. You must cherish it." "Exactly. Teacher Lu has been waiting for you for years. Even I can't stand it anymore. If it weren't for Wenwen's disapproval, you wouldn't even have had a chance, old man." Ignoring his friend's jests, Ouyang Hao focused intently on Lu Wenwen and promised firmly, "Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Once the college entrance exams are over this year, I'll come to propose." Lu Wenwen blushed and softly replied, I'll wait for you. Yang Hao grinned, his eyes sweeping over the still jeering crowd, and said openly, everyone here is invited to the wedding banquet. Is this an invitation to the banquet, or are you just trying to get us to chip in for the gift? Ha ha ha. Yang seems pretty honest, but he's got quite the cunning mind. Exactly. How else could he have won over teacher Wenwen? Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, Lu Qingyuan, and the others continued their banter, and the atmosphere was lively and cheerful. However, Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, Wei Lai, and Long Qianqian's expressions grew increasingly serious. As time passed, the level of the monsters kept rising, from level 15 all the way to level 20. Ordinary level 20 monsters were already quite formidable, not to be underestimated. In areas like the Dark Forest, the Sorrowful Swamp, or the Thousand Needle Stone Forest, they could choose to run. But here, they had no retreat. A few more steps back would take them into the small town, and once that happened, the monsters outside would flood in like a tidal wave, and they would be unable to stop them, leading to mission failure. Now, they were reaching their limits. The defensive members of the team had already retreated 2 meters, 1 more meter, and they would enter the town. Their potions, scrolls, and other items were nearly depleted. There were still over 10 minutes left in the 1-hour mission. Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, and the others kept encouraging the team, and as core members, they frequently unleashed powerful attacks to kill the monsters and relieve some pressure. Even Wei Lai and Long Qianqian had no time for chatter. The continuous fighting was pushing them to their limits. Suyu appeared relaxed, still controlling the 1,000 water sword to maintain a steady output, even taking on most of the defense at the gate, leaving Wei Lai and Long Qianqian with less than a third of the burden. But his expression gradually grew serious because he knew that at this rate, lasting the full hour seemed unlikely. 5 minutes later, the monsters had upgraded to elite level 20. Suyu sighed deeply, thinking, looks like I have no choice but to go all out. He took out a wine gourd and took a big swig. This blue-tier wine gourd had an impressive effect, increasing the user's attack power by 200 and boosting all attributes by 30 for a full minute, though it had a 24-hour cooldown. Step aside. I'll take them out, Suyu said decisively after drinking. In an instant, the 1,000 water sword transformed into a bright sword light and charged into the monster horde. Every monster touched by the sword light was instantly slain. Within seconds, the monsters in front of the gate were cleared out completely. Suyu then used his sword flight skill, stepping on the flying sword and following the sword light. In just 10 seconds, he had cleared the area within several hundred meters of the gate. He then changed direction and headed to another gate. 10 seconds later, he arrived at the gate where Xiaoxi was. Witnessing Suyu clear out all the monsters within hundreds of meters, Xiaoxi and the others were stunned. Half a minute later, when Zhaoren and Su Kuan saw this, they too were left in shock. Their worldview seemed shattered. The monster hordes they had struggled to fight as a team were being wiped out by Suyu with a single sword stroke. The gap between people was indeed greater than the gap between humans and dogs. 1 minute later, Suyu hurried back to the city gate, joining Wei Lai and Long Qianqian. Long Qianqian quickly retrieved a stamina potion from her backpack and handed it to Suyu. He drank it in one gulp, feeling his strength slowly returning and his tense nerves easing. Wei Lai's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, that move was incredible. Suyu shot him a glare and said between breaths, save your energy for recovery. We need to be ready for the next wave of monsters. Wei Lai chuckled and pointed outside the city. Look, those monsters are so scared of you that they don't dare to attack now. Suyu turned to see the monsters standing still, no longer charging as they had before. He breathed a sigh of relief. That's good news. Just hang in there a bit longer, and we'll complete the mission. No sooner had he finished speaking than the monsters seemed to awaken, launching another ferocious assault. Damn it, your jinxing is spot on. Wei Lai shouted as he rushed to the gate. Long Qianqian looked at Suyu with concern. How are you holding up? Can you still fight? Straightening his back and flashing a confident smile, Suyu replied, don't worry, I've got this. The three stood shoulder to shoulder at the city gate, facing the oncoming horde of monsters. Wei Lai teased loudly, you're giving them no face at all. Ignoring the comment, Suyu activated his sword technique, sending the Qinshui sword flying like a bolt of lightning. Respect isn't given. It's earned, he murmured. Without the boost from his wine gourd, his attack power had decreased, but the Qinshui sword still easily cut down level 20 elite monsters. As the sword's light flickered, the monster's offensive momentum was effectively halted. Suyu recalled the Qinshui sword and unleashed a crescent-shaped sword light, which shot out from the city gate, slicing through the incoming wave of monsters. The monsters' speed suddenly slowed, and their attack force significantly weakened. Suyu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai dealt with the now lackluster enemies with ease. Meanwhile, Zhao Ren had also learned a new tactic, instructing the range classes to prioritize clearing some of the monsters to relieve pressure on the frontline defenders. The battlefield once again reached a stalemate. Ouyang Hao, Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, and others observed the battle, confident that Su Yu and his team would complete the task of defending the small town for 1 hour. They had witnessed Su Yu's astonishing performance firsthand. Originally, they thought soloing a level 20 silver boss was his limit, but he had once again surprised everyone. Wow, Su Yu's performance was truly surprising. Just when we thought he'd reached his limit, he pulled out another trick. Ouyang Hao and the others, watching from the shadows, couldn't help but exclaim, if word of this gets out, he'll surely make it onto the blue list of must-kill targets for the other races. Even some of the geniuses on the human list might not match up to him. As soon as he finished speaking, someone voiced a dissenting opinion. Not necessarily. The geniuses on the human list are all second-turn powerhouses, dressed in blue outfits. Su Yu is still a step behind compared to them. However, another added, among his peers, there's probably no one who can match him. One person shook their head and said, that's not necessarily true either. Don't forget, besides the students here, there are many promising individuals being secretly trained by various family associations. It's said they also want to showcase their talents among their peers. Everyone nodded in agreement, sighing. That's true. The number of geniuses in recent years is astonishing, and their quality is remarkable. It seems we're in another era of fierce competition. Let's hope they can lead humanity to greater heights. Ouyang Hao took a deep breath and gazed into the distance. It's been almost 1,000 years. I really hope we can reclaim our homeland and drive the alien monsters out of the Dragon Nation and off Blue Star. As everyone was deep in thought, Yuan Qingji's voice rang out. The monster siege mission is over. The next trial will begin tomorrow. Now, the teachers will escort you back to the training camp. Ouyang Hao, Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, and the others appeared, moving towards the exhausted but elated students. Despite being nearly too tired to stand, the young faces were lit up with the joy of victory. They had not only held their ground during the hour-long monster siege, but had also avoided any casualties. Seeing this, Su Yu curiously asked, Teacher Ouyang, were you observing us all along? Ouyang Hao nodded with a smile and explained, yes. On one hand, it was to prevent cheating, and on the other, to ensure your safety. Su Yu pondered. But how could you stay so close without being detected? It's understandable for thieves or assassins, but most of you aren't in those professions. Ouyang Hao explained. This is an artificial dungeon, and Yuan Qingji has the highest authority here. He controls the number and strength of the monsters, making it easy to conceal our presence. Su Yu suddenly understood. So, does that mean Senior Yuan is the master of this artificial dungeon? Ouyang Hao shook his head slightly. No, he just has the highest authority. Wei Lai interjected. Is there a difference? Long Qianqian explained. There's a big difference. For example, the dungeon master can destroy the dungeon at any time, which others can't do. Ouyang Hao interrupted their discussion with a smile. All right, don't think too much about it. Go back and rest well, and prepare for tomorrow's trial. So you couldn't help but ask, Teacher Ouyang, what's tomorrow's trial? Ouyang Hao smiled mysteriously. You'll find out tomorrow. Back at the training camp, so you didn't sleep with the other students in Area C, but rested in Ouyang Hao's room. This was arranged by Ouyang Hao, who believed that Su Yu's performance warranted a private room. The night passed without incident. The next morning, everyone gathered energetically in the square. Ouyang Hao, Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, and the others were already present. Finally, Yuan Qingji appeared and got straight to the point. Based on your performances yesterday, I now announce the top 3 rankings. 3rd place, Zhao Run. 2nd place, Jingli. 1st place, Su Yu. The 3 of you, come forward. Yuan Qingji's voice echoed across the training ground. Su Yu, Jingli, and Zhao Run quickly stood before Yuan Qingji, their expression serious. Yuan Qingji's sharp gaze swept over them before turning to the other 60-plus students. Today's task is a challenge match, Yuan Qingji announced. The targets are Su Yu and his team. Anyone who can defeat them will take their place and earn the rewards of this training camp. Yuan Qingji then detailed the 3 main rules of the challenge match. It would be a decisive battle. Su Yu's team would only accept challenges from 3 different individuals, and the trio also had one opportunity to challenge each other. Upon hearing the rules, the eyes of the 60-odd students sparkled with eagerness. They all understood the allure of the training camp's rewards. The 1st place would receive a rare opportunity, the 2nd place would get a blue gear set, and the 3rd place would be awarded purple equipment. Despite having faced life-and-death battles the previous day, these rewards were still incredibly enticing. However, before the official challenges began, the students first engaged in a fierce competition among themselves. Although Yuan Qingji hadn't explicitly stated it, everyone knew there were only 9 slots for challengers. To prevent Su Yu's team from only facing the weakest opponents, the stronger students started an intense elimination round. The scene quickly erupted into a flurry of punches, kicks, and bursts of energy. Before long, Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, Su Kuan, Qiao Shi, and 2 others emerged as the final challengers. It's worth noting that there were only 6 challengers, not the anticipated 9. The reason was simple. Everyone knew challenging Su Yu was tantamount to asking for defeat. Even Jingli and Zhao Run were reluctant to face him. After witnessing Su Yu's astonishing strength the previous day, they understood the gap between them was insurmountable. Whether in speed or attack power, they were no match for Su Yu. Su Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped someone would challenge him, giving him a chance to gauge his true strength. Unfortunately, until the challenge match ended, no one dared to take him on. As the challenge match concluded, Yuan Qingji's voice rang out once more. Now, I announce the top 3 of this training camp are: first place, Su Yu; second place, Long Qianqian; third place, Xiao Shi. Yuan Qingji's voice echoed across the training ground. After making the announcement, he turned to face the 3 winners, his eyes filled with approval. The eyes of all the students were filled with envy as they looked at the 3 standing at the forefront. Su Yu's first place was well-deserved. His strength was evident to all, and no one dared to challenge him. Long Qianqian, with her extensive combat experience, had consecutively defeated Zhao Ren, Jingli, Su Kuan, and Xiao Shi, firmly securing the second place. Xiao Shi, after 3 intense battles with Zhao Ren, Jingli, and Su Kuan, ultimately won third place. As for Wei Lai, although he was quite capable, his skills and equipment were slightly inferior compared to the top 3. His skills were only at level 8, and he wore a mix of blue and green gear, lacking additional attribute bonuses. In contrast, the others were using level 10 skills and wearing full sets of green equipment, making the gap in strength apparent. Yuan Qingji began to distribute the rewards. He handed a purple scroll to Xiao Shi, saying, third place, 1 piece of purple equipment. You can exchange it at your chosen academy after the college entrance exam. Xiao Shi respectfully accepted the scroll. Second place, a set of top-tier blue equipment. Long Qianqian took a bluish-purple scroll from Yuan Qingji's hand, her eyes gleaming with excitement. First place, a special instance dungeon. Yuan Qingji beamed as he handed a golden scroll to Su Yu. This is a team dungeon requiring 6 to 10 people to open. Make sure you're well prepared before entering. Don't act recklessly. Su Yu solemnly accepted the scroll. Thank you for the advice, senior. I understand. Yuan Qingji added, it's best to find some strong teammates to go with you. Then he turned to all the students and announced that each student who persevered until the end would receive an attribute scroll as a reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a white scroll appeared in front of each student. Joyful exclamations filled the air as the students marveled at the generous rewards from the training camp. They all expressed their gratitude to Yuan Qingji in unison. Thank you, Senior Yuan. Yuan Qingji nodded slightly and said earnestly, you are the future of Long Kingdom. I hope you can shoulder this responsibility. The students solemnly promised that they would not disappoint him. All right, Yuan Qingji declared, my training is now complete. Next, you will receive guidance from your mentors. He pointed to Ouyang Hao and others, explaining, these teachers will select 1 or more of you for a week of detailed instruction. Of course, it's a 2-way selection process, so you can choose your teacher as well. With that, Yuan Qingji's figure disappeared. Ouyang Hao and the others stepped forward, their eyes scanning the students before finally settling on Su Yu. In fact, after today's challenge ended, the training camp could have concluded. However, apart from Ouyang Hao, the other instructors had approached Yuan Qingji, requesting an additional week of specialized training. Ostensibly, this was to enhance the students' combat skills, but in reality, it was aimed at Su Yu. As admissions officers, discovering talent was their primary task. Su Yu's outstanding performance had thoroughly impressed them. After consulting with their respective school principals, they decided to use this opportunity to interact more with Su Yu, hoping to recruit him into their academies. If successful, Su Yu would undoubtedly become a leading figure in the future. Lu Wenwen, Zhao Wu, Lu Qingyuan, Qin Hu, and others began calling out names. The selected students were ecstatic, knowing that receiving personal guidance from a 5-turn expert would be immensely beneficial. Even Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, Zhao Ren, Su Kuan, and Xiao Shi were full of anticipation. Soon, all the students had been assigned, except for Su Yu. Su Yu was deeply engrossed in the system rewards when he was suddenly interrupted by a commotion. Looking up, he saw several teachers arguing fiercely around him, each vying for the chance to mentor him. Just as Ouyang Hao was about to speak, Lu Qingyuan cut him off. Su Yu, would you like to study with me for a week? Lu Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Qin Hu quickly interjected, his voice tinged with urgency, Su Yu, old Lu specializes in ranged combat and can't teach you much. Stick with me. I'm a close combat expert. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhao Wu joined the fray. Smiling, he said, Su Yu, we both use swords. I'm the most suitable to guide you. Hearing this, Ouyang Hao couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Oh, so you guys are trying to steal my student right in front of me. Lu Qingyuan cleared his throat, trying to calm things down. How can you call it stealing? It's a matter of mutual consent. Qinhu immediately echoed, exactly. As long as Suyu agrees, what does it have to do with you, Ouyang? Not to be outdone, Zhao Wu added with a grin, Ouyang, with your limited skills, you can't teach Suyu anything useful. You might even lead him astray. The classroom was soon filled with the sound of heated debate, each teacher eager to seize the opportunity to recruit Suyu into their school. However, Suyu paid no attention to the arguments. His focus remained entirely on the system rewards. At that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received an exclusive Sword Immortal blind box. Do you wish to open it now? Without hesitation, Suyu chose, open it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the exclusive Sword Immortal equipment unmatched sword casket. Do you wish to claim it now? Claim it. Suyu responded eagerly. The system immediately displayed the detailed attributes of the unmatched sword casket. Unmatched sword casket. Blue growth attributes. 200 attack power. 100 agility. 100 spirit. 100 stamina. 100 durability. 100100. Effect. Placing swords in the casket restores their durability and enhances their level, but consumes a large amount of experience points. Level. Currently, it can upgrade swords to a maximum of blue level. Sword capacity. 010. Note, this item cannot be equipped in the weapon slot. Placing it in the backpack slot has no effect. It must be carried. Seeing the attributes of the unmatched sword casket, Suyu's eyes widened, and his heart raced. Another top-tier blue item with growth potential. Even more exciting was the fact that it could enhance the level of swords by consuming experience points. This meant that by leveling up the casket, he could simultaneously upgrade 10 swords. Suyu couldn't help but imagine the future. If the unmatched sword casket were upgraded to the mythic level, how many swords could it hold? If each sword reached the mythic level, with a casual wave of his hand, millions of divine swords would transform into a river of sword energy, slicing through the skies. The thought alone was exhilarating. As Suyu reveled in his grand visions, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! You have a new task to accept. Please check your notifications. The available tasks in front of Suyu were both tempting and risky. He carefully weighed the pros and cons of each option. The first task required him to reject all the teacher's guidance and insult them. Completing it would earn him a mythical arrogance badge, which would boost all his attributes by 10,000, but turn him into an arrogant person. Suyu immediately dismissed this option, knowing it would only bring him disaster. The second task seemed safe. He only needed to humbly learn from one teacher. The reward was a mythical humility ribbon, which would increase all his attributes by 100. However, this minor boost seemed insignificant to Suyu, as even a top-tier blue item could easily surpass it. The third task required him to challenge 10 teachers and receive their guidance. The reward was an exclusive Sword Immortal blind box. This task seemed impossible, but Suyu astutely noticed a Lefolite didn't require him to defeat these teachers. After careful consideration, Suyu decided to accept the third task. Smiling, he presented his idea to the teachers before him. Honored teachers, you are all 5th-tier experts, and it would be a privilege for me to receive your guidance. However, my time is limited, and I can't listen to each of you individually. How about this? I boldly challenge all of you and ask for your guidance. What do you think? His words caused an uproar among the students, who thought Suyu was being overly arrogant. Even Long Qianqian and Wei Lai felt he was asking for trouble. However, the teachers, including Ouyang Hao, showed tolerant smiles, as if they were looking at an overconfident child. Ouyang Hao stepped forward and stood before Suyu, a hint of warning in his tone. Suyu, are you sure you want to do this? Suyu nodded firmly. Yes, I want to find the most suitable teacher for me this way. Please, don't hold back your guidance. Ouyang Hao decided to teach this overly confident kid a lesson. He positioned himself in the center of the field, unarmed, and asked, how do you want to fight, kid? After thinking for a moment, Suyu made his request. I would like the teacher to suppress his power to around level 15. After all, humans and monsters are different. Monsters rely on their inherent powerful attributes, while humans skillfully arm themselves with various equipment and weapons. Although Suyu could slay a level 20 silver boss, he wasn't entirely confident in an unknown fight against the level 20 Ouyang Hao. He calculated in his mind. A level 20 character's basic attributes approach 100 points, and with the addition of blue equipment, the total attributes would definitely exceed 1,000 points. Meanwhile, a level 15 character's basic attributes are similar to his own, and their other equipment attributes should be comparable. Suyu silently assessed their strengths. Even though he had the unparalleled sword box and the wine gourd to boost him, Ouyang Hao undoubtedly possessed other powerful equipment as well. After weighing the options, he concluded that their overall attributes were likely evenly matched. Ouyang Hao, having witnessed Suyu's solo defeat of the level 20 silver boss, appeared confident. He declared loudly, all right, as you wish, I'll suppress my level to 15. Master Yuan, Please assist. As soon as he finished speaking, a white light enveloped Ouyang Hao. He quickly checked his attribute panel, and sure enough, all values dropped to level 15, with his equipment adjusting proportionally. Ouyang Hao calculated that even so, he remained confident in soloing a level 20 silver boss. Ouyang Hao retrieved a menacing battle axe from his storage space, swung it a few times to adapt to his level, and then asked Suyu, "Are you ready?" Suyu pondered for a moment, finally revealing his sword box. The large sword box was astonishing in size, almost comparable to the coffin behind Xiao Shi. The scene immediately drew gasps from the other teachers and students. Suyu seemed like a magician with endless tricks up his sleeve. First, he showcased his swordsmanship, then his sword-flying technique, followed by the mysterious wine gourd, and now this enormous sword box. Each move brought unexpected surprises to the crowd. Lu Qingyuan, watching the impending battle with interest, asked, "How many moves do you think it will take for Ouyang to defeat Suyu?" Qin, who grinned confidently and replied, "Ouyang is at level 15. His attributes alone can crush Suyu." Zhao Wu nodded slightly, adding, "Even with his equipment downgraded to level 15. The attribute bonuses are still quite significant, which Suyu can't match." Lu Wenwen chimed in, "Don't forget that Ouyang's combat experience is far superior, something Suyu can't even come close to." Others joined in. "I think Ouyang can defeat Suyu in 3 moves. If Ouyang goes all out, he might settle it in 1 move. This is Ouyang's student, after all. It wouldn't be right if they didn't exchange a few more moves." However, the discussions abruptly ceased because Ouyang Hao and Suyu had already engaged. Just then, the thousand-water sword suddenly struck, its light slicing through the air and almost instantly closing the distance between them, aiming directly at Ouyang Hao's face. Ouyang Hao's eyes narrowed as he swiftly swung his battle axe to fiercely intercept the thousand-water sword. Bang! The clash of sword and axe erupted with a deafening roar. The Qianshui sword flew back like an arrow off the string, and Ouyang Hao staggered 3 steps backward. In an instant, the disdain on his face vanished, replaced by a look of gravity. Taking Su Yu's sword Hedon, Ouyang Hao finally grasped the terrifying strength of his opponent. He was secretly alarmed. He was a level 15 warrior, fully equipped with top-tier gear, boasting over 800 points in strength and nearly 800 in the other 3 attributes. Yet, he almost failed to withstand a single strike from Su Yu. Ouyang Hao's internal alarm bells rang. "No, I must go all out from now on. Losing to Su Yu would be a colossal joke." With that thought, he gathered his strength and launched a fierce attack on Su Yu with his battle axe. However, before he could get close, a crescent-shaped sword light came at him. Ouyang Hao swung his axe down with all his might. Though the sword light shattered, he was forced back 2 steps. Before he could catch his breath, the Qianshui sword's onslaught resumed. Bang! Another fierce collision ensued. This time, Ouyang Hao, prepared, stood firm as a rock, unmoving. The Qianshui sword flew up into the air, but the crescent sword light followed closely. Ouyang Hao had no choice but to defend again, finding himself in the awkward position of only being able to parry, with no chance to counterattack. Outside the arena, teachers Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, Lu Qingyuan, and Qin Hu exchanged astonished glances. Initially, they hadn't taken Su Yu's challenge seriously. Even though he claimed to be at level 15, they weren't concerned. But after witnessing Su Yu holding his own against Ouyang Hao in a direct clash, their expressions turned serious. At this moment, watching Su Yu suppress Ouyang Hao with just his swordsmanship and crescent slashes, they were utterly shocked. They had all faced Ouyang Hao before, and even if they were slightly stronger, none of them could suppress him so effortlessly. However, seeing Su Yu's swordsmanship and crescent slashes, they had to acknowledge the power of these skills. The flying sword was incredibly fast, powerful, and versatile, making it nearly impossible to defend against. The crescent sword light consistently forced Ouyang Hao back, preventing him from closing in. As a result, Ouyang Hao, a paladin, couldn't leverage his close combat advantages, leaving the battle's pace entirely in Su Yu's control. Even so, they didn't believe Ouyang Hao would lose. One reason was practical combat experience, and the other was stamina management. Rich combat experience allows one to deal maximum damage with minimal effort, while stamina management is crucial. Each skill release consumes stamina, and continuously using them would inevitably lead to rapid depletion. They doubted Su Yu could maintain such high-intensity skill output for long. Once his stamina was exhausted, it would be the perfect time for Ouyang Hao to counterattack. Long Qianqian, Zhao Run, and Jing Li also noticed this issue. Typically, one would reserve some stamina during a fight to handle unexpected situations. Of course, survival takes precedence against a formidable opponent. But given the current battle situation, Long Qianqian's eyes flickered with worry, and Wei Lai's expression grew more serious. Among the other students, few could see the problem. Most were simply envious and jealous of Su Yu. They murmured among themselves, "Su Yu is amazing. actually holding his own against a level 15 teacher. Isn't he? His flying sword and sword light are practically unbeatable. If I could be that cool and impressive, I wouldn't have to worry about not attracting girls. Dream on. You couldn't even dream of something like that happening. Do you think Suyu can defeat the teacher? If it keeps going like this, definitely. As the crowd continued to chatter, the battle took another turn. Suyu recalled the Qianshui sword, gripping it tightly, his eyes fixed on Ouyang Hao. Ouyang Hao sighed in relief, a smile spreading across his face as he said, "Kid, running out of stamina, aren't you? You've been using your swordsmanship and crescent slashes non-stop for over a minute. That kind of high-intensity release must be draining your stamina quickly." Suyu didn't respond to Ouyang Hao's words. Instead, he watched his opponent intently, his expression slightly tense. As soon as Ouyang Hao finished speaking, Suyu chuckled inwardly but kept a straight face. He knew his acting skills could use some improvement, but at the moment, he was more concerned about the upcoming challenge. "Now it's my turn." Ouyang Hao's deep voice broke the brief silence. Before he finished speaking, Ouyang Hao shot towards Suyu like an arrow released from a bow. The battle axe in his hand gleamed coldly in the air, aiming straight for Suyu's throat. Suyu reacted swiftly, drawing his Qianshui sword in an instant to clash with the battle axe, resulting in a crisp metallic sound. In the blink of an eye, the two were locked in combat. Sword light and axe shadows intertwined, creating a dazzling display. As Ouyang Hao swung his battle axe, he shouted, "Take my mountain-splitting axe, and my river-cleaving axe." "Not bad, kid. Let's see you handle this." Ouyang Hao tried to disrupt Suyu's focus with his taunts. However, having experienced this tactic before, Suyu remained unfazed and stayed concentrated. 3 minutes flew by. Suyu took a heavy blow from Ouyang Hao's axe, using the momentum to leap back several meters. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and he panted heavily, pretending to be exhausted as he called out, "I give up, I give up, I admit defeat." Ouyang Hao laughed triumphantly, "Kid, now you see how powerful I am, don't you?" Suyu immediately praised, "Master Ouyang, your battle axe skills are unparalleled. I, Suyu, am truly impressed." Before Ouyang Hao could respond, Suyu quickly added, "Please, Master Ouyang, give me some guidance." Ouyang Hao, pleased with the compliment, leaned in and whispered to Suyu, "Kid, I know you're faking it to save face for me, but for those guys over there, don't hold back. Give them a good beating." Suyu was taken aback, silently acknowledging that his acting still needed work. With his stamina, he could fight for another 10 minutes without issue, not to mention using his sword control technique and moon slash. His high stamina granted him prolonged combat ability and rapid recovery. But he hadn't expected Ouyang Hao to see through his facade so easily. Curious, Suyu couldn't help but ask, "Master, how did you figure it out?" Ouyang Hao replied meaningfully, "When someone is genuinely on the verge of defeat, their eyes show panic. Yours did not." Ouyang Hao then meticulously reviewed the combat with Suyu, pointing out several minor but crucial mistakes. "Thank you for your guidance, Master," Suyu said sincerely. Ouyang Hao squinted. "If you really want to thank me, then give those guys a good thrashing." Suyu hesitated. "Master, that's a bit of a tall order." "Really?" Ouyang Hao said with a meaningful look. "I suppose those 15 pieces of blue equipment aren't that urgent then." Suyu immediately straightened up. "All right. I promise to give them a good beating." With that, Suyu looked resolutely at the other instructors, ready to face the next challenge. In the end, Suyu couldn't fulfill his promise. He realized profoundly that the world of martial arts wasn't just about fighting. It was more about human relationships and social intricacies. In this world where everyone is switching professions, this principle holds true as well. Suyu looked around. These teachers were not only the admissions directors of various academies, but also powerful 5 transformation experts. He pondered silently that if he were to defeat them, it might feel satisfying momentarily, but it would potentially narrow his future path. Who knew if he would have to deal with them again in the future? Weighing the pros and cons, Suyu chose to make a wise retreat. Although he lost face, he preserved his dignity. These teachers, being very perceptive, naturally saw through Suyu's deliberate concession. In the final guidance session, they sincerely offered him valuable advice. Zhao Wu, an expert swordsman, meticulously explained close combat techniques. Qin Hu, a specialist in defensive professions, shared strategies on how to counter such roles. Lu Qingyuan, a long-range archer, and Lu Wanwan, a mage, each imparted their battle insights. Zhou Liqui, an assassin, detailed how to deal with assassins effectively. Each teacher spoke candidly and exhaustively. The more than 2-hour exchange left Suyu greatly enriched. He gained a new understanding of the Sword Immortal profession and the application of its skills. At that moment, a system notification sounded. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a Sword Immortal exclusive blind box. Would you like to open it now?" "Open it." Suyu responded without hesitation. "Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Sword Immortal exclusive equipment system upgrade scroll. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. The system upgrade scroll appeared in Su Yu's inventory, but it was in a sealed state, requiring 10 million to unseal. Once used, the system would upgrade again, unlocking new abilities. Su Yu gasped. 10 million was no small amount. He looked around and his gaze fell on Ouyang Hao nearby. Mr. Ouyang, could I have a word with you? Su Yu quickly walked over. Ouyang Hao looked at him curiously and nodded. The two walked to a place away from the crowd. What's up? Is there something you need? Ouyang Hao asked. Su Yu smiled slightly. Mr. Ouyang, when can I get those 15 pieces of blue gear? Ouyang Hao was a bit surprised. Is that all? It'll take some time. At our level, we don't carry blue gear around casually. The earliest I can get them to you is after we leave this instance and enter Zhengzhou City. Su Yu's heart sank. A 7-day wait was too long for him. He took a deep breath and decided to be straightforward. Sir, I'd like to exchange those 15 pieces of blue gear for 10 million from you first. I know the value doesn't match, but I'll make up the difference once we're out. How about that? Ouyang Hao was momentarily stunned, then smiled. So that's what this is about? Without waiting for Su Yu to respond, Ouyang Hao initiated a trade, placing 10 million in the trade box. Su Yu didn't hesitate and quickly completed the transaction. Thank you, sir. Su Yu said sincerely. Ouyang Hao waved it off with a smile. No need to thank me. It's just 10 million. For a 5 transformation expert, 10 million wasn't much. However, the expenses were significant too. A single red gear could cost several million, and dark gold gear even more, up to tens of millions. Upgrading gear, socketing gems, and enchanting all required tens or hundreds of thousands each time. The 10 million Ouyang Hao had was originally for emergencies, but he was happy to lend it to Su Yu. It signified that Su Yu no longer saw him as an outsider. Unaware of Ouyang Hao's thoughts, Su Yu just wanted to upgrade his system as soon as possible. He had considered asking Long Qianqian or Su Kuan for the money, but ultimately chose Ouyang Hao. Alright then, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Ouyang Hao said. Nothing else, sir. Su Yu replied. Ouyang Hao nodded. Then I'll be off. Don't waste these 7 days. Remember to come find us. Su Yu nodded repeatedly. I will. He watched Ouyang Hao leave and began planning how to make the most of this unexpected windfall. Ding! The system notification chimed, and Su Yu quickly confirmed the use of the 1000W Unseal System Upgrade Scroll. Immediately, the upgrade process began, and the progress bar soared. 1, 10, 100. In the blink of an eye, the system upgrade was complete. Su Yu frowned slightly, puzzled by the unusually fast upgrade. He promptly opened the attribute panel to carefully examine the newly added features. On the attribute panel, Su Yu's basic information was still clearly visible. Human, SS level talent, level 10 Sword Immortal. His 4 primary attribute strength, agility, spirit, and stamina all stood at 865 points. In the skill section, innate sword body, moon slash, swordsmanship, and sword flight were all at LV10 and marked upgradable. So you noticed a new entry, Dragon Nation Reputation 123-1000, slightly known. The system explained, you are no longer an unknown figure in Dragon Nation. You have gained a bit of fame. Su Yu calculated silently. Spending 1000 W on the system upgrade only to gain skill progression and a reputation system seemed somewhat unworthy. However, his 4 primary attributes had increased by 15 points each, thanks to the attribute enhancement scroll. Just as Su Yu was about to return to his room, Zhao Ren, Jingli, Su Kuan, and others approached, with Long Qianqian and Wei Lai among them. You've been zoning out here for over 10 minutes. Long Qianqian said, her tone tinged with concern. Yeah, we were worried something happened to you, Wei Lai echoed. Su Yu was startled, not realizing the system upgrade had taken so long. He quickly covered, saying, I was just having some insights. Turning to Zhao Ren and the others, Su Yu asked, do you need something? Zhao Ren paused before answering, I'm here to play the persuader. The others nodded in agreement. Seeing Su Yu's puzzled expression, Long Qianqian explained, it's about choosing academies after the college entrance exams. Isn't that something to consider after the exam results come out? Su Yu asked in surprise. Zhao Ren shook his head. For people like us, we need to think about it now. Jingli added. Some teachers have already started recruiting us. Su Kuan excitedly said. Several teachers have invited me to their academies. Wei Lai also boasted with a smile. I received invitations from multiple academies too. Su Yu felt a bit at a loss and could only awkwardly say, congratulations. Long Qianqian looked Su Yu straight in the eye and asked the question everyone was most concerned about. What about you? Which academy do you plan to go to? Su Yu glanced around, his eyes sweeping over Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, and the others before asking, have you all made up your minds? Long Qianqian and Wei Lai remained silent, but their determined gazes were fixed on Su Yu. They didn't need to answer. Their decision was clear. Wherever Su Yu went, they would follow. Sukuin grinned and said casually, "Not yet, still discussing?" Xiaoxi sighed, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. Such a hassle. Xiaoren cleared his throat and began to explain in detail. Actually, there's not much difference between the top 10 academies. The quality of the mentors and the training resources are all quite similar. The only one that's a bit lacking is the Shanha Academy. Suyu frowned and asked, "What's the deal with it?" The others also looked on curiously. Xiaoren continued, "Many people say that Shanha Academy doesn't live up to its reputation. But in reality, Shanha Academy has a history spanning several hundred years. Initially, there were only 9 major academies in the Dragon Kingdom. Although the central region had the largest population, it didn't have a top-tier academy. Later, a war god named Yuan Chong, who was from the central region, created Shanha Academy after returning to Zhengzhou heavily injured. Another war god from the central region, Su Gong, succeeded him as the headmaster. Gradually, many strong figures from the central region returned to teach at Shanha Academy, elevating its status to match the other 9 major academies, making it one of the top 10. Xiaoren paused before continuing. However, there are now rumors that Shanha Academy is in decline. As someone from the central region, Suyu, you've probably heard these rumors but might not know their origin. Clearing his throat again, Xiaoren elaborated, "Currently, there are over 100 higher education institutions in the Dragon Kingdom, but only the top 10 receive significant resource allocations. Rankings are determined by the annual National Freshman Exchange Competition and the National Higher Education Institutions Exchange Competition. In recent years, Shanha Academy has performed poorly in these competitions, barely staying ahead of the bottom 5 academies. Last year, they almost didn't make the top 10. He went on, "This situation is largely due to Shanha Academy's headmaster, Ling Shuang. Ling Shuang is one of the Dragon Kingdom's 12 heavenly kings and an ice element swordsman with a fiery temper. 5 years ago, during a demonic invasion in the central region, Shanha Academy students were ambushed during a frontline trial, resulting in heavy casualties. Ling Shuang single-handedly ventured deep into the abyss, killing tens of thousands of demons before being stopped and severely injured by a demon strongman. Of the 15 Shanha Academy strongmen who went to rescue her, only 10 returned, 3 of them severely injured. Since then, Shanha Academy's ranking has plummeted from the top 3 to 10th. This year, they might not even hold on to the 10th spot." Xiaoren looked at Su Ning and said, "With your skills, you can choose any of the top 10 academies. Even if you request S-grade training resources, I believe they'll agree. But it's best to avoid Shanha Academy. Even if you join, they no longer have the resources to nurture you. They already invested everything they had into an S-grade prodigy last year." Long Qianqian interjected, "You mean Bai Lang?" Xiaoren nodded in confirmation, "Yes, the very Bai Lang that Shanha Academy has high hopes for. Unfortunately, even with immense resources, his current strength is only at the 3rd rank. It's almost impossible for him to achieve anything in this year's National Higher Education Institutions Exchange Competition." Suyu pondered for a moment before saying, "Thanks, I understand now." Xiaoren earnestly said, "If you have any requests, let me know. I can help you negotiate." Suyu smiled and replied, "There's still 7 days, right? I'll think it over." Xiaoren gave him a deep look and nodded, "All right." After hearing Suyu's response, Jingli, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, and the others took their leave. Once everyone had left, Long Qianqian asked, "Are you planning to go to Shanha Academy?" Suyu candidly answered, "I'm considering it, but I need more time to decide." Weilai said cheerfully, "Brother Yu, if you decide to go, let me know." Suyu laughed and responded, "Don't worry, you're in the front row. You can't escape." The 3 of them joked for a bit longer before heading back to their rooms to rest. On the 6th day, in a room at the training camp, Ouyang Hao, Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, and other teachers from 10 prestigious academies all fixed their sharp gazes on Suyu. It was the last day of the training camp, and the tension in the classroom was palpable. Standing before them, Suyu faced their eager eyes with a slight smile. "Kid, which academy are you going to apply for? You need to give us a definite answer today." Zhao Wu broke the silence first, his voice tinged with impatience. Over the past 7 days, these teachers had racked their brains and tried every means possible to get Suyu alone, hoping to recruit the prodigy to their respective academies. However, Suyu had been as elusive as a slippery eel, always deflecting their questions with, "I need to think about it." Now, their patience was wearing thin. They couldn't afford to lose such a talented student, yet they also needed to make a reasonable allocation of resources for their schools. Suyu glanced around the room, still wearing that inscrutable smile. "What offers can you make?" he asked. Zhao Wu spoke up immediately. "Dragon Capital Academy can offer you a set of S-level training resources and S-level student status." Lu Wanwen quickly followed, her tone slightly seductive. "If you agree to join Magic Capital Academy, in addition to S-level training resources and S-level student status, I can also introduce you to our campus belle to help you level up. A true man doesn't need distractions from women. A real warrior should choose Northern Cloud Academy. Qinhu shouted. If you join Northern Cloud Academy, I can secure you a position as a disciple of Lu Yijian. Lu Qingyuan was not to be outdone. Suyu, Tianhe Academy can also promise you S-level training resources and S-level student status. Additionally, we can offer you a scholarship of 10 million yuan. Suyu remained unfazed by their offers and turned to Ouyang Hao, who had been silent all along. Ouyang teacher, what can Shanghai Academy offer? Ouyang Hao laughed heartily and delivered a shocking proposal. Shanghai Academy can offer you SS-level training resources, SS-level student status, and the opportunity to become Principal Ling Shuang's disciple. The classroom fell silent instantly. The other teachers' faces changed dramatically as they collectively gasped. Everyone knew that even a set of S-level training resources was comparable to a piece of dark gold equipment, worth at least tens of millions. SS-level training resources were on par with epic equipment, valued at over 100 million. Such a lavish offer could secure the loyalty of a high-level warrior for a year or two. The SS-level student status was immensely prestigious, granting priority access to all school facilities and representing the highest honor of the academy. Usually, only students who achieved outstanding results in national academy competitions could attain such status. As for becoming a disciple of Ling Shuang, one of the 12 heavenly kings of Long Kingdom, that opportunity was as rare as a giant panda. This status alone was priceless. As soon as Ouyang Hao finished speaking, the teachers started voicing their doubts. Their eyes were filled with skepticism, and their tones carried a clear sense of distrust. Suyu also looked at Ouyang Hao with a puzzled expression, feeling wary of these seemingly too good to be true conditions. Long Qianqian had once explained to Suyu in detail the rarity of SS-level cultivation resources and the qualifications of an SS-level student. Such benefits are difficult to promise even for the top 10 elite academies, usually reserved as major incentives during the Onsenadicade entrance exams. An epic-level piece of equipment could greatly benefit a 6-turn powerhouse, and even some 7-turn powerhouses still use equipment of this level. Not to mention becoming a disciple of Ling Shuang, one of the 12 heavenly kings, which is a dream opportunity for countless young people. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Ouyang Hao laughed heartily and explained, "Relax, I'm not insane. These conditions were decided after discussions with Principal Ling Shuang. So, unless you have better offers, so you will be joining our Shanha Academy?" Upon hearing this, Lu Wenwen, Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, Lu Qingyuan, and others couldn't help but shake their heads with wry smiles. Their academies simply couldn't match such conditions. Although they had tried to secure SS-level cultivation resources for Suyu, the qualifications of an SS-level student and the status of a disciple of the 12 heavenly kings were unattainable. It was akin to betting the future development of an academy for the next 10 years. Shanha Academy might have the capability and audacity to do so, but their 9 academies couldn't afford such a gamble. Seeing that the other teachers had fallen silent, Ouyang Hao turned his gaze to Suyu. With a hint of warning in his tone, "This is the utmost sincerity from Shanha Academy. Don't be ungrateful, kid." Suyu grinned, a sly glint in his eye. "Do I look like someone who doesn't know what's good for him?" Ouyang Hao immediately looked like a victorious general, smugly glancing at the others and waving them off. "Everyone, please leave." Before leaving, Lu Wenwen gave Ouyang Hao a sharp pinch on the waist, causing him to grimace in pain, which finally wiped the smug look off his face. Once she had walked away, Ouyang Hao muttered under his breath, "Do that again, and I'll deal with you at home." Suyu caught this and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, joked, "Ouyang, is your dealing at home legit?" Ouyang Hao raised an eyebrow and teased, "Oh, didn't expect you to know so much at your age." Suyu shrugged nonchalantly, "I'm 18, officially an adult." Ouyang Hao chuckled, giving Suyu an appraising look. "Is that so?" Suyu retorted defiantly, "It's just some trivial matter between men and women." Ouyang Hao dropped his smile and spoke seriously, "Then let's talk about something more mature." Suyu glanced around cautiously. "Ouyang, is it appropriate to talk here?" Ouyang Hao snorted, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "What are you thinking? I'm talking about you joining Shanha Academy." Suyu cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed. "No problem. I promise to join Shanha Academy." Ouyang Hao's expression turned serious. "The conditions we've offered are a significant gamble for Shanha Academy. So, I hope you can show your full potential in the upcoming entrance exams and make Shanha Academy proud." Just as Suyu was about to respond, a system notification suddenly rang in his mind. "Ding. You have a new task to receive. Please check. Current available tasks. 1. Refuse the offer, stating it's part of your plan. Reward, Faceless Mask. Faceless Mask mythical. Made from unknown materials, can be worn on the face. Effect, 10,000 to all attributes. Wearing it will hide your original face, but you must say it's part of the plan daily. 2. Accept the offer, achieve the top rank in the entrance exam. Reward, Sword Immortal exclusive equipment box, reputation points. Sword Immortal exclusive equipment box. Upon opening, you will receive exclusive equipment for Sword Immortal, with random grades. 3. Accept the offer, achieve the top rank in the entrance exam, and break the exam record. Reward: Sword Immortal exclusive skill box, reputation points. Sword Immortal exclusive box. Upon opening, you will receive an exclusive skill or equipment or other rare items for Sword Immortal, with random grades. Suyu was utterly astonished after hearing the task description. The first task seemed incredibly simple, just saying one sentence a day would earn him substantial rewards, which he found hard to believe. In contrast, the second and third tasks were much more challenging, yet their rewards were relatively mediocre. After quickly weighing the pros and cons, he decided to choose the first task. The 10,000 to all attributes reward was nothing short of a leap forward, and this newfound power alone would be enough to overpower Ouyang Hao. Turning to Ouyang Hao with a sincere tone, Suyu said, "Teacher Ouyang, if you're worried, we can go to the trial tower together once we leave the instance. I need to advance to the first rank anyway, and you can witness it firsthand." Ouyang Hao pondered for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Suyu then asked, "Teacher Ouyang, what kind of treatment do you plan to offer Qianqian and Weilai?" Ouyang Hao replied, "A bit lower than yours, S-level cultivation resources and S-level student status." Suyu frowned. "With those conditions, how many students can our Shanha Academy afford to recruit?" Hearing this, a smile appeared on Ouyang Hao's face. He realized that Suyu already considered himself a member of Shanha Academy. But then he shook his head. "The terms for Long Qianqian and Weilai are already generous, thanks to your influence. Besides, the academy doesn't have any extra resources." Suyu was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke up, "Teacher Ouyang, if we're going to bet, why not make a big one?" Ouyang Hao looked at him, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Suyu chuckled, "Teacher Ouyang, what do you think of Zhao Run, Jingli, Su Kuan, Zhao Shi, and Yuan Tai?" Before Ouyang Hao could respond, his eyes widened. "You're not thinking of recruiting them, are you?" Suyu laughed. "Why not? If we offer them a high enough price, why wouldn't they come to Shanha Academy?" Ouyang Hao took a deep breath, his face full of disbelief. He was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to Suyu's bold proposal. Seeing Ouyang Hao's silence, Suyu continued, "Teacher Ouyang, if you can't make the decision, why not contact Principal Ling Shuang and see what she thinks?" Ouyang Hao took a deep breath to calm himself. "All right, I'll contact the principal right away." Then he called out loudly, "Senior Yuan, please assist." Moments later, Yuan Qingji's voice echoed, "Done." After expressing his gratitude, Ouyang Hao quickly reached out to Ling Shuang. In an instant, Ling Shuang's holographic projection appeared in the center of the room. She was tall and graceful, exuding an aloof and icy demeanor that made her seem untouchable. Her long white hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, enhancing her unapproachable aura. When she spoke, her voice was as cold as a winter wind, sending a shiver down one's spine. "Ouyang, what's the matter?" she asked curtly. Ouyang Hao quickly relayed Su Yu's proposal in detail. Ling Shuang remained silent for a moment, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. "Where is Su Yu?" she asked calmly. Ouyang Hao immediately called Su Yu over. Su Yu stepped in front of the projection and bowed respectfully. "Su Yu, at your service, teacher." Ling Shuang scrutinized Su Yu, her tone inquisitive. "Why do you have this idea?" Su Yu met Ling Shuang's gaze with unwavering confidence. "Our Shanha Academy is in a precarious situation. Given the conditions offered to me, I believe this is a high-stakes gamble for the academy. Since we're already gambling, why not go all in and win decisively?" Ling Shuang nodded slightly, a hint of approval in her eyes. "You make a valid point. But are you sure they will accept your invitation?" Su Yu responded with full confidence. "As long as the benefits are substantial, I will appeal to their emotions and reasoning. I'm certain they will agree." Ling Shuang nodded again. "Very well. This task is yours." She paused, her tone becoming stern. "Compared to them, I have higher expectations for you. Su Yu, don't let me down." Su Yu straightened his back, his gaze firm. "Teacher, you can count on me to deliver good news." Ling Shuang gave a slight nod. "Then I'll be waiting for you at Shanha Academy." With that, her holographic projection gradually faded away. Ouyang Hao looked at Su Yu in surprise, impressed by his composure while speaking with Principal Ling Shuang. He reminded Su Yu, "Since the principal has no objections, the rest is up to you." Su Yu replied with a smile, "As long as you wield the hoe well, no corner is too tough to dig." Ouyang Hao shook his head helplessly. "Get back to work quickly. We have a mission to complete soon." Su Yu acknowledged and quickly returned to Ouyang Hao's room. Long Qianqian was already there waiting. Seeing him enter, she anxiously asked, "How did it go?" A victorious smile spread across Su Yu's face. "No problem. Everything's settled." Long Qianqian pressed for details. "Specifically?" Su Yu explained, "Shanha Academy has offered me SS-level cultivation resources and SS-level student status, and I'll become Principal Ling Shuang's student. You and Weilai will receive S-level cultivation resources and S-level student status. If we can recruit Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, Jingli, Zhao Ren, and Yuan Tai, they will get the same treatment. Additionally, other teachers at the academy might take you under their wing and guide your cultivation. Long Qianqian was shocked, her beautiful face full of astonishment. She murmured, Shanha Academy is really going all out. It's a high-stakes gamble. Suyu clarified, I gave my personal guarantee to Principal Ling Shuang, and that's why she agreed. Long Qianqian looked at Suyu thoughtfully, recalling memories from her past life. Back then, Suyu's fate was entirely different, and he ended up as a solitary powerhouse. Now, with the support of Shanha Academy, Suyu's future was brimming with possibilities. I believe you can do it, Long Qianqian said sincerely. Suyu responded confidently, funny, I think so too. Long Qianqian smiled. Now that we know the conditions, let's go together. Suyu nodded in agreement, and the two of them left the room together. The next morning, the training camp gates opened wide. Stepping through these doors, they would leave this scenario behind and face new challenges ahead. Yuan Qingji looked at Suyu and his companions with a cheerful smile and said, You all must be tired of staying here. Go on, hurry up and leave. Hearing this, Suyu and the others immediately bowed and said in unison, Thank you, Senior. Ouyang Hao and the rest followed suit, respectfully bowing, Thank you, Senior. Yuan Qingji waved his hand dismissively, a relaxed expression on his face. Just go already. I could use some peace and quiet too. With that, he stood there, watching as the group of young people orderly exited the training camp. As Suyu stepped into the portal, his vision suddenly blurred. When he could see clearly again, he found himself standing in a vast, flat plaza. In the center of the plaza stood a man and a woman, both in crisp military uniforms and caps, their faces stern. However, upon seeing Suyu and the others emerge, their expressions softened, and they walked over with welcoming smiles. Ouyang, Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, it's been tough on you all, the man said warmly. The woman echoed, Yes, indeed. You didn't have to go through all this trouble, just to bring us such promising recruits for the Qilin army. Ouyang Hao and the other instructors approached them. Ouyang Hao jokingly scolded, Ah, you sly fox. You're still as cunning as ever. LV11 chuckled and teased, Exactly. You've even influenced Qishi. Little Shi, you weren't like this before. Qishi glanced at the dozens of students including Suyu, a slight smile playing at the corner of his mouth. I was young and naive back then. Besides, we should thank you for bringing new blood to the Qilin army. LV11 shook her head, smiling, Don't get your hopes up. They're still too young to join the military. Sunze, unconcerned, said with a grin, It's only a matter of time. The sooner, the better. Zhao Wu squinted, giving him a meaningful look. Aren't you afraid that Qinglong, Zhuke, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Tengshe will come over and beat you to a pulp? Sunze snorted, his expression resolute. If I could keep them in the Qilin army, I'd pull out my own teeth before they even got a chance. Ouyang Hao burst into hearty laughter, interrupting the playful banter. Enough of that. The kids are watching. Lu Qingyuan chimed in at the right moment. Is everything ready? Sunze, full of confidence, replied, Everything's been ready for a while. With that, he and Shi led the way. The group left the plaza, passing through various military camps. Suyu and the others were wide-eyed, taking in the sight of planes, tanks, cannons, armored vehicles, and the massive Dongfeng Express missiles. The scene made Suyu feel as if he had stepped into a cyberpunk world. Noticing their astonished expressions, Shi explained, Don't underestimate these weapons. Compared to 1,000 years ago, their power has diminished significantly, but they're still highly effective against invading monsters. Most importantly, non-combat professionals can operate them, greatly reducing our reliance on combat specialists. After a brief introduction, they soon arrived at a towering structure. This is the transfer trial tower of the Qilin army, standing tall and exuding a mysterious glow. Standing before the tower, Sunze introduced it to everyone in detail. It functions exactly like the transfer trial tower in the city center, with a total of 9 floors. From the bottom to the top, they correspond to the talent levels F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Each floor you pass represents the talent level you can achieve after your first transfer. His gaze swept over Ouyang Hao and the others, finally resting on Suyu and his group. Clearly, this trial tower was specially prepared for Suyu and his team. Ouyang Hao looked around and, seeing no one else making a move, said, Suyu, go ahead. Yes. Suyu responded confidently, striding towards the trial tower. Everyone watched as his figure gradually disappeared into the tower. Zhao Ren turned to Long Qianqian and Weilai, asking, Do you think Suyu can make it to the 9th floor? Weilai chuckled, full of confidence. Definitely no problem. Long Qianqian echoed without hesitation. With his strength, the 9th floor is a piece of cake. Jingli, Su Kuan, Qiao Shi, Yuan Tai, and the others remained silent. Last night, Su Yu and Long Qianqian had extended an invitation to them to join the Shanha Academy. Although the offer was tempting, the academy's impending decline made them hesitant. After all, no one wanted to stake their future on an institution destined to fall. In the face of their concerns, Su Yu confidently assured them that he had the ability to stabilize Shanha Academy's status. However, Jing Li and the others remained skeptical. The upcoming National Higher Education Exchange competition after the Lantern Festival next year was crucial. If Shanha Academy couldn't make it into the top 3, it would be removed from the list of the top 10 academies. Therefore, Su Yu proposed a bet. If he could achieve an SSS rating in today's transfer trial, they would join Shanha Academy and become members of Su Yu's team and guild. Otherwise, they could freely choose their academy. Except for Zhao Ren, everyone accepted the bet. Zhao Ren explained, "My future has already been planned out. There's no room for recklessness." Long Qianqian, understanding the Zhao family's situation, simply remarked, "You will regret this in the future." At this moment, seeing Zhao Ren speak up, Long Qianqian couldn't help but ask, "Is a planned life interesting? Don't you want to break free from those constraints?" Zhao Ren smiled, "I'm not like you. I don't have a good brother to share the burden." Long Qianqian pondered for a moment and asked, "How is my brother doing in Longdu?" Mentioning Long Outyin, Zhao Ren's smile grew wider. "He's the protagonist. His life couldn't be better." Suddenly, Wei Lai exclaimed excitedly, "Look, brother Yu has already reached the 7th floor." A golden light shone from the trial tower, indicating that the 6th floor had been conquered. Everyone present knew that this was not difficult for Su Yu. What was astonishing, however, was that he had reached this height in just 1 minute. Zhao Ren, Jing Li, Su Kuan, Qiao Shi, Yuan Tai, and the others were filled with disbelief. Although they had confidence in reaching the 7th floor, doing so within a minute was something they couldn't guarantee. Ouyang Hao, Lu Wanwen, Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, Lu Qingyuan, and other experienced tower challengers were equally surprised. They understood the difficulty of the trial tower. The first 3 floors were relatively easy, the 4th to 6th floors were challenging but manageable. As long as one's skill level was high enough, reaching the 7th floor wasn't hard. This was why Long Qianqian and the others had suppressed their levels, not rushing to their first transfer, but instead focusing on honing their skills to level 10. However, starting from the 7th floor, the requirements for equipment and practical experience increased sharply. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see Su Yu's next performance. To pass the 8th level and achieve an SS rating, a bit of luck is needed. As for the 9th level, not many have managed to conquer it in the history of Blue Star, let alone in Dragon Country. Sun Zhe and Qi Shi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Although they were younger than Ouyang Hao and the others, as 5th-tier powerhouses, they had encountered numerous prodigies. However, it was their first time witnessing someone like Su Yu ascending the tower at such a rapid pace. Before they could even express their amazement, the color of the career trial tower changed once again. A brilliant rainbow appeared, announcing that Su Yu had cleared the 7th level with an S rating. So fast, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The 7th level, cleared so swiftly, how was it possible? If this continued, the 8th level might not be able to stop Su Yu either. What about the 9th level? For a moment, all eyes were fixed on the career trial tower, eagerly anticipating what would happen next. Inside the tower, on the 8th level, Su Yu stood on a spacious 100x 100-meter arena, staring at the new opponent before him. This opponent looked identical to him, even down to the sword case on his back. The only difference lay in their attributes. Using appraisal skills, Su Yu saw the opponent's basic 4-dimensional attributes. Name, Su Yu Legendary. Level, 10. Strength, 600. Agility, 600. Spirit, 600. Stamina, 600. Compared to the previous level's 400 attributes, this opponent was significantly stronger. Yet, in Su Yu's eyes, it still wasn't enough. In an instant, Su Yu made his move. The Qianshui's sword shot out like lightning, aiming straight at the opponent. The opponent immediately utilized the flying sword technique, deftly dodging to the side. Simultaneously, a flying sword shot out from his body, attempting to intercept the Qianshui's sword. Bang! The two swords collided, producing a deafening roar. Amidst the roar, the Qianshui's sword cut through the opponent's sword with ease, continuing its trajectory toward the target. Su Yu, riding his flying sword, followed closely behind. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, a crescent-shaped sword light sliced through the air, creating a pincer attack with the Qianshui sword. The opponent's movement speed was noticeably slower. Caught off guard, he was simultaneously hit by the Qianshui sword and the sword light. Unable to dodge, he was struck directly. In an instant, 60 of the opponent's health bar was gone. The remaining 40 was mercilessly taken by Su Yu in less than 10 seconds. Despite the opponent replicating all of Su Yu's skills, the significant attribute difference sealed the battle's outcome. After defeating the opponent, a white light enveloped Su Yu's body. Moments later, the light dissipated, and Su Yu opened his eyes. The same 100x 100-meter arena lay before him, seemingly unchanged. But Su Yu knew he had entered the realm of the 9th level. Su Yu stood still, holding his breath and focusing his mind. In an instant, his opponent's figure appeared before him. The system quickly analyzed the opponent's information. Name, Su Yu. Level, mythical level 10. Attributes, strength 800, agility 800, spirit 800, stamina 800. These stats made Su Yu's pupils contract. An attribute total of 800 was nearly equivalent to that of a level 10 golden boss. No wonder so few could pass the 9th trial. Level 10 trial takers could only equip green quality gear, and even the best green gear only added about 50 points to attributes. Fully equipped with top-tier green gear, one's stats couldn't reach 800. This trial's opponent not only had overwhelming attributes, but could also perfectly replicate the challenger's skills and use them effortlessly. For other challengers, this would likely be a point of despair. So you couldn't help but wonder if those who had passed before him also had some special advantage. Before he could finish his thought, his opponent launched an attack. A flying sword sliced through the air, followed by a sharp sword light. Su Yu remained unmoved, responding with his own weapon, the 1000-water sword, and a crescent-shaped sword light. In an instant, swords clashed and lights collided, creating a symphony of battle. The next moment, both engaged in a fierce fight. Flying swords clashed repeatedly in midair, producing a constant sound of sword clashes. Sword lights flickered and vanished in front of them. In just 10 seconds, they had exchanged over 100 blows. As time passed, Su Yu gradually gained the upper hand, pushing the battlefield toward his opponent. Ultimately, Su Yu's attributes were slightly superior. This advantage wasn't obvious at first, but became more pronounced as the battle continued. Combined with the attack bonuses from his equipment, Su Yu's damage output was higher. These factors allowed him to nearly obliterate his opponent on the 8th level, and dealing with this 9th level opponent was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, everyone stared intently at the dark tower, as if trying to see what was happening inside. In reality, each person's trial was private, and outsiders couldn't know the details. They could only judge progress by the tower's colors. At this moment, the tower had lit up with 2 rainbows, indicating that Su Yu had reached the 8th level and earned an SS rating. Since he hadn't been teleported out, he was clearly tackling the 9th level. Time ticked by, and a minute had passed. Why hasn't Su Yu completed the trial yet? Could he be struggling? That's unlikely. He didn't take long to clear the 8th level, but it's already been a minute. Hearing the discussions of Ouyang Hao and others, Sun Zhe and Qi Shi seemed puzzled. Since when did spending a minute in the trial tower seem like a long time? But then they remembered how Su Yu had reached the 7th level in just a minute, and it made more sense. However, this was the 9th level of the trial tower, where an SSS rating could be earned. Countless people had entered before, failing in less than half a minute. Su Yu staying for a full minute was already impressive. Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, Jingli, and Yuan Tai all marveled at Su Yu's progress. He's amazing. Truly impressive. I didn't expect brother Su Yu to be this strong. Looks like we might lose our bet. So what if we lose? It's not like we're losing much. Shanhao Academy has treated you well. Long Qianqian turned to Zhao Ran. It's not too late to regret it now. Zhao Ran shook his head. I must go to Longdu Academy. Long Qianqian sighed and looked at the others. I hope you all keep your promises. See you at Shanhao Academy soon. Su Kuan said. If Su Yu clears the 9th level, I, Kuan, will keep my word. Xiao Shi agreed. I'll definitely follow through. Jingli pledged. A promise is a promise. Yuan Tai thumped his chest. A real man's word is his bond. At that moment, the trial tower suddenly lit up with 3 rainbows. Su Yu made it through the 9th level and received an SSS rating. This scene left the spectators utterly stunned. Wei Lai was so excited he nearly jumped up, while a radiant smile spread across Long Qianqian's beautiful face. Jingli, Su Kuan, Xiao Shi, and the others were still wearing expressions of shock, feeling an immense pressure building inside them. Before coming to the training camp, they all considered themselves prodigies, but after encountering Su Yu, their confidence was completely shattered. Witnessing Su Yu clear the 9th level of the job change trial tower, they felt even more like mere fillers. However, amid their sense of defeat, a spark of determination quietly ignited within them. They secretly vowed to challenge the 9th level themselves, even if they couldn't clear it, just to personally experience the gap between them and Su Yu. He did it. Su Yu really did it. Zhao Wu exclaimed. This is nothing short of a miracle. Ouyang is really going to make it big now. Lu Wenwen remarked. Shanhao Academy truly hit the jackpot. If I had known, I would have fought harder to get the principal to reconsider. No one among his peers can surpass him, another instructor agreed. Not even those young talents from the prestigious guilds. Hearing this, Sun Zhe and Qi Shi exchanged glances. They both had the same thought. They had to recruit Su Yu. Although he was already a student at Shanha Academy, his future allegiance to any military corps was still undetermined. Early recruitment was imperative. With this in mind, they followed closely behind Hao, heading toward the just-emerged Suyu. Suyu looked at the approaching crowd, still savoring the recent battle in his mind. The opponent on the 9th level was indeed tough. If it weren't for a last-minute inspiration to take a sip of his special wine, boosting his strength, he would have struggled to secure a quick victory. He pondered whether such a trick would work in the next job change trial, considering there might be restrictions, such as reduced item effectiveness. Fortunately, his wine gourd matched the current level requirements. He decided he should later remind Qianqian and Wei Lai to be well prepared. With a beaming face, Hao said, "Suyu, congratulations." Suyu responded with a smile, "I'm just glad I didn't let you down, Teacher Ouyang." Zhao Wu teased, "Let him down?" His grin is about to reach the back of his head. Lu Wenwen also praised, "Suyu, your performance was astounding, almost record-breaking." At that moment, Sunze suddenly spoke up, "Brother Suyu, are you interested in joining our Qilin army?" "What do you mean by interested or not? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." She scolded Sunze sharply, then turned to Suyu, his tone suddenly softening. "Suyu, you were born in Luo City and have joined Shanha Academy. When you graduate and enlist, you'll definitely choose the Qilin army in our central region. Am I right, Suyu?" Before Suyu could respond, Hao interjected, "You two are going too far. He's not even finished high school yet, and you're already making plans?" Zhao Wu chimed in, "Exactly. Which army Suyu joins in the future should be his own choice." Qin Hu chuckled, a sly glint in his eyes. "If the Qilin army can't offer a satisfying deal, so you might just join us in the Xuanwu army." Lu Wenwen, Lu Qingyuan, and Zhou Liqui all expressed their opinions, with the Qinglong army, Zhuke army, and Baihu army also welcoming Suyu. The room erupted into a heated debate over who would recruit Suyu. Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, and the others, as directors of admissions for top academies, were undoubtedly trying to recruit talent for their respective armies. After all, the top 10 academies often supply the best talents to the armies they are affiliated with, and in return, the armies provide various forms of support to these academies, creating a close relationship. Enough. Hao decisively called for silence. This matter can wait until Suyu is more mature. Seeing that the argument was going nowhere, everyone reluctantly stopped, hoping to leave a good impression on Suyu. Sunze and she exchanged a smug glance, knowing that Shanha Academy was backed by the Qilin army, giving them a clear advantage. After leading Suyu aside, Sunze looked at the other students and asked, "Is anyone interested in trying the class change trial tower?" Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, and others shook their heads. Some hadn't reached level 10 in their skills, some weren't mentally prepared, and others didn't want to embarrass themselves after seeing Suyu's outstanding performance. Seeing no takers, Sunze didn't mind. Shi then suggested a tour of the Qilin army base. With time still on their hands, everyone agreed happily. After touring the base and watching the Qilin army's daily training and combat exercises, they enjoyed a sumptuous lunch in the army's mess hall. Despite Sunze and Shi's repeated attempts to persuade them to stay, Hao and the others insisted on leaving. The two had no choice but to arrange transport to the high-speed rail station. At the station, Hao bid farewell to Lu Wenwen, Zhao Wu, and others. Suyu also said goodbye to Long Qianqian, Zhao Ran, and his classmates. Long Qianqian wasn't returning to Luo City but heading to Longdu. Before parting, Wei Lai smiled and said, "Dear friends, see you at Shanha Academy." Jingli, Su Kuan, and Xiao Shi looked at him helplessly, amused by his exaggerated expression. Suyu smiled encouragingly, "Good luck, everyone. I hope we all get great results in the college entrance exams." Su Kuan responded heartily, "Don't worry, Suyu. I'm very satisfied with Shanha Academy's conditions. I'll give it my all to get a top rank." Jingli nodded slightly. "We'll see who comes out on top in the exams." Xiaoxi agreed. "Sounds like a plan." Zhaoren looked at Suyu with a hint of envy. "Don't slack off. There will be many strong competitors in the exams." Long Qianqian reminded, "There are many people like Ming Cheng, Ming Chuan, and Ming Lan out there, with even better conditions than the Ming family." Suyu confidently replied, "I know, but they won't be able to compete with me." Everyone silently thought, "He really is confident to the point of arrogance." But with an SSS rating in his first transformation, equivalent to an SS level talent, Suyu had every reason to be confident. This meant he would far surpass others in leveling up, skill improvement, and attribute growth, already putting him a step ahead. Suddenly, a strong sense of urgency filled everyone's hearts. After a quick farewell, Suyu boarded the high-speed train back to Luo City. The Qilin army had generously arranged a first-class seat for Suyu, allowing him to rest comfortably. As he settled in, Hao marveled, "Thanks to Suyu, I get to sit in first class." Wei Lai looked at him in surprise. "Mr. Ouyang, you've never sat in first class before?" Hao smiled, "No, I haven't." Wei Lai didn't say a word, but his eyes showed a hint of pity. Ouyang Hao instantly understood his meaning and couldn't help but exclaim, "We usually ride mounts. When do we ever get a chance to take the high-speed train?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Ouyang Hao realized how inappropriate his comment was. He gave an awkward smile, trying to cover up his gaffe. However, Wei Lai's expression had already shifted from pity to exasperation, clearly displeased with Ouyang Hao's boast. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Ouyang Hao quickly changed the subject and turned his attention to Suyu. "Suyu, how does it feel after your first job change?" Suyu's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied, "It feels absolutely amazing." He recalled the significant boost in his abilities after passing the 9th level of the job change trial tower. Unable to resist, he checked his character attribute panel again, scrutinizing each statistic. The attribute panel displayed: Name, Suyu. Job change, first job change. Race, human, Dragon Kingdom. Talent, SS level. Level, 10. Class, Sword Immortal. The attribute values were as follows: Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Spirit, 150. Stamina, 150. The skill list included several key abilities. 1. Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV1. Increases all sword weapon damage by 310. 2. Cross Sword / Active, LV1. Wields a sword to release a cross-shaped sword aura, dealing 310 damage and has a knockback effect. 3. 100 Sword Control Active, LV1. Controls up to 100 swords for ranged attacks, with a base damage of 310, increasing by 10 for each additional sword. 4. Sword Flight Active, LV1. Increases movement speed by 310 and allows for aerial flight. The reputation section for the Dragon Kingdom showed 623-1000, gaining some renown. So you noticed that although his basic attributes hadn't changed, all his skills had advanced, significantly boosting their damage and potential. His reputation value had also increased by 500 points, leading him to speculate that his exceptional performance in the job change trial tower had caught more people's attention. However, Suyu still felt a bit puzzled. "My strength has improved, but it doesn't feel like a huge difference." Ouyang Hao chuckled and explained, "That's because you're still at level 10. Once you level up, you'll see the difference." Suyu pondered for a moment before asking, "Teacher Ouyang, now that I've successfully changed jobs, where should I go to level up quickly?" Ouyang Hao thought for a moment, frowning as he considered, "That's a good question. Outside Luoqing, you can level up, but it's not very safe. First job change dungeons are usually within academies or guilds. Sending you to the Shanha Academy wouldn't be proper, so joining a guild seems to be the only option." He paused, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Why don't you join our guild for now?" In the end, Suyu still turned down Ouyang Hao's invitation. There was a hint of apology in his eyes, but his tone was firm. "It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't," Suyu explained, his voice tinged with a bit of regret. Ouyang Hao frowned, looking at him in confusion. As the leader of the level 5 guild Iron Blood Dream, he had the authority to invite Suyu to join. However, Suyu knew very well that jumping straight into dungeon raids after joining the guild wasn't following the rules. Every guild is like a small company, with strict rules and a contribution point system. To enjoy guild benefits, one must reach the required contribution points and rank. For instance, in Iron Blood Dream, accessing a level 10 dungeon requires 1,000 contribution points and full membership. Contribution points were manageable, 1 million could be exchanged for them. But full membership required detailed registration and approval from the guild leader. Although Ouyang Hao's influence could easily handle these, Suyu didn't want to owe such a big favor. A small favor can lead to a big debt. Suyu thought to himself, owing too many favors is never a good thing. Ouyang Hao seemed to sense Suyu's hesitation, and his tone carried a hint of pride. "Our Iron Blood Dream is already a level 5 guild. It's not like we're shortchanging you. Plus, we have 3 level 10 dungeons. Before your college entrance exams, you could easily reach level 15. Suyu remained silent for a moment, took a deep breath, and revealed his true intentions. "Mr. Ouyang, I plan to start my own guild." "Start your own guild?" Ouyang Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You sure have big ambitions." However, considering that Suyu had already recruited people like Jingli, Su Kuan, and Xiao Shi, Ouyang Hao found the decision reasonable. Joining another guild and then leaving would require the guild leader's approval, taking at least a month. After that, you'd have to wait another month to join a new guild. For a talent like Suyu, 2 months was too precious to waste. Ouyang Hao realized he almost did something counterproductive. He nodded. "Since you have your plans, I won't say more." After a moment of thought, he took out 2 scrolls from his storage ring and handed them to Suyu. "Since you're going out to level up by killing monsters, safety is crucial. This is a defense scroll that can block attacks below the 5th tier. This is an attack scroll that can unleash an attack equivalent to the 5th tier." Recalling his previous assassination attempt by the Moon Demon Clan, So you didn't refuse and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, teacher. Wei Lai, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease, Mr. Ouyang, that's not fair. I'm also in Shrank Hidden class and need to go out to level up. Why aren't you worried about my safety? Ouyang Hao chuckled and handed Wei Lai 2 scrolls, similar to Su Yu's but 1 tier lower in power. Wei Lai accepted them with a grin, repeatedly thanking him. Ouyang Hao cleared his throat, pretending to be stern. If you really appreciate it, perform well in the college entrance exams and aim for the top score. Wei Lai laughed. That depends on brother Yu. So you didn't respond but instead asked about the Qilin army. Ouyang Hao thought for a moment and briefly explained. Longhua has 5 major armies guarding the east, south, west, north, and central regions. The Qilin army is stationed in the central region, defending against the abyssal demons. Many students from Shanhai Academy go to the Qilin army for training, and many choose to join after graduation. To join the Qilin army, you must leave your current guild, Ouyang Hao explained. Only then can you enjoy additional attribute boosts and various benefits. Suyu frowned. Is that the only way? Noticing his concern, Ouyang Hao added, actually, you can think of the army as a special kind of guild. You know, each time a guild levels up, it increases a character's attributes by 10. The Qilin army is already level 9, which means a 90 attribute boost. So, joining them isn't a loss. Wei Lai curiously asked, then why didn't you join teacher? Ouyang Hao fell silent for a moment, his tone somewhat somber. I was once a member but left later. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, so you quickly changed the topic, asking about the procedures for establishing a guild. Ouyang Hao explained, to establish a guild, you first need a guild creation token. This item has an extremely low drop rate, with only a few appearing in Longhua each year. Once you have the token, the next step is to recruit guild members. To establish a guild, you need at least 10 members. Additionally, the guild must withstand monster attacks to be officially recognized. Ouyang Hao patiently explained the conditions for establishing a guild, his voice tinged with anticipation. He continued, as for upgrading the guild later on, that involves clearing guild dungeons, increasing the number of guild members, and internal construction. Once you have established the guild, feel free to ask me if you have any questions. As the three walked and chatted, the 2-hour high-speed train journey flew by unnoticed. After exiting the train station, Ouyang Hao took out his shiny Hongqi L99, and with the engine roaring, they headed towards Luoqing No. 1 High School. Inside the car, Ouyang Hao tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and sent a message to notify Luo Yuzhen of their return. The Hongqi L99 slowly drove into the campus and stopped in front of the office building. The three of them got out of the car and walked towards the office. As they opened the door, they saw Luo Yuzhen and Li Mingyong waiting anxiously. Luo Yuzhen glanced at the three, his brow furrowing. Why are there only 2 of them? Ouyang Hao responded casually. Long Qianqian went back to Longdu. She'll return for the college entrance exams. Hearing this explanation, Luo Yuzhen visibly relaxed, and then carefully examined Su Yu and Wei Lai. The 2 of them had clearly changed since they left, now exuding confidence and composure. Luo Yuzhen offered a few comforting words before seeing Su Yu and Wei Lai off. Li Mingyong followed closely, insisting on escorting them home. The office was now left with just Luo Yuzhen and Ouyang Hao. Before Luo Yuzhen could speak, Ouyang Hao began, you know the rules. I can't say much. He paused, a hint of excitement in his eyes. What I can tell you is that Su Yu performed exceptionally well. In all my years of recruiting, no one has compared to him, he added. And Wei Lai did pretty well too. You might get a promotion this year. A look of astonishment flashed in Luo Yuzhen's eyes. Ouyang Hao had been the admissions director of Shanhai Academy for 10 years and had seen countless talents. Su Yu receiving such high praise was truly surprising. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yuzhen asked, is there anything else I should be aware of? Ouyang Hao thought for a moment and replied, he's already had his first transition. Next, he needs to level up. Make sure to assign him properly. Luo Yuzhen immediately said, I'll assign him to Zone B1. Ouyang Hao shook his head slightly. You can assign him to Zone B9. Luo Yuzhen looked at him in disbelief. Are you sure? Ouyang Hao nodded solemnly. His first transition evaluation was SS level. SS level evaluation? That can't be true, was Luo Yuzhen's first reaction. But seeing his old friend's serious expression, he realized it wasn't a joke. After a long pause, Luo Yuzhen finally understood. Got it. I'll take good care of him until he enters Shanhai Academy. Ouyang Hao added. As for Wei Lai, it won't be long before she has her first transition. In the meantime, you can place her in your city's genius training camp. In the evening, the Yuhu Tianxia community in Los Angeles was bathed in the orange glow of the setting sun. Su Yu pushed open the door to his home alone, greeted by the concerned looks of his parents, Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong. Why are you back alone? Su Tianlin asked with a frown. Su Rongrong quickly followed up, yes? Where's Qianxia? Why didn't she come back with you? A wave of bitterness surged in Su Yu's heart as his parents questioned him. He wanted to blurt out, "Who's really your own child?" But in the end, he merely responded gloomily, "She went home for a while. She'll be back in some time." Hearing this explanation, Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong suddenly understood. They remembered that Long Qianqian had transferred from another city. Su Rongrong immediately started nagging. "You must keep in touch with her. Remind her to take care of her health. When studying, she needs to balance work and rest. She shouldn't push herself too hard." Su Yu felt exasperated listening to his mother and focused on the meal in front of him. After dinner, he finally spoke up, "Dad, Mom, I've already reached the first tier." This announcement hit the dinner table like a bomb. Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong were both stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief. It took them a while to process the news. How did it happen so quickly? Su Rongrong muttered to herself. Su Tianlin cleared his throat, trying to stay composed. "This is great news. If you can reach the first tier this quickly, you'll surely get into a good university when you take the college entrance exam. So, which university are you aiming for?" Su Yu looked his parents in the eyes and calmly said, "I've already been accepted into Shanha Academy." Shanha Academy? Su Tianlin was slightly taken aback. "One of the top 10 academies in Longhua?" Su Yu nodded and added, "It's a special admission. As long as nothing goes wrong with the college entrance exam, I'll be in." Upon hearing this, Su Tianlin's face lit up with joy. He got up, fetched a wine flask, poured himself a full glass, and drank it down in one go. Su Rongrong, still a bit skeptical, cautiously asked, "Xiao Yu, you're not just saying this to make us happy, are you?" "It's true." Su Yu confirmed, "Not just me. Qianqian and Wei Lai also got special admissions." At this moment, Su Rongrong finally felt relieved, a smile of contentment spreading across her face. Su Tianlin cheerfully finished another glass of wine and said, "We can enjoy a life of ease from now on." Seeing his parents so happy, Su Yu felt a warmth in his heart. He got up to clear the dishes and prepared to head to his room. "Xiao Yu, wait." Su Tianlin called out to him, "Come here, I have a gift for you. I was originally going to give it to you after the college entrance exam, when you were leaving for the academy, but there's no need to wait now." With that, Su Tianlin took out a long, snow-white sword. The sword was over 3 feet long and 3 inches wide, its blade gleaming with a cold light, exuding a faint sharp aura. Su Yu took the sword and examined it closely. In his mind, he silently read its attributes. Whispering Sword, blue. Required level, 13. Required class, none. Attributes. Attack power 150. Strength 88. Agility 88. Spirit 88. Stamina 88. Durability, 100,100. This was an exceptional blue tier item, worth at least hundreds of thousands on the market. Su Yu looked at his father in surprise. Su Rongrong explained from the side, "This is the best sword your father has forged over the years, especially for you." Su Tianlin, slightly tipsy, asked, "So, do you like it?" Su Yu nodded happily, "I love it." Su Tianlin chuckled, "Actually, your mom has a gift for you too. You and your big mouth." Su Rongrong playfully scolded, then took out a belt. Su Yu accepted the belt and checked its attributes. Spring Radiance Belt, blue. Required level, 13. Required class, none. Attributes. Attack power 120. Strength 90. Agility 90. Spirit 76. Stamina 85. Durability, 100,100. Another exceptional blue tier item, undoubtedly his mother's best work over the years. Su Yu put away the 2 pieces of equipment and decided not to rush back to his room. Instead, he sat down to chat with his parents. It wasn't until late at night that he finally returned to his room. Closing the door, Su Yu took out the Whispering Sword and the sword case. With a thought, the Whispering Sword flew into the case with a swoosh. System notifications popped up one after another. Ding. Invincible sword case activated. Ding. Experience distribution system activated. Ding. Please reallocate experience points. Countless distribution ratios appeared before Su Yu. After careful consideration, he chose to allocate 40 of the experience to his character, 50 to skills, and 10 to the sword case. This distribution would ensure that his character and skills wouldn't level up too slowly, while also providing the sword case with enough experience to nurture the sword. Previously, he had considered putting the 1000 Water Sword into the sword case. Unfortunately, the 1000 Water Sword is a purple grade weapon, while the Peerless Sword box is blue grade, so it can't be stored in it. Su Yu picked up a green grade longsword and tried to insert it into the sword box, but nothing happened. He couldn't help but sigh to himself, too big doesn't fit, too small doesn't feel right. Finally, he took out the Whispering Sword, which was just the right size, and gently inserted it into the box. In an instant, the Peerless Sword box seemed to come to life, emitting a faint glow. Su Yu felt a surge of joy, hopeful that the Whispering Sword would transform within the box, perhaps one day becoming as exceptional as the 1000 Water Sword. The next morning, Sunlight bathed the entrance of Luo City High School. As soon as Su Yu and Wei Lai arrived, they saw Li Mingyong already waiting for them. They followed him to the principal's office, where Principal Luo Yuzhen got straight to the point. Would you two like to join Luo City's genius training camp? Su Yu and Wei Lai exchanged a glance before Su Yu asked, Principal Luo, what does the genius training camp focus on? Luo Yuzhen pondered for a moment before responding. It mainly includes monster combat techniques, level 10 dungeon training, and specialized skill guidance and sparring. Su Yu thought to himself that this sounded less impressive than the Central Region training camp. After a brief consideration, he said, Principal Luo, I'd like to apply for the Field B Zone practical training. Luo Yuzhen seemed to have anticipated this and nodded slightly. All right, I'll have Mr. Li take you to handle the arrangements. Li Mingyong promptly led Su Yu out of the office. Just as Wei Lai was about to speak, Luo Yuzhen said, Wei Lai, you should join the genius training camp. The first prize there is a purple grade item, so make sure you seize the opportunity. Hearing about the purple grade reward, Wei Lai immediately dismissed any other thoughts and agreed happily. Luo Yuzhen personally escorted Wei Lai to the genius training camp. Instructor Qi Dasheng, upon learning that Wei Lai was from the Central Region training camp, was secretly pleased but still arranged a test for fairness. As long as Wei Lai could defeat any member of the camp, he would be allowed to join. Confidently, Wei Lai accepted the challenge. When all the students gathered, he recognized a few familiar faces: Fei Xiaohu, the sycophant poet, and Su Qingya, the school's pure and lovely beauty. To his surprise, Fei Xiaohu was actually the top-ranked student in the camp. Wei Lai stepped onto the stage and directly pointed at Fei Xiaohu, taunting, Come on, if I don't beat the crap out of you today, I'll take your surname. His words were filled with confidence and challenge, as if he had already foreseen his victory. Fei Xiaohu's eyes blazed with fury, his anger palpable. With a swift movement, he launched himself onto the arena like an arrow. Wei Lai, you're courting death, he roared, brandishing two large swords and striking fiercely at his opponent. However, after two heavy clashes, Fei Xiaohu found himself staggering backward. He stared in disbelief at the unshaken Wei Lai, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Wei Lai's lips curled into a mocking smile. Fei Xiaohu, is that all you've got? Did you exhaust yourself thinking about women last night? I can't believe someone like you got first place. Did you use some underhanded methods? These words cut through Fei Xiaohu's heart like a dagger. He felt a surge of anger rise to his head, nearly overwhelming his reason. Wei Lai, I'll kill you, he bellowed, his body swaying as he executed his signature move, the Dance of Fury. The twin swords slashed through the air like a storm, hurtling toward Wei Lai. This move had felled countless prodigies in the training camp, yet it seemed to strike an iron wall this time. Wei Lai remained unfazed, casually raising his shield. The sound of clashing metal echoed like raindrops on banana leaves. From behind the shield, Wei Lai's voice drifted out, calling you weak is a compliment. You fight like a weakling. Even a woman could hit harder. You should drop the tiger from your name and call yourself Madame Fei instead. These words shattered Fei Xiaohu's mental defenses. Like a crazed beast, he swung his swords wildly at Wei Lai. The sword lights flashed like wheels, fiercely striking Wei Lai's shield. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break through. Wei Lai's voice remained relaxed. Put more effort into it. Yes, like that. Now to the left, then to the right. Oh, why are you so disobedient? If you had just listened, you might have won. This scene left not only Fei Xiaohu in despair, but also rendered Luo Yuzhen speechless. For a moment, he wanted to step in and shut Wei Lai up. Qi Dasheng was equally stunned, Wei Lai's incessant taunts echoing in his mind. He shivered, feeling a pang of sympathy for Fei Xiahulosing was bad enough, but enduring such psychological torment was unbearable. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, ending with a thoroughly exhausted Fei Xiaohu. The training camp erupted in chatter. Some thought Wei Lai's victory was dishonorable and even despicable. Others believed a win was a win, with nothing more to say. Wei Lai stood proudly, his gaze sweeping the crowd. I know some of you are unhappy. I'll give you a chance. 10 of you come at me at once. If I lose, I'll never set foot here again. Luo Yuzhen didn't stop him, instead preventing Qi Dasheng from intervening. Young people should have some spirit. Besides, this is a lesson for them. A lesson? What kind of lesson? Qi Dasheng asked, puzzled. That there's always someone better. It's time to humble these kids, Luo Yuzhen replied meaningfully. Qi Dasheng, hearing this, said no more and watched the situation unfold. The students could no longer hold back. Who among them wasn't a genius? How could they tolerate such provocation? In no time, 10 young challengers stepped onto the stage. 15 minutes flew by, and all 10 lay defeated. Wei Lai looked down at them, sighing. Geniuses? Is that all? One of the boys, unwilling to accept defeat, shouted, Don't think you're so great. One day, I'll beat you. Wei Lai smiled at him. A true genius doesn't say one day. They beat me right here and now. Another boy asked curiously, "Is there anyone who can defeat you?" Wei Lai nodded. "Someone can defeat me with a single strike." "Who? Who's that strong?" The crowd pressed. "You all know him," Wei Lai teased. "Who is it?" they asked, more curious than ever. "It's Suyu," Wei Lai finally revealed. Meanwhile, far away, Suyu suddenly sneezed. "Is Qianqian thinking of me?" He wondered. "It can't be. We talked late into the night yesterday. Besides, she's busy in Longdu, honing her skills and handling family matters. Who could it be?" Suyu muttered to himself, his eyes darting around. "Stay focused. Be careful," Li Mingyong warned in a low voice. "This is Zone B, where all the monsters are level 10 and above." Li Mingyong cautiously scanned the surroundings, his hands gripping a blue battle axe tightly. Suyu didn't explain, he just silently executed his 100-sword technique. The Qianshui sword shot out like a silver streak, heading straight for the group of monsters ahead. The monsters around them fell like crops before an invisible scythe. Level 11, 12, 13, and 14 monsters all fell without exception under Suyu's sword. By the time they reached Zone B9, even level 20 monsters couldn't escape their fate. Li Mingyong was dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. Just 2 weeks ago, Suyu's strength, although exceptional, was still within his understanding. Now, after a short stint at the central training camp, Suyu's power had soared to unbelievable heights. Could there really be some mysterious shortcut at the central training camp? While Li Mingyong was lost in his shock and confusion, a system notification suddenly rang in Suyu's mind. "Ding! You have a new task to claim. Please check. Current available tasks. 1. Kill 100 level 20 elite monsters within 3 hours. Reward, 1 white weapon. 2. Kill 1000 level 20 elite monsters within 3 hours. Reward, 1 blue weapon. 3. Kill 10,000 level 20 elite monsters within 3 hours. Reward, 2 equipment enhancement scrolls." Suyu felt a surge of joy. Equipment enhancement scrolls were rare and valuable. He quickly glanced at the monster distribution map given by 2nd Battalion Commander Shenquan and soon locked onto his target. "Oldly, I'm heading to farm fire-eating ants," Suyu said, not waiting for Li Mingyong's response, and strode ahead. A few minutes later, they arrived at the fire-eating ant nest. The ants swarmed everywhere, each as large as a small wild boar, dark red all over and exuding a menacing aura. Li Mingyong felt a chill down his spine and was about to speak when Suyu launched his attack. The highest 4-dimensional attribute of a level 20 elite monster was just over 200, making them no match for Suyu. The Qianshui sword flew out again, its light sweeping horizontally like a cross, instantly killing over a dozen fire-eating ants. However, fire-eating ants were social creatures. As soon as a dozen fell, more swarmed in, seemingly endless. Seeing the situation, Li Mingyong gripped his battle axe tightly, muscles tensed, ready to charge forward for support. However, Suyu reached out and stopped him, calmly saying, "Oldly, just take a rest." Before the words even finished, Suyu's Qianshui sword had already struck like lightning. The sword's light flickered, and cross-shaped sword energy continuously slashed through the air, each swing taking down multiple fire ants. Swarms of fire ants surged forward relentlessly, but none could break through Suyu's sword defense. Li Mingyong stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word. These were level 20 elite monsters. Even for a seasoned fighter like him, who was over level 20, it would take a team to dare challenge them. Yet, the scene before him shattered his understanding. His student was single-handedly slaughtering these fire ants. For a moment, Li Mingyong felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had come to protect Suyu, but now he was the one being protected. This role reversal left him both astonished and embarrassed. Ignoring his teacher's complex emotions, Suyu remained fully focused on the battle. His sword was like the scythe of death, continuously reaping the lives of the fire ants. Time flew by, and 3.5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. With the fall of the last fire ant, the battle finally ended. Phew, finally done. Suyu exhaled deeply, relaxing. Only then did he have time to check the quest rewards he had long completed. Opening his backpack, he found 2 blue scrolls lying quietly inside. Suyu quickly considered how to use these 2 scrolls, which could upgrade green equipment to blue. He didn't have any green gear left, and the only green longsword he had was too poor in attributes to be worth upgrading. But the scrolls could also enhance blue gear, which was a relief. In a flash, Suyu used the 2 scrolls on the Whispering Sword and the Spring Breeze Belt. The equipment instantly upgraded, significantly boosting their attributes. Whispering Sword Blue, Growable. Required level, 11. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, Attack 200, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Stamina 100. Durability, 100,100. Flowing Cloud Belt Blue, Growable. Required level, 11. Required class, Sword Immortal. Attributes, Attack 100, Strength 100, Agility 100, Spirit 100, Stamina 100, Durability 100,100. Not only did the attributes of the two pieces of equipment significantly improve, but they also became growable, and the level requirements were lowered. Suyu was pleasantly surprised to discover that the change in equipment names might indicate the activation of said attributes. He quickly stored the green longsword in his backpack and equipped the whispering sword and flowing cloud belt, then checked his latest attribute panel. Name: Suyu. Race: Human, Dragon Nation. Talent: SSS class. Level: 11. Class: Sword Immortal Unique, Hidden. Strength: 1165. Agility: 1165. Spirit: 1165. Stamina: 1165. Skills: Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV2. Increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 320. Cross Sword/Active, LV2. Wielding a sword, slashes out two crescent-shaped sword energies, dealing 320 damage to enemies and causing a knockback effect. 100 Sword Control Active, LV2. Can control up to 100 sword-type weapons for ranged attacks. Base damage is 320, with a 10 damage increase for each additional sword. Sword Flight Active, LV2. Increases movement speed by 310 and allows for aerial flight, with normal stamina consumption. Dragon Nation Reputation: 678-1000. Somewhat famous. You are no longer an unknown figure in the Dragon Nation and have gained a bit of fame. After this intense elite monster grind, Suyu's level and skills had both increased by 1 level, and his attributes had risen by 15 points. Considering his SS class talent, this growth was reasonable. At this moment, Suyu had 8 pieces of equipment: Qianshui Sword, Whispering Sword, Flowing Cloud Crown, Flowing Cloud Robe, Flowing Cloud Boots, Flowing Cloud Belt, Wine Gourd, and Sword Box. The 4-piece Flowing Cloud set also added an extra 100 points to his attributes. With this, Suyu's personal attributes had surpassed the 1150-point mark, significantly enhancing his strength. Suyu strode towards the nest of the fire-eating ants. The entrance was wide enough to accommodate 2 or 3 people walking side by side. Inside, the tunnels were equally spacious, allowing 2 people to walk comfortably abreast. Many fire-eating ants still roamed the nest, including some leader-class monsters, but to Suyu, they were all defeated with a single sword strike. Li Mingyong followed closely behind, his scalp tingling at the sight before him. As it was his first time entering the nest, the scene was overwhelming. The winding, labyrinthine tunnels kept them wandering for nearly half an hour before they finally reached the depths and located the queen of the fire-eating ants. The queen was enormous, more than twice the size of a regular fire-eating ant, comparable to a full-grown ox. Li Mingyong whispered, "The fire-eating ant queen. A level 20 silver boss. Be careful." He then thought to himself, if Suyu can kill level 20 leader-class monsters with a single strike, this level 20 silver boss should be no different. He couldn't help but feel a sense of self-mockery. Was he here just to witness Suyu's strength? It seemed like he had no other purpose, which left him feeling both helpless and dejected. Suyu had already checked the queen's attribute panel and was unimpressed. A level 20 silver boss was nothing. He could deal with it in 3 strikes at most. However, before he could make a move, the queen ordered the surrounding fire-eating ants to attack. Dozens of leader-class ants surged forward like a tidal wave. With calm composure, Suyu released his 1000-water sword. In a flash of sword light, he dispatched all the attacking ants in just 2 seconds. Then, with a swift turn of the blade, he struck directly at the queen. At the same time, his whispering sword slashed out a cross-shaped sword light, hitting the queen's vital points with precision. In the blink of an eye, the queen's health bar hit 0, and she collapsed with a thud. Just as Suyu was about to leave, Li Mingyong suddenly spoke up. "Wait, it looks like the queen dropped something." He quickly moved forward and shifted the queen's corpse, revealing a dark red egg the size of a basketball. A pet egg, a silver fire-eating ant queen, unhatched. Li Mingyong exclaimed, "It's a silver-level pet egg." As someone in his 30s, it was the first time he had ever seen a pet egg, let alone a silver-level one. Li Mingyong explained that pet levels match those of boss monsters, ranging from bronze, silver, gold, to star diamond and beyond. The higher the level of the pet egg, the stronger the hatched pet's innate abilities. "Suyu, your luck is off the charts." Suyu was also taken aback. The chances of wild monsters dropping valuable items were already extremely low. Most of the time, people could only use monster corpses as materials, such as crafting weapons or equipment from the fire-eating ants' bodies. The drop rate for pet eggs was even more astonishingly low. Curious, Li Mingyong asked, "Suyu, do you plan to hatch this pet egg yourself? Or are you going to sell it?" Suyu pondered for a moment before saying to Li Mingyong, "I can only make a decision after I go back." As he spoke, he carefully placed the faintly glowing pet egg into his inventory. Li Mingyong nodded slightly, understanding that this was indeed a decision that required careful consideration. Although there is no limit to the number of pets a job changer can keep, properly raising even one pet is a daunting task. Take this fire ant queen, for example. It starts at the silver level, showing great potential. However, if not properly nurtured, its quality could drop to silver or even bronze level. Conversely, with meticulous care, its quality could rise to star diamond level, or even the legendary epic level. With a stroke of luck, reaching the mythical level wouldn't be out of the question. In theory, even the lowest bronze level pet could reach the mythical level with proper nurturing. But reality is often harsh, and very few pets can rise from bronze to epic level. The amount of experience and resources required to reach such heights is astronomical, beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For this reason, most job changers choose to focus on raising just one pet. As a pet's level increases, the experience and resources required grow exponentially. Raising even one pet is already the limit for most job changers. The two soon emerged from the ant nest and returned to the surface. Suyu didn't leave immediately but continued to hunt level 20 monsters nearby until dusk before hurrying back to Luoqing. Shortly after Suyu left, Shun Quan received a detailed report from Kaisong and Heyang. They were astonished to find that not a single monster in Area B could withstand a single strike from Suyu. Even more shocking was that Suyu had single-handedly killed tens of thousands of level 20 elite fire ants and had even successfully slain the fire ant queen. Could such a feat really be accomplished by an 11th grade high school student? Shocked, Shun Quan immediately instructed Kaisong and Heyang to keep this matter a secret. Both men nodded repeatedly, solemnly promising to keep this incredible achievement under wraps. After they left, Shun Quan eagerly contacted his former superior, Sun Zhe. As soon as Sun Zhe's virtual image appeared, he teased, "Shun Quan, what brings you to contact me?" Shun Quan smiled and replied, "Captain Sun, I didn't want to waste your valuable time." Sun Zhe laughed and said, "Cut the crap. If you have something to say, spit it out. Just so you know, if you're looking for equipment, no chance." Shun Quan chuckled and explained, "It's not that, Captain. I've discovered a rare talent and had to inform you immediately." Sun Zhe became interested and urged, "Oh, tell me more." Shun Quan then detailed Su Yu's solo defeat of the fire ants and their queen. However, Sun Zhe's expression grew increasingly peculiar. "What's the kid's name?" Sun Zhe suddenly asked. "Su Yu. Su Yu from Luoqing High School." Shun Quan replied with a smile. Sun Zhe's tone became indifferent. Of course, it's something Su Yu would do. Passing the 9th level of the Job Change Trial Tower is equivalent to defeating a level 20 epic boss. Killing a level 20 silver boss is no big deal. Shun Quan was taken aback and asked, "Huh? Why are you so calm? Has Captain Sun raised the bar for prodigies? Doesn't Su Yu's performance impress you?" Seeing through Shun Quan's thoughts, Sun Zhe explained, "I've been aware of Su Yu's abilities for a while now." Shun Quan suddenly understood. No wonder Sun Zhe was so composed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Looks like I was worrying for nothing." Sun Zhe cleared his throat and said sternly, "Shun Quan, you've done well. Discovering talent and reporting it promptly contributes greatly to the growth of our Qilin army. Now, I have an important task for you. Ensure Su Yu's safety. Make sure he successfully enters the Shanha Academy and then joins our Qilin army." Shun Quan immediately straightened up and saluted solemnly. "I guarantee the completion of the task." After pondering for a moment, Sun Zhe added, "Once you complete this task, I'll transfer you to the central state." Shun Quan said excitedly, "Thank you for your support, Captain." As Sun Zhe's image faded, a smile of joy spread across Shun Quan's face. Finally, he had the chance to move to the central state. He was already planning to undergo rigorous training there before heading to the front lines to personally take down those detestable abyss demons. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Qilin army in the central state, Sun Zhe hurried into Lang Yutian's office. "Lang, Major General Lang, this Su Yu is an exceptionally rare talent. We must find a way to recruit him into our Qilin army," Sun Zhe said urgently. The usually composed Lang Yutian looked at Sun Zhe with a face full of helplessness. "Sun Zhe, Colonel Sun, this is the 3rd time you've come to me. I know Su Yu is outstanding, but he's only level 11. Isn't it too soon to try and recruit him?" Sun Zhe, frustrated, replied, "You haven't seen the looks on Zhao Wu, Qin Hu, and Lu Wenwen's faces." Su Yu had just stepped out of the job transition trial tower when the upper echelons of the Qilin army were already eager to recruit him. Lang Yutian and Sun Zhe stood in the conference room at the Legion headquarters, overlooking the bustling city through the floor-to-ceiling windows as they discussed how to win over this promising newcomer. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Sun Zhe said urgently, "If we wait any longer, once Su Yu's fame spreads, it'll cost us much more to recruit him." Lang Yutian, slightly exasperated by his colleague's enthusiasm, turned around and asked seriously, "So, how much are you willing to invest?" Sun Zhe gritted his teeth, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "If we're going to invest, we should go all in. I'll contact Ouyang Hao and allocate him an additional SS-level resource." Lang Yutian nodded slightly, his expression easing a bit. That's a more secure plan. They had already learned that Suyu chose Shanhai Academy, and they suspected that Ouyang Hao's influence played a significant role in that decision. Contacting Suyu through Ouyang Hao would not only make Suyu more receptive, but also make Shanhai Academy owe the Qilin army a favor. With a sly smile on his face, Sunze said, "I'll get right on it." Lang Yutian waved his hand, signaling him to hurry. After watching Sunze leave, he pondered for a moment before taking out his communicator and sending a message. Moments later, a brief reply came. "Got it? No problem." Meanwhile, unaware of these undercurrents, Suyu was leisurely sitting in his small room, enjoying some downtime after dinner. He opened his communicator and started chatting with Long Qianqian. "Long Qianqian, you've already reached level 11? Suyu asked in surprise. "Yes." Long Qianqian's voice was filled with pride. "I grinded all day. My skill levels are almost maxed out too," she continued. "I'll be ready to tackle the job transition trial tower the day after tomorrow." Suyu smiled encouragingly. "Keep it up. I believe in you, girl." Long Qianqian's tone turned a bit playful. "Once I complete my first job transition, I'll return to Luo City. Then, big brother, you better carry me to victory." Suyu responded confidently. "Don't worry. I'll make sure you're having a blast." "That depends on your skills," Long Qianqian said with a hint of challenge. Suyu retorted, "You've seen my skills before." "Actually, I haven't." Long Qianqian paused. "Today, I'll show you what I've got." As soon as she finished speaking, Suyu suddenly remembered something. He reached into his storage space and pulled out an item glowing with a dark red light. Long Qianqian, seeing it through the video call, was stunned. Suyu proudly waved the item in his hand. "How about this? Impressive, right?" Long Qianqian nodded repeatedly, her eyes shining with amazement. "It really is impressive. Where did you get it?" Holding up the dark red pet egg, Suyu explained with a grin, "I got this while farming the fire ant queen today. And it's a silver grade pet egg." He paused, then added, "If you need it, I'll save it for you. If not, I'll post it in the group to see if anyone else needs it." "It's not for me. Why don't you post it in the group?" Suyu shook his head and said to Long Qianqian, "Whoever needs it can take it. As for the price, we're all friends here, so it's okay to lower it a bit." Long Qianqian nodded and added, "A silver-grade pet egg typically goes for around 500,000 to 600,000 yuan." Suyu smiled. Honestly, giving it to them for free wouldn't be a problem. Long Qianqian shook her head, looking serious. "We need to establish some rules before forming a team and a guild." Suyu understood and was about to respond when a message notification sounded in the group chat. Wei Lai's message popped up first. "Today's training camp in Luocheng was so boring." Yuan Tai quickly followed up. "Wei, why did you go to the training camp again?" Wei Lai replied, "I had no choice. Our principal was practically in tears, begging me to go. I couldn't bear to turn him down." Su Kuan chimed in immediately. "Wei, you're amazing, absolutely amazing." Xiao Shi bluntly called him out. "Stop bragging." Yuan Tai reminded him. "Wei, aren't you afraid the principal will find out you're talking about him like this?" Wei Lai nonchalantly said, "Even if he finds out, so what? I'm just telling the truth." Suyu suddenly interjected, "I've taken a screenshot and will show it to the principal tomorrow." Long Qianqian added, "1. Screenshot saved." Wei Lai instantly backed down. All right, I was wrong." Yuan Tai sighed. "Wei, where's your dignity?" Wei Lai shamelessly replied, "Dignity? What's that?" Suyu brought the conversation back on track. "Seriously though, how's the training camp?" Wei Lai perked up. "It's lonely at the top. There wasn't a single real opponent. In the end, I had 10 of them attack me at once, and they still couldn't break my shield. They all got knocked down by my counterattack." After sending the message, Wei Lai felt quite pleased with himself, especially since Suyu had asked. As expected, the group chat exploded with messages. Su Kuan praised again. "Wei, you're amazing, absolutely amazing." Yuan Tai was surprised. "Wei, are you really that strong now?" Xiao Shi was skeptical. "Is it really that impressive?" Jingli directly doubted. "Are you sure you're not exaggerating?" Wei Lai, feeling triumphant, thought it was time to show his true strength. He quickly sent a message. "Check out this video." He then uploaded a video he had gotten from Luo Yuzhen, showing him fighting and defeating 10 students. Su Kuan exclaimed again. "Wei, you're amazing, absolutely amazing." Yuan Tai joked. "Wei, isn't this bullying?" Xiao Shi and Jingli both expressed their recognition of Wei Lai's strength. Just as Wei Lai was about to retort, Suyu suddenly posted 2 pictures, one of a fire ant pet egg and the other of the fire ant queen's attributes. The group chat went wild. Su Kuan exclaimed, "Whoa, where did you get something this good?" Yuan Tai was incredulous. "A silver-grade pet egg? Is it real?" Jingli confirmed, "It's real. It matches the information on the official website." Xiao Shi directly asked, "Captain, did you get this?" Long Qianqian responded, I verified it via video. It's real. Suyu explained. I got this pet egg while leveling up today. Everyone expressed their envy, and Weilai immediately asked if he could have it. Suyu said he wasn't planning to hatch it, and that anyone interested could message him privately. Xiaoxi asked Long Qianqian if she needed it, and upon receiving a negative reply, everyone understood Xiaoxi's interest in the pet egg. Sukuin, who had initially wanted to buy it for fun, quickly decided to back off. After chatting for a while, everyone logged off. Xiaoxi later contacted Suyu, expressing her interest in the pet egg. Although the market price was at least 500,000 yuan, Suyu sold it to her for 300,000 yuan. Xiaoxi wanted to pay more, but Suyu politely refused, saying the money should be spent wisely to quickly improve their strength. Xiaoxi didn't push further and made a mental note of this favor. If Weilai's combat video was just a bit of fun for everyone, Suyu's pet egg brought a lot of pressure. Knowing that Suyu had already reached level 11 only added to the sense of urgency among those who considered themselves prodigies. But now, being constantly overshadowed by Suyu, they naturally felt unwilling. Everyone silently competed in their hearts, logging off to continue honing their skills. With just over 2 weeks left until the college entrance exams, no one wanted to fall too far behind at this critical juncture. Luoqing, in the basement of the Su family villa. The air was dark and damp, filled with a faint, musty odor. Suyu had already returned to Luoqing and had even gone out to level up. This news exploded like a bomb in the confined space. I knew it, Su Mingjie said coldly, with a barely noticeable tremor in his voice. So, when do you plan to kill him? A raspy voice emerged from the darkness, like a demon whispering from the depths of hell. Su Mingjie squinted, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Let him enjoy a couple more days. I'll kill him when the exams are near. Isn't that too risky? The voice suddenly rose, tinged with urgency. Su Mingjie abruptly turned around, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Uemo Shou, are you telling me how to do things? From the shadows, a tall, thin figure slowly emerged. It was Uemo Shou. He snorted, eyes glinting dangerously. Don't think just because you've advanced to the 4th stage, I can't deal with you. Su Mingjie laughed disdainfully. Without my help, you'll be stuck in Luoqing. Forget about completing the High Priest's mission to assassinate Su Yu. Uemo Shou's eyes flared with a tangible killing intent, but quickly suppressed it. In Luoqing, he, as a member of the Uemo clan, indeed needed Su Mingjie's help to complete his mission. Although Su Mingjie was under investigation by the enforcement team, due to a lack of direct evidence proving his collusion with the other races, he was still in the suspicion stage. He remained the president of the Luofeng Guild and wielded considerable power. Su Mingjie, unconcerned, continued to probe. Why does the High Priest insist on us assassinating Su Yu? Uemo Shou snorted heavily, his tone warning. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Su Mingjie chuckled, a sly look in his eyes. Is that so? Then let me guess. Your Uemo clan's High Priest is best at divination. It seems he must have received a prophecy, knowing that Su Yu will become a major threat to you in the future. So, he sent you, a top-tier 4th stage, to assassinate Su Yu? As he finished, he keenly noticed the slight contraction of Uemo Shou's pupils, confirming his guess. Haha, I guessed right. Interesting, very interesting. Uemo Shou's voice turned icier. Hurry up and arrange the assassination. If we fail, both of us will die. Su Mingjie waved dismissively, a confident smile on his face. Don't worry about my work. Just wait for the notice. 3 days later, a thrilling hunt took place in Zone C of the outskirts of Luo City. Standing in an open field, Suyu wielded his Qinshui sword, which transformed into a dazzling streak of light, slicing through the sky like lightning. Wherever the sword light passed, the 24th level ordinary water rhinos fell instantly, their vitality extinguished. Suyu sheathed his sword and glanced at his level panel, a slight smile curling his lips. She was finally at level 13. However, this joy was quickly tempered by reality. The experience required for leveling up after the first transition had significantly increased. Even defeating higher-level monsters made it difficult to maintain a pace of 1 level per day. Of course, it was possible to allocate all experience points to leveling up, but doing so would cause skill levels to lag behind. By the time he reached level 20, his skill damage might be inferior to other players of the same level. What troubled Suyu even more were the 2 burdens behind him. He turned to Siwei Lai and Long Qianqian, each battling a water rhino. Though they handled themselves well, their speed was far behind Suyu's. Just the day before, the Luo City Genius Training Camp had concluded. Wei Lai had unsurprisingly taken first place, earning the right to choose a piece of purple equipment. After careful consideration, he chose a shield, though it required level 15 to equip. Meanwhile, all his skills had been upgraded to level 10. Seizing the opportunity, Wei Lai entered the job transition trial tower and emerged with an SS rating, signifying his S-level talent, astonishing everyone present. The Luo City Education Bureau, upon hearing the news, hurriedly rewarded him with a pair of level 15 purple boots. Long Qianqian had just returned to Luo City from Dragon City the day before. There, she also completed her first job transition, earning an SS rating. She was currently dressed in a meticulously prepared set of high-quality blue gear, with 2 more sets of top-tier blue gear in her backpack. Initially, she intended to bring a set for Suyu, but upon seeing his equipment, she was stunned. Compared to Suyu's god-tier gear, even purple equipment seemed lackluster, let alone blue gear. Only a complete set of purple equipment might hold its own against his. Today, the 3 of them ventured into the wild to level up. Suyu had not brought Li Mingyong along this time, knowing his strength was lacking. Li Mingyong stayed in the city after informing Luo Yuzhen. The trio sped to the wilderness in a car brought by Long Qianqian, and after receiving a nod from Sun Zhe, Guard Shinquan allowed them through. Suyu led the group straight to Zone C, sweeping through monsters from level 21 to 24. By now, both Wei Lai and Long Qianqian were close to level 12. Witnessing Suyu's astonishing speed, Wei Lai exclaimed, "Monster," before seeking out monsters to hone his skills. Long Qianqian also moved aside to practice her skills on the monsters. After their first job transition, they had both acquired new skills that needed leveling up. Seeing the 2 of them fighting solo, Suyu couldn't help but chuckle. They had planned to level up together, but Suyu ended up doing all the killing while they absorbed the experience. It wasn't their fault, though Suyu's speed was simply too overwhelming, clearing areas in the blink of an eye. Noticing Wei Lai and Long Qianqian handling 3 water rhinos each with ease, Suyu called out, "Stop playing around. Let's go hunt some level 25 monsters." As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qianqian swiftly dispatched her 3 water rhinos. Not to be outdone, Wei Lai swung his shield, taking down his 3 water rhinos. Under Suyu's leadership, the trio fought their way to the habitat of the level 25 ordinary long-armed apes. These fast and strong monsters were perfect for skill training. Suyu lured a group of long-armed apes with his Qinshui sword, leaving 1 each for Long Qianqian and Wei Lai before starting his own intense battle. Initially, Suyu used only the Qinshui sword. Then, he summoned the Whispering Sword, and the power of his dual sword technique, 100 Sword Slaughter, increased significantly. Though the Qinshui sword alone was more than enough to handle the monsters, the damage output from both swords was astonishing. Half an hour later, the long-armed apes within a kilometer radius were nearly wiped out by Suyu. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai reached level 12 amid the onslaught. Feeling the surge of power within them, they quickly adapted and finished off their opponents. As the sun set, Suyu surveyed the surroundings and said, "It's getting late. Let's head back." With that, he led the 2 of them away from the battlefield. Shinquan only emerged from his hiding spot after the 3 figures had walked far enough away. He had been tailing them all day, witnessing Suyu's astounding feats firsthand. First, Suyu effortlessly took down a level 19 moon demon, followed by a level 20 silver boss. Finally, he slaughtered a level 25 long-armed monkey as if it were nothing. Such prowess left Shun Quan nearly speechless. Reflecting on his own past, when he was once hailed as a prodigy, Shun Quan remembered how defeating a level 15 bronze boss at level 13 was his limit. His contemporaries, the other prodigies of that time, could at best handle a level 20 bronze boss at level 13. But here was Suyu, dispatching level 25 common monsters with a single strike. The gap between them was simply astronomical. Shin Quan stood frozen for a long time before slowly following the trio out of the wilderness. Minutes later, Su Mingjie emerged from another shadow. He looked in the direction Suyu had gone, shaking his head in amazement. "No wonder your high priest sent you, a powerful 4th-turn warrior, to eliminate Suyu. If this kid grows stronger, your Moon Demon clan will have no place in this world." Suyu's performance had indeed left Su Mingjie astounded. He thought to himself, if Suyu grows as expected, these aliens will be left with no choice but to surrender. The Moon Demon Hunter's face was grim. "Why didn't you let me act earlier?" he asked. Su Mingjie glanced at him with disdain in his voice. "Use your brain." That was Shan Quan, a strong 4th-turn warrior. "Do you really think you could kill Suyu right under his nose? Besides, this is the border between Zones C and D. 3rd-turn patrollers from the military camp could pass by at any moment." With that, Su Mingjie waved his hand dismissively. "Stay here. I'll come back tomorrow." The Moon Demon Hunter stared at him, warning, "If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences." Su Mingjie spun around, his gaze sharp as a blade. "I'll help you, but if you harm a single hair on my daughter's head, I won't let any of you off." The Moon Demon Hunter replied calmly, "Don't worry. As long as you help us kill Suyu, the High Priest will reward you handsomely." Su Mingjie snorted and quickly disappeared into the night. As the sun set, casting a fiery glow across the sky, Long Qianqian drove Suyu and Wei Lai back to Luo City. Inside the car, Wei Lai pondered for a while before speaking. "Brother Yu, back at the long-armed monkey's place, I sensed a malicious gaze." Suyu was slightly taken aback. "Do you know which direction it came from?" Wei Lai nodded. It was towards Zone D. At that moment, Long Qianqian suddenly took out 2 scrolls and handed them to Su Yu and Wei Lai. The two of them looked at the scrolls in astonishment. Resurrection Scroll. A special item that, once bound, can substitute a person's death once. Only usable by characters below level 20. Su Yu and Wei Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as they listened to Long Qianqian's introduction and looked at the scroll in their hands. This was an extraordinary treasure, offering them a second chance at life. After the initial shock, Wei Lai immediately wanted to return the scroll to Long Qianqian, feeling it was too valuable. However, Long Qianqian smiled and explained that it was a gift to celebrate their acceptance into the Shanha Academy. Originally intended to be given after their college entrance exams, she decided to give it earlier due to Wei Lai mentioning potential threats and assassination attempts. Without hesitation, Su Yu took the scroll and quickly bound it to himself. He turned to Wei Lai and urged, "Take it. I don't want to be responsible for taking care of your parents." Long Qianqian added that her sister, Yu, had also agreed to apply to Shanha Academy. After a moment of silence, Wei Lai finally smiled and accepted the precious gift. A week later, the three of them completed their leveling up mission in the wilderness of Luoqing's Sea Zone. Su Yu sheathed his Qin Shui sword and announced that everyone had reached level 15, suggesting they return to adjust their status and prepare for the upcoming exams. Just then, Su Mingjia appeared in the distance, a sinister smile on his face. Feigning praise, Su Mingjia commended the trio on killing a level 26 Earth Python while being only level 15 and invited them to join the Luofeng Guild. Upon learning they were classmates of his daughter, Su Qingya, his true intentions were revealed. He suddenly brandished a spear and attacked, claiming he was avenging his daughter. As Su Mingjia struck, a figure known as Moon Hunter appeared, wielding daggers and targeting Wei Lai. However, Wei Lai was prepared, swiftly raising his shield as a dark red glow enveloped him. The shield shattered, but it blocked Moon Hunter's deadly strike. Moon Hunter was shocked that his presence had been detected, and even more surprised that Wei Lai possessed an item capable of withstanding an attack from a 4th-tier powerhouse. Confident he could kill these 3 level 15 kids, his arrogance was short-lived as Long Qianqian suddenly shouted, "Freeze!" immobilizing Moon Hunter instantly. Seizing the moment, Su Yu's sword flashed like lightning. 2 precise sword strikes pierced Moon Hunter's head and heart, followed by several more that shredded his vital organs. Moon Hunter's health bar plummeted to 0, leaving him dead before he could even react. Witnessing the entire scene, Su Mingjia was astounded by Long Qianqian's control skills and Su Yu's swordsmanship. He never imagined that these seemingly ordinary level 15 youths could kill a 4th-tier powerhouse in an instant. Su Yu's attack power had long been impressive, but it wasn't until onlookers witnessed him slaying Umo Shou with his dual swords in just 2 seconds that they truly comprehended the terror of his strength. Umo Shou, a formidable tier 4 warrior, was not someone a mere level 15 could easily defeat, let alone instantly kill, despite his class's relatively weak defense. This scene stirred a twinge of regret in Su Mingjia, who lamented getting involved in this conflict. However, he quickly dismissed the thought regret was futile now. If he didn't eliminate Su Yu and his companions, he wouldn't even have a way back. With this in mind, Su Mingjia flashed forward, crossing several meters in an instant to stand before Su Yu. His spear gleamed with a cold light as he thrust it towards Su Yu's vital points. Su Yu, having just killed Umo Shou, had yet to bring his Qin Shui sword and Qingyu sword back to defense, leaving himself wide open. This was the perfect opportunity Umo Shou had sacrificed his life to create for Su Mingji's success or failure hinged on this moment. Boom! The spear tip collided with Su Yu, producing a deafening sound. However, to everyone's surprise, the spear did not pierce Su Yu's body. At the critical moment, a yellowish shield materialized out of nowhere, blocking the spear tip. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Mingji's eyes, but he didn't hesitate for a second. He swiftly retracted his spear and, with lightning speed, thrust it forward again. This time, his target was Long Qianqian, who was immobilized. Exhausted from manipulating time and space, Long Qianqian could only watch helplessly as the spear tip, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, closed in on her. She wasn't afraid of death, as the life-saving scroll bound to her would protect her. However, at the critical moment, Wei Lai suddenly activated the Guardian Shield skill, teleporting in front of Long Qianqian and raising his shield to meet the oncoming spear. Bang! The dull sound of impact echoed again. Wei Lai's health bar instantly dropped to 0 but was restored to 100 in the next moment the life-saving scroll had successfully activated. Simultaneously, an ice arrow shot out from Wei Lai's body, heading straight for Su Mingjia. Su Mingjia, still reeling from Wei Lai's bizarre resurrection, was completely unprepared for the incoming attack that rivaled a tier 4 warrior's strike. In the blink of an eye, the ice arrow hit its mark, instantly taking away half of his health and covering him in a layer of frost. Before Su Mingjia could recover, a blazing fireball came hurtling towards him. A fireball the size of an egg streaked through the air, leaving a golden-orange trail and radiating intense heat. Su Mingjia's face changed instantly. As a fourth-turn warrior, he knew that only a fifth-turn fire mage could cast such a spell. Despite its small size, the fireball's temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees, making it deadly. In a life-or-death moment, Su Mingjia unleashed unprecedented speed to dodge to the side. However, the fireball was faster. Given their close distance, it struck Su Mingjia's chest with a loud bang. At the critical moment, Su Mingjia pulled out a scroll and quickly activated it. The scroll transformed into a ball of light and vanished, leaving his nearly depleted health bar at a precarious one. Seeing this, Su Yu wasted no time in directing his 1,000-water sword and whispering sword at Su Mingjia's vital points. Even with just 1 health remaining, a fourth-turn warrior was still a threat. If Su Mingjia had any other tricks up his sleeve, the situation could quickly turn dire. Wait, I have something I hope you can give to Qingya, Su Mingjia hurriedly said. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 swords stopped at his forehead and heart. Any slight movement, and the blades would end his life instantly. In this data-driven game world, attacking vital points caused critical hits and high damage, which was why Su Yu initially aimed his swords at the Moon Demon Hunter's forehead and heart. Su Yu stared coldly at Su Mingjia. For your daughter's sake, I'll give you a chance to say your last words. Su Mingjia smiled bitterly. I should have known that geniuses like you would have life-saving means. Get to the point. Su Yu snapped, his brow furrowed. If it weren't for the 4 scrolls given by Ouyang Hao and the substitute death scroll brought back by Long Qianqian, the 3 of them might not have survived today. Moreover, Su Mingjia's collusion with the Moon Demon race was unforgivable. If not for the fact that Su Qingya was a classmate, Su Yu would have ended him with a single stroke. Understanding Su Yu's anger, Su Mingjia didn't say more and took out all his equipment. These items and scrolls can be yours to compensate for your losses. I won't transfer any money to avoid implicating you. Lastly, I just hope you can give this jade pendant to Qingya. He placed a jade pendant on the ground. Seeing how strong you are, I feel at ease. I hope you can end this wretched conflict with the other races. I wish Qingya and her child a peaceful and happy life. Do it. I deserve my fate. Just as Su Yu was about to strike, Long Qianqian stopped him. Su Mingjia, we can offer you a chance to live, even a chance to redeem yourself. It's up to you to seize it. Having lived a second life, Long Qianqian thought further ahead than Su Yu. Killing Su Mingjia might be satisfying, but it would waste his potential value. Long Qianqian looked down at Su Mingjia. You should know what I mean. Are you willing to do it? Su Mingjia understood. She wanted him to act as a spy and relay information. Even if I want to, how do I explain this? What about the enforcement team? They're already investigating me. It won't be long before they find evidence. Long Qianqian smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'll handle the enforcement team. We'll say you were a pawn placed by the dragon god of war to gather intelligence on the Moon Demon race. Su Mingjia was stunned, not expecting Long Qianqian to vouch for him with the dragon god of war's name. Given that, there was no reason to hesitate. I'm in, but do you really trust that I won't betray you? Long Qianqian shook her head. Of course, I don't trust you. Before Su Mingjia could respond, she pulled out an oath scroll. But I can trust this. Clearly, she was prepared. Su Mingjia agreed and swore a lengthy oath of over 2,000 words. Once the oath scroll vanished, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Long Qianqian instructed, from now on, any information you have, contact me directly. Su Mingjia nodded in agreement. Understood. She then questioned Su Mingjia in detail about matters related to the Moon Demon race. After a long while, she allowed him to leave, keeping 3 pieces of purple gear. After dealing with Su Mingjia, Long Qianqian turned to face Su Yu, a shrewd look flashing in her eyes. She whispered, keeping Su Mingjia alive is far more valuable than killing him. Su Yu nodded in understanding, having already put away his Qinshui sword and Qingyu sword, and responded quietly, I understand. Long Qianqian retrieved a piece of equipment emitting a purple glow from her spatial ring and handed it to Su Yu. She then took out 2 more pieces of the same quality and gave them to Wei Lai, saying, this is today's compensation. Wei Lai accepted the equipment, a look of joy spreading across his face. Long Qianqian glanced around and her eyes landed on the corpse of the Moon Demon Hunter. Oh, and there's this Moon Demon alien's body. The gear on him is probably pretty good. We can split it. Wei Lai excitedly volunteered. I'll do it. He crouched down and quickly searched the Moon Demon Hunter's body. Moments later, he stood up with 2 daggers and 8 pieces of equipment in his hands. Su Yu examined the equipment closely, noting that they were all level 40 with red quality. He couldn't help but remark, these are indeed rare and excellent pieces, but unfortunately, none of you can use them. Wei Lai suggested. How about we save them for Jingli? Long Qianqian shook her head slightly. Jingli probably can't handle so much, and by the time he reaches this level, he'll have better gear. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Why don't we ask Teacher Ouyang if he needs any of this? Long Qianqian thought for a moment. If Teacher Ouyang doesn't need them, We can sell them to the nearby Qilin army. They offer fair prices. Without further ado, Suyu contacted Ouyang Hao. Soon, Ouyang Hao's holographic image appeared before the three of them, his smile warm. What's the occasion for contacting me? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the college entrance exams? Suyu briefly recounted their trip to the outskirts of Luoqing to level up and their encounter with the Moon Demon Hunter's ambush. When he mentioned that both the Moon Demon Hunter and Su Mingjia were fourth-turn powerhouses, Ouyang Hao's expression turned serious. Despite knowing the three were safe, a look of concern still crossed his face. After hearing the full story, Ouyang Hao let out a long sigh and said sternly, "The college entrance exams are just a few days away. You three should stop going out to level up. Being 1 or 2 levels short won't matter much. Safety comes first, understood?" The trio readily agreed. Suyu then sent the information about the Moon Demon Hunter's equipment to Ouyang Hao and asked, "Teacher Ouyang, do you need any of this gear? If not, we'll sell it to the nearby Qilin army." Ouyang Hao was filled with joy when Suyu thought of him first. However, he didn't ask for the equipment from the Moon Demon Hunter but instead advised Suyu to sell it to the Qilin army. As the frontline unit against the Abyss attacks, the Qilin army faced a dire shortage of equipment due to rapid consumption. The fierce assaults from the Abyss forces made supply lines tight, and the Qilin army's need for equipment was more urgent than other units. With a serious tone, Ouyang Hao instructed the three, "You must stay in Luoqing and avoid going out." Suyu and his companions readily agreed. They were well aware that their resources were nearly depleted. If they faced another assassination attempt, they might not be able to fend it off. The last time it was a near second-tier professional. This time, there were 2 fourth-tier powerhouses. They couldn't help but wonder, would a 6th-tier assailant come next? For their safety, they dared not leave the city. Not long after, Shun Quan hurriedly arrived in front of the three. His pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the grim scene. Suyu briefly recounted what had happened. Shun Quan, with a grave expression, assured, "I understand. I will thoroughly investigate this matter." Shun Quan was filled with regret. Just yesterday, Sun Zhe had asked about Suyu's situation, and he had confidently assured there were no issues. Who would have thought that during his meeting today, Suyu would be attacked by the Moon Demon race? More shockingly, this was the second assassination attempt, both occurring within his jurisdiction. If anything happened to Suyu, his career would likely be over. After all, if Suyu grew successfully, he might not become a war god but would certainly reach the Heavenly King level. Such a 7th-tier powerhouse was rare even in the Qilin army. Thinking of this, Shun Quan wished he could tear apart the culprit who brought in the Moon Demons. Suddenly, Long Qianqian spoke up. "I hope this matter ends here. Leave the rest to the Long family, okay?" This clearly meant using the influence of the Dragon War God family. Shin Quan, looking troubled, replied tactfully, "Miss Long, I assure you that I will give you a satisfactory explanation." Long Qianqian shook her head slightly and explained, "Commander Shun, you misunderstand. There are hidden complexities that the Qilin army shouldn't get involved with." Before Shun Quan could respond, she added, "You can report this truthfully and also convey my words." With that said, Shun Quan had no choice but to agree. So you cleared his throat and asked, "Commander Shin, we killed this alien assassin. So the equipment on him belongs to us, right?" Shin Quan immediately understood and replied with a smile, "Of course. Since you killed him, the spoils are naturally yours." Wei Lai muttered softly, "Speaking of which, the loot from those 2 assassins we killed last time also belongs to us." Though his voice was low, the other 3 heard him clearly. So you didn't hold back and said directly, "We want to sell the equipment from this assassin to the Qilin army and exchange it for some gear, scrolls, or other items we can use." Shun Quan laughed heartily. "That's very welcome. If you have any equipment in the future, you can always sell it to the Qilin army." Suyu nodded and said, "Commander Shun, you can take a look at this equipment first." Shun Quan didn't hesitate and quickly inspected the gear from the Moon Demon Hunter. 3 pieces of level 41 red equipment, 2 pieces of level 42 red equipment, 3 pieces of level 43 red equipment, all with average attributes. But this level 39 red dagger is a gem. You're going to make a fortune. The total value is around 100 million. Shin Quan explained, "Market price. Green gear is usually a few thousand, blue gear tens of thousands, purple gear hundreds of thousands, red gear over 1 million, and dark gold gear starts at 10 million. 8 pieces of red gear plus 1 premium red piece. The total value definitely exceeds 100 million. Even if the Qilin army's price is slightly below market, 9 pieces won't be less than 100 million. Before Shun Quan arrived, Su Yu and his companions had already discussed their plan. They intended to trade the equipment for resources to boost their strength. Su Yu stated, "We want to exchange it for a set of level 15 premium blue defensive gear, 3 attribute enhancement scrolls, 10 first-tier skill enhancement scrolls, and 10 purple gear enhancement scrolls." Hearing Su Yu's request, Shun Quan laughed and said, "You guys really have high demands." Long Qianqian shook her head slightly and countered, "Commander Shen, don't try to take advantage of us. A set of level 15 premium blue defensive gear won't exceed 10 million. 10 first-tier skill enhancement scrolls and 10 purple equipment enhancement scrolls, each set valued at 10 million. The remaining points are enough to exchange for 3 attribute enhancement scrolls. Shin Quan shook his head with a wry smile. I almost forgot. Miss Long is quite familiar with these things. He then added, all right, we'll do as you say. However, the attribute enhancement scrolls might not be available until the day after tomorrow. Long Qianqian nodded. As long as we get them before the college entrance exams, it's fine. Shin Quan chuckled. Don't worry. You will definitely have them in time for the exams. With that, he carefully stored away the corpse and equipment of the Moon Demon Hunter and escorted Su Yu and his 2 companions back to the military camp. After seeing them off, Shin Quan immediately contacted Sun Zhe and reported in detail about the assassination attempt on Su Yu and his friends. After getting a scolding from Sun Zhe, he also reported the list of items and equipment Su Yu and his team had exchanged. Sun Zhe, surprisingly, praised him for handling the situation well and promised to expedite the delivery of the items. Sure enough, by the next afternoon, Su Yu received the exchanged items. He quickly gathered Long Qianqian and Wei Lai to distribute the spoils. Each of them received 1 attribute scroll, which they agreed to save until they reached level 20 for maximum benefit. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai each took 5 skill scrolls. The level 15 top-tier blue defensive set was assigned to Wei Lai, significantly boosting her strength once she put it on. The usage of the equipment enhancement scrolls was also well organized. Wei Lai and Long Qianqian each used 1, while Su Yu used 7 in one go. His Whispering Sword, Flowing Cloud Crown, Flowing Cloud Robe, Flowing Cloud Boots, and Flowing Cloud Belt were each upgraded once, all becoming purple equipment, with each piece gaining an impressive 200 to all attributes and 400 to attack. The sword box upgrade consumed 2 scrolls and 200 reputation points, barely making it into the purple equipment category, with similar attribute boosts. Before they knew it, except for the blue wine gourd, Su Yu was fully equipped with purple gear. The special effects of the Flowing Cloud set added an extra 200 to all attributes and 200 to attack. Coupled with the permanent 10 all-attribute boost from the attribute scrolls used at level 10, Su Yu's strength had skyrocketed. Wei Lai, excited, said, my 4 main attributes have now broken 1,000. My defense attribute is even at 1,200. Not to be outdone, Long Qianqian added. All my main attributes are over 1,200 as well. Both of them then looked expectantly at Su Yu, waiting for his response. Su Yu silently opened his attribute panel, carefully examining the changes in his stats. Name, Su Yu. Race, human, Long Kingdom first transformation. Talent, SSS level. Level, 15. Class, Sword Immortal unique hidden class. Su Yu stared at his attribute panel, noting that his 4 main attributes were all at 1,940 points. He gently touched the long sword at his waist, feeling the surging power within him. Supreme Sword Body, Cross Slash, 100 Sword Technique, and Sword Flight. All these skills had reached their peak at LV5. These stats are insane, Su Yu muttered to himself, glancing at his reputation in the Long Kingdom. 731-1000, gaining some fame. A slight smile appeared on his face. He was no longer an unknown figure in the Long Kingdom. At that moment, Wei Lai approached, curious, and asked, Su Yu, what's your 4-dimensional attribute score? It can't be 1999, can it? Su Yu hesitated for a moment, deciding not to tell the truth to avoid discouraging his companion. He replied vaguely, almost there. Upon hearing this, Wei Lai was stunned. He had just been proud of his defense attribute breaking 1,200, but all his joy vanished instantly. After a long pause, he finally squeezed out, that's insane. Long Qianqian also showed a look of disbelief but quickly figured out the key. Su Yu had just used 7 purple equipment enhancement scrolls in a row, so he must be fully equipped with purple gear. That explained his astonishing stats. Seeing their varied expressions, Su Yu cleared his throat and changed the subject. In the next few days, let's focus on honing our skills. During the college entrance exam, everyone needs to perform well. 3 days later, at Luo City First High School. As the noon bell rang, Su Yu and the other students gradually walked out of the exam hall. Wei Lai couldn't wait to ask, Brother Yu, how did you do? Su Yu nodded calmly. Not too bad, it wasn't that difficult. Long Qianqian added, we're aiming for the Martial Academy of Shanghai University. The written exam is only a small part of the total score. The main focus is the martial arts exam this afternoon. Wei Lai sighed as they walked. I wonder what the exam will be this year. A team dungeon or a solo dungeon? If it's a team dungeon, that's fine, but a solo dungeon puts my defense class at a disadvantage. Su Yu patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Even in a solo dungeon, you have an edge. You're a hidden class divine shield guardian. Wei Lai shrugged, self-deprecatingly. Still, I can't compare to you. Su Yu raised an eyebrow, teasing, who gave you the courage to compare yourself to me? Wei Lai immediately responded, of course, it's Liang Jingru. The three of them joked as they headed to the school cafeteria for lunch and then gathered at the playground. The playground had already been marked with formation patterns, and invigilators from other cities stood around. Principal Luo Yuzhen, accompanied by teachers like Li Mingyong, watched from a nearby building. Principal Luo Yuzhen turned and asked, "Xiao Li, how do you think our students are doing?" Li Mingyong immediately put on a flattering smile and replied, "Under your wise leadership, Principal, our students have made significant progress, especially students like Su Yu, Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, Fei Xiaohu, and Su Qingya, who can easily outshine students from other schools in Luoqing." Luo Yuzhen was flattered by the praise, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he nodded gently. A glint of interest flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Do you think they can get into the top 10 universities in Longhua?" Li Mingyong immediately caught the principal's intent and replied with a smile, "Principal, you're being too modest." Feigning confusion, Luo Yuzhen pressed further, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Without hesitation, Li Mingyong responded, "I can't speak for the others, but Su Yu can definitely get into any of the top 10 universities of his choice." Luo Yuzhen raised an eyebrow, his tone probing. "You think that highly of him?" Li Mingyong chuckled confidently, "I'm not even a match for Su Yu now." Luo Yuzhen pondered for a moment, his eyes fixed sharply on Li Mingyong. "Where do you think Su Yu will rank in the college entrance exam?" After a brief thought, Li Mingyong cautiously replied, "Our country is full of talents and young prodigies. If Su Yu can make it into the top 10, that would be impressive." A mysterious smile played on Luo Yuzhen's lips. "What if I told you he could make it into the top 3? Would you believe me?" At that moment, the previously silent vice principal of Luoqing No. 1 High School, Li Chengfeng, spoke up with a hint of disdain in his voice. "Principal Luo, aren't your expectations for Su Yu a bit too high?" Li Mingyong immediately fell silent, having already sensed that Luo Yuzhen's words were meant to bait someone. Since Luo Yuzhen had taken office, many teachers had voiced their discontent, with Vice Principal Li Chengfeng being a prominent example. After the previous principal was transferred, Li Chengfeng thought he would finally ascend to the principal's position. Unexpectedly, Luo Yuzhen was parachuted in, taking the role Li Chengfeng had long desired. To make matters worse, Luo Yuzhen seemed indifferent to school affairs, spending his days mingling with his secretary. This naturally fueled Li Chengfeng's resentment towards Luo Yuzhen. Luo Yuzhen chuckled, his eyes gleaming with challenge. "Vice Principal Li, how about a wager?" Li Chengfeng snorted, feigning seriousness, "I don't gamble." Luo Yuzhen's smile remained, his tone provocative. "Let's bet my position as principal." Li Chengfeng's eyes gleamed with greed as he quickly responded, "Since Principal Luo is so interested, I'll play along." Luo Yuzhen smiled, "If Su Yu doesn't make it into the top 3, I'll resign as principal." Li Chengfeng, feeling emboldened, declared, "If Su Yu makes it into the top 3, I'll abide by Principal Luo's decision." "Deal." Luo Yuzhen declared firmly. "Once a promise is made, it must be kept." Li Chengfeng echoed, not backing down. As the two reached their agreement, all the senior students of Luoqing No. 1 High School had gathered on the playground. At precisely 2 p.m., a formation activated. A white light slowly rose, like an invisible net, enveloping all the examinees. This was to check if any students were carrying special buffs. After the check, a green light illuminated. In an instant, all the examinees vanished from the spot as if teleported. With the students gone, the invigilating teachers around the playground began their work. In the blink of an eye, numerous small screens appeared out of thin air. These screens were used to monitor the examinees and prevent any potential cheating. During the entire exam, students were not allowed to use any tools. The screens displayed the real-time status of each examinee. Luo Yuzhen, Li Chengfeng, Li Mingyong, and others all focused their attention on one particular screen. It showed Su Yu's exam progress, becoming the center of everyone's attention. Su Yu stood at the entrance of the Purgatory level solo dungeon, frowning at the scene before him. A mere level 10 bronze boss as the first challenge? This was underestimating him. He thought to himself, if the normal, hard, nightmare, and hell difficulties are all at this level, where's the challenge? But soon, Su Yu realized his thoughts were somewhat biased. Not every examinee had a cheat system like his. For regular examinees, a level 10 bronze boss was indeed a significant challenge. Considering the differences in talent and family background, and the resulting equipment disparities, such a setup was actually quite reasonable. Understanding this, Su Yu decided not to waste any more time. His whispering sword shot out, instantly slaying the level 10 bronze boss before him. Immediately, the 1,000-water sword flew to his feet, carrying him forward. In the subsequent levels, Su Yu faced no resistance. 2 level 10 bronze bosses in the second level, 3 in the third, and even 10 in the 10th level, all fell to his sword in a single strike. As the difficulty increased, so did the boss's levels, but they were still no match for Su Yu. Level 11, level 12, level 13, all the way to level 90, where he faced 10 level 18 bronze bosses, Su Yu continued to one-shot them. The level 19 boss in the 91st level and the level 20 boss in the 92nd level were no different. It wasn't until the 93rd level, facing a level 20 silver boss, that Suyu took things a bit more seriously. This boss's attributes were significantly higher than the previous bronze ones, but still fell to Suyu's sword. The level 21 and 22 silver bosses that followed met the same fate. By the 96th level, facing a level 23 silver boss, Suyu finally felt a slight challenge. Some of this boss's attributes exceeded 2300, but it was still no match for Suyu. He unleashed his 100 sword strike, with both the 1000 water sword and whispering sword, easily defeating it. The level 24 silver boss in the 97th level, with attributes surpassing 2500, took Suyu an extra 5 seconds to defeat. The level 24 gold boss in the 98th level, with its highest attribute reaching 2800, made Suyu truly serious. Against this melee abyss warrior, Suyu used his sword flight technique to maintain distance and then unleashed the 100 sword strike, controlling both the 1000 water sword and whispering sword for ranged attacks. After a minute of intense battle, the level 24 gold boss finally fell. The level 25 gold boss in the 99th level was even more troublesome, with attributes nearing 3000. Suyu took a deep breath, flew with his sword, and engaged in a tough fight. Meanwhile, at Luo City First High School, all the teachers watching the live broadcast were stunned by Suyu's performance. Some of them had taught Suyu, but seeing him on the screen now, he seemed like a stranger. They even wondered if this was the same Suyu they knew. Moments later, they understood. They guessed that Suyu had been hiding his true strength all along, only to fully unleash it today, giving everyone a huge surprise. Thinking about the honor and resources Suyu's exam results would bring to Luo City First High School, they couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Li Mingyong watched in awe as Suyu easily took down one high-level boss after another. In just a few days, Suyu's power had grown immensely. Is this the world of prodigies? However, the most shocked was Luo Yuzhen. Having witnessed true prodigies, he couldn't believe his eyes. The strength Suyu displayed far exceeded his expectations. He had even competed against those prodigies. Despite this, Suyu's performance still deeply shocked him. This young man, standing before him, could effortlessly slay a level 24 golden boss at just level 15. Such strength was truly astonishing. He couldn't help but think to himself, this is definitely a prodigy among prodigies. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. Thinking this, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. He turned to Li Chengfeng, standing nearby, and curiously asked, Vice Principal Li, what do you think of Suyu? Does he have a chance to make it into the top 3? Li Chengfeng remained silent for a long time, his brow furrowed as if pondering how to respond. The scenes of Suyu's rapid victories replayed in his mind, and such results were indeed shocking. Faced with such an outstanding performance, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet deep down, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of reluctance. I admit Suyu is impressive, Li Chengfeng finally spoke, his tone tinged with hesitation. But Long Nation is vast and full of talents. He might not necessarily break into the top 3. Luo Yuzhen detected the stubbornness in Li Chengfeng's words and secretly laughed. This old guy really won't give up until he hits a wall. If you just admit it now, I'd let it slide later. But since you're being so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. Despite the turmoil inside, Luo Yuzhen maintained a faint smile and calmly said, Vice Principal Li, you truly have a steadfast heart. Let's just wait and see Suyu's final result. As they spoke, the screen in front of them changed once again. The level 25 golden boss had been slain, and Suyu had reached the 100th level. While the monster's level hadn't increased, the difficulty had skyrocketed. The screen displayed the new boss's information. Abyssal Demon God Avatar. Star Diamond Boss. Race, Abyssal Race. Level, 25. Strength, 4500 Agility, 4500 Spirit, 4500 Stamina, 4500. Skills, 1. Demon God's Body. Accelerates life regeneration, enhances defense, and significantly reduces damage taken. 2. Demon God's Might. Displays the power of the demon god, intimidating enemies and reducing their attack, spirit, and stamina. 3. Demon God's Domain. Creates a unique domain centered around itself, reducing all attributes of opponents. 4. Demon God's Wrath. Burns life force to unleash the strongest attack. Evaluation. An avatar of the abyssal demon god, possessing a fraction of the demon god's power. Defeating it is nearly impossible for ordinary people. On the screen, a massive figure over 3 meters tall appeared before Suyu. This abyssal demon god avatar was covered in dark red runes, exuding an intimidating aura. Its face, with a sinister smile, had 2 fiery red eyes staring intently at Suyu, gleaming with cunning and cruelty. Kid, do you dare challenge me? Are you tired of living? The abyssal demon god's voice boomed like thunder, full of disdain and contempt. A level 25 star diamond boss with attributes of 4500, more than double Su Yu's stats. This setup left no chance for the candidates. Luo Yuzhen and Li Changfeng couldn't help but feel a moment of sympathy for the other candidates, thinking that the creator of this dungeon never expected anyone to clear it. However, facing such a formidable opponent, Su Yu showed no fear. He stared directly at the demon god avatar and shouted, "Yes, I'm tired of living, so I brought a lantern to the toilet just to find you." His words were like a heavy hammer, instantly enraging the abyssal demon god avatar. Its eyes widened in fury as it roared, "Did you just call me crap? I'll kill you." Before the words even finished, the abyssal demon god avatar charged at Su Yu, its massive steps causing the ground to tremble. A heart-pounding battle was about to commence. Before the abyss demon god's avatar could get any closer, Su Yu immediately executed his sword flight technique. The sword case swiftly moved from his back to beneath his feet, transforming into a flying skateboard that carried him aside at lightning speed. This was a new technique he had discovered through relentless experimentation, reducing the burden of carrying heavy equipment while enhancing his mobility. Simultaneously, the Qianshui sword and the whispering sword streaked through the sky like silver flashes, aiming for the heart and forehead of the demon god's avatar. A resounding clang, clang, echoed as the swords were blocked by the demon god's sturdy arms. Despite this, the demon god's health bar still dropped by 2. However, to Su Yu's dismay, the health bar recovered 1.9 in the next instant. Wow, its health recovery rate is insane. How am I supposed to fight this? Su Yu thought to himself as he quickly dodged again. While evading the demon god's relentless attacks, he commanded the Qianshui sword and the whispering sword to strike again. The result was the same. The demon god easily blocked them. Su Yu realized that only hitting the vital points would inflict significant damage. But if this continued, he would eventually exhaust his stamina, while his opponent seemed tireless. To make matters worse, his inventory was locked, preventing him from using stamina-restoring potions for a prolonged battle. In this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Su Yu. Suddenly, he pulled out a small green sword he had nearly discarded earlier. In an instant, a cross-shaped sword light shot from its tip, accurately hitting the approaching demon god's avatar. With a loud bang, the demon god staggered back a couple of steps, its health bar dropping slightly before quickly recovering. A smile appeared on Su Yu's face. He was aiming for the knockback effect. With this move, he could safely maneuver around the demon god, slowly chipping away at its health. For the next half hour, the battle intensified. The dazzling cross-shaped sword light flashed continuously, and the Qianshui sword and the whispering sword followed suit. The demon god's roars echoed incessantly. The health bar of the demon god's avatar decreased slowly but steadily, yet Su Yu realized his attack power was still lacking. Just as Su Yu was reflecting on the need to prepare more high-grade swords in the future, the demon god's avatar suddenly launched a fierce assault. Its towering 3-meter frame charged with astonishing speed, the sulfurous heat of its breath filling the air as its massive hand slammed down towards Su Yu. The change happened too quickly, and Su Yu was a split second too slow to react. With a bang, he and his sword case were sent flying over 10 meters, his health bar instantly dropping by 70. The demon god's triumphant laughter echoed in his ears. "You puny human, prepare to die." Seeing the demon god attack again, this time Su Yu was ready. The cross-shaped sword light flared. The Qianshui sword and the whispering sword slashed down together, and he skillfully maneuvered his sword case to dodge. The demon god's punch missed, creating a large crater in the ground, while the incoming swords were blocked just in time. The two clashed back and forth, neither able to gain the upper hand. Su Yu kept increasing the distance, with the demon god in hot pursuit. Suddenly, Su Yu noticed the demon god's health bar was slowly rising, already back up to 25 from 20. This can't go on. Su Yu steeled himself and quickly pulled out a wine gourd, taking a hefty swig. Instantly, he felt a surge of power. Attack power increased by 200, all attributes boosted by 30, lasting for 1 minute. It's time to be a real man for a minute. Demon god avatar, prepare to die. Su Yu's eyes gleamed with battle spirit as he prepared for the final charge. Just a minute ago, the situation was dire. Su Yu's health bar had dropped to 30, and the abyss demon god's avatar was closing in menacingly. Li Changfeng stared intently at the screen, a glint of schadenfreude in his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, he turned to Principal Luo and said, "Looks like Su Yu is done for." Even though he's performed well, the gap in level between him and the demon god's avatar is just too vast. This is a star diamond boss, not something easily taken down. Typically, it takes a team of second-tier professionals to kill a level 25 star diamond boss. Even those ranked on the human list would struggle to solo it. Principal Luo Yuzhen kept his eyes fixed on the screen, where Su Yu was navigating a perilous situation, his expression calm. "Is that so? Let's keep watching then." A smug smile crept onto Li Chengfeng's face as he pointed to the rapidly regenerating health bar of the boss. The boss's health is recovering quickly. I'm afraid Suyu is going to disappoint you, Principal Luo. Just as Luo Yujin was about to respond, the screen showed Suyu downing the contents of his flask. In an instant, his thousand-water sword and whispering sword slashed at the demon god's avatar with unprecedented speed. The cross-shaped sword light was even more dazzling than before, and Suyu's manipulation of the sword box had visibly quickened. In the blink of an eye, the demon god's avatar took a severe hit, its health plummeting to 15. How is this possible? This can't be. Li Changfeng couldn't help but exclaim. He's cheating. Before he could finish his sentence, the oppressive aura of a fourth-tier powerhouse emanated from Luo Yujin. He stared coldly at Li Changfeng. Vice Principal Li, this is the college entrance exam. Accusations need evidence. With so many proctors on duty, you're the only one who thinks he's cheating. Teachers like Li Mingyong also cast strange looks at Li Changfeng. One of them couldn't hold back and said, cheating? This is the college entrance exam. If none of the proctors have raised any issues, it means Suyu is clean. Besides, Suyu is a student of Luoqing High School. As the vice principal, accusing your own student of cheating is extremely inappropriate. If word gets out, it could affect Suyu's exam results and even his future. Feeling the immense pressure, Li Changfeng snapped back to reality. His face turned pale as he realized his grave mistake. Just that one sentence had obliterated his future at Luoqing High School. As a vice principal, not only failing to protect a student, but openly accusing them of cheating. Who would dare come to Luoqing High School if students found out? Li Changfeng stammered, at a loss for words. Luo Yujin's gaze remained fixed on him for a long moment before he slowly withdrew his aura. He turned to Li Mingyong. Mingyong, make sure to send Vice Principal Li back in a dignified manner. If he doesn't want to be dignified, help him be dignified. Li Mingyong responded affirmatively. Li Changfeng stood there, ashen-faced and motionless. Luo Yujin's attention returned to the screen where Suyu was. At that moment, with the final strike of the thousand-water sword, whispering sword, and cross-shaped sword light, the demon god's avatar, now with only one health, collapsed. In less than an hour, the hell-level exam was over. Suyu quickly pulled out his wine gourd and directed it at the demon god's avatar. An invisible essence was sucked into the gourd. After putting the gourd away, Suyu strode toward the teleportation portal. As soon as he stepped out of the instance, two proctors approached him. One of them spoke sternly, Suyu, we need to inspect your wine gourd. Please cooperate. Suyu stood in the center of the examination hall, his brows slightly furrowed as he watched the two invigilators. A tense atmosphere permeated the air. Su, one of the teachers began politely, we'd like to discuss the sudden surge in your performance. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Were they suspecting him of cheating? After a moment of contemplation, he decided to be upfront. He pulled up the attribute interface of his wine gourd and showed it to the teachers. The teachers took one glance and were immediately stunned. The wine gourd's attributes were astonishing. Blue quality, usable by a level 10 Sword Immortal, with incredible attribute boosts and the ability to increase attack power by 200 and all attributes by 30 for 1 minute. A top-tier blue item. One of the teachers murmured in awe. No wonder you could defeat a level 25-star diamond boss in such a short time. Despite their shock, the teachers requested to take a screenshot for record-keeping, in case anyone questioned Suyu's legitimacy. Suyu agreed without hesitation, allowing them to proceed. After the teachers left, Suyu didn't waste any time and opted for the Hell level dungeon. Compared to the Inferno level, Hell level had similar content with 100 trials, but the difficulty was slightly lower. The first trial featured a level 10 Abyssal Leader monster, while the final trial had a level 25 golden boss. Suyu was confident. He embarked on an incredible spree, clearing the Hell level dungeon in just 10 minutes. He then went on to conquer the Nightmare, Hard, and Normal levels in less than 20 minutes each. In just an hour and a half, he had cleared all 5 difficulty levels. As he walked out of the training ground, Suyu pondered. Had he broken the record for the annual martial arts exam? If so, he might earn a new skill. Even if he just topped this year's exam, he would still receive equipment rewards. Thinking about the equipment, Suyu glanced at his wine gourd in puzzlement. It had just absorbed the essence of a star diamond boss, so why hadn't it evolved? Did it need a purple enhancement scroll? With a hopeful heart, Suyu used his remaining purple enhancement scroll on the wine gourd. In an instant, the wine gourd underwent an astonishing transformation. Its quality upgraded to purple, its attributes doubled, and its effects became even more impressive, boosting attack power by 300 and all attributes by 40 for 2 minutes, with a cooldown reduced to 12 hours. A top-tier purple item. Suyu marveled to himself. With this, that star diamond boss wouldn't last even a minute. Suyu, how does it feel? Principal Luo Yujin appeared beside him, his chubby face beaming with joy. Li Mingyong followed closely, also smiling. Not bad, Suyu responded modestly. Not bad. Principal Luo chuckled, shaking his head. Your results are unprecedented. Does that mean I have a chance of breaking the exam record? Suyu asked curiously. Has no one ever scored 500 points before? Principal Luo explained that the martial arts exam had always featured 5 difficulty levels: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, and inferno. Each cleared level awarded 100 points, with rankings based on completion time. Prestigious universities prioritized rankings in the inferno level, followed by the others. No one has ever achieved a perfect score of 500, Principal Luo concluded, his tone full of admiration. Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. No way, he blurted out. That final boss was really tough, but how could there not be a single perfect score in such a large country after all these years? Luo Yuzhen chuckled and explained, each year's martial arts exam for the college entrance test is tailored as an artificial scenario based on your abilities. The final boss is actually designed to humble you prodigies and prevent you from becoming too arrogant. Who could have predicted that someone like you would come along? Su Yu scratched his head sheepishly, a slight blush coloring his cheeks. So, I accidentally broke the record for the highest score ever and became the top scorer. Luo Yuzhen laughed heartily, a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Not just that, you're the most outstanding top scorer in the past 1,000 years. Su Yu grinned, a sly look flashing in his eyes. In that case, Ouyang Laosher and Shanha Academy must be over the moon. Luo Yuzhen burst into laughter, clapping Su Yu on the shoulder. They've hit the jackpot. The two continued to chat about various topics. Time flew by, and an hour and a half passed in the blink of an eye, marking the end of the martial arts exam. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai emerged from the exam, looking exhausted. Luo Yuzhen greeted them with a smile and left, clearly pleased. The exam was over, and it was already afternoon. The three friends walked home together. As they walked, Su Yu asked, "How did it go?" Wei Lai sighed, his brow furrowed. That exam was insanely difficult. The final boss was a level 25 star diamond boss. It was impossible to withstand. Long Qianqian nodded slightly, a hint of defeat in her beautiful eyes. The attribute gap was just too big. No matter what I tried, I couldn't beat it. Su Yu didn't comment but continued to ask, "Did you clear the other scenarios?" Long Qianqian nodded. The others weren't too hard. I cleared them all. Wei Lai looked curiously at Su Yu. And you, Yuga? Did you manage to kill that star diamond boss? Su Yu responded nonchalantly. Not killing it wasn't an option. If it weren't for the wine gourd, it would have been impossible. I didn't expect the Abyss Demon God's clone to power up again when its health dropped to 20. Not killing it. Wait, you killed it? Wei Lai exclaimed loudly, drawing stares from passers-by. Su Yu patted his shoulder, his tone calm. Isn't that just standard procedure? No need to make a big deal out of it. Long Qianqian's pretty face also showed a trace of surprise. She quickly thought it through. A level 25 star diamond boss with attributes as high as 4,500. Even if Su Yu's attributes surpassed 2,000, it still wouldn't be enough in comparison. After the initial shock, Long Qianqian's mind raced. She analyzed, during the exam, no student had any buffs or could use any items. Given the massive level and attribute gap, the only way to kill that boss would be with extremely high attack power. This meant Su Yu's attack and skill damage must be exceptionally high. Suddenly, she remembered a crucial detail. Oh, right. Su Yu has the wine gourd, which can temporarily boost his strength. That makes sense. She excitedly said, if that's the case, you'll be on the human rankings in no time. The heaven, earth, and human rankings are well known to everyone in Dragon Nation. These rankings are prominently displayed on the Dragon Nation's official website, accessible to anyone at any time. Updated monthly, these rankings were once a distant dream for Su Yu and Wei Lai. Now, Su Yu has the strength to make it onto the rankings, which leaves Wei Lai in disbelief. Can Yugu really make it onto the human rankings? Wei Lai's eyes widened. That's a list of the top 100 people under 25 in Dragon Nation. Long Qianqian smiled confidently, her eyes sparkling. The last person on last month's list only managed to solo a level 30 gold boss. In terms of real strength, a level 30 gold boss is no match for a level 25 star diamond boss. She paused. But I'm not sure if exam scores can count as achievements for the rankings. Hearing this, Wei Lai immediately pulled out his phone to check. It's just as Long Qianqian said, he exclaimed excitedly. Haha, Yugu getting on the list is no problem at all. Su Yu seemed indifferent. Getting on the list or not doesn't matter much. There aren't many rewards anyway. If being first on the human rankings came with a monthly prize of over 1 million, that might be worth considering. But for 100th place, the monthly prize is only 10,000. That's quite meager. Stop guessing and let's head back. Su Yu urged. As night fell, the notification sounds in their small group chat kept going off. Wei Lai, how did everyone do on the exams? Did anyone beat the final boss? Yuan Tai, no way. That boss was designed to teach us a lesson. Jingli, exactly. Its defense is super high, and it regenerates health quickly. It's practically unkillable. Xiaoxi, its attack power is also very high. Even my zombies couldn't withstand a few hits. Su Kuan. It's unbreakable, completely unbreakable. Weilai, Su Kuan. You were using an AK-47. Su Kuan. I fired both my AK-47s until they were smoking, and I only managed to take down 50 of its health. Yuan Tai. Su Kuan. You're amazing. You took down half its health, unlike me who could only take a beating. I got pummeled for a good 10 minutes. Jingli. Su Kuan. You're awesome. I dodged for over 20 minutes and still lost. Weilai. Yuan Tai. We're just here to take hits, tough life. Yuan Tai. Weilai. Don't you have reflective damage? Weilai. Reflective damage was useless. I whittled it down to 20, but then it suddenly burst out and one-shot me. Yuan Tai. Suyu chuckled as he read the messages. This group of people, complaining outwardly, were actually boasting about their achievements. They were as cunning as a hive of bees. Xiaoxi. Poor me. My 2 zombies had just reached level 15. I was so close with only 20 health left, but still failed in the end. Suyu shook his head and laughed. Even Xiaoxi wasn't being honest. Su Kuan. Suyu Long Chanqian. What about you two? Did you clear it? Suyu chuckled and joined the chat. Suyu. Almost. Su Kuan. No way, you're usually so amazing. Jingli. After all, it's a level 25 star diamond boss. It's normal not to beat it. Yuan Tai. Exactly, being so close is already much better than us. Xiaoxi, you'll definitely beat it next time. Weilai, you guys are too naive and kind. Su Kuan. What do you mean, boss? Suyu. I meant I almost didn't clear it. The chat fell silent instantly, with no replies for a long time. In the southern region, in Tianhe City, Su Village, Su Kuan sat in his spacious bedroom, staring at his phone screen in a daze. Almost didn't clear it means he actually did, he muttered to himself. Suyu actually killed a level 25 star diamond boss. He took a sip of his preserved egg and lean meat porridge before slowly typing. Su Kuan. Boss, please, be human. In the eastern region, in Magic City, at the Qiao family estate, in a dimly lit room, 2 zombies stood straight at the end of the bed. Xiaoxi lay on the bed, her mouth slightly open, almost dropping the nut she was eating. She snapped back to reality and continued crunching on the nut. Xiaoxi, Suyu, leave us some hope. In the northern region, in Baiyun City, at the Yuan family residence, the tall Yuan Tai stared at his phone in disbelief. He had no doubt about Suyu's words. After witnessing Suyu's prowess at the Central Region training camp, he knew Suyu was destined for greatness. So, he readily agreed to join the Shanha Academy. Yuan Tai's message flashed in the group chat. Suyu, do you need leg hair? This joke sparked a round of laughter. In the western region's Turtle City, at the Jing family mansion, the house fell into silence after 8 p.m. Jingli sat alone in his bedroom, the glow of his phone screen reflecting his astonished face. He stared intently at the messages in the group, gasping in surprise. Although he had always known Suyu was extraordinary, today's performance far exceeded his expectations. A fierce sense of challenge ignited within Jingli, his eyes sparkling with determination. Jingli quickly replied in the group, Brother Yu, don't leave us hanging. Weilai chimed in, teasing, Ha ha ha, I told you guys were too naive and kind-hearted. Now you know. Just then, Long Chanqian's message popped up. I'm adding a friend. She'll be our classmate at Shanha Academy. She's a bit shy. Before she finished, a new avatar appeared in the group. Long Chanqian added, Everyone, welcome Yun Yuyu. The group chat was instantly flooded with welcome emojis. Yun Yuyu cautiously typed a line. Hello everyone. My name is Yun Yuyu, a level 15 Ice Heart healer. Please take care of me. Everyone made brief self-introductions and chatted a bit more before logging off one by one. Su Kuan, Xiaoxi, Jingli, Yuan Tai, and others, inspired by Suyu's prowess, resolved to train harder that night to close the gap between them and Suyu. They each got up and focused on honing their skills. Weilai lay in bed, contemplating whether to add Yun Yuyu as a friend. He ultimately decided to wait, thinking it might be abrupt to add her right away. Since they would all be attending Shanha Academy, there would be plenty of opportunities to get to know each other later. Excited about the upcoming campus life, Weilai found it hard to sleep. He got up and started improving his skill proficiency. Long Chanqian, as always, had already begun her strict self-discipline training. Meanwhile, in a spacious conference room in Central Region's Zhongzhou City, the atmosphere was tense. The eyes of a dozen examiners were fixed on a large screen displaying the astonishing footage of Suyu defeating a level 25 star diamond boss. This kid named Suyu is something else. One examiner couldn't help but exclaim. No, the proctor personally checked his equipment, another examiner explained. Oh, what kind of gear? Let me see. When the screenshot of the wine gourd appeared on the screen, the examiner gasped, Wow, this is even stronger than purple gear. Who wouldn't be envious of these attributes and effects? I wonder where he got such top-tier equipment. Don't overthink it. Since there's no issue, let's start grading. With such performance, do we even need to grade? What do you mean? Can we give anything other than full marks? The room burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, you have a point. In a world where everything is gamified and data-driven, tasks are completed with astonishing efficiency. A prime example is the National College Entrance Exam Gaokao results. Just one day after the exams ended, all student scores were already available. Suyu sat in front of his home computer, staring at his score displayed on the screen, 599 points. He frowned slightly, pondering where that missing point had gone. After a moment, it dawned on him that it was likely due to the humanities section. His handwriting might not have been tidy enough. Of course, he didn't rule out another possibility. The examiner might have deliberately deducted a point to prevent him from becoming complacent. But these details no longer mattered. What was important was that he had become this year's top scorer in the Gaokao. Suyu's gaze fell on the most prominent spot on the Dragon Nation's official website, where 3 names gleamed in gold. 1. Suyu. 2. Feng Chuj. 3. Tai Wuhua. These were the top 3 scorers of this year's Gaokao. Every student checking their results could see this dazzling list. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received an exclusive Sword Immortal skill blind box. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Suyu answered without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations. You have obtained the exclusive Sword Immortal skill Vital Spirit Restoration Technique. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it. The system immediately displayed the skill description. Vital Spirit Restoration Technique active, LV1, clears all current statuses of the target, restoring them to their peak condition. Cooldown, 24 hours. Suyu's eyes lit up. Peak condition? Doesn't that mean full health and mana? This is practically an extra life. He began to think about the various possibilities of using this skill. If I could use it on an enemy, I could strip them of all buffs at the start of a fight and easily win. He couldn't help but praise. The system is amazing. This skill is going to make it tough for anyone else to stand a chance. Though he said this, his heart was filled with joy. Just then, Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong entered the room, their faces beaming with joy. They had taken the day off specifically to be there when Su Yu's Gaokao results were released. That name really stands out. Su Tianlin pointed at the screen where Su Yu gleamed in gold, his face full of pride. Of course it does, that's our son's name. Su Rongrong chimed in. I did a great job naming him, didn't I? Shouldn't it be because I was the one who made him? Su Tianlin retorted, unwilling to be outdone. If it weren't for me, could you have given birth to such a great son? What did you say? Su Rongrong's tone suddenly turned icy. Nothing, nothing. Su Tianlin quickly backtracked, then suggested, Honey, today is our son's big day. Shouldn't we go out and celebrate? He glanced at Suyu, giving him a knowing look. Suyu caught on and cleared his throat. Mom, how about we go to Luocheng Grand Restaurant for a nice meal? Su Rongrong glared at him. What? Are you saying my cooking isn't good enough? Of course not. Suyu quickly explained. I could eat it for a lifetime and never get tired of it. It's just that Qianqian just texted me, saying she wants to celebrate with us. Hearing this reason, Su Rongrong's expression softened. If Qianqian wants to eat out, then let's have a nice meal. All right, I'll go tell Qianqian, Suyu said, quickly leaving the room and heading to Long Qianqian's door. As he opened the door, Suyu was momentarily stunned. Long Qianqian looked completely transformed. Her skin was as fair as jade, her big eyes bright and captivating. Her usual high ponytail was replaced by a chic short bob, accentuating her elegant swan-like neck. A white t-shirt outlined her alluring curves, which Suyu estimated to be at least AC. Her blue denim shorts revealed her long, slender legs, and her white sneakers covered the feet he once had the fortune to see. Long Qianqian stood there, exuding youthful energy mixed with a hint of mature charm, making her particularly enticing. She noticed Suyu's gaze and felt secretly pleased that her morning efforts to style her hair had not been in vain. What's up? Is there something you need? Long Qianqian asked, pretending to be calm. Suyu cleared his throat to hide his embarrassment. Want to go out for a meal? Sure. Long Qianqian agreed readily. The two of them returned to Suyu's room together. When Su Rongrong saw Long Qianqian, her eyes lit up, and she quickly urged Su Tianlin and herself to change clothes. Suyu glanced down at his own white t-shirt, jeans, and black sneakers, thinking how similar they looked to couples' outfits with Long Qianqian. Just then, Ouyang Hao sent a video call. Upon answering, Ouyang Hao congratulated him and then reminded him, Suyu, now that the Gaokao results are out, you can start filling out your college applications, you know that, right? Suyu nodded, indicating that he understood. Ouyang Hao urged anxiously, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and fill out your application. His voice betrayed his impatience. Suyu was slightly taken aback. Is it really that urgent? He looked at Ouyang Hao with a hint of confusion. You're this year's top scholar, and the most accomplished one in years. If you wait any longer, Other schools might take the risk and reach out to you. Ouyang Hao stared intently at Su Yu, his tone tinged with concern. If you submit your application earlier, I can rest easy sooner. If someone else snatches you away, Principal Ling will have my head. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh. Am I really that kind of person? Just do it now. Ouyang Hao insisted. Once you submit, I'll approve it. Su Yu nodded, quickly pulled up the application portal, and without hesitation, entered the name of Shanha Academy. Almost as soon as he hit the confirm button, the system showed it was approved. Ouyang Hao burst into hearty laughter. Finally, now I can get a good night's sleep. At that moment, Long Qianqian's voice suddenly chimed in. Mr. Ouyang, could you approve mine too? Sure thing. Ouyang Hao replied with a smile. Congratulations on joining Shanha Academy. See you in a few days. With that, he quickly ended the video call. In the following moments, Su Yu's phone kept buzzing with congratulatory messages from Luo Yuzhen, Li Mingyong, Shen Quan, and others. He and Long Qianqian spent quite some time replying to these messages. When they finally finished, they noticed that Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong had already changed clothes and were waiting for them. The four of them soon left the Yuhu Tianxia complex. As they walked down the street, Su Yu and Long Qianqian's presence drew curious glances from passers-by. They hailed a taxi at the complex gate and headed straight to Luo City's largest restaurant, Luo City Grand Hotel. The Luo City Grand Hotel was not only grand in scale but also renowned for accommodating people from all walks of life. However, when they tried to book a private room, they were told that all rooms were fully booked. Thinking quickly, Long Qianqian suggested, since there are no rooms available, let's eat in the main hall. It's lively here, just like a family gathering. Hearing this, Su Rongrong didn't insist any further, and the four of them found a spot in the main hall. Shortly after they sat down, a new group of guests entered the restaurant. Su Yu could see them clearly and recognized Su Mingjia, Su Qingya, and Fei Xiaohu among them. Fei Xiaohu and Su Qingya also noticed Su Yu immediately. Their steps faltered, and they looked visibly uncomfortable. Clearly, they hadn't expected to run into Su Yu here. A moment later, a trace of disdain crossed the minds of Fei Xiaohu and Su Qingya. They thought to themselves, so what if he's powerful and a top scorer in the college entrance exam? He's still eating in the main hall with these common folks. But we are heading to a private room on the third floor to enjoy a more upscale meal. Although they understood deep down that they might not surpass Su Yu in the future, their current sense of superiority made them temporarily overlook this fact. Beneath their disdain lay a mix of complex emotions: envy, jealousy, and even a desire to take his place. When their eyes fell on the girl beside Su Yu, who looked like a celestial being, these emotions intensified. Long Qianqian's presence made Fei Xiaohu instantly feel that Su Qingya had lost her charm. However, this thought was fleeting. He quickly reverted to his sycophantic self, telling himself that Long Qianqian was like the unattainable moon in the night sky, only to be admired from afar. He firmly believed that his devotion should be directed towards his goddess, Su Qingya. Su Qingya was equally upset, and the reason was simple. She was used to being the center of attention, but whenever Long Qianqian appeared, all eyes would be drawn to her. This overwhelming contrast was something Su Qingya couldn't accept, whether it was in looks, aura, physique, or ability. She was far outmatched by Long Qianqian. When their eyes met Su Yu's, they quickly looked away. Su Yu paid them no mind, merely glancing at Su Mingjia and shaking his head slightly. Su Mingjia, who had been about to greet Su Yu, hesitated for a moment and then decided against it. At this moment, he was only present as Su Qingya's father and did not know Su Yu personally. Thus, the group of six continued walking forward. However, they had only taken a few steps before they stopped. Not just them, but everyone in the grand hall of Luo City Grand Hotel turned their attention towards the entrance. Where's my brother Su Yu? Where's my brother Su Yu? A loud voice accompanied by a burly figure appeared before everyone. It's Wang Kuei, the city lord. Yes, it's him. Oh my gosh, I never thought I'd see City Lord Wang Kuei in person. He's a 6th-rank powerhouse, the guardian of Luo City. These years, it's thanks to City Lord Wang Kuei leading the fight against surrounding monsters and alien races that Luo City has remained safe. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, someone suddenly realized something. Wait, who did City Lord Wang Kuei just call for? Su Yu? That name sounds familiar. Oh, it's the newly crowned top scorer of the college entrance exam. From the way City Lord Wang Kuei is talking, is Su Yu from our Luo City? That's amazing. Our Luo City produced a top scorer in the college entrance exam. Who is he? Who is Su Yu? All eyes followed Wang Kuei's steps and quickly locked onto their target. Look, City Lord Wang Kuei is heading over there. That handsome young man must be Su Yu. So handsome. No wonder he's the top scorer. I wonder if he's still single? Dream on. Can't you see that stunning girl beside him? She must be his girlfriend. How can you be sure? They might be siblings. Come on, I went to the same high school as Su Yu. I should know. Damn, I just came here for a meal and ended up with a mouthful of dog food. Amidst the chatter, Wang Kuei arrived in front of Su Yu. Su Yu and his companions immediately stood up and respectfully greeted, "City Lord Wang Kuei." Wang Kuei laughed heartily and patted Su Yu on the shoulder. "Brother Su Yu, you were hard to find. I went to your house but didn't see you, so I guessed you might be here. I hope I'm not interrupting your meal." Feeling the weight of the hand on his shoulder, Su Yu smiled and replied, "Not at all. We haven't started eating yet." "Perfect," Wang Kuei said enthusiastically. "Do me a favor and join me for a meal?" Faced with Wang Kuei's warm invitation, Su Yu could only agree. "It would be an honor to dine with you, City Lord Wang Kuei." "Great. Let's head to the top floor." Wang Kuei laughed as he led the way, with Su Yu and his companions following closely behind, making their way to the 6th floor. At this moment, Su Mingjie and Fei Li quickly pulled Su Qingya and Fei Xiaohu aside, smiling broadly as they greeted Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei glanced at Su Mingjie and casually said, "4th rank now? Not bad, keep it up." Su Mingjie responded repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I will certainly continue to work hard and contribute more to Luo City." Wang Kuei smiled and continued walking. For someone like Su Mingjie, who had just reached the 4th rank, Wang Kuei didn't want to spend much time. After all, there were many like Su Mingjie in the Qilin army. As Su Yu and Long Qianqian passed by the 6th, they merely nodded at Su Mingjie before following Wang Kuei out. Su Mingjie and Fei Li quickly nodded in greeting, their eyes shining with respect. Fei Li secretly admired Su Yu and Long Qianqian, convinced they had immense potential. Su Mingjie, however, understood that this was merely a polite gesture from both of them. On the other hand, Su Qingya and Fei Xiaohu frowned, interpreting the simple act as a form of showing off, which only added to their discontent. But when they caught sight of Wang Kuei walking ahead of Su Yu, their displeasure was instantly suppressed, hidden deep within. After all, both now and in the future, Su Yu and Long Qianqian were not people they could afford to offend. Once Su Yu and his group had left, Su Mingjie and the others slowly made their way to the 3rd floor. Fei Li suddenly remarked, "Speaking of which, Qingya and Xiaohu are actually classmates with Su Yu." Su Mingjie added with a sigh, "Yes, same class even. They must have a good relationship." Fei Li turned to his son and said earnestly, "Xiaohu, make sure to keep in touch with Su Yu. Those little disagreements from the past are nothing. You need to focus on the future." Fei Xiaohu nodded somewhat understandingly. "Okay, Dad." Su Mingjie observed this and chuckled to himself. He knew that the most important thing for anyone was to improve their own abilities. With strength, power, wealth, and beauty would naturally follow. Otherwise, relatives, friends, and classmates were all just illusions. Just like Su Yu, although he had not fully developed yet, he was destined to become a prominent figure in the future. This was why even a powerful figure like Wang Kuei wanted to establish a connection with him in advance. Meanwhile, in the private room on the 6th floor, the atmosphere was lively. "Come on, help yourselves to the food. Don't let it get cold," Wang Kuei warmly urged, his gaze sweeping over the 4 of them. "Old Su, sister-in-law, I toast to you both. Thank you for raising such an outstanding talent for our country." He raised his glass, a broad smile on his face. Turning to Long Qianqian, Wang Kuei said kindly, "Qianqian, help yourself. If you can't reach, just stand up." Finally, he looked at Su Yu. "Su Yu, my young friend, I toast to you as well. Our Luoqing has never had a top scorer in the college entrance exam before." Wang Kuei's enthusiasm and his shrewdness beneath a rough exterior made one marvel at his social skills. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Su Tianlin, supported by Su Rongrong, moved to a nearby resting room. As soon as they entered, Su Tianlin immediately sobered up. Su Rongrong was taken aback and asked in surprise, "You're not drunk?" "Of course not," Su Tianlin replied candidly. "Then why pretend to be?" Su Rongrong pressed. Su Tianlin countered, "Do you really think Mayor Wang Kuei came over just to have a meal? What else could it be?" Su Rongrong asked, puzzled. Su Tianlin replied meaningfully, "He's definitely here to discuss something with our son. What can I do for you, Lord of the City?" Su Yu asked, his eyes clear as he looked at Wang Kuei before him. Sunlight streamed through the intricate window lattice of the tavern, adding a subtle nuance to the atmosphere between them. Su Yu took a small sip from his cup, savoring the taste. "The wine from this tavern in Luo City is quite good," he said slowly, "but it still falls short compared to what I have in my wine gourd." With that, he set the cup down and refrained from drinking more. Wang Kuei let out a hearty laugh, a glint flashing in his eyes. "Brother Su, there's no need to be so formal with me. You're this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam, bringing great honor to Luo City. It's only natural for me to invite you to a meal in celebration." Su Yu pondered silently. As the lord of Luo City and a powerful figure, Wang Kuei must be extremely busy. How could he possibly have time to personally invite me for a meal? Even as the top scorer, a reward sent through a messenger would be more than enough. This gesture surely has a purpose. But since he's not willing to say, he smiled slightly and stood up, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. "Thank you for the invitation, Lord of the city. I will remember this kindness. However, it's getting late, and I should return to pack my things. Wang Kuei was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. Brother Su, you're really not giving me any face, are you? Well, to be honest, I'm here on someone else's behalf to deliver something to you. As he spoke, he took out 3 long swords from his spatial ring and placed them gently on the table. The blades glinted coldly in the sunlight, drawing Su Yu's focused gaze. The attributes of the Qiyang sword, the Zidian sword, and the Longyuan sword flashed through Su Yu's mind. 2 purple quality swords and 1 red quality sword. All of them top-tier weapons. Even with his own collection of high-quality gear, Su Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. The swords were not only exceptional in attributes, but also had low-level requirements, making them incredibly valuable. Lord of the city, who sent these? Su Yu asked, feigning nonchalance. Wang Kuei observed Su Yu's reaction. Seeing him remain composed only confirmed his suspicions. You must already possess numerous high-quality items. He laughed heartily. The Zidian sword is my gift to you, so don't turn it down. As for the Qiyang sword and the Longyuan sword, they were sent by a friend of mine. Can I know who this friend is? Su Yu inquired. Wang Kuei smiled mysteriously. You'll find out in due time. Su Yu asked no further questions. After a moment's thought, he accepted all 3 swords. He stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord of the city, and please convey my thanks to your friend as well. Wang Kuei was pleased to see him accept the gifts. Brother Su, you're very straightforward. After a brief consideration, Su Yu added, Lord of the city, now that my identity is exposed, it might attract unwanted attention from other tribes. I don't mind for myself, as I'll soon be heading to Shanhai Academy. But my parents, who lead ordinary lives, might need your protection. Wang Kuei patted his chest confidently. No problem, their safety is guaranteed under my watch. Although Su Yu's identity was bound to be revealed eventually, it usually wouldn't happen so soon. Wang Kuei thought to himself that the background of this top scorer might be more complicated than it seemed, and he would need to keep a close eye on him in the future. Su Yu lifted his wine glass, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Thank you, my lord. I toast to you. He raised his glass towards Wang Kuei. Wang Kuei downed his drink in one go and said heartily, It's nothing. No need to be so polite. After a bit more small talk, Wang Kuei stood up to leave. As the lord of the city, he was indeed very busy. Once Wang Kuei had left, Long Qianqian, who had been silent all this time, spoke up with a hint of worry in her voice. Aren't you afraid of owing such a huge favor? Hearing this, Su Yu's lips curled into a confident smile. Relax. No matter how big the favor, I can repay it, right? Long Qianqian couldn't help but smile. She knew better than anyone the potential that Su Yu held for the future. After a moment of contemplation, Su Yu stood up. Let's go. We're heading somewhere. Long Qianqian asked in confusion. Where to? Su Yu gave a mysterious smile. Of course, we're going to Luoqing No. 1 High School. With that, he briefly said goodbye to his parents and left the Luoqing Grand Hotel with Long Qianqian. The two soon arrived at the entrance of Luoqing No. 1 High School. Long Qianqian, still puzzled, asked, Why are we here? Su Yu casually replied, To reminisce about the good old days. Though skeptical, Long Qianqian had no choice but to follow him into the campus. Su Yu headed straight for the principal's office. As they reached the door, they heard strange sounds coming from inside. Harder. Yes, right there. A woman's voice panted. So good. It feels so good. Faster, faster. Oh, amazing. Long Qianqian's face turned crimson, a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Seeing this, Su Yu cleared his throat to alert those inside. Ahem, ahem? Why are you coughing? If you have something to say, come in. An impatient voice responded from inside. The office door swung open, revealing the scene inside. The beautiful Zhang Shishir was visibly relaxed, still making odd noises. Meanwhile, Luo Yuzhen, the principal of Luoqing No. 1 High School, had his hand on her back, his fingers moving quickly. It turned out he was simply scratching an itch for her. Su Yu sighed inwardly, thinking he had stumbled upon something scandalous, only to find it was a mundane scene. Recognizing the visitors, Luo Yuzhen looked surprised. Isn't this our top scorer, Su Yu? What brings you here today? As Su Yu and Long Qianqian walked into the office, Luo Yuzhen calmly withdrew his hand from Zhang Shishi's shapely rear. He gave it a subtle pat, eliciting a soft hum from Zhang Shishir, who playfully scolded, You're terrible. She swayed her hips as she poured hot tea for the visitors. Su Yu couldn't help but envy Luo Yuzhen's good fortune, thinking to himself, how lucky he is. If only I could be in his shoes. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Long Qianqian's figure beside him, imagining her curves might be even more enticing. Quickly regaining his composure, he addressed Luo Yuzhen seriously, Principal Luo, we've come to discuss an important matter. Luo Yuzhen, having anticipated this, gave Zhang Shishir a knowing look. She understood immediately, gracefully leaving the office and closing the door behind her. Go ahead. What's this important matter? Luo Yuzhen asked directly. Suyu met Luo Yuzhen's eyes and asked, Principal Luo, I heard you've been cursed by the alien race? Luo Yuzhen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. Oh Yang and his big mouth. He talks about everything. He admitted frankly, yes, that's true. Then he joked, you wouldn't happen to have something to lift the curse, would you? Suyu smiled, Principal. You've got a keen eye. You guessed it right. Luo Yuzhen was incredulous. Really? Suyu nodded solemnly. Absolutely. Luo Yuzhen could hardly contain his excitement. The curse had tormented him for a long time. Despite consulting numerous healers and spending a fortune, it remained unbroken. Given his current standing, he could no longer afford the services of top-tier experts. Before he could say anything, Suyu had already begun to use his special skill, Primordial Spirit Restoration. Instantly, a refreshing sensation swept through Luo Yuzhen's body, making him shiver involuntarily. Moments later, he felt a tremendous relief, as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted. Eager to check his status panel, Luo Yuzhen saw that the curse's effects had been reduced by half, and even the rate of experience loss had slowed by 50. Trembling with excitement, he looked at Suyu in disbelief. How does it feel? Suyu asked, having anticipated using this skill to help Luo Yuzhen and wanting to see the results. Luo Yuzhen tried to calm his emotions and smiled. The curse's effects have been reduced by 50. Only 50? That doesn't seem too impressive, Suyu muttered to himself. Luo Yuzhen quickly explained. This is a curse that even 5th-tier healers couldn't handle. Reducing it by half is already remarkable. Suyu nodded. All right then, I'll come back tomorrow for another session to see if we can completely dispel it. Luo Yuzhen was astounded. Such a powerful healing skill with such a short cooldown? And what puzzled him even more was how Suyu, a swordsman, could master such an advanced healing technique. He was speechless, and Long Qianqian was equally amazed, her gaze towards Suyu growing more admiring. Old Luo, we're heading out now, Suyu said as he and Long Qianqian quickly left. Their visit as brief as it was impactful. Luo Yuzhen saw them to the door with a beaming smile, watching as they exited the school gates. Just then, Zhang Shishir reappeared, curious. What did they come for? Why did they leave so quickly? Luo Yuzhen chuckled. They came to fulfill your wish. Zhang Shishir was puzzled. What do you mean? Luo Yuzhen's smile turned mischievous. You'll understand in time. Before she could react, he swept her into his arms and strode back to the office. Zhang Shishir let out a startled cry, her cheeks instantly flushing red. She looked up at Luo Yuzhen, her voice trembling. You're feeling better? A knowing smile played on Luo Yuzhen's lips as he replied in a deep, confident tone. You used to take the lead. Today, just lie back and relax. I'll do the work. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal's office door closed once more. Before long, sounds that could make anyone blush filled the office. The man's stifled groans mingled with the woman's soft moans, creating a symphony of passion. Meanwhile, Long Qianqian was about to ask a question when Suyu preemptively displayed the skill information of the Yuanling resurrection technique. Long Qianqian scrutinized it closely and was left stunned, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. Removes all current statuses from the target, restoring them to their optimal state. Cooldown time. 24 hours, Long Qianqian murmured, her voice full of astonishment and envy. This is practically a divine skill, especially for someone like Luo Yuzhen, who's been cursed. And the cooldown isn't even that long, just a day and a night. This is the dream skill for many healers. Suyu, however, sighed with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. You saw the effects of this skill just now. It's still a bit lacking for higher-level curses. Plus, a 24-hour cooldown is quite lengthy. Hearing this, Long Qianqian was momentarily speechless, but quickly regained her composure. She began to explain the intricacies of the healer profession, giving Suyu a deeper understanding of the current state of high-level healing. Normally, applying buffs, restoring health and stamina, are no problem for most healers. Low-level curses are also easily removed without much effort, Long Qianqian explained. But skills that can treat high-level curses are rare. They either require special items or have very long cooldowns. Suyu suddenly understood. Now that you put it that way, it makes sense. I should have told old Luo to keep it under wraps for now. Long Qianqian reassured him. Don't worry. Principal Luo knows how to handle things. Suyu retorted with a hint of exasperation. He's just a pervert, always thinking about improper things and never doing any serious work. Long Qianqian's lips curled into a slight smile. I'm sure he's doing something important. Suyu looked at her, puzzled. What do you mean? His secretary's name is Zhang Shi? Sure, Long Qianqian said with a knowing look. Suyu was left speechless, shaking his head in resignation. As they joked and chatted, they soon arrived back at the Yuhu Tianxia community. Just as they entered the gate, they saw two very familiar figures. You guys are finally back. Mr. Ouyang has been waiting for ages. Wei Lai shouted eagerly the moment he saw Su Yu and Long Qianqian. His voice carried a hint of teasing, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Ouyang Hao heard this and smiled nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Don't listen to this kid. I just got here not long ago. His tone was relaxed, clearly not bothered by the wait. Su Yu and Long Qianqian exchanged a surprised glance and quickly walked up to Ouyang Hao, respectfully greeting him. Hello, Mr. Ouyang? Su Yu asked curiously. What brings you here? Ouyang Hao looked at Su Yu, sighed lightly, and a helpless expression appeared on his face. It's all because you've been too high-profile. That level 25-star diamond boss you took down so easily got me into trouble. I barely had time to sit down before the principal sent me over. She's worried about you being assassinated by alien races or poached by other academies. She ordered me to bring you to Shanha Academy, even if I have to tie you up. Su Yu couldn't help but laugh awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. Sorry for the trouble, Mr. Ouyang. Ouyang Hao laughed heartily. No problem. As long as you safely reach Shanha Academy, I'll be fine too. Then, his expression turned serious as he looked at the three of them. Usually, you have 7 days of rest after the college entrance exam. After that, you need to report to Shanha Academy. But for your safety, I suggest you set off as soon as possible. The sooner you get to Shanha Academy, the safer you'll be. Su Yu and Long Qianqian exchanged another look and then said in unison, Mr. Ouyang, we might need you to stay here for 2 or 3 more days. Ouyang Hao was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood and nodded. Life at Shanha Academy is very different from Luoqing No. 1 High School. You might not have time to visit home later. No problem. Spend these 2 or 3 days with your families. So you wanted to explain further, but Long Qianqian quickly agreed. As a result, Ouyang Hao stayed at Long Qianqian's house, while Long Qianqian went to Su Yu's home and slept in his room. Su Yu, on the other hand, was sent to Long Qianqian's house by Su Tianlin and Su Rongrong to share a place with Ouyang Hao. The next day, Su Yu and Ouyang Hao visited Luo Yuzhen's home. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai chose to stay home, focusing on honing their skills and improving their proficiency. When Ouyang Hao witnessed the effects of Su Yu's Yuan Ling life return technique, he was completely stunned. It took him a long time to recover, and his eyes still held a look of deep shock. Seeing the curse on Luo Yuzhen weaken again and his health improve significantly, Ouyang Hao couldn't help but smile in relief. It wasn't until Su Yu used the Yuan Ling life return technique for the 3rd time that the curse on Luo Yuzhen was completely lifted. To show his gratitude, Luo Yuzhen invited Su Yu and Ouyang Hao to a lavish lunch at Luoqing Grand Hotel. On the 4th day after the college entrance exam, Su Yu, Long Qianqian, and Wei Lai followed Ouyang Hao and boarded the high-speed train to Shanha Academy. Inside the train, Ouyang Hao began explaining important matters about Shanha Academy. At Shanha Academy, the most important thing is points, Ouyang Hao explained. They can be exchanged for almost anything you want. Additionally, the level of student privileges is crucial. Different levels come with vastly different treatments. He paused for emphasis. Of course, the most important thing is still strength. As long as you have enough strength, points and student levels won't be a problem. Ouyang Hao looked at Su Yu and smiled. For example, you will receive 1,000 points and an SS-level student rank upon enrollment. He then turned to Long Qianqian and Wei Lai. You two will also receive 500 points and an SS-level student rank. So you thought for a moment and reminded, Mr. Ouyang, don't forget about my SS-level cultivation resources and Qianqian and Wei Lai's S-level resources. Ouyang Hao nodded with a smile. Don't worry, since we promised you, you'll definitely get them. Wei Lai asked curiously, Mr. Ouyang, what exactly are the S-level cultivation resources? Ouyang Hao explained, S-level cultivation resources are equivalent in value to a piece of dark gold equipment. What you exchange for depends on your choice. He glanced at Su Yu and added, SS-level cultivation resources are equivalent to epic equipment, something even 6-turn powerhouses would envy. Long Qianqian pondered and asked, Mr. Ouyang, what should we exchange for to improve our strength the fastest? Although Long Qianqian was a reincarnator, she didn't pay much attention to these details in her previous life and just grew steadily. She had heard about famous events, dungeons, or people from her past life, but she was most familiar with Longdu and Longdu Academy. However, in this world where everything is data-driven and gamified, there weren't any particular fortuitous encounters waiting for her. Currently, the 2 opportunity dungeons at Longdu Academy have become rare encounters. Long Outyin has already learned about this and promised her that if there are any good items, she would not be left out. He even paid a considerable price in advance for this. Although she has her own ideas about improving her strength, she decided to listen to Ouyang Hao's advice. After all, as a long-time teacher at Shanha Academy, Ouyang Hao has extensive experience in this area. Sure enough, after a brief thought, Ouyang Hao began to explain in detail. A person's strength can be evaluated in 4 aspects: level, equipment, skills, and actual combat. He raised 4 fingers and pointed them out one by one. In terms of level, The dungeons in the academy are enough for you to improve. For equipment, try to switch to sets to activate additional attributes. As for skills, you can exchange for practice room time to improve proficiency and level. Regarding actual combat, you want lack opponents. Yang Hao revealed a meaningful smile. Your S-level student privileges will make even second and third-year students envious. Additionally, the academy has a trial tower and a combat power ranking specifically for testing strength and ranking. So, never slack off. Otherwise, you could easily be surpassed. Su Yu and the others nodded repeatedly, indicating they would continue to work hard. Yang Hao suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Yu. You might encounter some trouble after enrolling. Su Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Do you know Bai Lang? Yang Hao asked. Su Yu nodded. I've heard the name. Yang Hao explained. Bai Lang is an S-level swordsman I specially recruited last year, given the same treatment as Long Qianqian. After enrolling, he proclaimed himself the top student of the academy. His strength is indeed formidable, already a level 39 third-year expert, about to reach the 4th tier, stronger than many 3rd and 4th-year students. However, he is highly jealous and narrow-minded. With your sudden rise, he might target you. Su Yu shrugged, looking indifferent. That's really an undeserved disaster. Yang Hao said no more. The high-speed train soon arrived in Zhengzhou City, and the 4 of them boarded a Hongqi L99 again, heading towards Shanha Academy. The Shanha Academy is located in the heart of Zhengzhou City, not far from the Qilin core base. Su Yu had caught a distant glimpse of it at the end of his training camp in the central region, recalling only a towering structure among a cluster of buildings. Now, standing at the entrance, the height of the trial tower amazed him. Noticing their gazes, Yang Hao introduced, "This is the trial tower of the 10 great academies I've mentioned. It has 49 floors, each corresponding to a level before the 5th transformation, representing different levels of combat power." Wei Lai curiously asked, "What about those beyond the 5th transformation?" Yang Hao smiled. "Once you surpass the 5th transformation, you should leave the academy. Otherwise, it might hinder your growth." Long Qianqian added, "Even at the 4th transformation, you should be heading to the front lines for experience." Su Yu nodded in agreement. "I think you can go to the front lines even at the 3rd transformation." Yang Hao was pleased. "It's good that you have this awareness. The first year is mainly about improving your strength at the academy. From the 2nd year on, you will participate in various training sessions and tasks to earn credits. When completing the enrollment procedures, the race section on their panels changed to Human Dragon Country Shanhao Academy, officially making them members of the academy." Yang Hao inquired about their accommodation preferences. "We have 4-person and 6-person dormitories, as well as individual and team villas, with different prices. The 6-person dormitory costs 10 credits per year, the 4-person 15 credits, the team villa 50 credits, and the individual villa 100 credits. The 3 did not decide immediately, first checking if their other companions had arrived. Learning that they hadn't, they discussed it in their small group and eventually chose 2 adjacent team villas. This way, they could live together to enhance their strength while avoiding potential issues from co-ed living." Yang Hao took them to tour the villas, which were fully equipped, including training rooms and wooden dummies. He informed them that they had 3 days before the semester started, allowing them time to familiarize themselves with the environment. Then, he turned to Su Yu and said, "Let's go meet Principal Ling Shuang." Su Yu, though caught off guard, followed Yang Hao to the principal's office. Compared to the dozens of square meters of the office at Luoqing First High School, this office was exceptionally spacious, covering over 100 square meters. Yang Hao straightened up, opened the door, and announced loudly, "Principal Ling, Su Yu is here." Ling Shuang looked up at Su Yu, her face breaking into a rare smile, as pure and beautiful as a snow lotus blooming on a mountaintop. She said gently, "Su Yu, welcome to Shanhao Academy." This scene stunned both Yang Hao and Su Yu. The rumored Ice Queen with a fiery temper was unexpectedly warm and approachable, completely overturning their impressions. It seemed that the various rumors about Principal Ling Shuang might just be unfounded. The elegant, silver-haired woman before him, smiling like a spring breeze, couldn't possibly be the infamous Principal Ling Shuang, could she? Su Yu stood in the principal's office of Shanha Academy, filled with a mix of surprise and awe. "It's an honor to join Shanha Academy," he said sincerely. Ling Shuang nodded slightly, her smile unwavering. "You've done well. Even before officially joining, you've already brought honor to Shanha Academy." Su Yu replied humbly, "It's what I should do." Ling Shuang's voice was firm. "Merit must be rewarded. That's the principle of Shanha Academy." With a casual wave of her hand, 2 swords appeared out of thin air, hovering before Su Yu. "One of these swords is your reward, and the other is a gift from me." Su Yu stared intently at the swords, marveling in his heart. The Qingshuang sword, purple quality, level 21 requirement, no class restriction. The Bailu sword, red quality, level 31 requirement, limited to swordsmen or swordmasters. Both swords had exceptional attributes, especially the Bailu sword. with all attributes above 350. Gasp! Suyu drew a sharp breath. 2 top-tier weapons as a welcome gift, 1 purple and 1 red. This is the grandeur of the 12 kings? He bowed deeply. Thank you, teacher. I will not let you down and will continue to bring glory to Shanha Academy. Ling Shuang nodded with a smile. Good. I hope you keep your word. Suyu carefully put away the swords and solemnly said, I will. Ling Shuang waved her hand. All right, you may go now. Only then did Ouyang Hao, standing beside them, snap out of his daze and leave the principal's office with Suyu. As they walked away, Ling Shuang's smile quickly faded, returning to her usual icy demeanor. She silently assessed. From Suyu's reaction, it seems my well-practiced smile worked. At least it didn't scare him away, right? This year's top scorer and the highest caliber one in years. If he had been scared off, Shanha Academy would have suffered a great loss. I hope he grows quickly and soon carries the banner of Shanha Academy. In the corridor, Ouyang Hao was still muttering to himself. She smiled. She actually smiled. That's terrifying. Unable to resist, Suyu asked, Teacher Ouyang, is it unusual for Principal Ling Shuang to smile? Ouyang Hao shook his head, his tone filled with disbelief. I've been at Shanha Academy for many years and have dealt with Principal Ling numerous times, but I've never seen her smile like she did today. Suyu suddenly understood. I see, that is indeed rare. Ouyang Hao abruptly stopped. My task is done, so I'll take my leave. With that, he quickly walked away. Before long, a rumor began to spread through Shanha Academy. Have you heard? Principal Ling Shuang smiled when she saw Suyu. This news spread like wildfire across the entire campus. What? Principal Ling Shuang smiled at Suyu. A student asked in surprise. No, you've got it wrong, another student explained mysteriously. Principal Ling Shuang has a thing for Suyu. She beams whenever she sees him. Really? A third student chimed in. Isn't that like an older woman going for a younger guy? Well, Suyu is quite handsome. It's not surprising that Principal Ling Shuang likes him, someone agreed. However, there were differing opinions. Not necessarily. I think Suyu might be trying to get on her good side for his own benefit. Whoa, a student-teacher relationship? And with the principal, no less? That's scandalous, someone exclaimed excitedly. You wouldn't see this kind of drama in high school. As the rumor spread wildly, Ouyang Hao was summoned to Principal Ling Shuang's office. Not long after, he emerged with a bruised face and serious injuries, effectively putting an end to the gossip. Meanwhile, Suyu was contemplating the 5 swords in his possession. The Qiyang sword, Zidian sword, Qing Shuang sword, Bai Lu sword, and Long Yuan sword. These were top-tier weapons in their respective categories, but required at least level 21 to wield. Suyu was currently at level 15, and while reaching level 21 wasn't difficult, equipping them below level 20 would be even better. He recalled the Qian Shui sword and the Qingyu sword, which could be equipped at lower levels. Suyu thought to himself, once I get back, I'll exchange for some purple gear enhancement scrolls and see if I can lower their level requirements. However, the Bai Lu and Long Yuan swords might be trickier since they're red gear. Equipping them above level 20 should be fine. Suyu regretted not asking Principal Ling Shuang about this, but quickly dismissed the thought. Never mind, I'll settle in today. I can ask when Xiao Shi, Yun Yuyu, Su Kuan, Jing Li, and Yuan Tai arrive tomorrow. With these thoughts in mind, Suyu headed towards the villa. Just as he was about to reach it, a figure blocked his path. The person was thin, pale, with sunken eyes, looking as if he had overindulged. Hello, Suyu. I'm Bai Lang. The person introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Senior Bai Lang. Suyu responded politely. Bai Lang gave a fake smile and said, I've heard a lot about you, Suyu. You're truly a remarkable talent and a future pillar of our nation. Suyu frowned slightly and replied cautiously, You're too kind, Senior Bai Lang. Bai Lang shook his head and continued, No. I've heard you're the only student in the past decade to receive SS-level privileges and resources. I've been training hard lately, and I'm running low on resources. So, I was hoping to borrow some from you. Don't worry, I'll definitely repay you. You can ask around if you don't believe me. Suyu couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking, this really is a top-tier academy. Even robbery is done so politely. He responded bluntly, Senior Bai Lang, you're joking. I do have training resources and school points, but why should I lend them to you? Because you have a big face? Or because you have no shame? Bai Lang's face darkened instantly, a flash of anger in his eyes. At Shanha Academy, no one had ever dared speak to him like this. Even the teachers treated him with respect. Suyu's direct challenge infuriated him. Suyu, don't think you're invincible just because you soloed a level 25-star diamond boss. Today, I'll show you that there's always someone better, Bai Lang said coldly, suddenly producing a red long sword. With a slight push off the ground, Bai Lang charged at Suyu like lightning, his sword gleaming with a blood-red light. Clang! The crisp sound of clashing swords echoed as Suyu was forced back, retreating several meters before regaining his footing. He stared at Bai Lang with a serious expression, not daring to be careless. Bai Lang stood his ground, a mocking smile on his face. Is that all you've got? And you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Su Yu ignored his taunts, calmly watching his opponent in silence. Seeing Su Yu's silence, Bai Lang became even more arrogant. What? Not convinced? Looks like the lesson earlier wasn't enough. Without waiting for a response, he launched another fierce attack. Bai Lang's intentions were clear: to teach Su Yu a harsh lesson and show the newcomer who truly ruled Shanha Academy. Ever since hearing about Su Yu's achievements, Bai Lang had been harboring resentment. The stories of multiple top academies vying for Su Yu, his SS level evaluation, soloing a level 25-star diamond boss, and topping the entrance exam, all these tales had fueled Bai Lang's displeasure. When he learned that Ouyang Hao had brought Su Yu to the academy, Bai Lang had been silently tracking Su Yu, waiting for the right moment to strike. Upon learning that Su Yu was alone, Bai Lang hurried over to cause trouble. Seeing the defiant expression on Su Yu's face only worsened his mood, and he silently resolved to teach this kid a lesson he'd never forget. Bai Lang launched an attack, but failed to land a hit. Su Yu, well prepared, immediately executed his sword control and rainbow transformations technique. The sword case flew to his feet, lifting him into the air. In the next moment, Su Yu unleashed his 100 sword strikes, sending the Qianshui sword and Qingyu sword whistling toward Bai Lang. Clang! Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Bai Lang laughed maniacally. Su Yu, is this all you've got? Your attacks are no better than a tickle. Before he finished speaking, Bai Lang swung his blood-red longsword, releasing a razor-sharp wave of sword energy aimed directly at Su Yu. Su Yu swiftly maneuvered his sword case, ascending a few more meters to easily dodge the attack. At the same time, he directed the Qianshui sword and Qingyu sword to continue their fierce assault on Bai Lang. Despite his disdainful words, Bai Lang was secretly astonished by the speed, power, and lethality of the two swords. They were only slightly less potent than his own attacks. It was important to note that Su Yu was merely at level 15, while Bai Lang was a formidable level 39. The difference between them was a staggering 24 levels. Moreover, Bai Lang was an S-rank swordsman, clad in purple and red gear. In a straightforward contest of strength, Bai Lang was confident he could defeat Su Yu. However, with Su Yu utilizing the sword case to stay airborne, Bai Lang's sword energy couldn't reach him. Meanwhile, Su Yu could continuously launch attacks with the Qianshui sword and Qingyu sword. In this situation, Bai Lang found himself unable to land a hit or secure a victory, which left him increasingly frustrated. Su Yu, if you have the guts, come down here and fight me, Bai Lang shouted, exasperated. Su Yu looked down at Bai Lang and sneered. Ha, Bai Lang, did a donkey kick your head? How could you ask such a stupid question? Why don't you say you'll suppress your strength to level 15 and fight me? Are you afraid I'd beat the crap out of you? These words completely infuriated Bai Lang, who swung his sword even more ferociously. Su Yu, even so, you can't do anything to me. One day I'll make you pay. Su Yu silently lamented Bai Lang's narrow-mindedness but outwardly laughed. Is that so? Today, I'll give you a show, so you don't embarrass our academy in the future. With that, he took a hearty swig from his wine gourd. Su Yu stood in the center of the crowd, his eyes piercing as he stared at Jin Lu and Yang Kai, members of the Feng Disciplinary Committee. His voice was calm but filled with skepticism. If you're not an official school organization and don't have the school's endorsement, what right does the Feng Disciplinary Committee have to interfere in matters between Bai Lang and me? His words were like a bombshell, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Discussions erupted, and someone suddenly realized, yeah, Su Yu has a point. We've never questioned the source of the Feng Disciplinary Committee's authority. Jin Lu and Yang Kai exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Their reaction only solidified the crowd's suspicions that the Feng Disciplinary Committee might not be an official organization and possibly lacked formal school authorization. Someone in the crowd scoffed. Who gave this self-proclaimed Feng Disciplinary Committee the right to control us? Jin Lu felt the situation spiraling out of control, cold sweat forming on his forehead. He tried to maintain his composure and sneered. Heh, you're the first person at Shanha Academy to speak to us like this. Su Yu remained unmoved, his gaze sharp as a knife. Without official recognition, you're arbitrarily deciding on matters between students. It seems the Feng Disciplinary Committee doesn't respect the school or the principal at all. Jin Lu and Yang Kai exchanged another look and slowly started advancing towards Su Yu. Jin Lu lowered his voice, threatening, today, you'll come with us whether you like it or not. Su Yu smirked disdainfully. And why should I? Jin Li's eyes gleamed with malice as he sneered. Because we're stronger and more numerous than you. Is that so? I wouldn't be so sure. A confident smile curled on Su Yu's lips. He suddenly raised his voice and called out, you've seen enough of the spectacle. It's time for you all to come out and introduce yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, several voices responded from the crowd. 7 figures emerged, representing Longdu, Dongyu, Nanyu, Shiyu, Beiyu, Zhongyu, and the Yun family of Longdu. Each introduced themselves with an imposing presence. Longdu, Long family, Long Qianqian, at your service. Dongyu, Chao family, Chao Shi, at your service. Nanyu, Su family village, Su Kuan, at your service. Shiyu, Jing family, Jingli at your service. Beiyu, Yuan family, Yuan Tai, at your service. Zhongyu, Wei family, Wei Lai, at your service. Longdu, Yun family, Yun Yuyu, at your service. These 7 individuals seemed to appear out of nowhere, quickly forming a solid wall of support around Su Yu. Their presence instantly tipped the balance of the situation. When Su Yu and Ouyang Hao went to meet Ling Shuang, Chao Shi, Yun Yuyu, Su Kuan, Jingli, and Yuan Tai arrived at the Shanha Academy as planned. They had agreed on the time in their small group chat, so they arrived one after another with little time difference. Following Long Qianqian's location pin, the 5 quickly found the villa. While they were busy settling into their rooms, they suddenly heard the sounds of intense combat nearby. Long Qianqian merely glanced at the source before leading everyone to the scene. The sight was shocking. Su Yu was fighting Bai Lang, a level 39 opponent, and had the upper hand. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai were unfazed, their expressions calm. However, Su Kuan, Chao Shi, Jingli, and Yuan Tai couldn't help but marvel inwardly. In just a few days, Su Yu's strength had improved so dramatically. Yun Yuyu, on the other hand, was different. She curiously observed Su Yu, thinking, he's quite handsome and strong. No wonder Qianqian likes him so much, even going out of her way for him. When Su Yu stood his ground against the disciplinary committee, Yun Yuyu and the others couldn't help but feel a bit worried. They had heard of the committee's reputation, an organization tasked with maintaining discipline at the Shanha Academy, with many high-level students among its members. The committee's president was a formidable level 46, Forturn expert. Despite this, upon hearing Su Yu's voice, they resolutely stood by his side. Their goal in coming to the Shanha Academy was to form a team with Su Yu and progress together. At this moment, Su Yu needed support, and they wouldn't hesitate to provide it. As they introduced themselves one by one, Jean Li's alarm bells went off. Although the Yuan family from the northern region and the Wei family from the central region were not well known, the Long family and Yun family from the Dragon capital, the Su family from the southern region, the Chao family from the eastern region, and the Jing family from the western region were all prestigious families in the Long Kingdom. These people standing together must come from families with deep roots and formidable strength. Jianlu regretted it deeply, realizing he had inadvertently stirred up a hornet's nest. Mishandling this could lead to serious consequences. Thinking this, Jianlu glanced at Bai Lang, cursing him inwardly. If it weren't for this damned guy, none of this would have happened. But then again, Bai Lang had a powerful cousin. Bai Lang was also bewildered. He hadn't expected Long Qianqian, Yun Yuyu, and the others to stand with Su Yu. In ancient times, these would have been the young lords and ladies of noble families. How could they be with a poor boy like Su Yu, and even seem to follow his lead? Bai Lang thought to himself. He only wanted to suppress Su Yu a bit, to show him who really held power at Shanha Academy. As long as Su Yu admitted his mistake, this would all be over. But now, at that moment, a familiar voice rang out. You must be Su Yu? Quite bold and spirited. Hearing this, Bai Lang's face lit up with joy. He turned to see Lu Feng emerging from the crowd. Cousin, Bai Lang began, only to be met with a sharp slap. He looked at Lu Feng in disbelief, while Lu Feng, though slightly shorter, had eyes filled with cold fury and scolded. What are you looking at? Apologize immediately. Bai Lang wanted to argue, but Lu Feng shot him another glare and coldly asked, You won't even listen to me now? Yes. Bai Lang dared not retort, turning to Su Yu to apologize. It was my fault today. I shouldn't have disturbed you, Junior. I'm sorry. Su Yu didn't look at him, his gaze falling on Lu Feng as he calmly asked, If I hadn't been strong enough, what would have happened today? Lu Feng immediately understood that this was Su Yu's way of demanding an apology. He thought to himself, this junior is quite interesting. Lu Feng stepped forward, took out a blue item, and handed it to Su Yu, saying, It was my failure to teach him well. I apologize to you, Su Yu. Su Yu looked at him with clear eyes but did not take the blue item. Instead, he said calmly, Thank you both for teaching me a lesson. I will remember this well, and visit you to express my gratitude someday. Lu Feng gave Su Yu a deep look, put away the blue item, and said, Very well. I look forward to your visit, Su Yu. With that, he turned and left. Bai Lang glared at Su Yu with resentment, but followed reluctantly. Jianlu also memorized Su Yu's appearance and quietly left. As Yang Kai departed, he sighed inwardly. He had called Lu Feng, but the issue seemed unresolved. This junior Su Yu was indeed too proud. As the excitement died down, the surrounding students began to disperse. Some whispered, Su Yu is really arrogant. He's a prodigy. Isn't it normal for him to be proud? But Lu Feng is a level 46, fourth-turn expert, and Bai Lang is also about to reach the fourth turn. So what? You didn't see it earlier, but Bai Lang was almost pinned to the ground. A student taunted, causing a wave of laughter around him. Exactly. Just give Suyu some time, and even Lu Feng won't be able to beat him, another student chimed in. That is, if Lu Feng gives him the time. Lu Feng is the president of the disciplinary committee, after all. Someone reminded. Heh, things are about to get interesting at Shanha Academy. A student, eager for drama, said excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Yeah, why worry so much? Just enjoy the show. Hey, how long do you think it will take for Suyu to defeat Lu Feng? At least a year, I bet. The students chatted animatedly, the entire campus buzzing with excitement over the conflict. Meanwhile, in the principal's office at Shanha Academy, Ling Shuang was deep in thought, her brows furrowed. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she mused. Bai Lang is getting more and more arrogant. No matter what, Suyu is my nominal disciple. The first day he arrives, Bai Lang goes to cause trouble. It's like he doesn't respect me at all. Ling Shuang's fingers lightly tapped the desk. This time, even if that guy from the Bai family protects him, he must be taught a lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Shuang pressed the intercom on her desk. Luo Bingyan, come to my office. A moment later, a tall, elegant woman with striking features entered. She wore a red suit of armor that accentuated her curvaceous figure. Teacher, you wanted to see me? Luo Bingyan asked respectfully. Ling Shuang nodded slightly and gave her instructions directly. Go teach Bai Lang a lesson and keep Lu Feng occupied for a while. Give your junior brother some time to develop. Hearing this, Luo Bingyan's eyes suddenly took on a wistful look, as if she were gazing at an unfaithful lover. She sighed softly. It seems that in your heart, teacher, I'm still not as good as my junior brother. Ling Shuang was taken aback and asked in confusion. What do you mean by that? Luo Bingyan replied wistfully. Teacher, you once said you wanted me to stay hidden until the National Higher Education Exchange Competition to surprise the other academies. But now, you're willing to expose me for the sake of my junior brother. Doesn't that mean you think he's more important than me? Ling Shuang felt exasperated and said, Stop being so dramatic. You don't lack levels, skills, or equipment right now. What you lack is real combat experience. I'm sending you to deal with Bai Lang and Lu Feng to gain some practical experience. Upon hearing this, Luo Bingyan's face lit up with a smile. She quickly moved to Ling Shuang's side, hugging her alabaster arm and pouting playfully. I knew teacher cared about me the most. Ling Shuang immediately pulled her arm away and said dismissively, Get going. I have other matters to attend to. Luo Bingyan huffed, complaining as she walked toward the door. When there's work to be done, I'm the good student. When there's not, I'm the useless disciple. You're so heartless, teacher. With that, she hurried out of the principal's office, leaving Ling Shuang shaking her head and smiling wryly. In the luxurious mansion of Shanhua Academy, 3 men Bai Lang, Yang Kai, and Jean Le stood as straight as spears, barely daring to breathe. Lu Feng, who had been seated on the sofa for a long time, finally spoke. You two can leave. Bai Lang stay. Feeling as if pardoned, Yang Kai and Jean Lu hurriedly left. Once they were gone, Bai Lang relaxed and spoke bluntly. Cousin, why are you so courteous to Suyu? He's just a poor kid from Luo City. His voice trailed off, realizing how ridiculous his words sounded. Lu Feng glanced at him, and Bai Lang instantly understood his mistake, a look of dismay crossing his face. He then grasped the significance of Suyuan SS-rated first turn, top scorer in the college entrance exams, and recipient of SS-level training resources and student privileges at Shanhua Academy. Each accomplishment was enviable, let alone all combined in one person. Shaking his head, Lu Feng said, It's not a problem if you want to provoke him, but the mistake lies in your lack of strength. If you could break through to the fourth turn, it would be a different story. He elaborated on the characteristics of the swordsman profession and strategies to counter long-range attacks, enlightening Bai Lang. Seeing the renewed determination in Bai Lang's eyes, Lu Feng didn't dampen his spirits but sternly reminded him, Remember, avoid distractions. Bai Lang hesitantly argued that the girls were too enthusiastic and forward. Lu Feng sneered and decided that Bai Lang would share a room with him. Bai Lang immediately grew nervous, revealing the real reason Lu Feng couldn't find a girlfriend: his thunderous snoring. Lu Feng was taken aback, suddenly understanding the origin of his nickname, Thunderblade. At that moment, Long Chanqian was introducing Lu Feng to Su Yu and others. She explained that while the nickname was somewhat mocking, Lu Feng's strength was undeniable. As a lightning-based swordsman, his combat prowess was formidable. Yun Yu timidly mentioned that, as a healer, she couldn't possibly defeat Lu Feng. Wei Lai immediately offered to stand up for her. Amid the laughter, Long Chanqian skillfully changed the subject, reminding everyone to rest and consider how to utilize their training resources and points. Tomorrow, after completing the exchange, everyone will begin the Destiny Dungeon. Su Yu solemnly reminded everyone to be well prepared, and they all nodded in agreement. Long Qianqian, along with Qiao Shi and Yun Yuyu, quietly chatted as they walked towards a nearby villa, while the remaining 5 chose their rooms to settle in. As night fell, Su Yu treated everyone to a sumptuous dinner in the cafeteria, spending points liberally. The next morning, sunlight bathed the buildings of Shanha Academy as the group, brimming with energy, headed to the logistics office. Inside the logistics office, an array of equipment, potions, and scrolls were on display. Su Yu carefully browsed the exchange list and his eyes lit up. Epic equipment, enhancement scrolls, enchantment scrolls, and even 6th-tier attribute scrolls were all available. These treasures were priceless in the outside world. Although the exchange required 100,000 points, at least there was a way to obtain them. No wonder even a 5th-tier expert like Ouyang Hao was willing to work at the school. Further down the list, dark gold equipment and related scrolls required 10,000 points. Red gear was 1,000 points, purple gear was only 100 points, and blue gear was as cheap as 10 points. Su Yu calculated and finally decided to redeem 5 purple equipment enhancement scrolls, along with a pair of purple bracers and leggings. After completing the exchange, Su Yu eagerly used the scrolls. In an instant, 3 long swords, the newly acquired bracers, and leggings all underwent a qualitative change. The long sword's attack and overall attributes increased by 200 each, and the bracers and leggings also saw similar boosts, activating the 6-piece bonus of the Luyun set. Satisfied, Su Yu donned his gear. 5 purple long swords, a 6-piece purple set, a purple sword box, and a purple gourd, all radiating a purple glow. He thought to himself that if he had this equipment yesterday, Bai Lang wouldn't have stood a chance. With anticipation, Su Yu opened his character panel to carefully check the attribute changes. Even though he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise at the astonishing numbers, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Su Yu stared at his character's attribute panel, a flash of disbelief in his eyes. All 4 attributes had surpassed the 3,300-point mark, far exceeding those of players at his level. He chuckled softly, taking in the astonishing numbers. "Yugo, what did you exchange to make you smile like that?" Wei Lai began, but upon noticing Yun Yuyu nearby, he quickly changed his tone. "So cunning." Su Yu shot Wei Lai a glare, and then looked around at everyone. "Have you all finished your exchanges?" After receiving affirmative nods, Su Yu inquired about the discount situation. Long Qianqian and others enjoyed a 20 discount, while he received a 30 discount. Without hesitation, Su Yu exchanged for a dozen super potions and distributed them among his teammates. Back at the villa, Su Ning took out a newly acquired Opportunity Dungeon scroll. The system promptly displayed the mission prompt, presenting 3 difficulty levels. Su Yu chose the highest difficulty, Inferno, without hesitation. The reward was an exclusive Jianxian blind box. With everyone watching expectantly, Su Yu opened the scroll. Accompanied by the system prompt sound, the 8 of them instantly vanished from the villa. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a dimly lit mineshaft. The system interface showed dungeon name, Death Mine, difficulty Inferno, current party size 8. Before Su Yu could take a closer look, a short, stout man suddenly appeared under the dim lights. With a beaming smile and squinting eyes, he assessed the group. "Dear warriors, I've been waiting for you." The man, who introduced himself as Qian Duo, rambled on about his gratitude to the city lord, and then revealed the mission's purposito: eliminate the miners infected by abyssal forces and restore normal operations to the mine. After a brief acknowledgement, Su Yu immediately arranged the team formation. Yun Yuyu was responsible for buffs, Jingli for stealth scouting, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai took the front, Long Qianqian and others stayed in the middle, while Su Yu and Jigu covered the rear. They hadn't gone far when they encountered the first wave of enemies. A group of ragged, emaciated miners, who would have resembled beggars if not for their eyes glowing with a crimson light. The smell of the living. "Kill them! Eat them!" the infected miners screeched as they charged. Before Su Yu could give an order, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai had already rushed forward. The battle erupted instantly. Before Su Yu could give any orders, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai stood firm like impenetrable walls, blocking the oncoming miners. Despite the miners being elite level 20, they couldn't inflict any significant damage on these 2 resilient warriors. Seizing the opportunity, Long Qianqian, Qiao Shi, and Su Kuan launched a fierce attack. Su Yu didn't join the battle. Instead, he carefully observed everyone's performance. Perhaps due to Yun Yuyu's presence, Wei Lai seemed particularly valiant. He absorbed damage while continuously swinging his shield, dealing heavy blows to the enemies. In contrast, Yuan Tai remained composed, focusing on defense without initiating attacks. Facing the elite level 20 miners, the 2 of them worked seamlessly, showing no signs of strain. Long Qianqian moved with agility, her strikes as swift as lightning, each blow felling an elite miner instantly. Qiao Shi summoned 2 small zombies and used her bow for ranged attacks, each of her and her zombie strikes taking down an enemy. Su Kuan, dressed in a yellow kasaya, wielded an AK-47 in each hand, precisely taking out targets with single shots. Jingli had not yet appeared as he was scouting the surrounding terrain. However, given his outstanding performance at the central training camp, handling these elite level 20 enemies should be a piece of cake for him. Yun Yu followed the team closely, her round face showing intense concentration. Whenever Wei Lai, Yuan Tai, or Long Qianqian's health dropped, she promptly used her silver needles to restore their health. The teamwork seemed flawless, but to Su Yu, it was merely adequate. After clearing out the wave of enemies, he began to offer guidance. Next time we encounter enemies, Xiaoxi and Chicken should strike first to reduce their health. Wei Lai will be the main tank and engage first. Yuan Tai will be the secondary tank, handling the remaining enemies. Qianqian and Jingli will assist Yuan Tai, while Xiaoxi and Chicken coordinate with Wei Lai. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickly implemented the new strategy when the next wave of elite level 21 miners attacked. This time, their efficiency in killing enemies significantly improved. Su Yu nodded in approval. Wei Lai's defense surpassed Yuan Tai's, making him more suitable as the main tank. Long Qianqian, Jingli, Xiaoxi, and Su Kuan had high damage output, each capable of instant kills, so concentrating their firepower would be wasteful. As for Su Yu himself, there was no need for him to intervene. These enemies weren't enough to challenge Long Qianqian and the others. Besides, with his current strength, if he got involved, the others wouldn't have a chance to showcase their skills. Long Qianqian and the others understood this well. A warrior capable of soloing a level 25 star diamond boss wouldn't need to lift a finger against these sub-level 25 elite monsters. It was better to conserve his strength for the boss. Meanwhile, they could use this opportunity to hone their skills. After they defeated the third wave of elite level 23 miners, Jingli reported on the situation ahead. Beyond the elite level 24 and 25 miners were the level 25 commander level miners, followed by the level 26 silver boss miner captain. Hearing this news, everyone was thrilled. This truly was a treasure trove of opportunities. Encountering a silver boss so quickly meant a chance to obtain rare equipment. Su Yu smiled and said, "You all heard that, let's move out." Wei Lai responded loudly, "Let's go. Time to take down the silver boss." Su Kuan chimed in with a grin, "Guns at the ready, follow me, let's kill the boss and grab some loot." Everyone laughed heartily, their morale soaring. They swiftly cleared the elite level 24 miners, effortlessly crushed the level 25 commander level miners, and finally stood before the level 26 silver boss. Miner Captain Su Dali. Silver boss. Race, Abyssal race. Level, 26. Strength, 2,880. Agility, 2,675. Spirit, 2031. Stamina, 2,749. Skills, Undying Demon Body, Miner's Rage, Furious Strike, Pickaxe Assault. Evaluation. Originally the captain of the miner squad, he was infected with abyssal power but never forgot his duty, leading the miners to guard the death mine. His strength is not particularly high, making him suitable for practice. Long Qianqian and the other stats should also be over 2,000. Having been able to solo a level 23 silver boss during the college entrance exams, soloing a level 26 silver boss now shouldn't be an issue. Su Yu scanned the crowd, a glint of challenge in his eyes. Anyone up for a unknown? As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Lai eagerly stepped forward. "I'll go first," he declared, gripping a round shield in each hand and charging at the mine foreman with fierce determination. After a round of combat, Wei Lai realized that wielding two shields maximized his professional skills, so he decisively abandoned other weapons. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sounds of impact echoed through the mine. The foreman's strength was formidable, forcing Wei Lai to retreat a few steps with each blow. However, as his defense values stacked up, Wei Lai gradually held his ground, matching his opponent blow for blow. Wei Lai's stats had surpassed 2,000 points, and with his defense values stacking, he even exceeded the foreman's strength. In the ensuing battle, Wei Lai completely controlled the pace. Shield bash, shield slam, shield counter. He unleashed a series of counterattacks, and the foreman's health bar visibly dwindled. Su Yu silently observed and noticed that Wei Lai's combat style had become much steadier, no longer filled with flashy moves. "Wei Lai, step down. Yuan Tai, your turn." Upon hearing the command, the two swiftly switched places. Returning to the team, Wei Lai glanced at his health, which was still at 70, and immediately sought help from Yun Yu. "Yu, heal me up. My health bar isn't full." Though Yun Yu huffed lightly, she quietly restored him to full health. Wei Lai grinned and turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Yuan Tai, a standard defensive warrior, blocked with his shield in his left hand and attacked with a short sword in his right. However, facing a level 26 silver boss, he struggled, his face showing the strain. With stats slightly lower than Wei Lai's, he soon began to falter. "Qianqian, you're up. Swap with Yuan Tai." Long Qianqian responded swiftly, seamlessly taking over the foreman's attacks. Yuan Tai retreated, sighing inwardly. Wei Lai noticed and comforted him. I just have the advantage of my profession and equipment. Once we finish this quest, it'll help you unlock a hidden profession. Then, we'll be the strongest tank duo in the Shanha Academy. Yuan Tai's face lit up with a smile at these words. On the battlefield, Long Qianqian moved like the wind, deftly dodging the foreman's attacks. Her strikes were sharp and powerful, each blow causing the foreman significant pain and rapidly depleting his health bar. Soon, the level 26 silver boss was on the defensive. Xiaoxi, your turn. With Su Ye's command, a tall zombie rushed forward, replacing Long Qianqian. A shorter zombie stood nearby, drawing a bow and firing arrows to support the attack. Xiaoxi handled the foreman with ease, quickly gaining control of the situation. Ji Gu, it's your time to shine. Su Yu shouted. No problem at all. Su Kuan responded, brandishing an AK-47 in each hand and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the foreman. Not only did he cover Xiao Zai's retreat, but he also inflicted significant damage on the foreman. Su Yu noted that Su Kun's attacks had a knockback effect, pushing the foreman back several steps each time he tried to approach. With the foreman's health down to 20, Su Yu called Su Kuan to stop and let Jingli take over. Jingli didn't move immediately, but waited for the right moment. When the foreman was just 3 meters away from Su Kuan, Jingli suddenly appeared behind the boss. His daggers flashed like lightning, precisely piercing the foreman's head and heart. The foreman's health bar instantly dropped to 0, and 3 glowing orbs appeared in the air. Loot drop! The team exclaimed, their eyes shining with anticipation. Long Qianqian and the others watched the glowing orb with eager eyes. Although they understood that a level 26 silver boss was unlikely to drop anything spectacular, the rewards from special dungeons were always full of surprises. Su Yu chuckled and suggested, I know Wei Lai has good luck. If anyone else thinks they're lucky, they can join him and try their hand. Everyone was eager to participate, and eventually, Wei Lai, Xiao Shi, and Yun Yu stepped forward to try. Moments later, 3 treasures appeared before them. Xiao Shi held a level 25 purple chest armor, suitable for defensive roles, but with average stats. Yun Yu got a level 25 purple ring, also with average stats, suitable for healing roles. Wei Lai, on the other hand, was lucky enough to obtain an attribute enhancement scroll usable by anyone below the 2nd class advancement. Wei Lai grinned triumphantly. Looks like my luck is still the best. Although level 25 purple equipment could be worth hundreds of thousands in the market, it paled in comparison to the attribute enhancement scroll, which could easily fetch a starting price of $1 million. So you looked around and said, we can't use these items right now, so let's have Qianqian hold on to them. After we defeat the final boss, we'll distribute them. If no one needs them, we'll exchange them for points at the school logistics office and split the points evenly. Everyone agreed to this previously decided plan without objection. Let's move on. Su Yu ordered, Jingli, scout ahead. Everyone else, maintain formation. Wei Lai, lead the way. Jingli disappeared in response. Wei Lai strode forward, and the others followed closely behind. Su Yu stayed at the rear, ready to strike with his 5 long swords at any moment. The mine grew darker and more winding, and the monsters became increasingly powerful. The first wave of level 26 elite miners wielded pickaxes, with much higher attack power than the previous elite miners. Wei Lai had to find a narrow spot to reduce the incoming attacks, while Yuan Tai struggled to handle 4 or 5 monsters at once. Fortunately, Long Qianqian, Xiao Shi, and Su Kun's strong output prevented Yun Yu from being overwhelmed with healing. Su Yu observed the battle without intervening, allowing the team to practice their coordination. After defeating the first wave, the team took a short break before pressing on. The second wave of level 27 elite miners was even more challenging. These monsters were shirtless, with human bodies but skull heads. Su Yu immediately adjusted the tactics. Wei Lai, Yuan Tai, try to pull fewer monsters. Xiao Shi, Ji Gu, suppress from a distance. Qianqian, Yu, maintain normal output and healing. The group quickly adapted their attack methods, and arrows and bullets rained down, instantly killing many monsters. The pressure on Wei Lai and Yuan Tai eased significantly, and Yun Yu also felt less strained. Before they could catch their breath, Jingli hurried back. More monsters are coming. Get ready. A large group of level 28 elite miners followed him. The team immediately engaged, with Su Kuan and Xiao Zai's projectiles hitting the enemies first. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai fought hard, but the level 28 monsters, with their 2,100 strength attribute, proved to be a tough challenge. The battle grew increasingly intense, and Yun Yu struggled to heal 4 people simultaneously. Seeing this, Su Yu finally took action. His Qin Shui sword flew out of its sheath, cutting through the dark mine like a dragon, effortlessly slicing through the monsters. With the overwhelming attribute difference, no monster could withstand a single strike. In the blink of an eye, dozens of minor monsters fell, and the Qin Shui sword quietly returned to its sheath. Yu Gu is amazing. Yu Gu is awesome. Wei Lai shouted excitedly, his pressure instantly relieved. The others were almost stunned. If not for Wei Lei's shout, they might have forgotten they were in a battle. Level 28 elite monsters being killed in one strike. Just how strong was Su Yu? With less than a week until the college entrance exams, his prowess was unbelievable. The team finally understood why Su Yu hadn't intervened earlier. If he had, there would have been nothing left for them to do. As proud prodigies, they also wanted to prove themselves. Thus, they unanimously intensified their attacks. Long Qianqian smirked as she watched. She knew that when they saw Su Yu's full power, they would be truly astonished. Clearing this wave of monsters, the team continued forward. After defeating a wave of level 29 elite minor monsters, everyone leveled up. Finally, they encountered the second boss they had been anticipating. Mining engineer Cheng Qing, a level 30 abyss race gold boss, stood deep within the dimly lit mine. Her undead body exuded an unsettling aura, with her stats nearly reaching 4,000 in all 4 attributes, just slightly below the star diamond boss they faced during the college entrance exams. Su Yu stared at the countdown, calculating in his mind. Everyone, give it a try. Follow the sequence we discussed earlier, Su Yu suggested, receiving enthusiastic responses from the group. The defeat by the level 25 star diamond boss during the exams still lingered in their minds. Now, with their increased strength, they felt confident facing this level 30 gold boss. Wei Lai was the first to strike, engaging Cheng Qing in fierce combat. Su Yu observed carefully and quickly deciphered the boss's skills. The undead body reduced damage and increased defense. The trolley charge summoned mine trolleys for a powerful impact. The drill assault combined with it for massive damage, and the engineer's summon could call forth 10 level 30 leader tier minor monsters at once. Even with Wei Lai's impressive defense, he struggled against the summoned creatures. Fortunately, Su Yu's quick commands brought Yuan Tai to the rescue, barely holding off the enemy's onslaught. Seeing this, the others joined the battle, abandoning any thoughts of soloing the boss. In under 10 minutes, the level 30 gold boss was defeated, dropping 3 glowing orbs. Yuan Tai, Jingli, and Su Kuan stepped forward to claim the treasures. Yuan Tai obtained a pair of level 25 purple shoes, perfect for an assassin like Jingli. Jingli found a level 25 purple knee guard that boosted attack power by 173 points. Su Kuan had the best luck, acquiring a super healing potion recipe scroll. The group studied the scroll's attributes. Blue quality, requiring a level 15 alchemist, with simple materials and powerful effects, instant recovery of 50 health, followed by 2 per second for 10 seconds, with a 5-minute cooldown, effective for those below the second job change. Everyone marveled at this life-saving item, and Su Yu suggested they keep it safe and discuss its use later. After a short rest, the team pressed on. This time, Su Yu didn't let Jingli scout ahead, as the level 30 leader tier monsters were too dangerous for her. Not far along, they encountered their first wave of level 30 elite minor monsters. These creatures had fully transformed into skeletons, with only their pickaxes hinting at their former identities. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai became more cautious, as these monsters had attributes exceeding 2,000 in all 4 stats. While they could handle 2 or 3 with ease, facing a horde was a different challenge. Yun Yu worked tirelessly to heal them, her cheeks flushed with tension. She didn't expect to face such intense combat on her second day here. Fortunately, as a hidden class Frostheart healer, her formidable healing abilities barely kept her going. Jingli, Xiao Shi, and Su Kuan also felt immense pressure, silently giving their all in the attacks. Facing level 30 elite minor monsters, they could no longer achieve instant kills. After observing for a moment, Su Yu decisively ordered, Xiao Shi, team up with Qian Qian to assist Wei Lai in taking down the monsters. Ji Gu, support Jingli and back up Yuan Tai. The team immediately adjusted their formation, and their efficiency in killing monsters significantly increased, needing only 1 attack to take down each monster. After dealing with this wave of over 100 elite monsters, the group had to take a break to recover their strength and mental energy. Su Yu stood guard vigilantly, knowing that in this deadly mine, monsters could ambush them at any moment. Once rested, they moved forward. As the mine grew darker, the tension began to mount. Soon, they encountered a second wave of monsters. Unlike before, this time they faced level 30 commander level minor monsters, along with minor warriors, mages, and archers. These creatures wore tattered armor or robes and wielded various weapons, their bones as hard as iron. The moment the enemies spotted Wei Lai and Yuan Tai, they launched a fierce attack. Fireballs, ice blades, and arrows rained down, forcing the duo to raise their shields in defense. Before Su Yu could issue an order, Xiao Shi and Su Kuan had already targeted the enemy mages and archers, launching a counterattack. Scanning the 100-plus commander-level monsters, Su Yu swiftly drew his Qin Shui sword. The blade's light flashed like lightning across the low ceiling of the mine, precisely cutting down the enemy's rear-line mages and archers. The sword light weaved through the enemy ranks like a serpent, taking out dozens of ranged units in the blink of an eye. The pressure on Wei Lai and the others lessened considerably, and they marveled at Su Yu's prowess. The third wave consisted entirely of level 31 commander-level minor warriors, mages, and archers. After another show of force to alleviate the pressure, Suyu let Long Qian and the others continue the fight. Once they had dealt with this batch of monsters, they didn't have to go far before encountering a massive door several meters high, guarded by two Silverdeer boss-level monsters. Abyssal Warrior Reno and Abyssal Priest White, once lovers, now stand as level 32 silver bosses guarding the Abyssal Sorcerer. Reno, clad in full armor with a gleaming long sword, stands ready, while White, draped in a blood-red robe and holding a matching staff, reveals a delicate face partially hidden. Suyu swiftly formulated a strategy. Wei Lai would engage Reno, Yuan Tai would distract White, and the others would focus their firepower on the female boss first. However, Reno would not stand idly by as his beloved was attacked. He dashed forward, shielding White behind him, and roared, "If you want to kill White, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Wei Lai charged at Reno, meeting his fierce sword Hedon. With a resounding clash, Wei Lai was pushed back several steps, his health bar dropping by 5. Seeing this, Yuan Tai immediately moved to support, engaging Reno in combat. Meanwhile, White's gaze locked onto Yun Yu, clearly recognizing the healer's importance. Just as she was about to strike, Jingli suddenly appeared behind her. 2 sharp daggers slashed at her throat, and with a sickening squelch, White's health bar dropped by 5. Reacting quickly, White enveloped herself in a blood-red shield for protection. Jingli attempted another attack, but couldn't penetrate the defense. Seizing the moment, White cast a spell that hit Yun Yu, who let out a groan as her health bar plummeted by 10. "I can hold on. Focus on taking down the boss." Yun Yu gritted her teeth and urged. Upon hearing this, Long Qian, Jingli, Qiao Shi, and Su Kuan concentrated their firepower on Reno. Despite his formidable strength, Reno struggled against the coordinated assault of 6 fighters. After fending off Wei Lai and Yuan Tai, he was forced to defend against Long Qian's lightning-infused attacks, slowing his movements. Jingli seized the fleeting opportunity, plunging her dagger into a gap in Reno's armor, drawing a gush of blood. Following her lead, Qiao Shi's arrows and Su Kuan's bullets whizzed through the air, striking Reno's armor with a clatter. Wei Lai then charged with his shield, pinning Reno in place. Under the relentless barrage, even Reno began to falter. He quickly activated his bone barrier, surrounding himself with skeletal remains. Once the bones absorbed enough damage, they transformed into sharp blades, flying toward the group. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai stepped forward, using their shields to block most of the bone shards. Long Qian and Jingli took cover behind them, while Qiao Shi, Su Kuan, and Yun Yu, being further away, managed to evade the attack. Suyu remained unscathed. Seeing the dire situation, White stopped her assault on Yun Yu and turned to heal Reno. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides locked in a fierce exchange, neither able to gain a decisive advantage. This can't go on, Suyu thought to himself. Although honing their skills was important, this was taking up too much time. With that thought, he didn't hesitate and summoned the Qianshui sword again, aiming its sharp edge directly at the male boss. The sword light flashed like lightning, finding a tiny gap and slashing down hard. With a loud bang, the Qianshui sword struck the male boss's long sword, knocking it to the ground. Immediately after, the Qingyu sword, carrying the force of an avalanche, whistled through the air at a speed faster than arrows and bullets, slicing precisely at the male boss's neck. With a squelch, blood spurted out, staining the ground. The male boss's health bar instantly hit 0, and he collapsed. Just as Suyu and his team were about to turn their attention to the female boss, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Rise again, my love." Before the words had finished, a blood-red pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the male boss's corpse. In an instant, the male boss was fully revived, shouting energetically, "I fight for you, my lady." Suyu and his team realized that this was the female boss's troublesome resurrection skill. Despite the somewhat melodramatic lines, the priority was to kill the boss, everything else was secondary. Understanding the boss's skills, Suyu made a quick decision and ignored the male boss. The Qianshui sword and Qingyu sword rained down on the female boss like a storm. Although this level 32 silver boss was quite powerful, she seemed helpless before Suyu, unable to last even 20 seconds. This wasn't without reason. Suyu's attributes had already surpassed the 3,000 mark. Against a creature with just over 4,000 attributes, his attack power was overwhelming. After the female boss fell, the male boss naturally met the same fate and was easily defeated. However, Wei Lai and the others felt no sense of accomplishment. They were surprised to find that the time it took for them to kill the male boss together was almost the same as the time Suyu took to deal with the female boss alone. This meant that Suyu's output alone could match the combined effort of several of them. Of course, to be fair, this comparison wasn't entirely just. The male boss, as a warrior, had more health than the female boss. But this minor difference didn't change the overall situation. Alright, let's see what loot they dropped, Suyu said nonchalantly, not paying attention to his teammates' mixed feelings. You'll get used to this in time. Once you do, it won't seem so overwhelming. Upon hearing this, Long Qianqian smiled knowingly and joined Suyu in examining the two glowing drops. Suyu reached out and retrieved a level 25 purple necklace from the light. Long Qianqian pulled out a purple equipment enhancement scroll. After handing these precious items to Long Qianqian for safekeeping, the group stepped forward in unison and pushed open the door ahead. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, so blinding that Suyu and his companions could barely keep their eyes open. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai reacted swiftly, raising their shields to protect the others. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 muffled thuds, Suyu squinted against the intense light and finally saw the scene before him. At the center of the large, light-filled room stood a hunched, white-haired old man draped in a black robe, surrounded by a variety of colorful bottles and jars. The moment his murky eyes met Suyu's, a strange gleam flashed in them. You have finally come. The old man's raspy voice carried a hint of anticipation. Wei Lai responded loudly, Heh, we're here, and today will be your last. His eyes flicked to his shield, noting the scorch marks and ice shards left on it, and felt a chill of fear. Without the shield's protection, he might have been hit by fireballs and ice arrows. Yuan Tai, similarly shaken, glanced down at his own shield, seeing it pitted and corroded by venom, its durability down to just 20 points. A system notification suddenly popped up. Abyssal Sorcerer, Augustus Star Diamond. Boss Race, Abyssal Demon. Level, 30. Strength, 4,560. Agility, 4,210. Spirit, 5,890. Stamina, 5,730. Skills, Immortal Body, Fireball, Ice Arrow, Repelling Fire Ring, Ice Blade Storm, Shadow Corrosion. Description: he is a sorcerer from the Abyss, proficient in basic magic. After being summoned from the Abyss, he has been obsessed with regaining his youth. Suyu felt a chill in his heart. This was a level 30 star diamond boss with nearly 6,000 in attributes. Not an easy foe. Augustus sneered. So, you've already slain Reno and White. How heart-wrenching. They were a pair of lovers devoted to each other till death. I can't believe you do such a thing. His tone turned sinister. In that case, you little brats will stay here and guard the door for me. Before his words had fully faded, countless sharp ice blades coalesced in front of Augustus, shooting towards Suyu and his team like a storm. Holy shield! Wei Lai shouted, and a massive, transparent shield materialized in front of the group, blocking the onslaught of ice blades. Bang, bang, bang. The room echoed with the deafening sounds of impact. The ice blade storm lasted for 5 seconds, leaving Wei Lai's health bar dangerously low. Seeing this, Yun Yu quickly cast a healing spell, barely keeping Wei Lai's health above 20. Old Yuan, it's your turn to hold the line. Wei Lai gritted his teeth. Yuan Tai responded immediately, activating his strongest defensive skill, Iron Wall. A 3-meter wide, tumper-high solid shield replaced Wei Lai's transparent shield, firmly blocking the remaining ice blades. After another 5 seconds, the ice blade storm finally ended. Yuan Tai quickly deactivated Iron Wall and drank a potion, his health instantly recovering to 30. With Yun Yu's healing, Wei Lai was back to full health and stepped forward to the front of the group once more. Long Qianqian seized the opportunity, her body crackling with electricity as she charged at the boss. Simultaneously, Jing Li's figure appeared silently behind Augustus, thrusting a dagger into his lower back. Arrows from Qiao Shi and bullets from Su Kuan also flew towards the boss in an instant. Unexpectedly, a tumper-high ring of fire suddenly rose from Augustus and spread rapidly outward. Repelling Fire Ring. The firewall knocked Long Qianqian and Jing Li back, taking 70 of their health. They quickly retreated and drank healing potions. The arrows and bullets were incinerated by the firewall, causing no damage. Seeing this, Wei Lai immediately raised his shield to protect Yuan Tai, Yun Yu, Qiao Shi, and Su Kuan. Yun Yu frantically healed the group. Just you lot. Augustus began to mock, but 2 sword lights suddenly pierced through the firewall, slashing across his body. Deep, long gashes appeared on his chest and back, instantly cutting his health by 50. Seeing this, Su Kuan and Qiao Shi launched another round of attacks. Long Qianqian and Jing Li stood ready, watching for an opening. Sure enough, Augustus cast Repelling Fire Ring again. The firewall reappeared and spread rapidly. Long Qianqian and Jing Li retreated in time, avoiding the firewall's attack. They had gauged the maximum range of the Repelling Fire Ring. Qiao Shi's arrows and Su Kuan's bullets were once again incinerated by the firewall, causing no damage. However, the Thousand Water Sword and Whisper Sword suddenly changed direction, flying upward. The firewall was just over 2 meters high, leaving plenty of space in the 4 to 5 meter high room. The two flying swords cleverly avoided the fire wall, swooping down to slash at Augustus. Seeing the situation, the boss simultaneously cast fireball and ice arrow spells, precisely hitting the two flying swords. Flames and frost intertwined, and the swords plummeted from the sky. However, before he could celebrate, Long Qianqian and Jing Li's attacks were already upon him. Lightning-fast punches, flame-wrapped elbow strikes, and earth-imbued kicks landed one after another on the boss. Jing Li seized the moment, slashing two icy daggers across the boss's neck, leaving deep wounds. Bullets whizzed by, piercing the boss's chest and drawing streams of blood. Arrows followed, striking him squarely in the torso. Within mere seconds, the boss's health bar dropped by 15. "Damn you all," he roared, tearing off his tattered black robe to reveal a surprisingly muscular body, mismatched with his aged face. Suyu couldn't help but feel the oddity of the scene as he controlled Qianshui's sword and Qingyu's sword to fly upwards. As expected, the boss cast repelling fire ring again. Long Qianqian and Jing Li, prepared for this, retreated immediately after their attacks, easily avoiding the ring's impact. The others remained unscathed under the alternating protection of Wei Lai and Yuan Tai. Once the repelling fire ring dissipated, Suyu's two flying swords were the first to strike. Their fierce momentum forced the boss to defend with all his might. Long Qianqian and the others seized this opportunity to inflict more damage. After several rounds of this pattern, the boss could no longer hold out and was ultimately slain by the group's combined efforts. With a sinister look, the boss scanned the group before uttering his final words, "I've fallen, but you will soon follow. We shall meet again." With that, he breathed his last. Wei Lai glanced at the three glowing orbs on the ground and scoffed. "What nonsense. We're doing just fine." Suyu recalled his two flying swords, inspecting them with a sigh. "Their durability is almost gone. I won't be able to deal any damage soon. Xiaoxi, Yun Yuyu, Jigu, you three go check the loot and see if there's anything good." The three stepped forward. Xiaoxi reached into one of the glowing orbs and pulled out a shield. "Wow, it's a top-tier purple item. Defense 180, attributes 190. Everyone was amazed. Such a high-quality purple shield was rare. As Suyu pondered whether to give it to Wei Lai or Yuan Tai, Yun Yuyu's timid voice interrupted. "I got a hidden class transfer scroll for Heavy Armor Master." She held up a scroll. "Another hidden class transfer scroll. Do all special dungeons drop these?" Suyu asked in surprise. "What's the Heavy Armor Master class?" "It's a defensive class," Yun Yuyu replied. Suyu made a quick decision. "Then it goes to Yuan Tai." Yuan Tai was momentarily stunned. You're the only one suited for this class. The others can't use it," Suyu explained. Yuan Tai looked around at his teammates, took a deep breath and said, "All right." He accepted the scroll, feeling a sense of relief. As the team's sole regular defensive warrior, he often felt outmatched. With this hidden class transfer scroll, he could finally keep up with the team. Wei Lai chuckled and urged, "Old Yuan, use it now so we can see the effect." Yuan Tai nodded and promptly used the scroll. Instantly, a dark red light enveloped him. Moments later, the dark red glow dissipated, and Wei Lai's entire outfit turned a deep crimson. He was astonished to find he could only wear heavy armor and could no longer use any weapons or shields. "Now you can't fight me for shields anymore," Wei Lai exclaimed with a triumphant smile. Yuan Tai grinned and gave him a friendly punch. "You've been waiting for this day, haven't you?" Wei Lai staggered back a couple of steps, surprised by Yuan Tai's strength. "Wow, your strength has increased a lot since you changed classes." Yuan Tai chuckled. "Of course, otherwise how could I wear heavy armor?" He then began to explain the characteristics of a heavy armor master. "In battle, we can manipulate the void around us to create a gravity field that blocks attacks." Wei Lai nodded appreciatively. "Not bad, not bad. Soon you'll be as strong as me." At that moment, Sukuin fumbled around for a while and pulled out a blood-red, heart-shaped gem from his pocket. Scratching his bald head, he said puzzledly, "This thing is named a fragment of the abyssal demon heart, but it's sealed. I have no idea what it's for." Before he could finish his sentence, two figures suddenly appeared at the doorway. "Since you don't know its use, why not hand it over to me?" Qian Duo strode into the bright room with a fully armored warrior by his side, his eyes gleaming with greed as he stared at the blood-red gem. "Don't worry, as a businessman, I'll offer you a fair price. How about one red item and two purple items?" Qian Duo proposed with a smile. Suyu didn't answer immediately but instead asked, "Have you been following us from the beginning?" Qian Duo looked at him with surprise. "So you held back because you were wary of us?" Suyu nodded slightly. "I sensed someone was following us. I didn't expect it to be you." Qian Duo chuckled. "I'm just a businessman looking for a good deal. Isn't that normal?" Suyu gave him a mocking smile. "Do you think I trust you or Qin Shi Huang more?" Qian Duo sighed. "Why make things difficult? If you sell that gem to me, we'll both win." Suyu sneered. "Sell it to you? You'd probably turn around and kill us. Qian Duo's smile turned sinister. You're a sharp one. Since you figured it out, you can die with that old guy. Qian Duo, Golden Boss, Human, level 32. Strength 7540, Agility 7930, Spirit 8710, Stamina 8620. Skills: Summon Puppet, Control Puppet, Enhance Puppet, Puppet Self-Destruct. Description: A businessman from Zhengzhou City. After taking over a near-bankrupt mine, he summoned an abyssal sorcerer to turn the miners into abyssal creatures to dig for him. He now covets the sorcerer's power and treasures. Puppet Warrior, Golden Boss, Mechanical Puppet, level 32. Strength 8750, Agility 8640, Spirit 7320, Stamina 7910. Skills: Heavy Punch, Fist Domination, Sword Slash, Blade Storm. Description: A mechanically crafted warrior, fearless in battle. Before Qian Duo finished speaking, a bright beam shot from his hand onto the puppet warrior. Instantly, the puppet's attributes increased by 10, its strength surpassing 9,500. In the next second, the puppet warrior charged at Suyu like an arrow. Prepared, Suyu deftly dodged the attack by stepping on his sword case. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai rushed forward to block the puppet warrior. Boom! The puppet warrior's fists thundered toward them. Wei Lai raised his shield, while Yuan Tai manipulated the void and struck with his fists. After a loud crash, both were pushed back several steps, their health bars dropping by half. Yun Yu quickly cast healing spells to restore their health. Meanwhile, Su Kuan and Xiao Shi launched a fierce attack on the puppet warrior, trying to stop it from continuing its assault on Wei Lai and Yuan Tai. However, their bullets and arrows merely clinked harmlessly off its armor, causing minimal damage. Long Qianqian and Jingli seized the opportunity to approach Qian Duo, preparing to attack. Did you think I only had one puppet? Qian Duo remained unfazed by their attack. Before his words faded, another figure appeared in front of him, blocking their assault. A short sword swung out from behind a shield, forcing Long Qianqian and Jingli to retreat. Puppet Guardian, Golden Boss, Mechanical Puppet, level 32. Strength 8540, Agility 7630, Spirit 7210, Stamina 8690. Skills: Shield Guard, Shield Strike, Shield Sweep, Shield Shock. Description: A mechanically crafted guardian, designed solely for protection. 3 golden bosses, this is going to be tough. Suyu took a deep breath and quickly issued orders. Take down the puppet warrior first. Leave the puppet guardian and Qian Duo to me. Long Qianqian and Jingli immediately turned to attack the puppet warrior. Wei Lai and Yuan Tai engaged it directly, while Xiaoxi zombies and Su Kuan's AK-47s fired relentlessly. In no time, the puppet warrior's health bar began to plummet. Watching his expensive puppet take damage, Qian Duo was distressed. But before he could react, Su Yu's attack was upon him. Qian Shui Sword, Qing Yu Sword, Qi Yang Sword, Zidian Sword. Qing Shuang Sword. 5 swords unsheathed simultaneously, streaking toward Qian Duo like meteors. Kid, with just that, you think you can kill me? Keep dreaming. Qian Duo scoffed, but swiftly cast a buff on the puppet guardian. Instantly, the puppet's attributes soared above 9,500. The puppet guardian activated its shield guard skill. The 5 flying swords struck the shield, producing a resounding crash. The shield shattered, and the swords rebounded into the air, then dove back down. A ruthless glint flashed in Qian Duo's eyes as he ordered the puppet guardian to intercept the swords with its body. Just as the swords were about to strike, Qian Duo mentally commanded, "Explode." Boom. A deafening explosion occurred. The puppet guardian's body detonated, sending countless fragments flying like bullets in all directions. Wei Lai fought desperately against the relentless attacks of the puppet warrior, sweat soaking through his clothes. Long Qianqian and the others swung their weapons with all their might, the clashing of metal echoing continuously. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, catching everyone off guard. Sharp fragments shot out like a storm, threatening to pierce through them. In the nick of time, a series of thuds sounded, as if an invisible barrier had appeared in front of them. The fragments lost their momentum and fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. Yuan Tai collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His stamina was completely depleted, and his health was down to 5, a critical situation. A puppet warrior noticed his weakness and charged at him. Ignoring the attacks from others, its metal footsteps thunderous. Wei Lai was anxious, but his skills were on cooldown, making it impossible to assist. Jingli, Xiao Shi, and Su Kuan could only watch helplessly as the puppet warrior closed in on Yuan Tai. Just as Long Qianqian was about to use her time manipulation skill, Su Yu's calm voice rang out, "I've got this." Before anyone could react, 5 flying swords shot out from the explosion's center, transforming into dazzling streaks of light. The sword light struck the puppet warrior, sending it flying back several meters. The puppet warrior's health dropped by 35, and it collapsed into a heap of scrap metal. At the same time, a cool, refreshing energy enveloped Yuan Tai. To his surprise, his health and stamina were instantly restored to peak levels. Yuan Tai quickly stood up, assuming a combat stance and scanning his surroundings warily. Although Qiao Shi, Su Kuan, Jingli, and Yun Yuyu had witnessed Su Yu's strength before, they couldn't help but be amazed by the sight of him taking down the puppet warrior with 5 flying swords in an instant. Wei Lai, who had already prepared himself mentally, once again marveled at Su Yu's incredible power. Long Qianqian's eyes flashed with admiration, as if she saw a glimpse of Su Yu's former glory. Qian Duo, who had been following them all along, finally realized he had severely underestimated Su Yu's abilities. Fear gripped his heart as he shouted in panic, You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't be able to explain it to the city lord." Su Yu sneered, and the others showed disdainful expressions. A mere level 32 gold boss was nothing they couldn't handle. Seeing this, Qian Duo quickly offered, "If you spare me, I can give you money, equipment, scrolls, items." Before he could finish, Su Yu's 5 flying swords had already whizzed toward him. Following closely were Su Kuan's bullets, Qiao Shi's arrows, Long Qianqian's kicks, Jing Li's daggers, Wei Lai's shield, Yuan Tai's fists, and Yun Yuyu's silver needles. The group coordinated seamlessly, their attacks pouring out like a tidal wave. In an instant, Qian Duo fell, transforming into 3 glowing orbs. Su Yu gestured for Wei Lai to step forward, smiling. "Let's see if you can get us something good with that lucky hand of yours." Wei Lai, confident, responded, "Don't worry, I won't let you guys down." With that, he reached out to touch the glowing orbs. The first item was a pair of high-quality purple daggers, with 192 attack and 196 agility, requiring level 25. The second was a bronze-level Dark Soul Rat Pet Egg. The third item was a scroll. Wei Lai beamed. "How about that? Not bad, right?" Su Kuan gave a thumbs up. "You're on fire." Yuan Tai, curious, asked, "How come you have such good luck when we're all better looking than you?" Jing Li added wryly, "Maybe it's compensation for him." Everyone burst into laughter, while Wei Lai looked at Jing Li with a wounded expression. "Jing Li, I got these daggers for you. The least you could do is show some gratitude instead of roasting me." Jing Li replied coolly, "If it weren't for Yu's skills, we wouldn't have defeated those gold bosses for you to loot." Yuan Tai chimed in, "And if you hadn't saved me just now, I would have been done for." Su Yu waved his hand, cutting off the conversation. "All right, enough chatter. Let's see what that scroll is." After examining the scroll, Wei Lai said, "It's an unsealing scroll, likely for unlocking the abyssal demon heart." Su Yu thought for a moment and then decided, "All right, let's distribute the equipment first. We'll unseal it afterward." The group began excitedly dividing the spoils. Wei Lai ended up with a shield that glowed with a purple light, while Jing Li was thrilled to receive a pair of purple boots and a sharp dagger. Su Kuan picked up a pair of purple knee guards, examining them closely. Qiao Shi carefully cradled a Dark Soul Mouse Pet Egg, her eyes filled with anticipation. Long Qianqian now had a purple necklace around her neck, and Yun Yuyu slipped a purple ring onto her finger. Despite Yuan Tai's repeated refusals, he finally accepted the purple chest armor under Wei Lai's insistence. The super healing potion recipe scroll, being of blue quality, was decided to be sold to the school, with the points evenly distributed among everyone. As for the attribute enhancement scroll, the group agreed to give it to Yuan Tai. Su Yu looked around to ensure there were no objections. Long Qianqian and Wei Lai already had attribute enhancement scrolls, and Su Kuan, Jing Li, Qiao Shi, and Yun Yuyu each had their own family scrolls. Yuan Tai was the only one undecided. Finally, with everyone's encouragement, Yuan Tai accepted the gift, vowing silently to repay them in the future. Wei Lai patted Yuan Tai on the shoulder and teased, "Old Yuan, just treat us to a good meal at the 3rd floor of the school cafeteria." Yuan Tai, half laughing and half crying, replied, "Better give you points instead. With your appetite, it would probably cost at least 2,000 points. This scroll is worth only 1,000 points." Everyone burst into laughter at his words. Amidst the relaxed atmosphere, Su Yu reminded them, "It's time to look at this abyssal demon heart shard." He took out the unsealing scroll and carefully used it on the heart-shaped blood-red gem. In an instant, a brilliant white light enveloped the gem, suspending it in midair. Su Yu took a cautious step back, with the 5 swords in his sword box ready to strike. Long Qianqian and the others immediately entered combat mode, gripping their weapons tightly. However, once the white light faded, the gem remained unchanged. Su Yu caught the gem as it was about to fall and examined it closely. Demon God Core Shard, a remnant of the Abyssal Demon God. Using it can upgrade a weapon or equipment by 1 tier, effective below red gear, he muttered to himself, pondering whether this meant the Opportunity Dungeon was linked to the Abyssal Demon God. But he quickly dismissed the thought. "I'm taking this treasure," Su Yu announced decisively. No one objected, as the entire Opportunity Dungeon had been opened thanks to Su Yu. Everyone had at least one treasure, which would undoubtedly be useful after their second class change. With the appearance of the portal, they knew the opportunity dungeon had come to an end. As Suyu stepped through the portal and returned to the team villa, a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The system chime announced that Suyu had completed a task. Congratulations, you've earned the Sword Immortal exclusive blind box. Would you like to open it now? The system inquired. Without hesitation, Suyu chose to open it. The blind box slowly unsealed, and a dazzling light flashed. Congratulations, you've obtained the Sword Immortal exclusive skill sword chi shield. Would you like to claim it now? Claim it, Suyu eagerly responded. The system immediately provided a detailed introduction to the new skill. Sword Chi Shield, active skill, LV1. Invisible sword chi surrounds the entire body, providing defense equivalent to your attack power for 1 second. Suyu was delighted. He finally had a defensive skill. Given his current attack power of over 3,000, the defensive effect of this skill was quite considerable, potentially even surpassing Wei Lai's defense. He quickly took stock of his skills: long-range attacks with 100 sword slash, close combat with cross sword strike, burst damage with wine gourd, mobility with sword light flight, and healing with primordial life return technique. Now, he had added the defensive skill Sword Chi Shield. Although it only lasted for 1 second, it was undoubtedly a significant step toward becoming a well-rounded Sword Immortal. Suddenly, Suyu remembered the Abyss Demon God's heart. He immediately took out this treasure, intending to use it to enhance his sword box. However, the system chime rang out again. Enhancing the sword box requires 1,000 reputation points. You currently do not have enough reputation points. Suyu felt a bit disappointed and had to temporarily put away the sword box and the Abyss Demon God's heart fragments. Long Qianqian and the others noticed the change in Suyu's expression but didn't say anything. As holders of hidden classes, they all understood that enhancing equipment could come with special requirements. Su Kuan suddenly spoke up. Using these knee pads on me would be a waste. Does anyone have a purple item with lesser attributes to trade? Seeing the puzzled looks from the others, Su Kuan scratched his bald head and explained, I need to sacrifice equipment to enhance my own gear. The attributes of the equipment don't matter much, so there's no need to waste high-quality purple items. His words reminded everyone of Su Kuan's minimal changes after his class transformation. Apart from the deepened color of his kasaya and his weapon changing from 1 AK to 2, there weren't many noticeable differences. Xiaoxi also said, I need a lot of pet eggs to enhance my strength, and there's no level requirement. Jingli added, I need to kill a specific number of monsters to boost my power. Yunyu looked at the three in surprise and remarked, I guess it's not so strange that I need to heal a certain number of patients to advance in my class. Yuan Tai laughed. Looks like I'm the lucky one with no special requirements. Wei Lai patted him on the shoulder. Being in a defensive class has its perks, fewer demands. At that moment, everyone began to truly open up to each other. Long Qianqian nodded slightly, indicating that they could better allocate equipment in the future. After chatting for a while, everyone retired to their rooms to rest. Despite the short duration of the Opportunity Dungeon, its intensity was high, and each person needed adequate rest to face future challenges. So you didn't feel too tired, but he also wanted to take a break. Since arriving at Shanha Academy, he hadn't truly relaxed. The long battle with Bai Lang the day before and today's completion of the Opportunity Dungeon had left him mentally exhausted, even though the rewards were substantial. So, after a quick wash, Suyu went straight to bed. The next day, Suyu went alone to the logistics office of Shanha Academy. The others were busy honing their skills, trying to close the gap with Suyu. Suyu wanted to find a place to grind for experience and level up, but since the school hadn't officially started, many dungeons were not yet open. Going outside Zhongzhou City to kill monsters was too far and required school approval, which was too troublesome without a good reason. He suddenly remembered he had 2 SS-level cultivation resources to claim, one of which was an investment from the Qilin army. Suyu understood the significance, but accepted it gladly. After all, he would eventually have to fight abyssal and alien monsters on the front lines after graduation, so enhancing his strength early on was beneficial. The front desk at the logistics office was staffed by a senior named Xiao Mei, dressed in an alchemist's robe. Beneath her pure features was a shapely figure. Suyu approached with a smile and said, Hello, senior. I'm here to redeem some resources. Xiao Mei was a second-year student at Shanha Academy, and it was her turn to earn points by working at the logistics office. She smiled and asked Suyu to present his student ID. After verifying his information, Xiao Mei was surprised and asked, Are you Suyu, this year's top scorer? The freshman who defeated Bai Lang? Suyu nodded in confirmation. Xiao Mei thanked him softly, Thank you, Suyu. Bai Lang had been pestering me, but ever since you defeated him, he's been focused on improving his skills and hasn't bothered me since. Suyu smiled. That's good to hear. Xiao Mei then asked, What would you like to redeem, Suyu? I'd like 15 red equipment enhancement scrolls and 15 red equipment enchantment scrolls, Suyu replied. Hearing the quantity, Xiao Mei and the surrounding students preparing to redeem resources were stunned. In an instant, all eyes in the logistics department turned to Suyu, filled with shock and disbelief. The air was thick with tension, as if time had come to a standstill. Behind the counter, Xiao Mei's fingers flew over the keyboard, pulling up the exchange list. Clearing her throat, she announced with a slight tremor in her voice, exchanging one red equipment enhancement scroll costs 1,000 points, and one red equipment enchantment scroll also costs 1,000 points. You want 15 of each, which totals 30,000 points. As soon as she said the number, a collective gasp echoed around the room. 30,000 points were equivalent to the value of 3 dark gold items. Even Lu Feng, the strongest student at Shanhai Academy and already level 46, would struggle to gather so many points. After the initial shock, whispers started to spread through the crowd. He's really showing off. That's 30,000 points, not 300. Even if he's the top scorer in the college entrance exam, this is too much, right? So what if he's the top scorer? Isn't he just here to chase after Xiao Mei? Didn't you see how happy Xiao Mei was when she saw him? My dear Xiao Mei, how can you be so shallow? It's not shallow. It's all about the looks. Just wait and see. If he can't come up with the points, it'll be quite a show. The murmurs filled the logistics department. Xiao Mei frowned and turned to Suyu, her voice tinged with doubt. Do you really have that many points? Suyu's lips curled into a slight smile, and he chuckled. Who says you need points to make an exchange? Xiao Mei was taken aback, internally rolling her eyes. Are you here to mess with me? But given how handsome you are, I'll let it slide this time. She stifled a laugh and said seriously, Suyu, without the points, you can't exchange for that many items. Suyu smiled and replied, Xiao Mei, why don't you take another look? Xiao Mei, puzzled, checked Suyu's information again. Suddenly, she looked as if she had been struck by lightning. Her lips slightly parted and her eyes wide open. 2 SS-level cultivation resources. She muttered incredulously. How is this possible? Suyu is just the top scorer in the entrance exam. How could he have 2 SS-level cultivation resources? These are equivalent to epic-grade equipment. Seeing her reaction, Suyu cut in. Is that enough? Xiao Mei quickly nodded, her voice trembling with excitement. Yes, that's more than enough. Suyu pressed on. Then I'll also take 17 dark gold equipment enhancement scrolls. Her expression grew even more astonished. 17 dark gold equipment enhancement scrolls were worth 170,000 points. The onlookers' gazes towards Suyu became increasingly peculiar. Someone muttered, being the top scorer and getting 30,000 points as a special admission to Shanhai Academy is plausible. But now he's asking for 170,000 points worth of items. Does he think Shanhai Academy belongs to him? Those who had been worried about him making a fool of himself were now eagerly waiting to see him fail. Some even speculated that Suyu was doing this just to get close to Xiao Mei. After all, Xiao Mei was highly sought after and had repeatedly turned down Bai Lang's advances. Many students suspected that Suyu's actions were intended to undermine Bai Lang. If he could easily win over the girl Bai Lang had been pursuing, it would prove his superiority over Bai Lang. Ignoring the surrounding whispers, Xiao Mei's face lit up with a bright smile after her initial shock. Suyu, exchanging dark gold resources requires the principal's approval. Suyu sighed inwardly, realizing it wouldn't be easy to obtain these items. He adjusted his strategy. Then I'll just take 15 red equipment enhancement scrolls and 15 red equipment enchantment scrolls for now. Xiao Mei nodded with a smile. That won't be a problem at all. She quickly processed the exchange and handed the items to Suyu. Taking the items, Suyu asked, do you accept equipment or scrolls for points here? Xiao Mei nodded. Of course we do. Without hesitation, Suyu presented a scroll. How many points is this worth? It was a super healing potion formula scroll given to him by Long Qianqian for exchanging points. Xiao Mei initially didn't pay much attention, but upon seeing the scroll's contents, she was startled. As an almost third-turn alchemist, she immediately recognized its value. This formula could significantly accelerate the skill proficiency of a first-turn alchemist. I'll check it for you. Xiao Mei quickly input the information into the system. Moments later, the results appeared on the screen, leaving her once again in shock. The Shanhai Academy has been around for centuries, boasting countless potion recipes. However, the potion recipe in Suyu's possession was something the Academy had never seen before, which left everyone in shock. Suyu's mysterious identity sparked even more speculation. Not only had he defeated Bai Lang, who was 2 ranks higher, but the Academy also granted him 2 SS-level cultivation resources. Now, he produced this invaluable potion recipe. Xiao Mei carefully examined the scroll in her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This scroll is worth 800 points, equivalent to 80% of a red-grade item. She quickly completed the transaction with Suyu. As Suyu was about to leave, Xiao Mei spoke up. Suyu, let's add each other as friends. If you have any other potion scrolls in the future, you can contact me directly. They'll offer a high price. Suyu nodded with a smile and then turned to leave. The surrounding students immediately began to chatter. Wow, Who exactly is Suyu? And how is he so powerful? Yeah, he just got so many valuable items without spending any points. You guys don't know? I heard Suyu has SS-level student privileges and an SS-level cultivation resource. SS-level cultivation resource? Isn't that like having an epic item? Exactly. It can be exchanged for dozens of dark gold items. No wonder he's the top scorer in this year's entrance exam. He's strong and handsome. No wonder Xiaomei wanted to add him as a friend. What do you think Bai Lang will do when he finds out? Haha, looks like there's going to be some drama. Just as everyone was speculating, a student suddenly pointed into the distance and exclaimed, "Look, the fun is about to begin." Two stunningly beautiful girls were walking towards Suyu. One was confident and valiant, with a willow leaf saber at her waist. The other was quiet and elegant, dressed in a mage robe. The crowd recognized them as Meng Lan from the Ming family and Li Weiwei from the Li family. So, it's the daughters of the Ming and Li families. I didn't expect them to join Shanha Academy. This year's top 10 campus beauties contest is going to be fierce. But how do they know Suyu? Who knows? Maybe they grew up together. While everyone continued to speculate, Meng Lan and Li Weiwei had already reached Suyu, their eyes shining brightly. Meng Lan, with her high ponytail exuding an aura of confidence, wore a crimson tight-fitting robe, and the twin blades at her waist glinted coldly. She looked like an ancient heroine, her sharp eyes scrutinizing Suyu. At this moment, Meng Lan had reached level 16, fully equipped with top-tier blue gear, which had once allowed her to easily slay a level 23 gold boss. Suyu, it's been so long. I can't believe you've gotten even stronger. Meng Lan exclaimed in astonishment. Not only did you manage to defeat a level 25 star diamond boss, but you also held your own against a level 39 Bai Lang. That's seriously impressive. She sized him up, a slight smile playing on her lips. You look fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. But how could you be so gullible to believe those rumors? Then again, with looks like that, who needs brains? Suyu laughed modestly and responded, "It was just luck that I didn't lose. I didn't win either. I only managed to avoid Bai Lang's attacks with my sword flight and long-range sword techniques. In an unknown duel in the ring, I wouldn't be so confident. After all, Bai Lang is level 39, and he probably has purple gear, maybe even red gear. The attributes of red gear are more than double those of purple gear, so the gap is significant. But after my second class advancement, defeating Bai Lang will be no problem. I have that much confidence." He turned to the two women, surprised. "It's unexpected to see you two beauties joining Shanha Academy." Li Weiwei, dressed in a water blue long dress, exuded a serene and elegant intellectual charm. Her bright eyes met Suyu's as she questioned, "Isn't it more surprising that you chose Shanha Academy?" Meng Lan nodded in agreement. "Exactly. You're this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Why didn't you choose Longdu Academy or Modu Academy? Their foundations are much stronger than Shanha Academy's." Suyu shrugged, explaining helplessly, "I couldn't resist. Professor Ouyang's offer was just too good." Meng Lan burst into laughter. "Looks like Professor Ouyang really pulled out all the stops." Li Weiwei suddenly asked, "Suyu, do you have the confidence to maintain Shanha Academy's position among the top 10 academies?" Suyu looked at her unexpectedly and answered confidently, "Since I agreed to come, I naturally have the confidence." Li Weiwei pondered for a moment, "But this year's National Higher Education Exchange Competition is at the end of the year. By then," Suyu interrupted with a smile, "with me here, there won't be any surprises." Hearing this, Li Weiwei's expression slightly paused. She knew Suyu was strong, but the participants in the National Higher Education Exchange Competition, whether in team or individual events, were mostly above the 4th class advancement. Reaching the 4th advancement in just half a year seemed unrealistic. Meng Lan, however, didn't seem worried. She provocatively said, "Then you better work hard. Don't lose in the challenge competition next month." She then briefly explained the rules and importance of the challenge competition. It was a tradition at Shanha Academy, held a month after new students enrolled, including challenges among new students, old students, and between new and old students. The winners would receive new student rankings and enjoy more benefits, such as priority in dungeon queues and discounts on resource exchanges. This challenge competition was crucial for student rankings and resource distribution for the next half year, and both new and old students took it very seriously. Suyu nodded confidently, his gaze sweeping firmly over the crowd present. "I'll be sitting in the top spot, waiting for you all to challenge me." His voice was filled with undeniable confidence. Meng Lan couldn't help but scoff at his words. "You're really full of yourself," she retorted, her tone dripping with disdain. Suyu blinked, his smile unwavering. "Am I not speaking the truth?" he teased back, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. Meng Lan snorted, glaring at Suyu with gritted teeth. "You annoying guy. I'll definitely defeat you when the time comes." Her fists clenched involuntarily, showcasing her inner determination. Suyu laughed heartily. Then it's a deal. With that, he turned and walked away with a swagger that radiated confidence. Meng Lan watched Suyu's retreating figure, muttering angrily under her breath, "Arrogant man." Her eyes sparkled with a mix of frustration and challenge. Seeing this, Li Weiwei quickly grabbed Meng Lan's hand, trying to calm her down. "All right, Sister Lan, let's go exchange some resources," she said gently, a warm smile on her face. Meng Lan took a deep breath, her eyes still fixed in the direction where Suyu had disappeared. "In a month, I'll make sure he regrets it," she declared with unwavering resolve. Li Weiwei's face lit up with a knowing smile. "That might not be so easy," she said softly. Meng Lan turned her head, puzzled. "Weiwei, what do you mean?" Li Weiwei grinned playfully, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Don't forget, he still has Long Qianqian." At the mention of Long Qianqian, Meng Lan's expression grew complicated, and she couldn't help but sigh. That Long Qianqian is really something else. Li Weiwei's demeanor also dimmed a bit as she agreed softly. "Yeah, she's stunning and incredibly powerful." After a moment of silence, Meng Lan mused, "Come to think of it, she and Suyu do make quite a pair." Li Weiwei hesitated, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. "Yeah, they do," she replied quietly. With that, the two women walked to the front desk, where they were greeted by Xiao Mei. Xiao Mei was secretly surprised. She didn't expect the Meng siblings and Li Weiwei to enroll at Shanhai Academy. She guessed they were likely sent here by their families. Xiao Mei observed the two young women closely. One was lively and agile, the other composed and graceful. Together, they were like spring orchids and autumn chrysanthemums, each with their own charm. But inwardly, she couldn't help but compare them to Qianqian. Unfortunately, they still fell short. Their chests were a bit smaller, their legs a bit shorter, their waists a bit thicker, and their skin a bit rougher. Meanwhile, Suyu was deep in thought in the distance. He mused to himself, "My wife is still the best. Other women can't even affect my sword speed, let alone provide me with two great swords like she did." Thinking about swords, Suyu suddenly remembered something important. He had a Red Gear enhancement scroll, which could upgrade his equipment to Red Gear. He was thrilled at the thought. "I wonder if I can lower the level requirement to 15? If so, that would be amazing." With this in mind, Suyu decided to try it out immediately. He took out the Qinshui sword and a Red Gear enhancement scroll, and began the process. He silently prayed for a good outcome. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding. Upgrading Qinshui sword requires consuming 100 prestige points. Do you wish to proceed? Without hesitation, Suyu selected yes. Another notification followed. Ding. Qinshui sword successfully upgraded. Hearing the good news, Suyu eagerly checked the new attributes of the Qinshui sword, excited to see what surprises this upgrade would bring. The Thousand Waters sword gleamed with a red light as Suyu carefully examined its attributes. Growth equipment, level 25 required, exclusive to Sword Immortal class. Attributes: Attack 400, Strength 400, Agility 400, Spirit 400, Stamina 400. Durability, 100,100. Suyu sighed deeply, a trace of helplessness flickering in his eyes. Although the red high-quality equipment was precious, the level 25 requirement made it unattainable for him. Even with the system's help, he couldn't completely disrupt the game's balance. Lost the wife and the soldiers, Suyu chuckled bitterly. Not only could he not equip the Red Gear, but his own attributes had also decreased significantly. He opened the panel, contemplating the growing number of skills. Throughout the entire Opportunity Dungeon, Long Qianqian and others had leveled up, but he remained stagnant. With so many skills, the experience needed had skyrocketed. "Looks like I need to go on a monster hunting spree," Suyu muttered to himself. "I just wonder how many dungeons I can clear in my freshman year." Time flew by, and soon it was September 1st. The air was crisp and cool as the Mountain and River Academy welcomed the new school year. On the vast plaza, Suyu and the other freshmen stood in neat rows, looking up at the stage. Principal Ling Shuang, with her cascading white hair and stunning features, wore a frost-white battle armor with a white long sword at her waist. She exuded the aura and charisma of a seventh-turn powerhouse. Her red lips parted as she began her practice speech. "Finally, welcome once again to Mountain and River Academy. I hope that in the next 4 years, each of you can become the strong individuals you aspire to be." Ling Shuang scanned the crowd. "Now, you have 10 minutes to choose your teams and personal mentors." As soon as she finished speaking, Ling Shuang took her seat, observing the freshmen alongside other teachers like Yang Hao. The plaza erupted into a flurry of activity. Students began searching for teams, their voices rising above the crowd. Level 14 melee, strong DPS. Level 15 healer, ample healing. Level 14 tank, guaranteed defense. Level 15 ranged, join up. In reality, most students had already formed fixed teams and were now discussing which mentor to choose. This was a tradition at Mountain and River Academy, differing from the collective learning model of regular high schools by employing a personal mentor system. Suyu, Long Chanqian, Wei Lai, and others had already formed a team and were discussing their mentor choice. You? Who should we pick as our personal mentor? How about Ouyang again? Wei Lai looked at the many teachers on stage, feeling overwhelmed. Long Chanqian shook her head slightly. Ouyang isn't suitable. He still needs to level up and improve his own strength, so he won't have much time for us. Suyu nodded in agreement. Don't forget, Ouyang is preparing to marry teacher Lu Wanwan and needs to save up a lot for the bride price. Plus, he'll be busy with his sweet newlywed life, so we shouldn't bother him. Hearing this, Wei Lai, Xiao Shi, and the others couldn't help but laugh, all turning their eyes towards Ouyang Hao on stage. Noticing their gaze, Ouyang Hao nodded slightly, though he seemed puzzled. So who should we choose as our personal mentor? Yuan Tai asked. Xiao Shi suddenly suggested. How about Principal Ling Shuang? Yun Yu also chimed in. Choosing Principal Ling Shuang would be the best. As one of the 12 heavenly kings, Ling Shuang was a rare female powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom, admired by many girls. Xiao Shi and Yun Yu partly chose Mountain and River Academy because of her. Long Chanqian smiled. Then let's choose Principal Ling Shuang. Su Kuan scratched his bald head, a bit worried. Will Principal Ling Shuang agree? Jingli also expressed doubt. She is a 7th turn powerhouse and the principal. Long Chanqian confidently said, don't worry, she will definitely agree. Don't forget, Su Yu is her disciple. As long as Su Yu asks, it won't be a problem. In her memory, Ling Shuang had always been very kind to her disciples. In his previous life, Ling Shuang's disciple, Luo Bingyan, shone brilliantly at the National University Exchange Competition, achieving remarkable results. This honor was the fruit of Ling Shuang's year of dedicated teaching. Su Yu knew well that his current strength far surpassed that of Luo Bingyan back then. He was confident that if he asked, Ling Shuang would surely agree. Su Yu looked up at the podium and noticed that Principal Ling Shuang seemed more serious today than usual. He hesitated, wondering if she would really agree to such an excessive request. But thinking about the future of his team, he decided to take the risk. Having made up his mind, Su Yu formally submitted an application for a dedicated mentor on behalf of his team. Ling Shuang's eyebrows twitched slightly as she looked at the application. She couldn't help but inwardly chuckle at the audacity of these young people, daring to directly request her as their exclusive mentor. However, Ling Shuang had to admit that Su Yu's performance was indeed outstanding. He had managed to outshine Bai Lang, who was nearly at the 4th transformation, far surpassing Luo Bingyan's past achievements. Coupled with his excellent performance in the Opportunity Dungeons, Ling Shuang decided to give them a chance. Yet, Ling Shuang did not immediately agree. She directed her gaze towards all the freshmen below the stage and announced, "Time's up. Now, all mentors please lead your teams off the square." As soon as she finished speaking, the teachers on the stage stood up and led their respective teams towards the arena. This was not just a process for students to choose their mentors, but also an opportunity for mentors to evaluate students. After all, mentors were responsible for guiding their teams to graduation. Once the crowd had dispersed, Ling Shuang slowly walked over to Su Yu and his team. She looked them straight in the eyes and said, "You want me as your exclusive mentor? No problem." With that, she approved Su Yu's application. However, before Long Chanqian and the others could rejoice, Ling Shuang added, "But you must undergo rigorous tests. If you fail even once, your exclusive mentor will be replaced by another teacher." Let me explain the first test. Su Yu and his team held their breath, anticipating Ling Shuang's next words. Would it be the trial tower, the arena, or a dungeon raid? What Ling Shuang said next, however, took everyone by surprise. It's simple. Ling Shuang said calmly, "Your team must defeat a 2nd transformation team within 10 days. Not just any team, but one ranked in the top 20 within the academy. Is that all? That shouldn't be too difficult." Su Yu thought to himself, feeling a bit relieved. However, before his thoughts could settle, he heard a collective gasp from his teammates. Even Long Chanqian, who had been given a second chance at life, couldn't help but gasp at the situation before her. She quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. If they were only up against a 2nd-tier team, they were confident they could handle it. However, if they encountered one of the top 20 elite teams from the academy, the difficulty would skyrocket. Those top-tier teams were all well-equipped, at least with blue gear, and their skill levels were undoubtedly high, not to mention their seamless team coordination. Their newly formed team, on the other hand, had only 10 days to prepare. They needed to level up, hone their skills, and improve their team coordination. The challenge was indeed significant. Wei Lai and the others also realized this, their faces showing serious expressions. Ling Shuang, sensing their concern, reassured them, "Don't worry, if you have any questions in the next 10 days, you can come to me. I will personally supervise your training." As soon as she finished speaking, Su Yu eagerly asked, "Teacher, can I exchange my cultivation resources now? They said I need your approval to exchange for dark gold level items." Ling Shuang widened her eyes in mild exasperation. Wanting dark gold gear before reaching level 20? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Even Ouyang Hao, who is level 58, doesn't have a full set of dark gold equipment yet. Suyu chuckled but persisted. What about red gear? I should be able to get that, right? Ling Shuang frowned slightly and replied firmly, you'll have to wait until your third class change for that. Hearing this, Suyu secretly felt relieved that he had already prepared red gear enhancement scrolls, but he made sure to show a disappointed expression on his face. Seeing this, Ling Shuang felt a bit guilty and explained. Your priority now should be leveling up and improving your skills. Besides, most people don't carry too much equipment in their bags. If something happens during a mission, most of that gear would be lost. Suyu nodded in understanding. He knew there was a difference between equipment in the character's bag and what was equipped. Equipped items would drop 100 upon death, while items in the bag had a much lower drop rate and were mostly recovered by the system. The others understood this as well and didn't rush to exchange their resources. After all, steer cultivation resources were equivalent to a piece of dark gold gear, and to fully utilize them, they would have to wait until after their fourth class change. By then, exchanging directly for dark gold gear would give them a significant advantage and faster growth. Noticing their varied expressions, Ling Shuang said no more. Focus on leveling up. Solo dungeons before level 20, and team dungeons after that. Contact me once you've cleared them all, and I'll give you a day of special training. If you have any questions, let's see you message me. With that, she quickly disappeared from their sight. Suyu, excited, rallied the group. Let's go. Time to hit the dungeons. My big sword is itching for action. He led Long Qianqian and the others to the dungeon building at the Shanha Academy. The dungeon building had 4 floors, each with solo and team dungeons. Team dungeons were divided into 5-person, 10-person, and 40-person scales. Solo dungeons were the most numerous and frequently used, followed by 5-person dungeons, then 10-person dungeons. 40-person dungeons, due to their high difficulty and the need for strong organizational skills, had high drop rates and great rewards but were rarely cleared. Additionally, 40-person dungeons reset every 2 weeks, compared to solo dungeons daily, 5-person dungeons bi-daily, and 10-person dungeons weekly reset times, making them less popular. As Suyu and his team entered the first-floor dungeon hall, they unexpectedly encountered some familiar faces. Meng Chuan, Meng Lan, Li Weiwei, and 4 others had already formed a team and were waiting there. After some brief greetings, Meng Chuan looked at Suyu and challenged, Suyu, are you here for solo dungeons too? Dare to compete with me again? Suyu was secretly delighted. With his current set of purple gear and his attributes exceeding 3,000, he was confident in winning this challenge. It's completely unfair to compete with you. There's no fun in it at all. Meng Chuan had just finished speaking when Wei Lai quickly interjected, a crafty glint in his eyes. Young Master Meng, are you planning to give me more gear? Meng Chuan raised an eyebrow, clearly having learned his lesson from last time. He snorted coldly, this time. It's just a straightforward match. Wei Lai was about to say something more, but Suyu cut him off directly. All right, let's have another match. But it's no fun competing alone. How about we have our 2 teams compete against each other? Suyu knew he didn't want to personally step in and dominate. By involving Long Qianqian and the others, he could both train his teammates and boost their morale. After all, grinding through dungeons wasn't nearly as thrilling as a live competition. Although each dungeon and level had records, they were just cold numbers, lacking the excitement of real confrontation. Meng Chuan turned to look at his teammates, Meng Lan, Li Weiwei, and their dedicated mentor, Li Qingfeng. Li Qingfeng, in his 40s, had a gentle demeanor and nodded slightly at Meng Chuan. As Li Weiwei's uncle and Meng Chuan and Meng Lan's unclean law, this level 67, 6 transition powerhouse naturally became their exclusive mentor. Li Qingfeng understood that Suyu was not only this year's top scorer in the college entrance exams, but also a formidable warrior who had slain a level 25-star diamond boss. However, he also knew that Meng Chuan, Meng Lan, and Li Weiwei were eager to redeem themselves. If he didn't agree to this match, these young people might feel frustrated for a long time. Seeing no objection from Li Qingfeng, Meng Chuan readily agreed. How do you want to compete? After a moment of thought, Suyu proposed. Since we're all here to level up through dungeons, let's compete in that. The same dungeon, the same level, whoever finishes faster wins. How about that? Meng Chuan was about to nod when Li Weiwei suddenly interjected. Besides solo dungeons, we should also compete in 5-person dungeons. Deal. Suyu agreed immediately, then turned to Li Qingfeng. Mr. Li, could you be our witness? Li Qingfeng chuckled. Sure. It's been a while since I've seen young people with so much drive. He pointed to several dungeon entrances around them. Raging Flames Gorge, Wailing Highlands, Drown Swamp, and 3 other solo dungeons, plus the Exiled Battlefield for the 5-person dungeon. You can compete using these dungeons? After a brief consideration, Suyu finally said, we happen to have 1 extra person, so I won't participate in the competition. For Suyu, this kind of competition was as easy as pie. He had no interest in participating and just wanted to grind and level up quietly. However, before Meng Chuan could finish speaking, Meng Lan interrupted, sure. Li Weiwei blinked and quickly agreed. It's settled then. Suyu felt a wave of relief and smiled slightly. All right? He turned to face Long Qianqian and the other 5, speaking in a relaxed tone. Do your best. Don't lose. Wei Lai grinned. Don't worry, brother Yu. We definitely won't lose. Yuan Tai patted his chest confidently. Just wait for our good news. Su Kuan rubbed his bald head with bravado. No problem at all, boss. Xiaoxi nodded seriously. We'll crush them, Su Yu. Long Qianqian smiled sweetly. We won't lose for sure. After speaking, the 6 of them each selected a hell-level dungeon. Meng Chuan, Meng Lan, Li Weiwei, and the others also chose hell-level dungeons. With their current strength, lower-level dungeons were no longer challenging. Moments later, the large first-floor dungeon hall was left with only Su Yu, Yun Yuyu, Tian Lily, and their mentor, Li Qingfeng. Yun Yuyu and Tian Lily, being in healing roles, found solo dungeons challenging, but leveling up wasn't too difficult. The real time-consuming part was improving their skill levels. Li Qingfeng walked over to Suyu, curiously asking, Suyu, where's your mentor? Why didn't they come with you? Suyu thought for a moment and smiled. Our mentor is quite busy and doesn't have time to guide us, so they let us come to grind and level up on our own. Li Qingfeng frowned. How irresponsible of your mentor. Suyu sighed and took the opportunity to flatter. Times have changed, and people aren't as dedicated as they used to be. It's rare to find a responsible mentor like you nowadays, Mr. Li. Li Qingfeng, pleased with the compliment, pressed on. Who is your mentor? Tell me, and I'll have a good talk with them. You are this year's top student, the pride of our Shanha Academy. Especially now, during the foundational stage, you need proper guidance. Suyu shook his head slightly. Mr. Li, it's fine, really? Li Qingfeng insisted. No, I can't just let this go. Suyu looked troubled. It's Principal Ling Shuang. Li Qingfeng's heart skipped a beat. Who did you say? Suyu repeated. Principal Ling Shuang? Li Qingfeng coughed awkwardly. Since it's Principal Ling Shuang's arrangement, there must be a deeper meaning. You all should work hard and not disappoint her expectations. Suyu chuckled. Mr. Li, is Principal Ling Shuang that intimidating? Li Qingfeng glanced around and lowered his voice. It's not that she's intimidating. She just doesn't give anyone any face. Our former vice principal, O Baohua, a 7th-tier powerhouse, was knocked down by her just because they had a disagreement. Suyu felt a chill but couldn't help asking, why? Li Qingfeng paused and then explained the situation. 5 years ago, Ling Shuang ventured alone into the abyssal territory, causing significant losses for Shanha Academy. O Baohua seized the opportunity to try to take the principal's position. When he failed, he threatened to leave and take other teachers with him. In a fit of rage, Ling Shuang publicly beat him, firmly establishing her authority. After being humiliated, O Baohua left and became the vice principal of Dongshan Academy, vowing to push Shanha Academy out of the top 10. Dongshan Academy is a prestigious higher education institution in the eastern region, second only to Modu Academy and Jiangnan Academy. Nationally, it ranks 12th among higher education institutions, with only Shishu Academy of the western region standing between it and the 10th-ranked Shanha Academy. Upon hearing Principal Ling's story, Suyu couldn't help but remark, being the principal of Shanha Academy is really tough. No wonder she has such high expectations for us. She must be under a lot of pressure. Li Qingfeng nodded in agreement and said, indeed. If it weren't for the endless academy affairs, Principal Ling would have already become a war god. But, he trailed off, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. If that were the case, she would have probably taken up her sword and gone after Bai Yin by now. Bai Yin? Suyu was puzzled. Who is that? Why would Principal Ling want to go after him? Li Qingfeng paused before explaining. He was one of Principal Ling's former teammates. It's said that he made a fatal mistake in a dungeon, causing severe injuries to many team members. Later, he became an 8th-rank powerhouse and openly professed his love to Principal Ling, even threatening others. After hearing this, Suyu clenched his fists. So the teacher went through all that. Each incident is infuriating. He silently vowed, for the sake of the 2 great swords, I must avenge the teacher if I get the chance. Glancing at the time, 5 minutes had passed, and not a single person had emerged from the dungeon. Suyu wondered aloud, is this dungeon really that difficult? Well, might as well give it a try since I'm just standing around. He turned to Li Qingfeng. Mr. Li, I'll leave things to you for now. I'm going to level up in the dungeon. He also instructed Yun Yuyu to keep an eye on things, then entered the hell-level Songhai Snowfield solo dungeon. In an instant, Suyu's figure disappeared from the sight of Li Qingfeng, Yun Yuyu, and Tian Lily. Shortly after, Lu Feng arrived with Bai Lang and others. Upon seeing Li Qingfeng, Lu Feng immediately greeted him. Hello, Mr. Li. Ah, Lu Feng. Are you here to level up in the dungeon too? Li Qingfeng asked with a smile. Yes. Lu Feng glanced around. Why are you alone here, Mr. Li? Where are the others? Li Qingfeng pointed to several dungeon entrances and explained. They're competing with others in the dungeons right now. Lu Feng looked at the 6 solo dungeons and laughed. Who would be so bold as to compete with him? Bai Lang chimed in. Everyone knows that Li's family has a strong background and exceptional skills. There are very few in their cohort who can surpass them. Li Qingfeng gave them a peculiar look and said, well, they happen to run into those few. Lu Feng and Bai Lang were stunned. Having a hunch but still asking, who are they? Li Qingfeng slowly listed 6 names. Long Qianqian, Xiao Shi, Lu Feng, and Bai Lang exchanged confused glances after hearing them. Lu Feng thought for a moment and couldn't help but ask, what about Su Yu? Isn't he supposed to be the strongest student this year? Li Qingfeng calmly replied, he didn't participate in the competition. He's off clearing other dungeons? Lu Feng frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. Why? That's really disrespectful to Li Xuejia and the others. Li Qingfeng responded indifferently. Ha, such a poor attempt at provocation. It's perfectly normal for Wei Wei and the others to be unable to beat someone that even Bai Lang couldn't defeat. With these words, Bai Lang's anger flared, his expression darkening. The battle with Su Yu not only failed to suppress him, but instead made Su Yu's reputation soar. Rumors circulated around the campus that he was no match for Su Yu, and hearing this directly was infuriating. Despite his fury, Bai Lang had to restrain himself. Li Qingfeng was not only a mentor at Shanhao Academy, but also a level 67 powerhouse backed by the Ming and Li families. Bai Lang couldn't afford to offend him and had to think of ways to curry favor instead. He could only redirect his anger towards Su Yu, vowing to find an opportunity to take him down. Lu Feng cleared his throat, trying to ease the tension. You're joking. Mr. Li, Su Yu just has the advantage of his profession. He can fly with his sword and perform long-distance attacks. With such abilities, not just Bai Lang, even I would struggle. But in an arena, defeating him wouldn't be difficult. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly interrupted. Oh really? I think I heard someone talking behind my back. Su Yu had appeared behind them at some point, staring intently at Lu Feng and Bai Lang. Seems like you weren't satisfied last time and want to challenge me again? Bai Lang could no longer hold back and shouted, Su Yu, if you have the guts, meet me in the arena. Su Yu sneered, a mocking smile on his lips. How do you even have the face to say that? Bai Lang, enraged, yelled, Su Yu, you're insulting me. I challenge you to a duel to the death. Ignoring him, Su Yu turned to Li Qingfeng and said, Mr. Li, I think our school's admission standards need some revision. Li Qingfeng, intrigued, asked, oh, what's the problem? Su Yu bluntly replied, admitting some idiots and trash like this clearly needs to be reconsidered. Feigning seriousness, Li Qingfeng said, Su Yu, how can you say that? Don't you know it's rude to speak like this in front of others? Su Yu chuckled, you're right, Mr. Li. I'll make sure not to change next time. The two of them continued to mock Bai Lang. Although Lu Feng was furious, he was helpless and could only watch Bai Lang being humiliated. Gritting his teeth, Bai Lang muttered, Su Yu, you're asking for it. At that moment, Long Qianqian emerged from the dungeon, followed by Xiao Shi, Su Kuan, and Jing Li. Shortly after, Li Weiwei, Meng Lan, and Meng Chuan also appeared. Wei Lai arrived almost simultaneously with Meng Chuan and Yuan Tai a bit later. They all gathered around Su Yu, their eyes fixed on Bai Lang, clearly having heard his threat. Li Qingfeng's friendly demeanor vanished, replaced by disdain as he looked at Bai Lang. You can say what you want, but be prepared to face the consequences. Knowing nothing good would come from staying, Lu Feng quickly said, Mr. Li is right. We'll make sure he's more careful with his words in the future. He then prepared to leave with Bai Lang and the others. However, Li Qingfeng suddenly stopped them. The competition is over. You should see the results before you leave. Lu Feng and Bai Lang halted, curiosity getting the better of them despite their expectations about the outcome. When they saw the times recorded for the 6 dungeons, including Fury Canyon, they were stunned into silence. Above each dungeon entrance, a screen clearly displays the challenger's name and completion time. Lu Feng's gaze swept over the records of several hell-level dungeons. Rage Fire Canyon, Long Qianqian, 9 minutes 6 seconds. Wailing Highlands, Xiao Shi, 9 minutes 13 seconds. Drowning Swamp, Su Kuan, 9 minutes 25 seconds. All 6 hell-level dungeons had completion times under 10 minutes, which was truly astonishing. Lu Feng stood there silently, letting out a long sigh in his heart. He recalled when he first arrived at the Shanhao Academy, he had once broken a record with a time of 7 minutes and 56 seconds. However, this honor was soon surpassed by a girl named Luo Bingyan, who completed it in 7 minutes and 31 seconds. Shortly after, Bai Lang pushed the record even further to 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Now, the fact that Long Qianqian and others could clear these dungeons in under 10 minutes with just level 16 abilities was truly shocking. Lu Feng knew well the difficulty of hell-level dungeons. Hundreds of elite monsters, dozens of leader-class monsters, bosses starting at gold level, and finally, a Stardiamond-level boss guarding the final stage. Clearing all these within 10 minutes was an immense challenge. Bai Lang, Unable to believe his eyes, repeatedly wiped them, fearing he had seen wrong. He kept reminding himself that these were hell-level dungeons. When he set his record, he was already at level 20, wearing top-tier blue gear for that level. But now, Long Qianqian and the others were only at level 16, with equipment and skills far from their peak. This meant that when they reached level 20, they could very well break his record. Bai Lang felt a sense of relief. At least his record hadn't been broken yet, sparing him some embarrassment. Li Qingfeng noticed Bai Lang's sigh of relief and chuckled inwardly but maintained a serious expression, saying, "What I want you to look at isn't them, but the Songhai Snowfield dungeon." Hearing this, Bai Lang and Lu Feng instinctively turned their gaze towards the Songhai Snowfield dungeon. Long Qianqian, Xiao Shi, Li Weiwei, and others also looked over. Even the students who were just watching the excitement directed their attention that way. The moment everyone saw the text on the screen, the scene fell into a stunned silence, and everyone was rooted to the spot. The hell-level Pine Sea Snowfield, Suyu, cleared in 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Bai Lang's face turned ashen in an instant. He exclaimed loudly, "Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" His shout seemed to echo the doubts in everyone's hearts. The crowd around them erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Someone gasped in disbelief. How could anyone clear the hell-level Pine Sea Snowfield in such a short time? Another voice explained, "The final boss in Pine Sea Snowfield is a level 20 star diamond boss. Even if you could kill that boss in record time, it would still take at least 2 to 3 minutes. Not to mention the golden level bosses and hundreds of elite monsters, along with dozens of leader level monsters before that. Even if you could kill 1 monster per second, it would still take more than 5 minutes." Lu Feng's expression shifted several times before he couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He was well aware of the difficulty of the hell-level Pine Sea Snowfield solo dungeon, and his apprehension towards Suyu deepened. He thought to himself, "I can't fathom what kind of monster my cousin has provoked. Clearing a hell-level dungeon record at level 15? What will he be capable of at level 20? Li Weiwei, Meng Lan, Meng Chuan, and others were completely stunned by the clear time. They had hoped that after a month apart, they might have closed the gap somewhat. After all, during the college entrance exam, they were only 20 short of defeating the final level 25-star diamond boss. But to their dismay, the gap had widened even further. They couldn't help but smile wryly. "We thought we were prodigies, but you're not giving us any chance to save face." Long Qianqian, Wei Lai, and others had anticipated Su Yu's strength but were still shocked by his prowess. Recalling their previous dungeon runs with him, they now realized just how terrifying his power was. They even began to wonder if Su Yu could solo the opportunity dungeon they had run together. Li Qingfeng stood to the side, feeling a mix of emotions. Remembering the moment Su Yu exited the dungeon, he almost dropped his jaw in shock. As a level 67, 6 transformation powerhouse, he had faced countless challenges but had never encountered anything like this. He thought to himself, "When I was level 15, I couldn't even clear a nightmare-level dungeon this quickly. If I hadn't seen the clear time myself, I wouldn't have believed it." After all, Bai Lang is Bai Yan's favorite nephew. The surrounding sophomores, juniors, and seniors were buzzing with excitement and heated discussions. "This clear time is unbelievable. Tell me about it. That's a hell-level dungeon. This is going to break the records of our Shanha Academy. Think bigger. In the history of the Dragon Nation, how many people have achieved this? So you truly deserves to be the top scorer in the college entrance exam. Our Shanha Academy has a bright future. Indeed. He'll definitely shine in the National Freshman Exchange competition this year." Don't just focus on Suyu. His companions are impressive too. They are, but compared to Suyu, they seem a bit overshadowed. By the way, Suyu and Bai Lang have a bit of a grudge. How long do you think it will take Suyu to defeat Bai Lang? At least half a year. Bai Lang is about to reach his 4th transformation. Half a year might not be enough, but a year could do it. Are you underestimating Suyu? What? You don't agree? I'm from the discipline committee. Ha. Using your position to bully others. What did you say? I said you're a bully. What about it? Want to settle this in a duel? A duel it is. Who's afraid of who? The area was filled with lively debates and arguments. Suyu listened to the crowd, feeling a bit regretful. He thought to himself, "I wasn't even using my full strength just now. If I had, I could have cleared it in under 3 minutes. But a level 20-star diamond boss isn't worth wasting good resources on." He glanced at Bai Lang and calculated, "As for Bai Lang, once I reach level 25 and get fully equipped with red gear, even if he's at his 4th transformation, I can beat him easily. But for now, leveling up is more important." Turning to Bai Lang and Lu Feng, Suyu smiled and said, "Hey, you two are still here. Shouldn't you be leveling up? Do you really want to fight me now?" Even if I agreed, fair, and just teacherly wouldn't allow it. Li Qingfeng couldn't help but tease, "You cheeky brat, when you need me, I'm fair and just teacherly. When you don't, I'm just oldly, huh?" Suyu laughed heartily and replied, "Teacherly, you're joking. Today is the first day of school, a good day. How could we start it with a fight? I should learn from Senior Lu Feng and Senior Bai Lang, quickly level up by clearing dungeons, and enhance my capabilities to contribute to our nation, Dragon Country, Suyu declared. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present wore expressions of disbelief. Li Qingfeng furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, this kid is a bit terrifying. As a well-experienced mentor, he had encountered countless young prodigies, but it was the first time he had seen someone like Suyu who could change his demeanor so swiftly. Such maturity and adaptability were truly impressive. Li Qingfeng nodded slightly and said calmly, since Suyu has said so, you all can disperse now. Go about your business. Lu Feng sighed inwardly, regretting his decision to come. He had only intended to say hello, but ended up being shown up by Suyu in front of everyone. He gave a brief nod to Li Qingfeng and left hurriedly with the somewhat embarrassed Bai Lang and the others. Ming Lan stared intently at Suyu, blurting out, Suyu, you're really something else. Meng Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, clearing a hell-level dungeon in 4 minutes is just beyond belief. Li Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement and determination as she said, Suyu, you better keep it up, because I will surpass you and leave you behind. Long Qianqian's eyes flickered at these words, and she spoke with a hint of jealousy. Want to leave Suyu behind? Have you asked me first? Sensing the subtle tension, Suyu cleared his throat to interrupt the girls' conversation. All right, everyone. Let's focus on leveling up by clearing dungeons. Weilai, Yuan Tai, Qianqian, you three take Yo-Yo with you. Let's aim to reach level 20 within 10 days. With that, he quickly turned and left to solo other dungeons. Long Qianqian and Li Weiwei exchanged glances and, with mixed feelings, went their separate ways to concentrate on leveling up. Li Qingfeng watched this group of spirited youngsters with a sense of satisfaction. Suyu not only had exceptional personal strength but also acted like a catalyst, significantly boosting the motivation and growth of these prodigies. This was a tremendous benefit for Shanha Academy and for students like Long Qianqian and Li Weiwei. Li Qingfeng pondered to himself, if they can grow quickly enough, this year's National Freshman Exchange Competition will surely be spectacular. As time quietly passed, Li Qingfeng took several photos and sent them to Ling Shuang. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the white-haired and composed Ling Shuang received the photos from Li Qingfeng. Her gaze fixed on the screen, and she fell into deep contemplation. All the text on the photos was the same, except for the instance names. Suyu, completion time 3 minutes and 26 seconds. This astonishing consistency made Ling Shuang realize the deeper meaning behind it. She chuckled softly, thinking, this troublesome disciple is deliberately controlling the time. Just like some top students like to control their exam scores, Suyu has completely mastered the rhythm of clearing instances and can easily dominate the monsters within. A glint of admiration flashed in Ling Shuang's eyes as she pondered. Letting Suyu stir things up at Shanha Academy might be a good thing. It will put immense pressure on the other top students, forcing everyone to continuously improve. She then began to adjust the training plans and goals for Suyu, Long Qianqian, and others. Meanwhile, Li Qingfeng had already posted a dozen photos to his social media. The news spread like wildfire, and soon people began to inquire. After Li Qingfeng confirmed the details, these photos were shared online. Fortunately, Li Qingfeng had hidden Suyu's name when he posted them. The internet exploded with various headlines. Did someone really clear the hell-level Songhai Snowfield in 3 minutes and 26 seconds? Shocking. Who cleared hell-level Songhai Snowfield in 3 minutes and 26 seconds? A prodigy emerges at Shanha Academy, clearing hell-level Songhai Snowfield in 3 minutes and 26 seconds. Meanwhile, in the instance hall of Longdu Academy, Feng Chuj had just finished a challenging instance. She sheathed her fiery red sword, the Qi Feng sword, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and turned to look at the display. Hell-level Songhai Snowfield, Feng Chuj, 7 minutes and 45 seconds. Just as she was feeling proud of her new record, her friend Feng Ruoshi hurriedly approached, showing her the astonishing photos. Feng Chuj looked at the 3 minutes and 26 seconds record in disbelief and asked, is this real? After receiving a confirmed answer, Feng Chuj was silent for a moment, then a determined look appeared in her eyes. Suyu, very well. A worthy opponent for me to give my all against. With that, she headed straight to another instance for a new round of challenges. Watching Feng Chuj's back, Feng Ruoshi couldn't help but sigh. Being friends with these top students is exhausting. You can't afford to rest for a moment? She then walked towards another instance. This scene played out simultaneously at academies in Modu, Shijing, Tianhe, Baiyun, and others. All of Longwa's top students were motivated by Suyu's achievement, igniting their fighting spirit. At that moment, Suyu was completely unaware of the sensation he had caused. Having just completed a solo instance, he challenged a hell-level 5-player instance and finally leveled up. He opened his attribute panel to carefully examine his latest stats. Name, Suyu. Race, Human Dragon Kingdom Shanha Academy. Talent, SSS class. Level, 16. Class, Sword Immortal. Suyu focused and brought up his attribute panel. The flickering data reflected in his deep eyes. Unique hidden power, 3240 agility, 3240 spirit, 3240 stamina, 3240 skill. In the skill column, several familiar names stood out. Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV6, increases all sword weapon damage by 360. Cross/active, LV6, wielding a sword, unleashes 2 crescent-shaped sword energies, dealing 360 damage and causing a knockback effect. 100 Sword Control Active, LV6, can control up to 100 sword weapons for remote attacks, base damage 360, with each additional sword increasing damage by 50. Sword Rainbow Flight Active, LV6, increases movement speed by 360 and allows for aerial flight. Spirit Restoration Technique Active, LV3, clears all current statuses of the target, restoring them to their optimal state, with a cooldown of 22 hours. Sword Chi Shield Active, LV2, surrounds the user with an invisible sword chi shield, providing defense equivalent to the user's attack power, lasting 2 seconds. Dragon Kingdom Reputation, 984-1000, gaining some fame. Suyu was no longer unknown in the Dragon Kingdom, beginning to make his mark. Suyu sighed lightly. The upgrade of 1000 Water Sword to a level 25 red equipment caused him to level up by 1, slightly reducing his attributes. However, all his skills had improved by 1 level, with Spirit Restoration Technique even increasing by 2 levels, reducing its cooldown by 2 hours. The duration of Sword Chi Shield also increased by 1 second. Overall, it was a balanced trade-off. The significant increase in reputation surprised Suyu a bit. Perhaps his solo dungeon runs had impressed others? Shaking his head, he closed the panel and headed to the training room. The training room was a dedicated space for students to hone their skills, allowing them to quickly increase skill proficiency. Suyu figured that training here might reduce the experience needed for skill upgrades. After all, he had cleared all dungeons below level 20, leaving him with plenty of time. He couldn't just go back and waste time watching boring videos, right? Soon, Suyu arrived at the training building not far from the dungeon building. Inside, there were public and private training rooms. Public training rooms cost 2 points per hour and were available to students below rank. Private training rooms started at 4 points per hour and were reserved for rank students and above. After weighing his options, Suyu chose a public training room. Private training rooms were expensive, he had plenty of time, and his points were limited and needed to be saved for daily expenses. The differences between the 2 types of training rooms were minimal, so why not save where he could? Opening the door, the scene inside was akin to a gym, except everyone was practicing their skills on wooden dummies. They continually attacked until exhausted, rested to recover, and then resumed, repetitively enhancing their skill proficiency. Following the front desk's instructions, Suyu arrived at the area designated for level 16 wooden dummies and casually picked one to start practicing. He decided to try 100 sword control with a single sword first. With a thought, the light whisper sword flew out of its scabbard like an arrow, aiming directly at the wooden dummy not far away. The sword light flickered, striking the target with precision. Crack! With a crisp sound, the wooden dummy split into 2. The sound of the wooden dummy crashing to the ground instantly echoed through the training hall, drawing everyone's attention to the scene. Students who were resting or training stopped what they were doing and stared in astonishment at the broken dummy, then turned their gaze to Suyu, who stood there with an expressionless face. Their faces were filled with disbelief, internally questioning. Can this new student really cut through a wooden dummy with just 1 strike? Suyu appeared calm on the outside, but inside, he was in a state of panic. He thought to himself, how could the wooden dummy in this training hall be so fragile? I just made 1 strike and it broke. Will they make me pay for it? Thinking quickly, he decided to blame the quality of the dummy. I'll just say it was defective. It has nothing to do with me. Just as Suyu made up his mind, Ma Xiaoling walked over briskly. This level 36, 3-turn expert examined the broken dummy closely, her face showing clear signs of surprise. Did you do this? Ma Xiaoling asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Suyu nodded, while emphasizing his suspicion. I only struck it once, and it broke. I strongly suspect this dummy is defective. Ma Xiaoling shook her head internally. As a part-time worker at the training hall, she knew these dummies were rigorously inspected and couldn't possibly be defective. Being cut in half with 1 strike could only mean one thing: the attack power exceeded the dummy's threshold. Don't worry, you won't have to pay for the dummy, Ma Xiaoling reassured him. However, you need to train with higher-level dummies. Relieved to hear he wouldn't have to pay, Suyu then inquired about the points required for higher-level dummies. Ma Xiaoling patiently explained, 4 levels below 20, it's 2 points per hour. Once you reach level 50, you'll automatically graduate and can't use the school's resources anymore. Learning that the school only went up to level 50, Suyu pondered for a moment. He thanked her and walked toward a level 20 dummy under the watchful eyes of the other students. His whispering sword soared once again, transforming into a streak of light and striking down fiercely. Bang! The level 20 dummy broke in response, leaving Suyu dumbfounded. He couldn't help but mock himself. What bad luck today. Another defective dummy? Ma Xiaoling and the other students were even more stunned. A level 20 dummy was equivalent to a level 20 star diamond boss, with attributes as high as 3,000 in all 4 dimensions. Even level 30 students in top-tier purple gear might not be able to break it. Yet this level 16 newcomer had done it so effortlessly. Suddenly, someone recognized Suyu. Wait, a new student, a flying sword, immense attack power. Isn't this year's top exam scorer Suyu? Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaoling immediately took a closer look at Suyu. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her scrutiny, Suyu still insisted. It seems like your dummy is also defective. Ma Xiaoling sighed. So you were Suyu? If I had known you were Suyu, I would have directed you to the level 30 dummies. Now we've wasted 2 dummies in the training hall. Suyu was momentarily stunned upon hearing this and furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Ma Xiaoling candidly explained. I've been told that if you come to the training room, you should start directly with the level 30 wooden dummy. Her tone carried a hint of curiosity and respect. Which teacher gave this directive? Suyu asked, a trace of puzzlement flashing in his eyes. Ma Xiaoling thought for a moment and replied, it should be Principal Ling's decision. Although the order was issued by the teacher in charge of the training room, it wouldn't have been possible without Ling Shuang's approval. Hearing this, Suyu felt a warm surge in his heart. He thought to himself, it seems that teacher Ling Shuang truly cares about me and knows how strong I am. Otherwise, she wouldn't have issued such an order. However, what Suyu didn't know was that after Ling Shuang saw the picture sent by Li Qingfeng, she immediately gave this order to the training room. Her consideration wasn't entirely for Suyu's sake. Part of it was to prevent damage to the wooden dummies, as each one was quite expensive. Thanks for the advice, senior. I'll head to the level 30 wooden dummy to practice my skills, Suyu said, striding towards the level 30 dummy. He calculated in his mind, equivalent to a level 30 star diamond boss, with stats reaching 6,000 in all 4 attributes, it should withstand my full power attack, right? On second thought, Suyu decided to be cautious. Better play it safe and draw a sword first. As soon as he finished speaking, the Qingyu sword unsheathed instantly, its blade gleaming. Bang! A loud crash echoed through the training room, gripping everyone's attention. When the onlookers saw the wooden dummy still standing intact, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The level 30 dummy had withstood the attack. If it had been cleaved in 2, it would have been a huge blow to the students still struggling with the level 20 dummies. Just as everyone began to feel reassured, another sword light shot out from the scabbard, merging with the first and striking the dummy with great force. What? Another sword light? Ma Xiaoling and the others exclaimed in surprise, holding their breath once more. Bang! The wooden dummy withstood the second attack, standing firm. But before anyone could relax, they saw 2 more sword lights shoot out from the scabbard, combining with the previous ones into a dazzling beam that slashed towards the dummy. Bang! With a deafening crash, the wooden dummy shattered, its fragments scattering across the floor. The training room fell into a stunned silence. It's broken. The level 30 wooden dummy is actually broken. Ma Xiaoling's delicate face was filled with shock, her exclamation echoing through the public training room. The surrounding students were equally stunned, their gazes collectively focused on the pile of wood chips. This wooden dummy was equivalent to a level 30 star diamond boss, and it was shattered into pieces with just 3 strikes? How powerful was Suyu's attack? After a long while, everyone's eyes slowly turned to Suyu. They all wondered, is he really just a level 16 freshman? Suyu sighed inwardly. He recalled the encounter with the level 30 star diamond boss August in the special dungeon, where he had taken down 50 of August's health with just the Qianshui sword and whispering sword. Now, having leveled up once and using 4 swords simultaneously, it made sense to one-shot the wooden dummy. However, a wooden dummy is ultimately an inanimate object, far different from a real star diamond boss, which can evade attacks. The immediate problem, though, was that the wooden dummy was shattered again, and he still hadn't tested his limits. Suyu turned to Ma Xiaoling and asked tentatively, do I have to pay for this? Ma Xiaoling, still in shock, instinctively shook her head. No, you don't. She marveled inwardly at the disparity between people. A level 30 star diamond boss would take her and her team ages to defeat. Yet Suyu could one-shot it. Did this mean she wasn't even a match for him anymore? A level 16 being this powerful, how strong would he be when he reached her level? Ma Xiaoling was both amazed and apprehensive. Seeing her reaction, Suyu asked, can I continue practicing my skills? Ma Xiaoling forced herself to calm down and replied, yes, as long as you have enough points, you can keep using the wooden dummies to practice. Suyu nodded and, after a moment's thought, approached the level 40 wooden dummy. This dummy was equivalent to a level 40 star diamond boss, with attributes totaling 12,000. The significant level and attribute gap should allow him to practice his skills. The surrounding 3rd and 4th tier students immediately started whispering among themselves. No way. He's challenging a level 40 dummy directly? That's a bit much. Yeah, but he did one-shot the level 30 dummy. Still, he's only level 16. The level difference is too big. Hey, this is a realistic game. Hit a vital spot, and you can deal massive damage. Let's just watch and see how strong he really is. The next moment, 4 sword lights flashed and struck the wooden dummy. Bang! The first strike landed, and the dummy remained intact. Bang! 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 After 3 more strikes, the dummy was still standing, but its health bar was down to 60. The onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Suyu had one-shot this dummy too, it would have been too demoralizing. After all, they had been training at Shanha Academy for 1 or 2 years, and some even had half a set of purple gear. Facing a level 40 dummy, they couldn't even drain its health in a 20-minute battle, let alone one-shot it. However, seeing the dummy's health drop to 60, they couldn't help but gasp. His attack power was off the charts. Even a 3rd-tier warrior in full purple gear might not match Suyu's attack power. Ma Xiaoling also felt like she was questioning reality. Was this really a level 16 freshman? Not some big shot showing off? Even a 4th-tier warrior in full purple gear wouldn't be this strong. No, she couldn't let him continue. A few more strikes, and the level 40 dummy would end up like the level 31. After all, the dummy needed time to regenerate. You should practice with the level 50 dummy. Ma Xiaoling's clear voice trembled slightly. The level 40 dummy was expensive. If she didn't stop him, she might get implicated and lose a lot of her hard-earned points. Seeing Ma Xiaoling's almost pleading expression, Suyu smiled sheepishly. All right, I'll practice with the level 50 dummy. He finally understood that the issue wasn't with the dummies, but with his own high attack power. Breaking 3 dummies was already excessive. Breaking another would be unreasonable. Fortunately, it seemed he didn't have to pay for them, or his points wouldn't cover the cost. Suyu obediently approached the level 50 dummy. This was the highest level dummy in the public training room, currently in use. In fact, even the level 41s were rarely used. The reason was simple. After reaching the 4th tier, Shanha Academy students were required to spend half a year on the front lines. Whether they joined the Qilin army or another corps was up to them. The school would help with the arrangements, and the various corps welcomed such students. Of course, there were exceptions like Lu Feng, who had already interned as a junior. He stayed for the upcoming National Higher Education Exchange competition. Otherwise, he would have joined the White Tiger Corps. Performing well in the exchange competition would give him a higher starting point in the White Tiger Corps. However, Lu Feng didn't stay at Shanhao Academy all the time. He often went to the nearby Qilin Corps to train on the Abyss front. Otherwise, while others made significant progress, he'd be left behind. Facing the level 50 dummy, Suyu took a deep breath and used his skill, Sword Control 100 slashes. Instantly, 4 sword lights flew out and struck the dummy. At the same time, he drew a blue sword he had exchanged for points and slashed at the dummy. In an instant, a bright, dazzling cross-shaped sword light hit the dummy. Ma Xiaoling and the surrounding students widened their eyes in shock. They hadn't expected Suyu to have other attack methods. Could the level 50 dummy withstand this? Bang! A thunderous noise echoed through the training room. Ma Xiaoling held her breath, nervously staring at the level 50 wooden dummy. When she saw that the dummy remained intact, with its health bar only dropping by 1, she sighed in relief. The dummy was safe, but the minimal damage made her chuckle. Compared to the previous instances where the dummy would be chopped in half or lose 20 of its health, this one damage was negligible, not even outpacing the dummy's own regeneration rate. The surrounding students couldn't help but laugh, but their smiles quickly froze. A level 50 wooden dummy was equivalent to a level 50 star diamond boss, with attributes reaching 30,000. Even such a formidable target could be damaged by one by Suyu, indicating his attack power far surpassed that of ordinary people. Students below the 4th transformation couldn't even come close, and even those above the 4th transformation would need to be fully equipped with purple gear to barely manage it. Monster, the word simultaneously popped into everyone's mind. Suyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he had a training target that allowed him to go all out without worrying about accidentally chopping it in half. He immediately launched a fierce attack, his sword light pouring down on the wooden dummy like a waterfall. 10 minutes later, Suyu stopped his assault, pretending to need to recover his strength. This was intentional, aiming to leave a certain impression on others while keeping some cards up his sleeve. After a short break, he resumed his skill practice, continuing until evening before leaving the public training room. Ma Xiaoling watched Suyu leave, her eyes filled with admiration. With such talent and dedication, it was no wonder he became this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. Meanwhile, Ling Shuang stood by her office's floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the evening sky. She had just finished her work and was about to rest when she suddenly received a flood of messages. It turned out that news of Suyu breaking 3 wooden dummies in the public training room had caused a sensation online. Some strong individuals inquired about the truth, while others sent their congratulations. Ling Shuang replied to some messages briefly, ignoring those who were just there to stir up trouble. She thought to herself that Su Yu causing such a stir on his first day wasn't entirely a bad thing. True prodigies should face the envy and challenges of others heathen, growing into real powerhouses through trials. Since Su Yu had such abilities, he should continue to showcase his strength, while she, as his teacher, would handle the rest. In the cafeteria of Lengdu Academy, Feng Chuj was devouring her meal, and Feng Chushi was browsing online news while eating. When she saw the news about Su Yu, she couldn't help but put down her chopsticks, repeatedly confirming it was true. This Su Yu really is a monster, Feng Chushi exclaimed, glancing at her best friend Feng Chuj, feeling a twinge of concern for her. Sensing Feng Chushi's gaze, Feng Chuj looked up and asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Chushi sighed, handing her phone over. Feng Chuj took a glance and suddenly lost her appetite. After a moment of silence, she quickly finished her meal and left the cafeteria, evidently motivated to head to the training room and work even harder. Feng Chushi understood her friend's feelings. Under Su Yu's influence, Feng Chuj had already reduced her time to clear solo hell-level dungeons by several seconds, hoping to close the gap with Su Yu. Who knew he would make another breakthrough? How did he manage to one-shot a wooden dummy equivalent to a level 30-star diamond boss? It wasn't just at Lengdu Academy. Prodigies at Modu Academy, Baiyun Academy, Tianhao Academy, and other institutions also felt immense pressure. It wasn't just the new freshmen. Even sophomores and juniors were affected. In the cafeteria of Shanha Academy, Su Yu was having a meal with Long Qianqian and others. Wei Lai was browsing online news and quickly came across two explosive pieces of news about Su Yu. He was already used to it, as every time Su Yu completed a solo dungeon, similar news would surface. Wei Lai's eyes widened in disbelief as he read the message, his mouth slightly agape. He knew Su Yu was powerful, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. A level 30 wooden dummy was defeated in seconds, a level 40 dummy couldn't withstand 5 strikes, and even a level 50 dummy could only take one of the damage. This was akin to fighting a star diamond level boss of the same rank. Taking a deep breath to calm his shock, Wei Lai shared the news with the others. Su Kuan, Jingli, Xiao Shi, and the rest gathered around to read the message. They all turned to Su Yu, their eyes filled with awe and respect. They had noticed during the dungeon runs that Su Yu wasn't giving his all. Witnessing his true strength now, they finally realized the vast gap between them. Wei Lai put away his phone and sighed. "Can you believe this? Is this even something a human can do?" Everyone replied in unison, "Definitely not something a human can do." Su Yu raised an eyebrow. "Hey, are you guys insulting me?" Wei Lai chuckled and quickly explained, "No, Yuga, don't get us wrong. This is beyond human capability. Only a god could do this. From now on, we should call you the Sword God." Su Kuan slapped his bald head excitedly. "Yeah, that title fits perfectly." Xiao Shi nodded slightly. "It's a fitting title indeed." However, Long Qianqian had a different opinion. "Sword God sounds too cold. How about Sword Immortal? It has a more elegant feel to it." Yun Yuyu and Yuan Tai agreed, saying that Sword Immortal sounded more poetic and graceful. Su Yu shrugged. "All right, if you insist, I'll accept the title of Sword Immortal." Seeing this, Wei Lei's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Sword Immortal, can I get another serving of grilled ribs?" Su Yu raised an eyebrow. "Of course, just remember to pay for it yourself." Everyone burst into laughter. They quickly finished their meal and returned to the training room to continue their rigorous practice. Unlike ordinary people, they couldn't afford to rest early. They were driven by their mission to strive for the rise of Long Nation. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa at Shanhao Academy, Lu Feng closed the screen and turned to ask Bai Lang. "After seeing this, do you still want to challenge Su Yu?" A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Lang's eyes, but he maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "So he can take down a level 30 Star Diamond boss? I can do that too. It's no big deal." Lu Feng pressed further. "Have you considered how strong Su Yu will become after his second class change?" Bai Lang retorted, "Cousin, have you thought that Su Ye's strength might be entirely due to his equipment?" Lu Feng replied meaningfully, "Then you should understand what that implies." Bai Lang was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "Cousin, do I have any other options?" Lu Feng was about to nod when Bai Lang cut him off. "No way. I will not back down." Lu Feng looked at Bai Lang in surprise, as if seeing him for the first time. After a long silence, he sighed deeply and stopped trying to persuade him. 10 days flew by. During this time, Su Yu led a monotonous and tedious life. Every day, he either solo dungeons, ran team dungeons, or challenged level 50 wooden dummies. His level had smoothly risen to 18, just halfway to 19. Although the monsters in these dungeons were relatively low level and the experience they offered was far less than that of the opportunity dungeons, his current level was sufficient for the upcoming challenges. With this in mind, Su Yu opened his attribute panel to check his stats. However, when he saw the information displayed, he was stunned. Reputation in Dragon Nation, 135610000, rising fame. Suyu looked at the data on the panel and felt a surge of joy. After deducting the 200 points used for upgrading the sword box last time and the 100 points for upgrading the Qinshui sword to red equipment, he still had 1,056 points left. He eagerly took out the sword box and the fragments of the abyssal god demon heart. Ding! Upgrading the sword box requires 1,000 reputation points. Would you like to upgrade now? Upgrade. Suyu chose without hesitation. Ding! Sword box upgrade successful. Suyu carefully checked the new attributes of the sword box. Unmatched sword box, red growth attribute. 400 attack, 400 agility, 400 spirit, 400 stamina, 400 durability. 100,100 effect. 1. Placing a sword in the sword box restores its durability. 2. The highest level of swords that can be placed is upgraded to red. Number of swords, 4,100. Note: this equipment cannot be placed in the weapon slot or the backpack slot. It must be carried. The sword box had finally been upgraded to red equipment. Suyu quickly equipped the sword box and felt the changes in his attribute panel. Name: Suyu. First transition race: Human Dragon Nation Shanha Academy. Talent: SSS level. Level: 18. Class: Sword Immortal Unique Hidden Class. Strength: 3470 agility, 3470 spirit, 3470 stamina, 3470. Skills: Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV8. Increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 380. Cross/active, LV8. While holding a sword, slashes twice, releasing crescent-shaped sword energy that deals 380 damage to enemies and causes a knockback effect. 100 Sword Control active, LV8. Can control up to 100 sword-type weapons for ranged attacks. Base damage is 380, with a 50 increase for each additional sword. Sword Flight active, LV8. Increases movement speed by 380 and allows for aerial flight. Soul Rejuvenation Technique active, LV6. Removes all current statuses of the target and restores them to their optimal state. Cooldown: 19 hours. Sword Chi Shield active, LV6. Protects the user with invisible sword chi, with defense equivalent to the user's attack power, lasting for 6 seconds. Reputation in Dragon Nation: 135610000, rising fame. Attributes increased by 230, and most skills had leveled up to 8. So you felt a significant boost in strength but was soon caught in a dilemma. Should he intervene in today's battle? After all, the opponents were just a small team, not even at the third transition. Just as Suyu was hesitating, Wei Lai's voice came from outside the door. Let's go. Everyone's ready. All right. Suyu strapped on the sword box and walked out. Wei Lai and the others were already geared up. Suyu, let's go to the arena. The 8 of them quickly headed to the arena. Upon arrival, they saw Ling Shuang waiting by the arena platform. After a brief exchange, Suyu noticed that today's opponents had also arrived. A well-built female instructor led a team of 9 towards them. Through Ling Shuang's introduction, Suyu learned that the female instructor was He Aihong, a level 59 5th transition powerhouse, leading the Flying Eagle Squad. The Flying Eagle Squad was ranked 13th among the second transition teams at Shanha Academy, with all members being second-year students above level 27. The team captain, Lu Bo, was a level 30 hidden class Holy Spirit priest with exceptional recovery abilities. Seeing Suyu and his team, Lu Bo and his squad had a glint of excitement in their eyes. Their instructor had told them that defeating Suyu's team would earn each of them 100 points, while losing would deduct 50 points. This was equivalent to the reward of a level mission, but seemingly less difficult. However, Lu Bo knew this task was far from easy. He had heard rumors about Suyu's ability to instantly kill level 30-star diamond bosses. Despite this, Lu Bo remained confident in their victory. After all, this was a team battle, not a solo duel. Teamwork was the key to winning, and individual strength alone could not determine the outcome. Over the course of a year, the Falcon Squad had completed dozens of missions together, achieving seamless teamwork. In contrast, Suyu's team had only been together for 10 days, still in the early stages of building rapport. More importantly, despite both teams being at level 20, the difference in their attributes was significant. Under such disparate conditions, the outcome seemed almost predetermined. Standing at the edge of the arena, Ling Shuang introduced the teams with a serious tone. This is Mentor He Aihong, leading the Falcon Squad. They will be your opponents today. Lu Bo smiled warmly and greeted Suyu and his team. It's a pleasure to finally meet you all. Suyu and his team responded politely. Thank you for the opportunity, seniors. Ling Shuang then turned to He Aihong and asked, do you have anything to add, Teacher He? Knowing Ling Shuang well, He Aihong shook her head slightly and replied succinctly, let's get started. Ling Shuang nodded in agreement. Then take your positions. Lu Bo and Suyu exchanged a knowing smile before leading their respective teams onto the arena platform. In an instant, a transparent, circular shield enveloped the 500 by 500 meter battlefield. isolating the two teams from the outside world. Suyu stared at the 9-member team opposite them, now in formation, and whispered to his teammates, "Just like in our practice battles, I will protect you. The rest is up to you. Unless you absolutely can't handle it, I won't intervene." Long Qianqian and the others responded in unison. On the way here, Suyu had already revealed his strength to them. With nearly 3,500 in four-dimensional attributes, he was comparable to a level 35 student in top-tier purple gear. Combined with his level 8 attack skills, he could easily defeat or even kill Lu Bo at level 30, let alone the other team members. However, Suyu chose to refrain from stepping in, giving his teammates more opportunities to train. His primary task was to protect Yun Yuyu from any ambushes by the Falcon Squad. Meanwhile, the Falcon Squad was finalizing their strategy. Lu Bo solemnly instructed his team, "Be very cautious of Suyu. He has two main attack methods, the flying sword and the cross sword light. Dodge immediately if you see him attack. If that's not possible, Tangren and Qilu, you two take the hit together. With my buffs and your damage reduction effects, you should survive. However, I've heard his skills consume a lot of stamina, so he can't sustain them for long. If we can hold out, victory will be ours." The Falcon Squad members nodded in agreement, their expressions focused and determined. At that moment, Ling Shuang leaped onto the center of the arena, landing gracefully. She surveyed the two buffed-up teams and announced loudly, "Begin." With those words, the battle between the two squads erupted instantly, the clash of their combat igniting in a fierce and immediate struggle. Su Kuan grinned, clutching an AK-47 in each hand, and began a frenzied spray of bullets. The muzzle spat fire, and bullets rained down on the Falcon Squad like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi commanded two petite zombies, launching a dozen arrows amidst the bullet storm. Just as the attack was nearing its end, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai dashed forward like lightning, shielding Su Kuan and Xiaoxi behind them while also protecting Long Qianqian, Yun Yuyu, and Suyu. Jingli had already vanished from sight. As Wei Lai and Yuan Tai set up their defenses, the Falcon Squad's explosive fireballs, ice arrows, and regular arrows followed in quick succession. This fierce assault reduced their health bars by 20. Yun Yuyu immediately cast a healing spell, restoring their health. Before their health could fully recover, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai exchanged a glance and shouted in unison, "Charge!" They lunged forward like arrows from a bow, rushing towards the Falcon Squad. Suyu, Long Qianqian, and the others followed closely behind. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Shi and Su Kuan launched another attack. Their fierce firepower directly chipped away nearly 15 of the Falcon Squad's frontline health, forcing the other members to scramble for cover. However, with the Holy Priest Lupo in their ranks, the Falcon Squad's health bars quickly replenished. "Captain, they're coming in for close combat. What should we do?" a team member asked anxiously. Lupo responded calmly, "We're not afraid of close combat. Focus fire on their front line and try to take them down before they get close." Following the order, the Falcon Squad initiated another fierce assault, concentrating their firepower on Yuan Tai and Wei Lai. However, after 2 rounds of attacks, they were surprised to find that the damage to Wei Lai was decreasing. "Captain, our damage to the shield guy is dropping. Last time we took out 5 of his health, but now it's only 4. Lupo's eyes narrowed as he focused on Suyu and commanded, "Concentrate all attacks on the other front line. Take him out first." The Falcon Squad quickly adjusted their target, pouring all their firepower on Yuan Tai. Seeing this, Wei Lai stepped forward to shield Yuan Tai, absorbing part of the damage. Together, they shared the attacks, with minimal changes to their health bars. At this point, only a few meters separated the two sides. Wei Lai suddenly shouted, "Charge!" and in a flash, appeared before Tang Run. With a resounding bang, Tang Run was knocked dizzy and staggered backward. Simultaneously, Yuan Tai charged like a heavy tank, ramming into Qi Lu and pushing him back several steps. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Long Qianqian dashed into the Falcon Squad's formation like lightning, targeting the mages and archers. Xiao Shi and Su Kuan, who were prepared, launched their attacks to suppress the enemy's long-range firepower. Despite the disruption to their formation, Lupo remained unflustered. They had faced such situations countless times. Calmly, he issued orders, "Fang Ping, Hong Xian, take down Long Qianqian. The rest, suppress their archers and gunners." In fact, Fang Ping and Hong Xian were already moving towards Long Qianqian. Fang Ping, a strength-based warrior, lagged slightly behind due to his slower speed, while the agile Hong Xian intercepted Long Qianqian in time. Long Qianqian glanced at the nearby archers and mages, then turned to clash with Hong Xian. Her lightning-charged fists collided with his slashing shortsword, forcing her back a few steps before she twisted around to engage him in a close fight. Moments later, Fang Ping joined the fray. Undaunted, Long Qianqian fought both of them, leveraging her superior stats and rich experience to hold her ground. After repelling Tang Rin and Qi Lu, Wei Lai and Yuan Tai did not advance further. Instead, They waited for Qiao Shi, Su Kuan, and Yun Yu to catch up before continuing their measured assault. The battle soon reached a stalemate. Jingli and the Falcon Squad's assassin also remained hidden, as the greatest threat posed by an assassin is when they are unseen. Once revealed, their threat diminishes significantly. Li Qingfeng, along with Li Weiwei, Meng Lan, and Meng Chuan, watched the battle attentively from the arena. They had arrived before the fight started, a special arrangement by Principal Ling Shuang to broaden their horizons. Why isn't Su Yu taking action? Meng Chuan asked, puzzled by the scene on the arena. Meng Lan turned slightly to look at Li Weiwei. What do you think? Li Weiwei blinked. Those opponents aren't worth Su Yu's effort. Li Qingfeng sighed as he observed Su Yu, who showed no intention of fighting. Su Yu's individual strength is indeed formidable. But this is a team match. He shouldn't stay out of it. Li Weiwei retorted. Su Yu is probably trying to train the other team members. Li Qingfeng shook his head slightly. He can hold back some of his power for unexpected situations, but not participating at all is wrong. On the battlefield, things change rapidly, and it won't be as leisurely as this. Especially against the Abyss Legion, where real lives are at stake. Li Weiwei pondered for a moment. I understand. Principal Ling Shuang, watching from the arena, shared Li Qingfeng's thoughts. She also believed Su Yu should participate and quickly defeat the opponents rather than using this method to train the team. However, Su Yu was still young, and it was normal for him to make mistakes. As his teacher, it was her duty to guide him. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Yu finally took action. In an instant, the flash of swords appeared. 4 swords: Whispering Sword, Red Sun Sword, Purple Lightning Sword, and Azure Frost Sword struck as one, transforming into a dazzling sword light that pierced through the void, aiming straight at Lu Bo. Facing the oncoming sword light, Lu Bo did not retreat but advanced instead. With a loud shout of "Bring it on!" he emitted a series of blinding white flashes, and a transparent shield materialized around him. It was the Holy Spirit Shield, the strongest shield of the Holy Spirit Priest. This was his signature move, converting stamina into a shield that had blocked countless lethal attacks, and it was the very reason Falcon Squad held the 13th rank among the second-tier teams. However, the moment the sword light struck, the Holy Spirit Shield shattered like thin paper. In the next instant, the sword light slashed directly at Lu Bo, instantly reducing his health by 99, leaving only the one mandated by the arena rules. Lu Bo stood there in disbelief, staring at his nearly depleted health bar. He couldn't fathom how his 2,900 stamina, bolstered by purple gear and various buffs and damage reductions, could be nearly wiped out in one strike. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Before he could ponder further, Ling Shuang used his authority to remove him from the arena. At the moment Su Yu executed his sword rain of 100 kills, Falcon Squad's assassin seized the opportunity to strike. A metallic clang echoed as a small figure appeared behind Su Yu, wielding twin daggers, and launched 3 consecutive attacks at Su Yu's neck without hesitation. Surprisingly, it seemed as though an invisible barrier protected Su Yu's neck. The sound of 5 crisp chimes rang out in quick succession, and all attacks were deflected. Shocked, the assassin quickly retreated, but it was too late. Su Yu turned to counterattack, driving both daggers precisely into the assassin's waist, instantly taking away 80 of his health. Following up with another strike to the throat, the remaining 19 health was instantly depleted. Below the arena, Lu Bo witnessed the entire scene and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He had thought he could withstand Su Yu's strike, and that the assassin could counterkill him, but both of them fell at Su Yu's hands. Not far away, Li Qingfeng, Li Weiwei, Meng Lan, and Meng Chuan were all stunned. Su Yu's attack power was astonishing, but his defense was equally formidable. To take on 4 full force strikes from a level 29 assassin without a scratch, the defense was already comparable to top-tier defensive classes. Shocked, everyone began to reassess Su Yu's strength. Having overwhelming attack power is one thing, but having such high defense too? It's like leaving no chance for anyone else. Li Qingfeng cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back to reality. With a serious expression, he admonished, "You all need to avoid provoking Su Yu in the future." Li Weiwei's eyes sparkled with excitement as she stared intently at Su Yu on the arena stage, confidently replying, "Uncle, don't worry. We're just friendly competitors." Meng Lan chimed in, "That's right. We might not know each other well now, but who knows? We could become friends later." Meng Chuan, however, looked dejected and muttered, "It seems there's no hope of ever beating Su Yu." Li Qingfeng frowned slightly and advised sternly, "Remember, it's not just about comparing yourself with your peers. The most important comparison is with yourself. See if you're better today than you were yesterday. Consistent effort leads to success. Understand?" Meng Chuan immediately stood up straight and responded loudly, "Yes." Li Weiwei and Meng Lan also nodded in agreement, but their eyes never left Su Yu on the arena stage. At that moment, the battle on the stage was changing rapidly. Su Yu unleashed astonishing power, instantly defeating Lu Bo and then fending off a sneak attack, creating an opportunity for Jingli to take down the assassin from the Flying Eagle team. The battle situation quickly became clear. With their team leader down and a member lost, the Flying Eagle team quickly fell into a disadvantage. Jingli, no longer hiding, charged directly at their archer. Fang Ping hurried to intercept but, despite blocking Jingli, couldn't defeat him. As an assassin, Jingli's agility was extremely high, making it hard for Fang Ping to gain an upper hand even in direct combat. Without Fang Ping's cover, Hong Xian stood no chance against Long Qianqian. In just 1 minute, Long Qianqian defeated him. Meanwhile, Tang Ren and Qilu were also beaten down to only 1 of their health, losing the ability to continue fighting. Although the outcome was clear, no one from the Flying Eagle team chose to surrender. They fought until the very last moment. When the entire team regrouped at the bottom of the arena, Lu Bo and his 8 teammates exchanged wry smiles, their faces full of resignation. Ling Shuang announced, "Flying Eagle team is defeated." She then swiftly moved to the bottom of the arena, exchanged brief pleasantries with He Aihong, and led Suyu and the others away. Watching them leave, He Aihong turned to Lu Bo and the others, smiling in consolation. "It's just 1 loss, nothing to worry about." Lu Bo responded with a bitter smile, "Teacher, we're not upset about losing. We're upset about losing 50 points. He Aihong was momentarily speechless. In a rest area within the arena, Ling Shuang was about to start her critique but was interrupted by Su Yu's self-reflection. "Although we won this time, it was a very lucky win. Ultimately, it was my fault for underestimating the opponent," Su Yu said sincerely. "I shouldn't have been so focused on showing off and waiting for the critical moment to act. I should have joined you all from the start and overwhelmed the opponent with our combined strength." Ling Shuang was taken aback, thinking to herself, "This kid is even learning to preempt me. What am I supposed to say now?" Seeing Su Yu taking the initiative to critique himself, Ling Shuang decided not to say more. Instead, she encouraged everyone and rewarded them with 50 points each. She then provided detailed guidance on skill application techniques, optimal usage timing, and team cooperation strategies. Once Su Yu and the others had absorbed this information, Ling Shuang left to handle school affairs. Before leaving, Ling Shuang assigned the second task, to advance to the 2nd tier within 2 months and achieve an S-level rating. Su Yu and his peers showed little reaction to this, as it was already a goal they had set for themselves. In the days that followed, Su Yu and his team dedicated themselves fully to training. They continuously cleared dungeons, practiced their skills, and studied higher-level abyssal and alien monsters. Time flew by in this intense and busy routine, and before they knew it, half a month had passed. One morning, bathed in the early sunlight, Su Yu walked to the principal's office. As he opened the door, he saw Ling Shuang focused intently on her screen. Her long white hair was tied in a single ponytail, her eyebrows arched like sharp blades, and her stunning face was as cold as ice. Her white battle armor accentuated her impressive figure, and her long, shapely legs were even longer than Long Qianqian's. Hearing the door open, Ling Shuang looked up. When she saw it was Su Yu, the sharpness in her eyes vanished, and her frosty expression melted into a smile. This was the first time Su Yu had come to her on his own. "Su Yu, what brings you here? Is something wrong?" Ling Shuang asked with a smile. Su Yu walked closer and nodded slightly. "Teacher, I want to change my class." Ling Shuang's smile gradually faded, and her expression turned serious. "Change your class? If I remember correctly, you just reached level 23 days ago. Your skills haven't maxed out yet. Why are you in such a hurry? The first 3 class changes are foundational. You should max out your skills before changing classes to ensure you have a solid future." "Teacher, I understand," Su Yu replied. "Then why?" Ling Shuang began, but Su Yu interrupted her. "All my skills are already maxed out." Ling Shuang furrowed her brows and spoke earnestly. "Su Yu, you're very talented. No one your age can match you. But you can't be overconfident and underestimate the class change tower. You know that you only get 1 chance for each class change. I expect you to achieve an SS level rating again, not just SS." Su Yu thought for a moment and then responded, "Teacher, don't worry. I understand the importance." Ling Shuang was about to say more, but Su Yu presented his skill list to her. Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV10. Increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 400. Cross Sword / Active, LV10. Wielding a sword, slashes out cross-shaped sword energy, dealing 400 damage and causing a knockback effect. 100 Sword Control Active, LV10. Controls up to 100 sword-type weapons for ranged attacks. Base damage is 400, with a 50 increase per additional sword. Sword Flight Active, LV10. Increases movement speed by 400 and enables aerial flight. Soul Restoration Technique Active, LV10. Clears all current statuses of the target, restoring them to their optimal state. Cooldown time is 14 hours. Sword Aura Protection Active, LV10. An invisible sword aura protects the user, with a defense equal to the user's attack power, lasting 10 seconds. All skills were maxed out at level 10, reaching the level 20 limit. Seeing this, Ling Shuang, one of the 12 kings of the Dragon Kingdom, was momentarily speechless, her small cherry lips slightly parted, eyes fixed on the skill list. She was utterly shocked. It wasn't that she lacked experience, but Su Yu's skills were overwhelmingly powerful and extraordinary. Ling Shuang herself was once a prodigy with S-level talent and had mentored many geniuses, but she had never encountered skills like Su Yu's. Typically, an S-level hidden class would have skills dealing 200 damage at level 10 and 300 at level 20, which was already impressive. Yet Su Yu's skills had a 400 damage rate, equating to a fourfold damage boost. In an instant, Ling Shuang realized why Su Yu could inflict such terrifying damage and even instantly kill a level 30 Lupo. She took a deep breath to calm herself, her gaze falling on Su Yu with a sparkle of astonishment in her eyes. Since all your skills are maxed out, I'll take you to the job change trial tower in the Qilin military district, Ling Shuang said decisively, without asking any further questions. Su Yu looked at her in surprise, puzzled. Teacher, aren't you going to ask me anything? Ling Shuang met his eyes and replied, would you tell the truth if I did? Su Yu was silent for a moment, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. I understand. Every prodigy has their secrets, Ling Shuang said calmly. But as long as you still consider yourself a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, that's enough. I will never forget that I am a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Su Yu promised solemnly. Ling Shuang nodded slightly, quickly sent a message, then stood up. Let's go. The two walked out of the office one after the other. Ling Shuang suddenly asked, you can fly, right? I can fly. Su Yu responded. Good. As soon as she finished speaking, two pristine white wings unfurled from Ling Shuang's back, and she soared into the air. Su Yu immediately released his sword case and used his sword to fly, closely following her. They swiftly flew over the mountains and rivers of the academy, crossed the Qilin military base, and finally landed in a spacious plaza. Su Yu looked around, his gaze falling on two familiar figures. Besides the known Sun Zhe, there was also a middle-aged man whom Ling Shuang had already introduced as Major General Lang Yutian of the Qilin Corps. Thank you for your help, Ling Shuang said to the two men. Lang Yutian sized up Su Yu and smiled. A young prodigy with extraordinary bearing. You're too kind, General Lang, Su Yu responded modestly, then turned to Sun Zhe. General Sun, long time no see. Su Yu, my brother. I've missed you. Sun Zhe laughed heartily as he approached. I didn't expect you'd come back to our Qilin Corps so soon. It must be fate. How about joining us now? Before he could finish, he felt two icy stares and quickly corrected himself. Haha, joining us after you graduate will be just fine. Enough chit-chat, let's get moving, Lang Yutian interrupted. Sun Zhe acknowledged and immediately led the three of them toward the job change trial tower. When they arrived, the surrounding area was already cleared, with not a single person in sight. Su Yu bid the three of them a simple farewell and walked toward the job change trial tower without hesitation. Suning skillfully entered the trial tower, as if he knew it like the back of his hand. In a flash, white, green, and blue lights flickered inside the tower, followed by purple, red, and gold. Sun Zhe glanced at the timer and couldn't help but twitch his lips. Suning had completed 6 levels in just 26 seconds. Lang Yutian's eyes sparkled with a calculating gleam. He thought to himself, excluding the time for opponent appearances and teleportation, this is practically a one-shot. He's a real monster. Sun Zhe exclaimed. Lang Yutian responded calmly, the stronger Su Yu is, the better it is for our human race. Sun Zhe grinned, absolutely. I wouldn't mind if he gets an SSS rating. Ling Shuang spoke with determination. He will definitely achieve an SSS rating. Lang Yutian looked at Ling Shuang and reminded her, an SSS rating for the second transition is no joke. He has to face an opponent with attributes as high as 4,000, and all skills maxed out. Ling Shuang didn't offer further explanation. She simply said calmly, I believe in my student. Su Yu not only has skills with a 4-fold increase, but his equipment is also incredibly powerful. If he can't even pass the 9th level, he's not worth training. Seeing Ling Shuang's confidence, Sun Zhe chimed in with a smile. Speaking of which, a student named Bai Lang from your academy tried to change his profession a few days ago. He made it to the 9th level, aiming for an SSS rating. Unfortunately, even with half a set of top-tier red gear and half a set of top-tier purple gear, he couldn't last a minute and was knocked out, only getting an SS rating. He left with a face full of frustration. Lang Yutian pondered for a moment and asked, is he the nephew of Bai Yin from the Western White Tiger Legion? That's him. Sun Zhe chuckled. I was thinking about inviting him to join our Qilin Legion, but after seeing his arrogant face just like Bai Yan's, I sent him packing. Lang Yutian mused, Bai Yin may not be a great person, but his strength is undeniable. With him, the White Tiger Legion is close to catching up with our Qilin Legion. Sun Zhe laughed lightly. No matter how strong he is, he'll eventually be defeated by Principal Ling. Ling Shuang suddenly gritted her teeth. I will kill him with my own hands someday. Lang Yutian and Sun Zhe exchanged glances and smiled wryly. The enmity between Ling Shuang and Bai Yin was well known. If not for the intervention of the war god and Ling Shuang's injuries from a few years back, they would have fought countless times. They hadn't realized the depth of the hatred between Ling Shuang and Bai Yin. Ling Shuang was one of the 12 heavenly kings of Longhua, while Bai Yin was an 8th-tier powerhouse. Any harm to either would be a significant blow to Longhua. Just as Sun Zhe was about to speak, Ling Shuang interrupted him. General Sun, if you intend to persuade me, save it. Sun Zhe quickly waved his hands. Principal Ling, don't misunderstand. I can't stand Bai Yin either. If you do kill him, I'll applaud. Ling Shuang's expression softened slightly. Then what do you want to say? Sun Zhe replied seriously. I'm here to inform you that there's been some movement at the front lines. Your academy should be prepared. Ling Shuang turned to Lang Yutian. What do you mean? Lang Yutian explained steadily. Abyssal monsters might launch another assault. Ling Shuang's face grew solemn. Is the information reliable? Lang Yutian nodded. We've sent people to investigate. We'll have to wait for detailed information. Ling Shuang pondered for a moment. How long will it take? About half a month, Lang Yutian replied. Ling Shuang frowned slightly. All right, inform me as soon as there's news. Lang Yutian promised solemnly. We won't let what happened 5 years ago repeat itself. Ling Shuang said no more and turned her attention back to the trial tower. The dark tower had 2 rainbow rings swirling around it, dazzling and beautiful. Just one more, and it would signify an SSS rating a second transition SSS rating. Achieving this honor would significantly accelerate Suyu's growth. At that moment, Suyu was battling his opponent on the 9th level. He first used his appraisal skill to assess his opponent. Name: Suyu Mythical Level. Level: 20. Strength: 4000. Agility: 4000. Spirit: 4000. Stamina: 4000. His opponent's attributes were almost equal to his own. Fortunately, after reaching level 20, Suyu had exchanged a sword and a purple scroll from the logistics department, upgrading them to top-tier purple gear. Now his sword case contained 5 purple longswords: Whispering Sword, Qing Shuang Sword, Scarlet Sun Sword, Purple Lightning Sword, and Heavenly Wind Sword. Coupled with his Flowing Cloud Set and Wine Gourd, his attributes had reached an astounding 4,200, 200 points higher than the mythical trial character before him. This trial is just what I need, Suyu thought, then took the initiative to attack. 4 long swords turned into sword lights, striking at his opponent first. The Whispering Sword in his hand slashed out a cross-shaped sword light, while the sword case beneath his feet soared, using the sword control skill to dodge his opponent's attacks. In the blink of an eye, they were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. The trial opponent was a copy of himself, with identical skills and power levels. Defeating such an opponent was no easy feat, perfect for gaining combat experience. Suyu thought. Time ticked by. Inside the tower, Suyu fought steadily, but outside, Sun Zhe was growing restless. Why is it taking so long this time? He's been in there for 10 minutes already, Sun Zhe said anxiously. Ling Shuang appeared relaxed. 10 minutes, is that long? To Sun Zhe, 10 minutes felt like an eternity. Lang Yutian gave Sun Zhe a knowing smile, the kind that all men understood. Sun Zhe glared at him, but chose not to comment. At that moment, the trial tower finally showed some changes. 3 rainbows suddenly lit up, almost blinding Sun Zhe. He rubbed his eyes and stared in shock at the job change trial tower. The 3 dazzling rainbow beams on the tower illuminated everything around them. Sun Zhe was amazed. He knew Suyu was impressive, but the 9 levels of the job change trial tower were equally formidable. He recalled the time when he, like Bai Lang, couldn't last long before being beaten out. Lang Yutian stood nearby, his eyes fixed on the top of the tower. Had Suyu really achieved an SSS rating? Last time, he hadn't witnessed it firsthand and had only heard Sun Zhe's account. Now, seeing it with his own eyes, he was deeply shaken. After all, it had been years since the Dragon Kingdom had seen a second job change SSS rating. Ling Shuang's lips curled into a slight smile, as beautiful as a snow lotus blooming on an icy mountain. She had faith in Suyu, but there was still a hint of worry before the results were out. Now, she was completely relieved. He lived up to her expectations, showcasing the brilliance she once had. After a moment, the rainbow lights vanished. Suyu walked out of the tower and approached Ling Shuang, smiling. Teacher, mission accomplished. Ling Shuang said with satisfaction. You did well. Lang Yutian smiled, seeing Suyu. I see the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Sun Zhe chuckled. I told you investing in Suyu would pay off. Do you believe me now? Only then did Suyu realize that the SS level training resources from the Qilin Legion were secured by Sun Zhe. He made a mental note to thank him properly in the future. Thank you, Brother Sunday. Thank you, General Lang. Thank you, Qilin Legion. Suyu said sincerely. Sun Zhe laughed. If you really want to thank me, join our Qilin Legion in the future. Suyu nodded. I will definitely come to the Qilin Legion for training. His choice of words made it clear he was only committing to training, not joining. Sunze understood and didn't push further. He valued Suyu's future potential more than his current strength. Great. I'll be waiting for you to bring glory to our Qilin Legion, Sunze said heartily. After a brief conversation, Ling Shuang took Suyu back to the Shanha Academy. As they watched them leave, Lang Yutian patted Sunze on the shoulder. You've really outdone yourself this time. Sunze grinned. Is there any reward? Maybe a promotion to Major General like you? Lang Yutian smirked. Sure, as long as you successfully complete your 7th job change. I'll recommend you immediately. You'll get it in no time. Sunze's smile froze. Never mind. I'll wait a bit longer. Lang Yutian laughed heartily. Or you could beat me in a fight. Sunze rolled his eyes. Fight you? Why would I ask for trouble? With that, he turned and left. Lang Yutian chuckled and returned to his office. After some thought, he sent a message. A long time later, he received a brief reply. Understood. Lang Yutian shook his head helplessly. The matter had been reported, and the higher-ups would make their decision. At Shanha Academy, in the principal's office, Suyu didn't go back to grind levels, but was kept by Ling Shuang. The beautiful principal grew more satisfied with Suyu the more she looked at him and decided to reward him properly. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, Your skills get stronger with more swords, right? Suyu's eyes lit up. Yes, the more swords I have, the higher the damage. Ling Shuang glanced at the Wushuang sword casket on Suyu's back. How many swords can your casket hold? Suyu smiled. It can currently hold 100 swords. 100. Ling Shuang was speechless. She had thought 10 or so would be impressive, but 100 was beyond her expectations. She hesitated to give the 2 swords she had prepared, feeling they might be inadequate. But having come this far, not giving them would be inappropriate. Gritting her teeth, Ling Shuang handed Suyu 2 purple swords and a red sword. These are my rewards for you. Keep up the good work and aim for an SSS rating on your 3rd job change too. Suyu's face lit up with a delighted smile as he took the 3 long swords, his hands trembling slightly. He carefully caressed the sword blades, meticulously examining each sword's attributes. The Jingjia sword, purple quality, requires level 21, no class restrictions. Attack power 189, strength 196, agility 173, spirit 152, stamina 184. Durability 100,100. The Chuanfin sword, purple quality, requires level 22, no class restrictions. Attack power 193, strength 175, agility 189, spirit 154, stamina 162. Durability 100,100. The Skylark sword, red quality, requires level 38, restricted to swordsman warriors. Attack power 384, strength 372, agility 391, spirit 365, stamina 378. Durability 100,100. Excitement gleamed in Suyu's eyes as he murmured to himself, 2 top-tier purple items and 1 top-tier red item, all excellent gear. His mind raced with calculations. Once I use 3 enhancement scrolls to upgrade these, my stats will improve significantly. When I reach level 25 and switch all my gear to red items, my power? I can't even imagine it. He carefully stored the 3 long swords and turned to Ling Shuang, his face beaming with gratitude. Thank you, teacher. I won't let you down. Seeing his satisfaction, Ling Shuang secretly sighed in relief and nodded slightly. All right, continue leveling up. She paused, her tone turning serious. Remember, if you don't come in first place in the challenge 3 days from now, don't bother seeing me again. Suyu straightened up, brimming with confidence. Don't worry, teacher. First place is mine. Ling Shuang glanced at him, a slight smile tugging at her lips. I forgot to tell you. The rules for this year's challenge have changed. Suyu was taken aback. Changed? How? Ling Shuang hesitated for a moment, then decided to tell him. Since it's about to be announced, you might as well know early. Besides our school, 9 other academies will also participate. Suyu's eyes widened in surprise. 9 other academies? Isn't that practically a national freshman exchange competition? Why are they joining? Ling Shuang looked him in the eye and said, Because of you. Suyu was even more puzzled. Me? I didn't provoke them. Ling Shuang explained. They've heard about your solo dungeon runs and how you instantly defeated the level 30 training dummy. They want to test your limits and see how much you've grown in the past month. Suyu frowned. Is that really necessary? Ling Shuang's expression grew exceptionally serious. It's very necessary. If you grow fast enough, you'll represent Shanha Academy in this year's National Higher Education Exchange Competition and help secure our position. Suyu furrowed his brow, asking in confusion, why are they so determined to take Shanha Academy down? Facing Suyu's question, Ling Shuang chuckled lightly, a playful glint in her eyes. Do you know what it means to be in the top 10 universities of the Dragon Kingdom? Suyu pondered for a moment, his brow furrowing. It means greater pressure and responsibility. Ling Shuang raised an eyebrow in surprise and nodded slightly. You're right, but it also means tremendous benefits. Su Yu remained silent, a knowing look in his eyes. The 10th place of Shanghai University was like a juicy piece of meat, attracting countless covetous eyes. In past years, the National University Exchange Competition was the key to determining the rankings. However, Su Yu's sudden emergence disrupted everyone's plans. Ling Shuang continued to explain, you are not only the highest-scoring student in the college entrance exam, but also set a record for soloing dungeons, even taking down a level 30 wooden dummy in seconds. This has put immense pressure on the freshmen of other universities. A sharp glint flashed in Su Yu's eyes. They want to figure out my capabilities to deal with me in the exchange competition. But Ling Shuang's expression showed a hint of concern. This time, the exchange competition includes not just freshmen but also sophomores, and there's no limit on their strength. Su Yu frowned. So, even someone like Bai Lang can participate? Ling Shuang nodded. That's right. There are a few other promising students from the last cohort who are just as strong as Bai Lang and have already reached their 4th class advancement. Su Yu sneered. It looks like they're trying to suppress me deliberately. Ling Shuang agreed. They want to prevent you from becoming a nightmare for the freshmen, causing them to have an insurmountable mental block. After a moment of silence, Su Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Shuang looked at him curiously. Do you have a plan? Su Yu was full of confidence. I just need to reach level 25. With a full set of red gear, not even Bai Lang will be a match for me. Ling Shuang was surprised. Level 25? There's only 5 days left. Can you level up 5 times? Su Yu smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, teacher. I can definitely do it. Ling Shuang didn't press further but reminded him, if you take first place, you'll get to choose a top-tier piece of red gear. Su Yu raised an eyebrow. Is that the only reward? Ling Shuang looked at him helplessly. Do you have some misconception about red gear? Su Yu chuckled to himself, already imagining equipping the unparalleled sword box, a top-tier red gear. Ling Shuang continued, if you want better rewards, win the freshman exchange competition. Su Yu asked, what about the National University Exchange Competition? Ling Shuang briefly explained last year's rewards, making Su Yu's heart race with excitement. Don't think too far ahead, Ling Shuang reminded him. First, win the freshman challenge. Yes, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Su Yu responded solemnly. As she watched Su Yu leave, Ling Shuang murmured to herself, can he really level up 5 times in 5 days? Su Yu left the principal's office and headed straight to the logistics department. Xiaomei greeted him with a smile. Su Yu, you're here again. Su Yu responded with a smile. Senior Xiaomei, you've gotten even more beautiful in just a few days. Xiaomei's smile grew even sweeter as she teased. No wonder you managed to win over such a beautiful girl like Qin Qian. You really do have a way with words. Su Yu cleared his throat and replied seriously, Senior, I won Qin Qian over with my abilities, not just my words. Right. Su Yu the top scholar is the best. Xiaomei laughed and then asked, so, what are you here to exchange this time? Same as usual, 2 purple enhancement scrolls and 5 red enhancement scrolls, Su Yu answered. Xiaomei took out 7 enhancement scrolls from under the counter and handed them to Su Yu, joking, at this rate, you'll exchange all our enhancement scrolls. Su Yu feigned surprise as he took the scrolls. If that happens, you won't see me around here anymore. Really? That would be fantastic. Xiaomei said, pretending to be relieved. Su Yu put on a hurt expression. That's so heartbreaking. Maybe I should just leave. Xiaomei couldn't help but laugh. Hurry up and go. Stop trying to flatter me. Su Yu acknowledged with a nod and turned to leave. Back in his villa room, he quickly upgraded the Spring Equinox Sword and Awakening Sword to the same level as the Whispering Sword. After placing the 2 swords into the sword box, he opened his attribute panel and carefully checked. Name, Su Yu. Second transition race, Human Dragon Kingdom Shanha Academy. Talent, SS level. Level, 20. Class, Sword Immortal. Unique hidden. Strength, 4,600. Agility, 4,600. Spirit, 4,600. Stamina, 4,600. Skills. Supreme Sword Body Passive, LV11. Increases damage of all sword-type weapons by 410. Cross Sword / Active, LV11. Wielding a sword, slashes twice to release 2 crescent-shaped sword energies, dealing 410 damage and causing a knockback effect. 100 Sword Control Active, LV11. Can control up to 1,000 sword-type weapons for remote attacks. Base damage is 410, with an additional 60 damage per sword. Sword Flight Active, LV11. Increases movement speed by 410 and allows for aerial flight. Soul Restoration Technique Active, LV11. Clears all current statuses of the target, restoring them to their optimal state. Cooldown, 13 hours. Sword Chi Shield Active, LV11. surrounds oneself with invisible sword chi, providing defense equivalent to one's attack power for 11 seconds. Dragon Kingdom Reputation 3569-10000. Rising Fame. Your fame in the Dragon Kingdom is steadily increasing, gaining more attention. Suyu noticed that while the skill names remained unchanged, the damage had increased once again. His reputation had also risen by 2,000 points, which made sense since he was becoming more well-known. However, Suyu wasn't entirely satisfied with his attributes. He calculated: Whispering Sword, Frost Sword, Red Sun Sword, Purple Lightning Sword, Sky Wind Sword, Spring Equinox Sword, Awakening Swords, even swords in total, plus 6 pieces of the Flowing Cloud set, the Unparalleled Sword Box, and the Wine Gourd. Even with his character attributes and enhancement scroll boosts, his stats only reached 4,400 points. These attributes seemed high, but compared to Bai Lang, they might still fall short. Bai Lang had an S-level talent, and his level 40 attributes combined with scroll boosts reached 880. This meant that if Bai Lang had 9 more red items, his attributes would surpass Suyu's. Realizing this, Suyu knew that leveling up to 25 as quickly as possible was crucial. He immediately started preparing for his next adventure. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.